The door shut with the dull finality of a tomb, and the corridor seemed to narrow around them, as if Winterfell stone meant to press the air from Robert Baratheon's lungs. He stood there with his hammer hanging from both hands, the head of it dark and tacky with blood that had already begun to cool. The king's shoulders rose and fell in uneven heaves, and every breath sounded like it scraped something raw inside him. He had always been too loud for quiet places. Now even his silence was violent. Eddard Stark kept his hand on his sword, not because he meant to draw it, but because he needed the reminder of order, a line of steel, a promise of restraint. The guards at the door shifted uneasily, eyes fixed on the hammer, on the king's face, on the smear of red along Robert's knuckles where the haft had rubbed skin away. "Your Grace," one guard ventured, voice thin. Robert's head snapped toward him, eyes blazing. The man flinched. Robert's gaze drifted back to the oak door, as if he could see through it, as if he could imagine Cersei Lannister's smile behind the wood. "She said it?" Robert rasped, and the words sounded like he was dragging them up from mud. "She said it to my face, like it was nothing." Eddard's voice was low. "She wants you to lose yourself," he said. "She wants you to do something you cannot take back." Robert's laugh was a broken bark. "I already did." Eddard did not argue. He had watched Robert swing. He had watched the realm crack in the space of 3 heartbeats. No council could unmake it. Robert's gaze flicked up the corridor, toward the great hall they had left behind. "They saw," he muttered. "All of them saw. They'll sing of it. The king who crushed the Kingslayer like a beetle." He swallowed hard. "Maybe I wanted them to. Maybe I wanted the whole world to see I'm not." His voice broke, and rage rushed in to cover it. "I'm not weak." "You are not weak," Eddard said, and he hated how true it sounded and how useless. "But strength without restraint is only destruction." Robert turned sharply, stepping close enough that Eddard could smell blood and sour ale in his breath. "And what would you have had me do?" he demanded. "Send him to the wall? Let him live to laugh at me behind his chains? Let Tywin buy his freedom with gold and whispers?" His eyes were wild. "You didn't see them like I saw them, Ned. You didn't hear." "I saw enough," Eddard cut in, voice firm. "And I see more now. I see Lannister guards spilling northern blood in your name. I see ravens flying in the night. I see Lord Tywin's answer coming, whether we are ready or not." Robert's jaw worked. The fury in him was still there, but it began to find an edge of purpose. "Ready," he muttered. "Then we get ready." He turned toward the guards. "No one goes in. No one comes out. If she so much as speaks through the door, you report it." "Yes, Your Grace," the guard said, relief flooding their voices because orders were something they could hold on to. Robert walked a step away, then stopped, staring down at his hammer as if it were a question he could not answer. "Ned," he said suddenly, voice quieter, dangerous in its fragility. "If the children aren't mine." Eddard felt the chill deepen. "We do not know that," he said carefully. Robert's eyes lifted, wet and burning. "But if," he insisted, "if they aren't?" Eddard's mind flashed with faces. Joffrey's cold grin, Myrcella's shy politeness, Tommen's soft laugh. Children, all of them caught in a net of adult sins. "Then the realm will demand you act," Eddard said, "and you must choose whether you will be ruled by rage or by law." Robert's mouth twisted. "Law?" he repeated, as if it were a foreign tongue. "Stannis will talk of law until the sun dies. Renly will talk of love. Tywin will talk of debt." His fist tightened around the hammer haft. "And me? What do I talk of, Ned?" Eddard's voice was steady. "You talk of justice," he said, "if you can." Robert stared at him for a long moment, then looked away as if ashamed to be seen so exposed. "Get them," he said abruptly. "The children. Bring them to me." Eddard's stomach tightened. "Here?" he asked. Robert's eyes hardened. "Now," he said, "before she reaches them, before anyone reaches them." Eddard nodded once. "As you command," he said, and turned to issue the orders. As he walked down the corridor, Winterfell's torches flickering and sputtering overhead. He felt the castle shifting into a new kind of vigilance. The old danger from the cold north had always been distant, patient. This danger wore crowns and gold and smiles. Behind him, Robert Baratheon remained in the corridor, a king in a wolf's castle, holding a hammer that had ended one life and begun a war. They brought the children in a hurry that felt like a crime. Joffrey Baratheon fought the hands that held him, cursing through clenched teeth, his fine clothes rumpled, his hair still uncombed from sleep. He looked less like a prince and more like a spoiled cat dragged from a warm hearth. Yet even in that indignity, there was something sharp in him, an outrage that did not come from fear but from the belief that the world was wrong to touch him at all. Myrcella came quieter, face pale and composed in the way girls learned to be when men made storms. Tommen was wide-eyed and confused, rubbing at his nose, his fingers trembling as he tried to understand why Winterfell's stone suddenly felt hostile. Robert waited by the hearth, not seated, unable to sit. The fire threw harsh light across his face, carving new lines into it, making him look older than his years. Eddard stepped in with the children, and Catelyn Stark followed close behind, her presence a silent anchor, though her eyes were full of the same dread that gnawed at Eddard's gut. Joffrey saw Robert and sneered. "Father," he said, voice thick with contempt. "What is the meaning of this? These northern savages." Robert's hand flashed out, faster than any man expected from him in that moment. His palm struck Joffrey across the face with a crack that made Myrcella gasp. Joffrey staggered, shock widening his eyes. The room went still. Robert's chest heaved. "Do not speak," he growled. "Not one word. Not unless I ask." Joffrey's cheek flushed red. His eyes filled with tears, not of pain, but of humiliation and fury. "You struck me," he whispered, as if he could not believe it. "I should have struck you more," Robert snarled, and there was a rawness in it, a grief twisted into anger. "I should have taught you what it means to be a man instead of letting you grow into—" He stopped, swallowing hard, because he had nearly spoken the thought that would split the room in two. Eddard took a small step forward. "Your Grace," he said quietly. Robert's gaze flicked to him, then back to the children. Myrcella's lips trembled. Tommen's eyes shimmered with tears he did not yet understand. Robert's voice changed, dropping into something hoarse and dangerous. "Where is your mother?" he demanded. Myrcella swallowed. She was taken," she whispered. Joffrey's lip curled. "The Starks seized her," he snapped, still clutching his cheek as if insult burned worse than pain. "They have no right. They will answer." Robert's fist slammed into the mantel, making the room jump. "Enough," he roared. "You will not threaten my friend in his own home." Joffrey's eyes glittered. "Your friend," he spat. "You care more for him than for us." The words landed in the room like a thrown stone. Myrcella flinched. Tommen sniffled. Catelyn's fingers tightened around her own hands until the knuckles shone. Robert stared at Joffrey for a long moment. In his gaze was something like despair, as if he looked at the boy in. He saw every wrong turn he had ever taken. Then Robert spoke, and his voice was quieter, more frightening. "Look at me," he said. Joffrey hesitated. The guard's hands tightened at his arms. Joffrey lifted his chin and met Robert's stare, defiance trembling at the edges. Robert leaned forward slightly, as if the words he meant to speak required proximity, as if truth traveled better at close range. "Do you know why I struck you?" he asked. Joffrey's voice was sullen. "Because you are drunk." Robert's eyes flashed. "Because you are cruel," he said, and the words were blunt, unadorned. "Because you think a crown makes you untouchable. Because you think men are born to kneel to you." His throat worked. "And because I am not certain you have any right to call me father." Silence swallowed the room. Myrcella's hand tightened around Tommen so hard that Tommen let out a small cry. Joffrey's expression shifted from outrage to confusion, and then to something like panic that he tried to smother at once. Eddard felt his own pulse hammering. Catelyn's eyes widened, her breath catching, because Robert had done it. He had spoken the unthinkable aloud, even if only as uncertainty. Joffrey's mouth opened, then closed. His voice came out thin. "What are you saying?" Robert's face contorted. "I am saying your mother has betrayed me," he growled. "And if she has betrayed me in my bed, she has betrayed me in my blood." Myrcella's voice broke. "No," she whispered. "No, she wouldn't." Robert's gaze flicked to her, and something softened in him, briefly, painfully. "You are innocent," he said, and the words sounded like a vow he was forcing himself to make. "All of you are innocent, but innocence does not protect crowns." Joffrey's fear transformed into anger, because that was the only shield he knew. "This is a lie," he snapped, voice rising. "A northern lie. You cannot say that about my mother." Robert's eyes burned. "I can," he said, "and I will." Joffrey tried to lunge, as if he would claw the words back into Robert's mouth. The guards held him fast. He struggled, face twisting, voice cracking. "Let me go. I am the prince. I am." Robert stepped forward, and the room seemed to shrink under his bulk. "You are a boy," he said, voice like iron, "and you will remember that now." Eddard moved between them, careful, measured. "Your Grace," he said, "if this is to be decided, it must be done with proof, not with fury." Robert's gaze snapped to him, and for a moment Eddard saw the man behind the king, the wounded friend who wanted someone to tell him what to do. "Proof?" Robert rasped. "How do you prove blood?" Eddard's voice was steady. "By time," he said. "By counsel. By the realm. And by not making this worse with haste." Robert's chest rose and fell. He looked at Myrcella and Tommen again, and something in his face shifted, as if he was staring at ghosts. "Keep them," he said abruptly, voice rough. "Keep them close, under guard. They are not to see their mother. Not until I decide." Myrcella let out a soft, broken sound. "Please," she whispered. Robert's jaw clenched. He turned away as if he could not bear it. "Take them," he ordered, and his voice cracked on the last word. The guards began to lead the children out. Myrcella looked back once, eyes bright with tears. Tommen's lower lip trembled. Joffrey's gaze was pure hatred now, fixed on Robert with a promise that would grow teeth. As the door shut behind them, Robert sagged slightly, as if the air had been punched from him. He pressed a hand to his face. "Gods," he whispered. "Gods help me." Eddard stood beside him, feeling the weight of the realm settle heavier on his shoulders than any armor. Catelyn's voice was quiet, fierce. "If Tywin Lannister comes," she said, "he will come for them, and for us." Eddard looked at the door where the children had vanished, and he knew she was right. Ravens were a poor substitute for armies, but they were all Eddard Stark had that moved fast enough. The rookery stank of feathers and droppings, a sharp, living smell in Winterfell's cold stone. Maester Luwin's hands were steady as he tied scrolls to thin legs, the seals bright against black plumage. Each message felt like a stone dropped into deep water, sent out, unretrievable, bound to cause ripples that could drown men. Eddard held the last of the sealed parchments, feeling their weight. One was for Dragonstone, for Stannis Baratheon, cold law and colder certainty. One was for King's Landing, for the small council, for Renly, for Varys, for Littlefinger, for men who thrived on chaos. One was for Riverrun, for Hoster Tully's household, because if Tywin struck, he would strike through the Riverlands like a knife through soft flesh. Robert stood behind him, staring out at the sky as if daring it to answer. His face was set hard, but his eyes looked hollow, as if some part of him had been scooped out in the hall and left behind with Jaime's blood. "Send them," Robert said. Luwin released the first raven. It launched into the wind, wings beating hard, disappearing into the gray. Another followed, and another, until the air beyond the rookery window was full of black motion. Eddard watched them go and felt the future slipping farther out of his grasp with every flap of wing. When they returned to the yard below, Northern men gathered around them like a tightening knot. Lords who had come to Winterfell for the king's visit now stood in clusters, speaking low, watching Robert with wary eyes. They were loyal to Eddard, and they respected Robert for the rebellion, but respect was not certainty. Not with lions roaring. Great John Umber's beard was rimed with frost. He stepped forward, voice like a bellow. "Is it true?" he demanded. "Did the king crush the lion?" Robert's eyes flashed. "It is true," he said, and the words were harsh, defiant. "Jaime Lannister was a traitor. He died as a traitor." Some men grunted approval. Others exchanged glances. Roose Bolton's pale eyes lingered on Robert, unreadable. "Lord Tywin will not accept this," he said softly, as if stating an inevitability. "He will answer." Robert's mouth twisted. "Let him," he said. Eddard stepped in, voice calm. "We must prepare," he said. "This is no longer a private sin. It is a matter of the realm." Lord Wyman Manderly's jowls trembled as he frowned. "The realm," he murmured. "A king killing a Kingsguard gods." Robert's gaze snapped to him. "A king killing a traitor," Robert corrected, and his voice brooked no argument. Eddard could feel the tension. Men weighing loyalty against fear, duty against survival. The North did not love the South's games, but it bled when those games turned to war. Catelyn came into the yard, her cloak drawn tight. She stood at Eddard's side, and her presence steadied him, even as worry sharpened her face. "The children are secured," she said calmly. "But Joffrey," she hesitated. "He is not calm." Eddard's jaw tightened. "He was never calm," he murmured. Robert heard his name and turned. "They are mine until proven otherwise," he said, voice rough. "Mine to protect, mine to judge." His gaze drifted briefly toward the castle's inner doors, toward where Cersei was held. "And hers to weep for." Eddard watched him and wondered, not for the first time, whether Robert truly understood what protection meant. Protecting children required patience. Robert's patience was thin as ice in spring. "Your Grace," Roose Bolton said softly, "if war comes, it comes south of the neck first. The Riverlands will burn before the North feels heat." Eddard's attention snapped to him. "Unless Tywin decides to punish the North directly," Eddard said. "Unless he believes Winterfell holds his daughter and his grandchildren." Roose's smile was faint, unsettling. "Then perhaps he will burn the Riverlands anyway," he said, "and send knives into your castle while you sleep." Eddard felt a cold flicker, truth hidden beneath cruelty. They had already seen knives in the corridors. Robert's hand flexed as if around an invisible throat. "No knives," he growled. "No whispers. I will meet Tywin in the open and crush him like I crushed his son." The bravado rang loud in the yard, but Eddard could hear the desperation beneath it. Robert needed war to be simple. He needed an enemy he could hit until the pain stopped. Eddard knew better. War was never simple. It spread like rot. A stable boy ran across the yard, breathless, eyes wide. He bowed hastily. "My lord," he gasped to Eddard. "A serving girl, she's gone. One of the queens. She slipped past the kitchens. We found her cloak by the kennels." Catelyn's face tightened. Eddard's stomach sank. Cersei's message had flown before their ravens ever did. Robert's eyes narrowed. "Find her," he snarled. "Bring her back." Eddard's voice was grim. "It may already be too late," he said, and watched Robert's rage flare again. In the rookery above, the last raven disappeared into the gray. In the yard below, the North began to understand it would be asked to bleed for a Southern king's broken marriage. At Casterly Rock, grief lasted exactly as long as Tywin Lannister allowed it. The war table was stone, carved with rivers and roads, castles and coastlines. Tywin stood over it as if the map were a living thing that needed discipline. Kevin waited with the patience of a soldier. Tyrion watched with the wary interest of a man who knew he would be blamed no matter what happened next. Gregor Clegane was summoned without ceremony. He arrived like a nightmare walking. Black plate, a helm like a brutal animal's skull, breath rasping. The mountain did not speak unless spoken to. He did not need words. Men understood what he was. Tywin pointed to the Riverlands. "Here," he said, "they will think themselves safe behind rivers and oaths. They are not." Kevan frowned. "Father, the king has declared himself our enemy," Tywin said flatly, "and the Starks have chosen to hold my daughter in chains. They will learn what chains cost." Tyrion's voice was soft, edged. "Cersei is not a girl in chains," he said. "She is a viper in a box. If you rattle it hard enough, she will bite the first hand that opens it." Tywin's gaze flicked to him. "Then we will ensure the box is opened by someone else," he said. Kevan's jaw worked. "We should send envoys," he suggested. "Demand her release. Demand the children. Give Robert the chance to step back from this folly." Tywin's mouth tightened slightly, the closest he came to amusement. "Robert Baratheon has never stepped back from anything," he said. "He charges. That is all he knows." Tyrion's eyes glittered. "And when he charges," he murmured, "we put a spear in his gut." Tywin did not chastise him. He simply moved his finger along the map, tapping roads like drumbeats. "We will not wait for Robert to march," Tywin said. "We will make the realm move first. We will take hostages. We will cut supply. We will turn lords against him with fear and coin." He looked toward Gregor Clegane. "You will ride," Tywin said. Gregor's helm tilted slightly, acknowledging. "You will take men," Tywin continued. "You will burn villages along the Trident. You will spill enough blood that the river lords cry for help. When they cry, the crown must answer. When the crown answers, it will bleed." Kevan's voice was uneasy. "That is war on the king's lands." Tywin's gaze was cold. "The king has killed my son," he said. "The king has taken my daughter. There is no peace to protect." Tyrion set his cup down carefully. His voice was quiet. "You are sure Jaime is dead?" he said, and the words sounded like a man pressing on a bruise to prove it exists. Tywin did not look at him. "I am sure," he said. A silence stretched, heavy with something unspoken. Tyrion thought, briefly, of Jaime's laughter, his easy warmth, the way he had once picked Tyrion up as a child and spun him until he shrieked with delight. Tyrion had never been allowed much softness from the world. Jaime had been one of the few who offered it. Now Jaime was meet you, Enderstone in a northern castle, killed by a man who could not bear mockery. Tyrion's voice was bitter. "Then we avenge him by burning peasants," he said. Tywin's gaze finally turned to him, sharp. "We avenge him by breaking the hand that struck him," Tywin said. "Peasants are merely the fingers. The hand is the crown." Kevan drew a slow breath. "And King's Landing?" he asked. "Renly, the council." Tywin's expression did not change. "Gold will speak for us there," he said. "Ravens can be intercepted. Men cannot, if they are paid well enough." Tyrion's mouth twisted. "Little finger," he murmured. Tywin did not deny it. "And others," he said. "The city watch, the faith, any lord who loves stability more than truth." Kevan hesitated. "Stannis will not be bought." "No," Tywin agreed. "Stannis will be feared." He turned back to the table. "Send riders to Harrenhal's Road," he ordered, "and to the Golden Tooth. Assemble the host. Quietly. I want the realm to realize we march only after our boots are already on their throats." Gregor Clegane's gauntlet hand flexed, a sound like grinding stone. He did not need further instruction. Violence was his language, and Tywin had just given him a sermon. As Kevan turned to go, Tywin's voice stopped him. "And one more thing," Tywin said. Kevan looked back. Tywin's eyes were cold. "Spread the story," he said. "Not the northern one. Ours." Tyrion's gaze sharpened. "What story?" he asked. Tywin's mouth tightened. "That Robert Baratheon came north drunk and mad," he said. "That he murdered a Kingsguard without lawful trial. That Eddard Stark has kidnapped the queen. that the king has been led by northern ambition. His gaze flicked to Tyrion. That the realm must be saved from a king who thinks a hammer is justice. Tyrion felt a chill. Lies moved faster than armies, and they were harder to stop. And if the truth spreads anyway? Tyrion asked quietly. Tywin's gaze returned to the map. Then we make truth too expensive to speak, he said. Outside Casterly Rock's windows, the sea beat against stone with patient force. Inside, Tywin Lannister moved men like pieces across a table, and the realm began to bleed before most of it knew it was wounded. King's Landing received Winterfell's words like a man receiving a knife. First disbelief, then pain, then the frantic search for someone to blame. The small council chamber smelled of beeswax and old paper, of sweat hidden beneath perfume. The candles burned low, bronze holders throwing warped shadows across the red stone walls. Outside, the city's noise drifted faintly. Vendors shouting, carts rattling, gulls screaming, life continuing in ignorance of the storm gathering overhead. Grand Maester Pycelle held the Raven Scroll with trembling hands. His eyes were wide, watery, and his mouth worked as if he were chewing something bitter. "It cannot be," he wheezed. It cannot." Peter Baelish's smile was thin and bright as a razor. "Oh, it can," he murmured. "The world is terribly uncooperative about what it should not do." Renly Baratheon paced like a restless cat, his green velvet doublet immaculate despite the sweat on his brow. "Jaime is dead," he said, half to himself, half to the room. "Dead. Robert killed him in Winterfell." Varys stood near the table, hands folded in his sleeves, face composed in a sorrowful mask. "So the Raven says," he replied gently. "And the Raven says more." Pycelle cleared his throat and read again, voice shaking. "Caught in the broken tower, arrested, attempted rescue, judgment delivered, queen held, children secured." The words were stark, cold, unadorned. A northern version of events, dressed in honor and righteousness. Renly stopped pacing. "My brother has lost his mind," he said, and there was fear in it, because if Robert had truly lost his mind, the realm would tear itself apart. Peter Baelish leaned back in his chair as if the news had been brought for his entertainment. "Or," he said lightly, "perhaps he has found it. Madness and clarity can look quite similar, depending on which side of the blade you stand." Renly's eyes flashed. "Do you find this amusing?" Peter's smile did not fade. "I find it inevitable," he said. "A king who drinks, a queen who despises, a lion who believes himself untouchable. Eventually someone touches him." Varys's voice was soft. "Touching lions has consequences," he murmured. Renly's jaw clenched. "And what of Cersei?" he demanded. "If she is truly held in Winterfell, then Tywin will." "Roar," Peter finished pleasantly. "Yes." Pycelle's hands shook harder. "We must send word to Casterly Rock at once," he said, as if the idea had not already flown there on faster wings. "We must counsel Lord Tywin to patience. We must." Varys's head tilted. "Patience is not a virtue Lord Tywin is known for, Grand Maester," he said mildly. Renly's gaze flicked to Varys. "And you," he said, "you always have little birds everywhere. Tell me the truth. Is this real? Did Robert truly catch them?" Varys's expression did not change, but something in his eyes sharpened. "When a king sends a raven with such words, my lord," he said gently, "it is rarely a jest." Renly's face went pale. "If the Ildren are not Robert's," he whispered, and the thought seemed to choke him. "Stannis will claim the throne." Peter Baelish's smile widened just slightly. "Stannis will claim it regardless," he said. "The question is whether anyone will listen." Renly's eyes snapped to him. "I will not kneel to Stannis," he said, voice tight with anger and fear. "He would turn the Red Keep into a sepulchre." Pycelle looked scandalized. "My lord," Renly ignored him. "Robert is still king," he said, forcing the words into existence like a spell. "He will come south. He will set this right. Peter's tone was almost kind. And how, precisely, does one set right a king who has crushed a Kingsguard's skull? He asked. One cannot uncrush bones. Renly's hands clenched. We must control the city, he said abruptly. The city watch, the gates. If Tywin moves, Varys's voice was gentle. If Tywin moves, he will not announce it with trumpets, he said. He will move with gold. Peter Baelish's eyes glittered. Ah, he murmured. Gold. How comforting. Something we understand. Renly's gaze turned sharp. Do you have Tywin's gold already, Littlefinger? Peter placed a hand over his heart. Offended. I have everyone's gold, he said cheerfully. It is my job. Renly's face tightened with disgust. We need the king, he said. We need Robert here. Now. Pycelle's voice trembled. The Raven says he will. He will bring the Queen south under guard. Varys's gaze drifted to the candle flames. If he survives the road, he said softly. Renly froze. What do you mean? Varys's expression was sorrowful. A king who humiliates lions does not travel safely, he said. Especially not with the lioness in chains. The room seemed colder. Renly's mouth worked. Then we prepare, he said, forcing resolve into his voice. We prepare for Tywin's answer, for Stannis' ambition, for the city to riot when rumors spread. He looked at Varys and Peter both. And we prepare for Robert to arrive broken, furious, and dangerous. Peter Baelish smiled as if savoring a fine wine. The realm does love a good tragedy, he murmured. Varys's eyes were sad. Tragedies are only good from a distance, he said. Outside the council chamber, King's Landing continued to buzz and stink and live. Inside, men who called themselves stewards of the realm began to position themselves like gamblers around a table where the stakes were crowns and children and war. Dragonstone tasted of salt and old smoke. The sea wind moaned through the fortress like a living thing, slipping through arches and cracks, carrying the scent of brine and storm. The stone table in the chamber was carved with Westeros, black rock shaped into coastline and mountain. Every castle a raised nub beneath a man's palm. Stannis Baratheon stood before it with his fists clenched at his sides, jaw tight enough to crack teeth. Davos Seaworth held the Raven Scroll like it might burn him. He had seen men die at sea without flinching. This parchment made him uneasy. Stannis read in silence, eyes moving across the words, expression carved from the same stone as the table. Only when he reached the end did his nostrils flare slightly, as if he had inhaled something foul. He killed Jaime Lannister, Davos said carefully, because someone had to place the truth in air. Stannis' gaze lifted, cold. The king executed a traitor, he said. Davos swallowed. Aye, he said. But the way of it in Winterfell, that will inflame Tywin Lannister. Stannis finished, voice flat. Yes. He set the parchment down with precise care. It was foolish. Davos hesitated, then spoke truth as he understood it. It was a man hurt, he said, not a king thinking. Stannis' eyes narrowed. A king cannot afford to be a man, he said. The words were not cruel. They were simply fact as Stannis saw the world. The door behind them creaked. Melisandre of Ashai stepped from shadow like a candle flame given flesh, her red gown whispering across stone. Her eyes glinted, dark and knowing. The lion's blood has been spilled, she murmured. The fire grows. Stannis' mouth tightened. Do not speak riddles, he snapped. This is not your prayer circle. Melisandre smiled faintly. It is always my prayer circle, she said softly, whether you like it or not. Davos shifted uneasily, fingers brushing the pouch where his finger bones used to be. He did not trust the Red Woman's calm. Stannis ignored her, turning back to the table. His finger pressed into the carved outline of the Crownlands, then Dragonstone, then the Riverlands. If Cersei's children are not Robert's, he said, voice low, then they have no claim. Davos's stomach tightened. And the realm will accept that? He asked. Stannis' gaze was hard. The realm will accept what the law demands, he said, or it will be made to accept it. Davos took a slow breath. Renly will not, he said quietly. Stannis' eyes flashed. Renly is a boy playing at being a man, he snarled. He will learn. Melisandre's voice was a soft thread. A crown fits your brow, she murmured to Stannis. It has always been yours in the flames. Stannis' expression tightened with disgust. It has always been mine by law, he said. Your flames are unnecessary. Melisandre's smile did not fade. The law is ink, she said. Fire is truth. Davos felt the chill that came whenever she spoke like that. He turned his attention back to Stannis because Stannis was the safer storm. What will you do? Davos asked. Stannis stared at the carved castles on the table. I will right Robert, he said. I will demand he act lawfully. I will demand the children be secured. I will demand the queen be brought south to answer. And if he refuses? Davos asked softly. Stannis' jaw clenched. Then he is not fit to be king, he said. Davos' throat tightened. He is your brother, he said, and it sounded like a plea. Stannis' eyes were cold, but something flickered deep behind them. Old wounds, old resentments, old loyalty buried beneath duty. He is the king, Stannis said. That is what matters. Melisandre stepped closer, her red sleeves trailing like blood. A king will die, she whispered as if savoring it. A king will die, and another will rise. Davos' hand went unconsciously to the hilt of his knife. Stannis' gaze snapped to her. Enough, he said, voice low and dangerous. Melisandre tilted her head, unafraid. You have seen it too, she murmured. In the dark behind your eyes, a stag gored, a lion roaring, a shadow on the throne. Stannis' fist slammed into the stone table, making carved castles tremble. I said enough, he snarled. The chamber fell silent except for the wind and distant waves. Stannis straightened, breathing controlled again. Prepare the ships, he ordered Davos. Not to sail yet, but ready. His eyes narrowed. If the realm fractures, Dragonstone must not be caught sleeping. Davos bowed his head. He said, though his heart felt heavy. The sea did not frighten him. The coming storm on land did. As Davos turned to leave, he looked back once. Stannis stood over the stone table like a man who had always been too rigid to bend, too hard to break. Melisandre watched him from shadow, smiling as if she already knew the ending. Outside, the sea wind howled, indifferent to law and crowns. In Winterfell, Cersei Lannister did not scream. She did not sob. She did not fall to her knees and beg the gods for mercy like a woman in a song. She planned. The girl she had sent was gone, and whether the message had reached a Lannister ear or been lost in the snow, Cersei could not know. Not knowing was intolerable, so she made a second message and a third because redundancy was survival. She pricked her finger with a pin taken from her hair, not because she needed blood, but because blood made men listen. She wrapped the finger in cloth, staining it just enough to suggest injury. When the guard came to check on her, she held up the hand and let him see the red. The guard's eyes widened. My lady, Cersei's voice was soft, strained. I cut myself, she whispered, on the mirror. I was shaking. The lie was perfect because it was close to truth. She was shaking, not with fear, but with rage. The guard hesitated, glancing toward the door, toward the other men outside. I can fetch the maester, he offered awkwardly. Cersei smiled faintly, weakly. No, she said. No maeste. Not Stark's maester. She swallowed, letting her voice tremble. I only need clean cloth, and a kindness. The guard shifted, uncomfortable. He was a Northman, gray cloak and rough hands, but even Northmen wanted to feel powerful sometimes, wanted to be the man who could say yes or no to a queen. What kindness? He asked, voice low. Cersei stepped closer, letting her scent reach him. Perfume and candle smoke, something softer than stone. A message, she whispered, to my children. They must be frightened. The guard's eyes flicked away, nervous. The king said, "The king killed my brother," Cersei murmured, voice cracking on purpose. "And now he means to frighten my children too. Are you proud of that? Is that northern honor?" The guard's face tightened. Pride was a lever. Cersei had always known where to place it. He began. Cersei pressed a folded scrap of parchment into his palm. Her fingers closed over his, warm and insistent. "Just a word," she whispered, "to tell them I live, that I love them." Her eyes glistened, and she let him see a tear that was not for him, not for Jaime, not even for herself, only for the usefulness of tears. The guard's breath hitched. He looked down at the parchment as if it were heavier than it was. "If they catch me," Cersei's voice turned colder, slipping beneath the softness. "If they catch you," she whispered, "you will say you took pity on a mother, and if they do not catch you," her smile returned, small and promising, "then you will be rewarded beyond your imagining." The guard's fingers closed around the scrap. Greed flickered in his eyes, quick and bright. He nodded once, and Cersei released him. When he left the room, Cersei's expression emptied, the softness vanishing like smoke. She watched the crack of torchlight under the door, listened to the muted voices outside, and imagined the message moving through corridors like poison in a vein. The message itself was not about love. Love was bait. The true message, hidden in a second fold, carried only a few words meant for the right ears. Jaime is dead. Robert is unhinged. The children are taken. Move now. Cersei sat back in her chair, hands steady again, and stared at the candle flame. She thought of Joffrey's face when he learned. She thought of Myrcella's tears. She thought of Tommen's confusion. She thought of Robert's hammer and the way his eyes had looked when he realized he might have been raising another man's sons. Let him drown in that horror, she thought. Let him choke on it until he cannot breathe. The North believed stone made men safe. Cersei knew better. Stone only trapped you with your enemies. Outside her door, Winterfell's guards shifted, boots scraping. Inside, Cersei Lannister waited for her poison to work. By dusk, Winterfell smelled of departure. Horses steamed in the cold, their breath thick in the air. Saddles were tightened, packs strapped, cloaks pulled close. Men moved with grim purpose, because the castle had become a tinderbox and everyone could feel the spark waiting. Robert Baratheon had decided they would ride south. He said it like an order meant to crush argument. "I will not rot here while Tywin gathers," he growled. "I will take my queen and my children, and I will drag the truth back to King's Landing by the hair." Eddard had argued. Not against going, there was no avoiding that, but against haste, against carrying hostages through roads where gold bought daggers. Robert had listened with the patience of a man who heard counsel as an insult. Now the yard filled with Stark men and Baratheon men. Their colors mingled uneasily. The children were brought out under guard. Myrcella's eyes were red-rimmed. Tommen clung to her hand as if she were the only stable thing left. Joffrey walked with his chin high, hatred sharpened into something that looked almost like courage. Catelyn stood near the steps, Sansa pressed close to her side. Sansa's face was pale and stricken. Her dreams of princes and songs shattered in a single day. Arya watched from a little farther back, eyes narrowed, as if she had always known the world was cruel and was only surprised others were just learning it. Robb stood stiff beside his mother, jaw clenched. He looked like a boy forced into manhood too quickly. Eddard approached Catelyn, voice low. "You will hold Winterfell," he said. "If war comes, you call the banners. You send to the neck." "You!" Catelyn's hand tightened on his arm. "And you?" she whispered. Eddard swallowed. "I go," he said. "If I do not, he goes alone." Catelyn's eyes glistened, but she did not allow tears to fall. "Then you return," she said, as if she could command it into truth. Eddard nodded once, though his gut felt heavy with foreboding. Robert swung up onto his horse with surprising ease for a man of his size, the old warrior still living under the weight. He looked down at the yard, at the Starks, at the children, and his face hardened. "Myrcella," he said suddenly. Myrcella flinched, then stepped forward slightly, guarded. "Yes, your grace," she whispered. Robert's throat worked. For a heartbeat, his gaze softened, just a sliver. "You have done nothing wrong," he said, and his voice was rough with it. "Remember that." Myrcella's lips trembled. She nodded, eyes filling again. Robert's gaze snapped to Tommen. "And you," he said, softer than anyone expected. "Stay close to your sister. Listen to your guards." Tommen nodded quickly, terrified. Then Robert looked at Joffrey, and all softness died. Joffrey met his gaze, unblinking. "You will obey," Robert said, voice like iron. "You will not speak out of turn. You will not threaten anyone. If you do—" His hand flexed on the reins, and his eyes flicked briefly to the hammer straw. "Head to his saddle. If you do, you will learn what it means to be powerless." Joffrey's voice was low, venomous. "You cannot do this," he hissed. "You cannot." Robert leaned forward, towering from horseback. "I can," he said. "I am the king." Joffrey's eyes glittered with something that was not tears now but promise. He said nothing more, but the silence was loud. As the column formed, Eddard glanced up at Winterfell's walls. The direwolf banners snapped in the wind, and for a heartbeat he imagined them torn down, replaced by lions. The thought made his stomach twist. A horn sounded low, mournful. Robert gave the order, and the gates of Winterfell opened. They rode out into the cold, leaving behind stone and hearth and childhood, carrying with them a queen in chains and children wrapped in fear, and a truth that could set kingdoms on fire. The kingsroad was a ribbon of frozen mud and crushed snow, stretching south through forests that seemed to watch them pass with dark, bare branches like grasping hands. The wind cut through cloaks and armor, searching for weakness. Men rode hunched, conserving heat and courage. Robert rode at the head, a stag leading a column that felt less like a royal progress and more like an army escorting prisoners. Eddard stayed close, watching the flanks, watching the men, watching the children. He had never liked traveling with courts. Courts brought spies the way meat brought flies. On the second day, trouble found them without effort. Joffrey Baratheon had been quiet, sullen, plotting behind his eyes. That quiet broke when Arya Stark rode too near. "You," Joffrey said suddenly, his voice sharp enough to cut through the wind. "You think you're brave, don't you? Riding with swords like a boy." Arya's eyes narrowed. "I ride how I like," she said. Joffrey's lip curled. "You ride because your father is Hand," he sneered. "Because you think northern wolves can nip at lions and not be crushed." Guards shifted, uneasy. Eddard's gaze snapped toward them, warning them to hold their places. Arya's hand drifted toward Needle. "Say that again," she said, voice low. Joffrey's smile was cold. "Lions," he repeated, savoring it. "And you are." "Enough," Eddard called, voice firm, but it was too late. Joffrey had found his cruelty and could not resist showing it. He turned his head slightly toward Myrcella, who rode within the guard ring, face pale. "Do you see?" he said loudly. "This is what father's friend brings us. Insults, prison, northern mud. When I am king." Robert's horse stopped so abruptly that the men behind nearly collided. Robert turned in the saddle, eyes blazing. "You are not king," Robert said, voice carrying like thunder through the cold air. Joffrey froze. His jaw tightened. "I am the prince," he spat. Robert rode back toward him, hoofs crunching snow, the column parting instinctively like prey from a predator. Eddard followed, heart pounding, because he could see Robert's fury rising like a wave. Robert stopped before Joffrey. "You will not say those words again," Robert growled. "Not until I decide you have any right." Joffrey's eyes glittered. "You can't decide that," he hissed. The realm will do as it is told," Robert snapped. "And it will be told by me." Joffrey's voice rose, cracking with fury. "You're afraid," he spat, and the accusation was a child's spite. but it struck deep because it was close to truth. You're afraid I'm not yours. You're afraid everyone will laugh. So you blame my mother. Robert's hand moved. Eddard reached out, too late to stop it. Robert seized Joffrey by the front of his cloak and hauled him forward so hard the boy nearly fell from his saddle. Guards lunged, startled, then froze, unsure whether to protect the prince from the king. Robert's face was inches from Joffrey's, breath st. Aiming. Listen to me, Robert snarled. I have killed men for less than your mouth. I have crushed skulls, boy. I have broken princes and burned banners. Do you understand what that means? Joffrey's eyes were wide now, fear breaking through his hatred for the first time. He tried to hide it, but it was there, trembling. Robert's grip tightened. You will obey, he hissed. You will be silent, and you will pray that when I look at you, I find something of me. Because if I do not... His voice dropped, deadly. Then you will have no one to protect you from what comes. Myrcella let out a small sob. Tommen's face crumpled. Eddard stepped forward, voice urgent. Robert, he said. Release him. Robert's eyes flicked to him, and for a moment Eddard saw the man behind the rage. Lost, drowning, desperate to feel control. Then Robert shoved Joffrey back in the saddle so hard the boy's teeth clicked. Robert turned away sharply, riding back to the head of the column as if fleeing the sight of the children. The column moved again, quieter now, the air full of shaken breath. Arya watched Joffrey with narrowed eyes, her hand still near Needle. She did not look afraid. She looked as if she was learning where monsters came from. Eddard rode beside Robert again, voice low. If you terrorize him, Eddard said, you will only make him your enemy. Robert's laugh was bitter. He already is, he muttered. He has been since he learned to speak. Eddard's stomach tightened. Ahead, the road wound south into darker woods. Behind them, Winterfell shrank into memory. Between those 2 points lay the fragile thread of the king's life and the realms. The first village to burn did not know why it was dying. It sat near a shallow bend of the Trident, a handful of thatched roofs and muddy lanes, a place where men worried about winter stores and sick cows, not kings and queens. When the riders came, they came at night, and their torches turned darkness into a flickering hell. Gregor Clegane rode at their head like death made flesh, his black armor reflecting firelight in warped gleams. The men with him wore no banners at first, only steel and cruelty. Later, those who survived would swear they saw flashes of red and gold, that they heard the roar of a lion in laughter. Doors were kicked in, men were dragged out, women screamed, children cried until the smoke stole their voices. Fire spread fast, hungry in the dry straw of winter roofs. A farmer tried to stand in the lane with a pitchfork, shaking with courage and terror both. One of the riders split his skull with an axe and rode on without slowing. Gregor said nothing. He did not need to. His presence was command enough. When the village was properly aflame, when the air stank of burning hair and meat, Gregor turned his horse toward the river and watched the water reflect fire like a second, darker sky. A raven, startled from a coop that had become a torch, beat its wings and fled into the smoke, flying blind but flying anyway. Farther upriver, another village saw the glow on the horizon and understood, dimly, that the world had changed. A rider was sent at dawn, spurring hard for Riverrun, cloak snapping behind him. At Riverrun, men read the message with disbelief, then fear, then rage. They spoke the name Clegane as if it were a curse. They spoke Tywin Lannister's name as if it were an approaching storm. Hoster Tully lay ill, too weak to sit the high seat, and his son Edmure paced like a trapped man, fists clenched. This is madness, Edmure snarled. Attacking the king's peace. The king's peace is broken, an older knight said grimly. Broken in Winterfell, it seems, and now broken here. Another raven arrived a day later, carrying northern ink. The king had executed Jaime Lannister, the queen was held, the realm demanded justice. The words were stark, cold, and they did nothing to cool the Riverlands' fear. Edmure read the scroll twice, then slammed it down. "So Tywin answers with fire," he spat. "He means to force us to choose. And we will," the older knight said, "because if we do not, we burn." The next night, another village burned, and another. The Riverlands began to bleed in earnest, not because its lords had chosen a side, but because Tywin Lannister had chosen for them. Far to the north, Robert Baratheon rode south under winter skies, carrying children who might not be his and a queen who hated him, believing he could drag truth to King's Landing like a prize. Far to the west, Tywin Lannister watched the realm ignite and did not blink. And between them, in the muddy lanes of nameless villages, small folk died, without ever knowing the names that decided their fate. Winterfell welcomed kings the way it welcomed winter, with a solemn patience, as if the castle itself had learned long ago that some burdens could not be refused and that most of them came wearing crowns. The banners were up along the battlements, snapping hard in the cold wind, direwolf and stag together, black and white, gray and gold. The courtyard had been churned to mud by hooves and wagon wheels, and then crusted again by frost, so that every step sounded like bone underfoot. Men moved with that careful northern economy, conserving heat, conserving words. The king's party had brought the south with them. Silks too thin for the air, laughter too loud for the stone, perfume that did not belong among snow and smoke. Eddard Stark stood in the yard beneath the great gatehouse and watched Robert Baratheon dismount with the easy swagger of a man who had never been told no until the world began to tell him yes and no were the same thing. Robert's beard was threaded with ice by the time he threw his cloak back and spread his arms, and his cheeks were ruddy with wind and drink both. He looked, for a breath, like the Robert of the rebellion, broad, bright-eyed, too full of life for any blade to find his heart. Then he smiled, and the moment passed.
"Ned!"
Robert boomed, as if the name itself could summon summers. "Ned," he said again more quietly when he reached him, and for an instant the king's eyes softened with something that might have been gratitude or might have been grief. He pulled Eddard into an embrace that smelled of leather and ale, crushing as any mailed fist. "By the gods, I've missed this frozen ruin." "This frozen ruin has missed you," Eddard answered, and if the words were true, they were true in a way that hurt. He had missed Robert, too. Missed the man who had laughed beside him, who had wept beside him, who had sworn oaths beneath broken banners. He had not missed the king. The queen descended the carriage steps with the steady poise of someone who believed the ground should rise to meet her feet. Cersei Lannister's hair was a pale flame against the snow, and the guards around her seemed like shadows cast by her alone. She smiled at Winterfell as if it were a lesser hall in a lesser city, as if its stone could be polished into something prettier if it tried harder. Jaime Lannister walked at her side, a white cloak bright as a fresh fall, his golden hair catching light even under cloud. He carried himself like a man for whom rules were suggestions meant for others. When his eyes met Eddard's, the smile that touched his mouth did not reach his gaze. Catelyn Stark appeared at Eddard's shoulder, her face composed and courteous. The children came next, arranged by duty. Robb tall and solemn, Sansa shining and trembling, Arya scowling as if she could bite a crown and break it, Bran craning for a better look at the knights, Rickon half hidden behind his mother's skirts, and Jon Snow lingering a pace apart with that quiet watchfulness that had always been his armor. Robert greeted them all in turn, and every greeting was a performance. He called Robb a fine young wolf, and ruffled Bran's hair with a heavy hand, and told Sansa she was beautiful enough to make a man forget his prayers. He stared at Jon for half a heartbeat too long, some old thought moving behind his eyes, and then laughed too loudly and turned away as if he had never looked at him at all. They feasted that night in the great hall beneath the direwolf's eyes. The fires roared, but they could not banish the cold that lived inside the stones. Robert drank as if he meant to drown every memory the north could stir, and his laughter filled the hall, ricocheting off timber and iron. He spoke of hunts and battles, of the taste of victory and the boredom of peace. He spoke of Lyanna once, only once, and the word fell from his mouth like a stone in deep water. He did not look at Eddard when he said it. He did not need to. Cersei watched him over her wine cup with a look that was not quite contempt and not quite calculation, but a mixture of both. Jaime leaned close to murmur something at her ear, and the queen's mouth twitched in amusement. When she laughed softly, it sounded like a blade being drawn an inch from its sheath. Eddard saw it all because he had learned the hard way that what happened at feasts mattered. He saw the way the queen's eyes narrowed when Robert praised the Starks. He saw the way Jaime's gaze moved, measuring the hall, the men, the exits. He saw the way the Lannister guards clustered, gold and red among gray and brown. He saw the way Jon's eyes followed the king, not with envy, but with something like wary curiosity. And he saw, too, that Robert was unhappy even while he laughed. Later, when the hall had emptied and the servants had begun to clear the boards, Robert clapped Eddard on the shoulder hard enough to jar his bones. "Walk with me," he said, slurring only slightly. "I need air. Gods, this place is colder than a maiden's smile." Eddard wanted to refuse. There were duties waiting, words to speak, plans to make. But Robert was king and Robert was friend, and the two were tangled so tightly that sometimes Eddard could not tell where one ended and the other began. They walked through corridors where torches spat and hissed. Robert's boots struck the stone with impatient force, as if he could beat warmth into it by sheer insistence. He talked as he walked, about how long it had been, about how fat he had gotten, about how the realm had become a ledger of complaints. "Every day," Robert said, "some lordling comes whining about his neighbor's pigs."
"Pigs, Ned?"
"I didn't take a crown to judge pigs." "You took it because the realm needed someone to take it," Eddard said, and the words tasted like old iron. Robert snorted. "The realm needed a warhammer, not a crown. Gods, I missed the simplicity of smashing a man who deserved it." He stopped and looked at Eddard with bleary sincerity. That's why I need you. Hand of the king. You'll do the thinking. I'll do the drinking." Eddard's stomach tightened. The offer had been coming, he knew it. The raven had hinted. The queen's eyes had confirmed it. But hearing it spoken aloud made it real in a way he had dreaded. "We will speak of it tomorrow," Eddard said carefully. "When you are sober." Robert grinned. "Tomorrow I will be less drunk, not sober." They emerged into the godswood. Snow lay thick beneath the ancient trees, muffling sound and swallowing footprints. The weirwood's red leaves were like frozen blood against the white world. The face carved in its trunk watched them with a patient, unreadable stare. Robert stood before it for a long time. His breath steamed. His shoulders sagged beneath the weight of fur and memory. "She loved trees," he said softly. "Lyanna, I never understood it. I wanted her in a hall, laughing, arguing, throwing cups at my head." He laughed once, but it was a broken sound. She would have liked this place. Eddard did not answer. There were truths between them that could not be spoken here, not beneath those eyes. After a while, Robert turned away, restless again. "I can't sleep," he muttered, and then, almost petulant, "Cersei watches me as if I'm a boar that's gotten into her garden. I swear, Ned, she..." His words cut off as he lifted his head. Somewhere in the dark above, in the broken tower that rose like a snapped finger against the sky, a light flickered. The faintest sound drifted down, soft, human, careless. Robert's brow furrowed. "What in seven hells is that?" "Old tower," Eddard said. "Mostly unused. Dangerous. The steps." Robert was already moving, drawn by curiosity and by drink and by the old instinct to confront anything that defied his authority. Eddard followed, cursing silently. The broken tower's entrance yawned like a mouth. Inside, the air was colder still and damp. The stone steps spiraled upward in a narrow coil, treacherous with ice. Robert took them anyway, one hand on the wall, torchlight catching the rough planes of his face. Eddard trailed behind, his own torch held high, trying to see what the king saw. Above, the sound came again. Laughter, low and intimate, and the rustle of fabric. Robert stopped so abruptly that Eddard nearly collided with him. The king's nostrils flared. His jaw tightened. The torch in his hand trembled, not from the cold. The door at the top was slightly ajar, light leaking through the crack in a thin golden line. Robert shoved it open. For a heartbeat, the world was nothing but torchlight, shadow, and flesh. Cersei Lannister's hair was loose, spilling like pale fire over her bare shoulders. Jaime Lannister stood close enough that their bodies might have been one. Their clothes were half donned, half discarded. Silk and white cloth and golden buckles. The air was thick with warmth and secrecy, with the scent of sweat and perfume. Cersei's eyes widened, then hardened, the way a woman's may. When she realizes there is no room left for pretense. Jaime moved first, not for modesty but for violence. His hand went toward where his sword should have been, and found only air. Robert stared as if he could not understand what he was seeing, as if his mind refused to accept what his eyes had already delivered. Then the king's face twisted. The sound he made was not a word at first. It was an animal noise, pure fury, pure betrayal, ripped from the deepest place in him. "You?" Robert growled, and the torchlight made his eyes look almost black. "You!" Cersei's chin lifted. "Robert, don't!" The word cracked like a whip. Robert stepped forward, and the room seemed to shrink around his bulk. "Don't say my name like you still have the right." Jaime's mouth curved in the faintest hint of a smile, arrogant even now. "It isn't what you think." Robert's laugh was short and savage. "It is exactly what I think." Eddard felt the cold crawl up his spine. He had known the realm was rotten. He had not known it had been rotting at the core, at the heart of the king's own bed. Robert took another step. Jaime held his ground. The space between them was a span of stone and betrayal, and it closed in an instant. Jaime Lannister did not have his sword, but he had spent most of his life believing he did not need it. He moved with the quick grace of a cat, stepping in to intercept Robert before the king could reach Cersei, as if his own body could serve as shield and insult both. "Out!" Jaime said, voice low, almost amused. "Get out!" Robert's fist came like a battering ram. The first blow caught Jaime on the cheekbone with a crack that echoed off stone. Jaime staggered, more surprised than hurt, and Robert surged forward with a second strike, and a third, and then he had Jaime by the collar, slamming him into the wall hard enough to rattle dust from the mortar. Eddard's instincts screamed at him to intervene, to stop it before blood became war. But his feet felt rooted, and his mind spun in frantic circles. King, queen, Kingsguard, treason, children, realm. Jaime's hands came up, gripping Robert's wrists. The Kingslayer's muscles bunched, straining. He was strong, stronger than most men, but Robert was larger, fueled by drink and outrage, and there was something unstoppable in him now, like an avalanche. "You think you can touch her?" Robert snarled, spittle flying. "You think you can?" Cersei's voice cut through, sharp as ice. "Robert, stop." He turned his head toward her, still holding Jaime pinned. For a moment, something like disbelief flickered in his eyes, as if he expected to see shame on her face. There was none. "I am your wife," Cersei said, and though she stood half-dressed, she sounded as if she wore a crown of steel. "You will not lay hands on me." Robert's laugh was raw. "My wife." He repeated it like a curse. "By the gods, woman, you are." He looked at Jaime again, and his face contorted. "And you?" Jaime's smile returned, faint and infuriating. "If you mean to kill me, do it. But do it with a blade like a man, not with drunken fists." Robert slammed Jaime's head into the wall. Jaime grunted, and blood streaked down from a cut at his brow. He spat red onto the floor and looked up with eyes that burned bright green in the torchlight. "I always knew you were stupid," Jaime said, voice thick, "but I didn't think you were blind." Eddard found his voice at last. "Robert." The king did not look at him. "Ned," Cersei said, and in that single word she put a demand, a threat, and a promise. "You will control him." Eddard's hands tightened around his torch. He stepped forward, forcing himself between Robert and the sight of Cersei's bare skin, between friend and fury. "Robert," he said again, firmer. "Stop. You are the king." Robert's chest heaved. His fingers flexed against Jaime's collar. For a moment Eddard thought he might not let go, that he might crush Jaime's throat in his hands and damn the consequences. Then Robert released him with a shove. Jaime stumbled, catching himself, wiping blood from his eye. Robert turned on Eddard, and there was wildness in him. "Did you know?" he demanded. "Did you know and say nothing?"
No.
Eddard said. The word was truth, but it did not soothe. "I swear it." Robert's eyes flicked past him to Cersei. "And how long?" he asked, voice lower now, dangerous. "How long have you been?" Cersei's lips curved in something like pity. Does it matter? It mattered more than almost anything, because if this was not a single act of madness but a pattern, if this had been happening for years, then every child Cersei had born would become a question, and questions became blades. Robert's face drained of color beneath the red. "Answer me." Cersei took a step forward, silk sliding across skin. She did not flinch. "Long enough," she said. "Long enough for you to finally see what you refused to see." Robert stared at her, and in his gaze there was hatred, and beneath it, something that might once have been love, now poisoned beyond recognition. Jaime spoke again, and this time his tone was flat. "You are making a scene." Robert's head snapped toward him. "A scene?" He barked a laugh. "You climb into my bed with my queen and call it a scene when I find you? It was never your bed," Jaime said softly. "Not truly." The words landed like a hammer blow, and Robert's hands twitched as if he longed to strike again. Eddard stepped back, drawing breath. "We need guards," he said tightly. "Now." Robert's eyes did not leave Jaime. "My guards," he growled. "My men, not theirs." Eddard turned and called down the stairwell, his voice echoing harshly. "Guards! To the broken tower now!" Footsteps thundered below. Shouts rose. The castle's stillness cracked, a fissure spreading fast. Cersei's expression did not change, but her fingers curled in the fabric at her side, and for the first time Eddard saw something like calculation sharpen behind her eyes. Not fear, never fear, only assessment, how to turn this, how to survive it, how to win. Robert's torch guttered, and for a heartbeat the room plunged into deeper shadow. When the flame steadied, Robert's face looked older. "Jaime Lannister," Robert said, voice suddenly calm in a way that was more frightening than rage. "You are of my Kingsguard." Jaime's smile returned, thin as a knife. "I am." "You have betrayed your vows," Robert continued. "You have committed treason against your king." Jaime said nothing, but his eyes glittered. Robert's gaze shifted to Cersei. "And you," he said, and the words trembled despite his attempt at steadiness. "You have." "I have done what I wished," Cersei interrupted. "Just as you have always done what you wished." Robert's hand rose, as if on instinct, as if his body remembered 100 arguments where he had wanted to strike her and had stopped himself. Eddard's voice cut in. "Robert." The king's hand fell. He swallowed. His eyes, for an instant, flicked toward Eddard, toward the last remnant of who he had been before the crown. Then the guards burst in, gray cloaks and steel, their breath steaming, their faces startled by what they found. "Seize him, Robert," ordered, pointing at Jaime. "Chain him, strip him of that cloak." Jaime's head tilted. "You cannot." "I can," Robert said, voice like iron. "I am the king." The guards moved uncertainly. Jaime's gaze swept over them, and for a moment Eddard feared they would hesitate. Fear the Lannisters more than the king's wrath. Then one stepped forward, bold or foolish, and grabbed Jaime's arm. Jaime jerked, a reflexive move, but Eddard's men surged in 3, 4, forcing his wrists behind him. Shackles clinked. The white cloak slid to the floor like shed skin. Cersei took a breath, slow, deliberate. "Robert," she said, and there was warning now. "Think." Robert's laugh was bitter. "Oh, I am thinking," he said, "for the first time in years." He pointed at her. "Take her," he ordered. "Lock her in her chambers. No visitors. No ravens. No whispers. She speaks to no one without my leave." The guards hesitated again. "Queen." Even in chains, queens had power. Eddard stepped forward. "Do it," he said, and his voice carried the weight of Winterfell. The men obeyed. Cersei's eyes met Eddard's as they approached her. For a heartbeat, there was something like contempt there, and something like promise. "You think you can cage a lioness?" she said softly, only for Eddard. "You will learn." Eddard said nothing because there were no words that could fix this. Jaime, shackled, looked at Robert with an expression that was almost curious. "And what now?" he asked. "Will you kill me here, in your friend's castle?" Robert stared at him. "Not yet," he said. "Not until the realm sees what you are." Jaime's mouth twitched. "The realm sees what it wants. That is the trouble with realms." They dragged Jaime out. Cersei followed, guarded, her head held high, her hair falling like a banner of defiance. Eddard remained in the tower chamber with Robert for a moment after the door slammed shut. The torchlight trembled, casting huge shadows against the stone. Robert's shoulders sagged. He looked suddenly terribly tired. "Ned," he said, and his voice broke on the name. "Tell me I'm dreaming." Eddard's throat felt raw. "I cannot." Robert's eyes glistened, but the tears did not fall. "Then I will make them pay," he said hoarsely. "All of them." Eddard's stomach clenched, because he knew the realm would pay too. Winterfell did not sleep. Word moved faster than ravens through a castle of stone and servants. By the time Eddard returned to the great hall with Robert at his side, the room had already begun to fill guards, household men, a handful of bannermen roused from their beds. Faces were pale in the firelight, eyes wide with questions no one dared ask aloud. Jaime Lannister was brought in first, chains clinking. They forced him to his knees before the high seat, not the king's seat, Winterfell's. But Robert stood beneath the direwolf banners as if they belonged to him now by right of fury. Blood had dried along Jaime's brow. His hair hung loose, and without the white cloak he looked less like a knight of legend and more like what he was. A beautiful man with too much arrogance and too little fear. Cersei entered next, flanked by men who kept their hands careful on her arms, as if even touching her might be treason. Someone had wrapped a cloak around her shoulders, but it could not conceal the truth of what had been seen. Her hair was still loose, her face still composed. She looked at the hall as if she were judging its decor. Catelyn Stark appeared near the dais, pale and tight-lipped. Robb stood beside her, trying to be a man. Sansa clutched at her mother's sleeve, eyes bright with shock. Arya stared openly, as if she might memorize this moment and use it later. Bran and Rickon were nowhere to be seen, and Eddard's mind snagged on the fact with a flash of relief. At least his youngest sons were not watching the realm break. Robert stood before them all, hands clenched so hard the knuckles shone white. His eyes moved from Jaime to Cersei, and something in him seemed to twist with each glance, as if he were trying to decide which betrayal hurt more. "This is treason," Robert said, voice carrying across the hall. It was not a drunk man's shout now. It was a king's pronouncement, heavy and public. "Treason against the Iron Throne. Treason against me." Silence held the hall. The crackle of fire sounded loud enough to be thunder. Jaime lifted his head. "You have always loved saying that word," he said lightly. "Treason. It makes you feel like a king." Robert's face darkened. "I am the king. Are you?" Jaime asked, eyes glittering. "Or are you a man wearing a crown you won with a hammer, pretending it makes you wise?" A murmur rippled through the onlookers. Eddard's heart sank. Jaime was pushing, provoking. Perhaps he believed he could goad Robert into an act so rash it would weaken him. Perhaps he believed chaos would be his shield. Robert stepped forward, and every guard tensed, ready for blood. Eddard lifted a hand slightly, a silent warning. "Speak again," Robert said, and there was no humor in it. "I dare you." Cersei's voice cut in calm. Robert, enough. This spectacle serves no one. Robert's laugh was a harsh bark. No one? It serves me, he said. It serves the realm. It serves every man who has ever bled for honor while you. His words faltered, choking on rage. He forced them out again. While you spread your legs for your brother. The hall flinched as if struck. Sansa gasped, hand flying to her mouth. Catelyn's face went rigid. Cersei did not flinch. She smiled faintly. You are crude, she said. Even now. Robert's eyes shone with tears he refused to shed. Crude, he repeated. God's woman, I would rather be crude than rotten. Eddard stepped forward, voice low. Robert, he said, trying to anchor him. We must proceed carefully. Robert rounded on him. Carefully, he spat. What carefulness was shown to me? To my bed? To my crown? They mocked me, Ned. In my own hall. In my own city. And now... He gestured at Winterfell, at the dire wolf banners. Now in your home. Eddard swallowed, choosing each word like stepping stones over ice. If you act without thought, you will give Lord Tywin Lannister reason to claim you are mad. Robert's mouth twisted. Tywin. The name came out like poison. Let him come. Let him see what his golden son has done. Jaime's eyes narrowed at the mention of his father, the first crack in his composure. You will not use me to bait him, he said. Robert leaned down until they were nearly face to face. I will use you for whatever I like, he said softly. You are mine now. Jaime's gaze flicked to Cersei, and for a heartbeat something human showed there. Concern, anger, love twisted into something dangerous. Cersei met his look without blinking. If there was fear between them, it was buried deep. Eddard felt the need to grasp at order, to build a wall before chaos flooded in. We will send ravens, he said firmly, turning slightly to speak to those in the hall. To King's Landing, to Dragonstone, to Casterly Rock. This matter concerns the realm. The king will have counsel. Robert's eyes did not leave Jaime. I will have justice, he said. Justice, Eddard thought, was a blade with two edges. He watched Catelyn at the side of the dais, her hands clasped so tightly her fingers were white. Their eyes met. In hers he saw fear, not for herself, but for their children, for their house, for the North caught in the jaws of lions and stags. Eddard nodded slightly, a promise without words. Robert drew himself up. Jaime Lannister, he declared, you are stripped of your cloak and your office. You will be held until I decide your fate. Jaime's smile returned, brittle. You can strip cloth, he said. You cannot strip truth. Robert's jaw worked. He turned to Cersei. And you, he said, voice rough, you will answer to the realm for what you have done. Cersei laughed softly. The realm, she said, and there was disdain in it. The realm never loved you, Robert. They loved your war. They loved your victory. They do not love you now. Robert's eyes flashed. They will love my justice. Cersei's smile sharpened. And when your justice demands you kill your own children? The words cut through the hall like a scream. Everything stilled. Eh? Then Robert looked as if he had been struck. Eddard's breath caught. The implication was monstrous. And yet, in the wake of what had been seen, it was not impossible. It was a seed Cersei had just thrown into the fire, and Eddard could already see how quickly it might ignite. Robert's voice came out hoarse. What did you say? Cersei tilted her head. You heard me, she said softly. If you call me traitor, you must ask why. If you ask why, you must look at what I have given you. Her eyes gleamed, and in them was a cruel kind of honesty. Look at Joffrey. Look at Myrcella. Look at Tommen. Tell me, do you truly see yourself? Robert's face drained. Ned, Robert whispered, and his voice was small. Tell me I'm dreaming. Eddard's throat felt raw. I cannot. Robert's eyes glistened, but the tears did not fall. Then I will make them pay, he said hoarsely. All of them. They moved Robert to a smaller chamber away from listening ears. a solar where the windows were thick and the door could be barred. The fire there was smaller and the shadows sharper. Maester Luwin came at Eddard's summons, his chain glinting with each movement, and Catelyn followed, silent and tense. Robert paced, restless as a trapped bear, his hands flexed and unclenched. The fury had not left him. It had only changed shape, becoming something jagged and unpredictable. "They've been laughing at me," Robert said, not to anyone in particular, "for years, while I drank and hunted and thought. Gods, Ned, I thought the worst of my life was losing Lyanna. I didn't know I could still be made a fool." Catelyn's gaze flicked to Eddard, and in it he saw the same thought he carried. If the king was a fool, the realm would bleed for it. Eddard spoke carefully. "We must establish what happened," he said. "We must gather facts." Robert whirled on him. "Facts?" he snapped. "I saw them, naked, together. What other fact do you need? Shall we measure the thrusts?" Catelyn flinched at the crudeness, and Robert's face tightened as if he recognized, too late, how far he had fallen. Eddard held his ground. "If you execute a Kingsguard knight and imprison your queen without counsel, Lord Tywin will cry tyranny," he said. "Lords will waver. Some will call it northern trickery." Robert's eyes narrowed. "You think you can trick me?" he demanded suddenly. "You Starks and your honor, what if this is your plan? To rid me of Lannister influence?" Eddard felt the sting, but he did not lash back. He saw only a man grasping at any explanation that did not require accepting humiliation. "You know me," Eddard said quietly. "If you cannot trust me, you cannot trust anyone." Robert stared at him for a long moment. Then his shoulders sagged. "I trust you," he muttered, and the admission sounded like defeat. "That's why I hate this. Because now I have to look at you and know you've seen me broken." "No," Eddard said. "You are not broken yet." Robert's mouth twisted. "Not yet," he echoed. "So tell me, Ned, what do I do?" Eddard glanced at Maester Luwin. "We send ravens," he said, "to Lord Stannis Baratheon on Dragonstone. He is your heir and your brother. He must be warned." Robert's face tightened. "Stannis," he said as if tasting something sour. Eddard continued, "To Lord Jon Arryn if he still lives." The words hung briefly, heavy with the memory of the hand who had been like a father to them both. To the small council, to the faith, to Lord Tywin. Catelyn's voice finally came, soft and urgent. "And what of the children?" she asked. "The king's children." Robert's eyes flashed. "My children," he repeated, and then his gaze went distant, as if he saw Joffrey's smug face, Myrcella's shy smile, Tommen's round-cheeked laugh. "If they are not mine." He swallowed hard, and for a moment Eddard thought he might weep. Instead, Robert's jaw clenched, as if he could crush. The tears between his teeth. Eddard chose honesty, tempered by mercy. "We do not know," he said. "Not yet, but the question exists now, and it will not vanish." Robert slammed his fist into the table so hard the inkpots jumped. "I should have known," he snarled. "Joffrey, he is cruel. Cruel like—" He stopped himself, but the implication was clear. Catelyn's face was drawn tight. "Cruel children are sometimes born of gentle men," she said quietly, perhaps thinking of southern courts and northern hearths. "But—" Robert glared at her, and then the glare softened because he recognized she was not his enemy. "No," he said hoarsely. "No, you're right, but God's cat. The boy looks at me like he hates me." Eddard felt a cold dread settle in him, because he could see the path ahead. The realm would demand answers, and answers would demand blood. Maester Luwin cleared his throat, cautious. "Your Grace," he said. "The law." "The law," Robert spat. "The law says a man who lies with the queen commits treason. The law says a Kingsguard who breaks his vows is forfeit. The law says—" He cut himself off, breathing hard. "The law can go choke." Eddard stepped in. "The law will keep the realm from tearing itself apart," he said. "If you abandon it, you become what the Lannisters will claim you are." Robert's eyes narrowed. "And what will they claim? A tyrant," Eddard said simply. "A mad king with a warhammer." Robert stared at him, and the silence stretched. Then Robert's laughter came, abrupt and bitter. "Mad king," he said. "Ares had wildfire. I have ale." Eddard did not smile. "Ale does not excuse treason," he said, "and it will not excuse rashness." Robert sank into a chair, suddenly heavy. He dragged a hand down his face. "What do you suggest?" he asked, voice raw. "Do I pretend it didn't happen? Do I forgive them? Shall I toast them at the next feast?" "No," Eddard said. "You must act, but you must act in a way that leaves the realm a path forward." Catelyn stepped closer. "Ned?" she murmured, and he heard the fear beneath her composure. "If the Lannisters rise, Winterfell will be in danger. Our children." Eddard reached for her hand briefly, a silent promise. "They will be protected," he said, though he did not know how. Robert looked from their clasped hands to their faces, and something like envy flickered. Envy of a marriage built on duty and respect, however strained, rather than venom and pride. "Send your ravens," Robert said finally, voice dull. "Wake the maester. Wake whoever you must. I want Tywin Lannister to know what his son has done before the sun rises." Maester Luwin nodded, already moving to gather parchment and seals. Eddard hesitated. "And Jaime?" he asked. Robert's eyes sharpened again, fury returning like a tide. "I should kill him," he said. "Now, with my own hands." Eddard held his gaze. "If you kill him here in the north, the realm will say you did it in rage," he said. "Let him live long enough to be judged." Robert's mouth twisted. "Judged," he repeated. "By whom?" "By you," Eddard said, "but with witnesses and counsel. Let the realm see that you are not simply a man betrayed. You are the king." Robert's eyes flicked toward the door, toward where Jaime was held, and something feral moved behind them. "He will die," Robert said softly. "One way or another. I swear it." Catelyn's voice trembled slightly. "And the queen?" Robert's expression hardened. "She will answer," he said. "And when she does, I will make her tell me every lie she ever fed me. I will make her say it aloud." Eddard watched him, and he saw a king who wanted vengeance more than justice. He also saw a man who was drowning, thrashing for anything solid. Outside, the wind moaned through the battlements like an omen. Somewhere in the castle, a raven croaked, disturbed from sleep, as if it already sensed the messages it would carry. Violence did not wait for dawn. The Lannisters did not sleep easily in Winterfell, not with their queen under guard and their golden knight in chains. Pride would not allow it. Fear would not allow it either. Eddard had barely finished sealing the first raven when the shout came. A sharp cry echoing through stone corridors, followed by the unmistakable clang of steel. He was on his feet before Catelyn could speak, his hand already reaching for his sword. The castle's air seemed to tighten around him as he strode into the hallway, boots striking stone with urgent rhythm. Guards raced past, gray cloaks flaring. Somewhere ahead, torchlight flickered violently, shadows jumping like startled animals. They found the struggle near the lower cells, where the corridors narrowed and the walls pressed close. 2 Stark men were down already, one clutching at his throat, blood dark against his fingers. Lannister guards in red and gold fought like men who believed they had no choice, because they did not. They were outnumbered, deep in enemy stone, but they struck with desperation. Eddard stepped into the fray, blade drawn. "Stand down!" he roared, and his voice carried the weight of lordship of Winterfell itself. "Drop your steel!" One Lannister turned toward him, eyes wild. "We are taking him," the man snarled and lunged. Eddard parried, the impact shuddering up his arm. He moved with practiced economy, letting the man's desperation do the work of tiring him. A Stark guard slammed into the Lannister from the side, dragging him down. Another Lannister swung at Eddard's head. Eddard ducked and drove his blade into the man's belly, feeling the resistance, the sudden slack. The man gasped, eyes widening, and crumpled. The corridor was chaos, steel, breath, blood, curses. Torches hissed as they were knocked against the damp stone. Through it all, the cell door at the end rattled, iron bars vibrating with the force of hands striking them from within. Jaime Lannister stood behind those bars, his face half-shadowed, watching the battle with cold intensity. He did not shout. He did not plead. He simply observed, as if measuring every man present, every weakness, every opportunity. Eddard met his gaze for the briefest moment, and in it he saw something dangerous. Not fear of death, but certainty that death could be avoided, that the world could be bent if one pushed hard enough. A Stark man finally managed to slam the heavy oak door that led deeper into the cells, cutting off the Lannisters' path. The remaining red and gold guards hesitated, panting, blood on their blades. For a heartbeat, the fight hung balanced. Then booted footsteps thundered from behind, and Robert Baratheon appeared like a storm given flesh. The king wore no crown now, only a heavy fur cloak thrown over his shoulders and a sword belt strapped on as if he remembered, suddenly, how to be dangerous. His face was flushed with rage. His eyes took in the bodies, the blood, the red cloaks. "You," Robert said, and there was no need to specify whom. He strode forward, grabbing the nearest Lannister by the front of his tunic and yanking him close. "You come into my friend's castle and spill northern blood to free your traitor knight?" The Lannister's mouth moved. "Your grace." Robert slammed him into the wall.
No, Robert Snarl.
"No, your grace. You have no grace." He shoved the man toward the Stark guards. "Bind them," he ordered. "All of them. If any resist, kill them." The Lannisters' eyes flicked down the corridor, toward the stairs, toward escape. But there was none. Winterfell stone was thick, and the north held its own. As the Lannister men were disarmed and dragged away, Robert strode to Jaime's cell and gripped the bars, leaning in close. Jaime's smile was faint, defiant. "You were faster than I expected," he said. Robert's eyes burned. "You think this is a game," he growled. "You think you can claw your way out of everything with smiles and swords." Jaime's gaze flicked briefly toward the dead Lannister in the corridor, and something like irritation crossed his face. Not grief, not horror, simply displeasure at wasted pieces. "They were fools," Jaime said. "They should have waited." Robert's hand tightened on the bars until his knuckles were white. "Waited," he echoed. "For what? For Tywin to send an army? For your sister to whisper poison into my children's ears? For you to—" Jaime leaned closer. His voice dropped. "For you to tire," he said softly. "You always tire, Robert. That is your weakness." Robert's face contorted. His fist drew back as if he meant to punch Jaime through iron, and Eddard stepped forward quickly, placing a hand on Robert's arm. "Not here," Eddard said low. "Not like this." Robert's chest heaved. He stared at Jaime as if he could will the man to die by hatred alone. Then his gaze snapped to Eddard, and in it was a raw, wounded fury. "They tried to free him," Robert said, voice shaking. "In your home." "I see it," Eddard answered. "And now you see what will happen if we do not control this." Robert's jaw worked. "Control," he muttered. "How do you control lions, Ned? You don't. You kill them." Eddard held his gaze. "If you kill blindly, you become what you hate," he said. Robert's eyes narrowed, and for a moment Eddard feared the king would strike him instead. Then Robert turned away sharply, spitting on the stone. "Double the guard," he ordered. "On Jaime, on Cersei, on every Lannister in this cursed castle. If any man so much as breathes wrong, I want to know." He stalked back down the corridor, boots splashing in blood. Eddard watched him go, and he felt the weight of what they had stepped into. The Lannisters had moved already, without waiting for word from Casterly Rock. That meant they believed Winterfell was not secure. It meant they believed the Queen's imprisonment was temporary, if force could make it so. It meant they would not accept judgment. They would only point victory. Eddard turned to the cell again. Jaime stood calmly behind bars, his hands relaxed at his sides. "Your father will come," Jaime said quietly, as if stating the weather. Eddard's voice was tight. "Your father will receive a raven," he said. "He will know you are accused." Jaime's smile returned, the faintest curve. "Accused," he repeated. "You think a raven can accuse me? Ravens carry words. Words are wind. My father deals in stone." Eddard's grip tightened on his sword hilt. "Your father deals in blood," he said. Jaime's eyes glittered. "So do you," he replied, and there was something almost respectful in it. Eddard turned away before he could say something that would do no good. As he walked back through the corridor, stepping around bodies that were already going cold, he felt Winterfell stone pressing in, and beyond it, the vast, indifferent north, silent witness to the moment the realm began to split. Cersei's chambers had been turned into a prison with soft furnishings. The guards at her door wore stark gray, their faces hard and wary. They did not step inside unless summoned. They did not meet her eyes if they could avoid it. They treated her with the stiff politeness one offers a dangerous animal. Respectful, careful, always ready to retreat. Cersei sat before her mirror and braided her hair with slow precision. She did it not because she cared about appearance, though she always cared, but because control mattered. When everything else was taken, one held on to small rituals like daggers in the dark. The serving girl who had been assigned to her hovered near the hearth, trembling. She could not have been more than 16. Her hands shook as she poured wine that Cersei did not drink. "What is your name?" Cersei asked without looking up. The girl swallowed. "Jane, my lady." "My lady," Cersei repeated, and there was a faint amusement in it. "Not your grace." "They have already demoted me, it seems." Jane's eyes darted toward the door. I didn't mean." Cersei turned in her chair slowly, fixing the girl with a gaze that could pin a man more effectively than iron. "Do not babble," she said softly. "It wastes breath." Jane's mouth snapped shut. Cersei rose and moved across the room with quiet, controlled steps. She stopped in front of the girl and lifted her chin with 2 fingers, forcing Jane to meet her eyes. "You are frightened," Cersei observed. "Yes, my lady," Jane whispered, voice breaking. Cersei smiled faintly. "Good," she said. "Fear makes people obedient. If you were brave, you would be useless to me." Jane's breath hitched. Cersei reached into a small chest and drew out a ring, gold heavy with a lion's head. She held it between thumb and forefinger. It gleamed in the firelight. "Do you know what this is?" Cersei asked. Jane stared. "A ring." Cersei's smile sharpened. "It is power," she said. "It is the difference between a girl who scrubs floors and a girl who eats meat in winter." She pressed it into Jane's trembling palm and closed the girl's fingers around it. "You will take this." Jane's eyes widened. "My lady, I can't." Cersei leaned in, voice barely above a whisper. "You can," she said, "and you will, because if you do not, you will remain a mouse in a castle full of cats." Jane's lips trembled. What do you want me to do?" Cersei's eyes narrowed slightly. "I want you to walk out of this room," she said. "And I want you to find a stable boy or a kennel man, or any fool with legs who can run faster than a raven flies." Jane swallowed hard. The guards do not watch you the way they watch me," Cersei said. "They believe you are nothing." Jane's face paled further. "If they catch me..." Cersei's hand tightened on the girl's wrist, just enough to hurt. "If they catch you, you will cry," she said. "You will say you were afraid and you wanted to pray. Northerners love prayers. Hey, think gods listen to them here." Jane trembled. Cersei's smile vanished. "Listen to me," she said, voice suddenly hard. "You will go. You will carry a message to the first Lannister man you can find, and he will carry it farther. You will say only this: the king has seen. Jaime is chained. I am held. The wolf means to play at justice. The lion must answer." Jane's breath came in quick, shallow bursts. Cersei released her wrist. "Go," she said softly. And if you succeed, you will have reward beyond imagining. If you fail, she shrugged slightly, as if failure were unremarkable, then you were never useful. Jane clutched the ring like a lifeline and stumbled toward the door, eyes wide. She paused, glancing back once, and in that glance Cersei saw the plea. Save me, protect me. Cersei gave her nothing. Cersei had learned long ago that love was a currency the weak spent themselves into ruin. When the door opened and the guard stepped in to check, Cersei's face was composed again, her hands folded, her posture regal. The guard nodded stiffly. Everything well, my lady? Cersei smiled at him, and the smile was flawless. Perfectly, she said. The guard closed the door again. Cersei sat back down before her mirror and stared at her reflection. For a moment, she let herself feel the rage. Hot, choking, intimate. Robert had finally seen. Robert had finally looked past his drink and his grief and his whining and seen the truth she had never bothered to hide carefully, because she had never believed he would be sharp enough to notice. Now he had. Now he would strike, and she would strike back. She thought of Joffrey, already half a monster, and felt something twist in her chest. Not tenderness, not exactly, but possession. She thought of Myrcella's gentle hands, of Tommen's laugh, and for an instant something like fear flickered. Fear not for herself, but for what Robert might do in his wrath. She had thrown the truth at him in the hall like a torch into dry straw because she needed him to hesitate, to choke on it, to drown in the horror long enough for her to move. Now she moved. Somewhere below, in cold corridors, chains rattled. Somewhere else, in dark stables, a girl ran with a ring clenched tight. Somewhere beyond Winterfell's walls, ravens beat their wings against the night, carrying words that would wake sleeping lions. Cersei's fingers curled around the edge of the table until the wood creaked. Come, she whispered to her reflection, voice full of venom and prayer both. Come and see what they have done. Dawn came gray and reluctant. The ravens went out in the dark hours, launched from Winterfell's rookery like black arrows into an iron sky. By morning, the castle felt as if it were holding its breath, waiting to see whether words could outrun swords. Robert did not sleep. Eddard found him in the Godswood again, standing before the heart tree as if he expected the carved face to give him counsel. Snow dusted his shoulders. His breath rose in heavy clouds. In his hand he held a parchment already, as if the gods had been swift. Eddard approached quietly, boots sinking into soft snow. A raven returned? He asked, though he could see the seal. Robert's fingers tightened around the scroll. Stannis, he said, and the way he spoke the name was complicated. Resentment and reliance tangled together. He broke the seal and read again, lips moving silently, as if repetition might change the meaning. Eddard waited, letting the king wrestle with the words. Finally, Robert thrust the parchment toward him. Read, he said, voice rough. Eddard took it, scanning quickly. The writing was Stannis Baratheon's. Sharp, precise, devoid of warmth. He demands proof. He insists on law. He speaks of succession as if it is a ledger entry, not a kingdom's heartbeat. He urges Robert to secure the children, to test lineage if possible, to prepare for rebellion. He suggests with cold logic that if the children are not Robert's, they are threats. Eddard looked up slowly. He thinks of the realm, he said. Robert's laugh was bitter. He thinks of his crown, he snarled. He's always wanted it. Gods, Ned. He'll probably thank Cersei for making him heir. Eddard's voice was steady. He is heir by law regardless, he said. That is why we must handle this carefully. Robert turned away from the tree, pacing a tight circle in the snow. Carefully? He muttered, the word becoming a curse. Everything is carefully with you. Eddard watched him, then spoke the truth that had been pressing against his ribs. Robert, he said quietly, what will you do if the children are not yours? Robert froze. He did not turn. His shoulders rose and fell once, as if he had been struck. I don't know, he said, and his voice was barely audible. I don't know. Eddard stepped closer, his own breath steaming. "You must decide," he said, "before someone else decides for you." Robert's head turned slightly, enough that Eddard could see the king's profile, the way his jaw clenched. "I've held Joffrey when he was a babe," Robert said hoarsely. "He grabbed my beard and laughed. He looked like he swallowed. He looked like nothing. He was just a child." Eddard's heart tightened. He knew what it was to love children not born of his seed. He knew what it was to shield them from harsh truths. "And now?" Eddard asked softly. Robert's eyes flashed, wet and furious. "Now he looks at me like he wants me dead," Robert snarled. "Now he laughs when I hit him, as if he is already planning how to. Oh, hit back." He dragged a hand through his hair. "If he is Jaime's, if he is a Lannister's whelp," Eddard interrupted gently. "He is still a child," he said. Robert's laugh was harsh. "A child with a crown," he said. "That's the danger, Ned. A child with a crown becomes a monster, and everyone calls it destiny." Eddard held his gaze. "Then do not let him wear it," he said. Robert stared at him as if the words were both obvious and unbearable. They stood beneath the heart tree in silence, snow falling lightly, the carved face watching them with its patient, bloody eyes. At last Robert spoke, voice low. "I want Jaime dead," he said. "Not because of law, not because of vows, because I want to see him break. I want to see him realize he cannot always smile his way out." Eddard's jaw tightened. "Vengeance is not justice," he said. Robert's eyes snapped. "Tell me that when it is your bed violated," he hissed. Eddard flinched, because the words pierced more than Robert knew. Eddard had his own ghosts, his own secrets, his own vows broken by necessity and buried under silence. But he did not speak them. "Then let me tell you this," Eddard said, voice firm. "If you kill Jaime in rage, Tywin will come with fire and steel. The Riverlands will burn. The realm will split. And while men fight over your humiliation, the true threats will grow in the dark." Robert's brow furrowed. "True threats," he repeated bitterly. "You mean wildlings? Or worse?" Eddard's gaze drifted beyond the Godswood, beyond the walls, toward the vast north. "Yes," he said simply. "Worse." Robert's lips curled in a grimace. "Always your north," he muttered. Eddard did not apologize for it. "Winter does not care about crowns," he said. Robert stared at the heart tree again, as if he could wrestle counsel from it. "What would you do?" he asked finally, voice strained. "If it were you?" Eddard felt the weight of the question settle on him like snow. He imagined Catelyn in Cersei's place, imagined betrayal of that kind, imagined the cold rage that would follow. He imagined duty pressing down, forcing him to think past his own hurt. "I would keep the realm whole," he said quietly, "even if my heart broke in the doing." Robert's laugh was broken. "Your heart is made of ice," he said, but there was no accusation in it now, only weary admiration. Eddard stepped closer. "Let Jaime be judged," he said. "Let witnesses speak. Let the realm know why you act. And keep Cersei alive for now as hostage. Keep your children close. Do not let your enemies take them from you." Robert's eyes narrowed. "Enemies," he said. "You mean Tywin. And others," Eddard said. "There are always others." Robert's face hardened. He looked suddenly more like a king again. Still wounded, still furious, but anchored by decision. "Fine," he said. "We will hold court in Winterfell. We will judge him here, before the North, before any Lannister can claim trickery." He spat into the snow. "And then we'll see whether Tywin Lannister dares to roar." Eddard's stomach tightened. Holding judgment in Winterfell would bind the North to the King's Act. It would make it impossible for Eddard to stand aside when war came. But perhaps there was no standing aside anymore. Robert turned away from the heart tree and began to walk back toward the castle, footprints deep in fresh snow. Eddard followed, feeling the carved face watch their backs. Behind them, the weirwood remained silent, as gods often were. They gathered the North as if the North could be gathered. By midday, the great hall was full again. Bannermen who had ridden with Eddard for years, men whose fathers had died in Robert's rebellion, men who believed in honor because they had nothing else to believe in. They watched with hard eyes as the king's crown was placed on Robert's head, as if the metal could anchor him to reason. Robert stood beneath the direwolf banners, and the contrast was stark. Stag crowned in a wolf's hall, judgment poised like a blade. Eddard stood at his right hand, not because he wanted the position, but because if he did not stand there, someone else would, someone worse. Maester Luwin read aloud the charges in a steady voice, listing vows broken and treason committed. Each word fell into the hall like a stone into deep water, ripples spreading outward in the form of murmurs and shifting feet. Jaime Lannister was brought forward in chains, wrists raw where iron had bitten. He walked with his head high, defiance in every step. When he looked at Robert, he did so without apology. Robert's eyes narrowed. "Do you deny it?" he demanded. Jaime's mouth curved faintly. "Deny what?" he asked, as if the question were tedious. Robert's hands clenched. "Do you deny that you lay with my queen?" he snapped. A hush fell so deep it seemed the fire itself stopped crackling. Jaime's gaze flicked briefly to the watching faces, to the northern lords, to Catelyn Stark's pale composure, to Robb's clenched jaw, to Sansa's wide, horrified eyes. Then his gaze returned to Robert. "No," Jaime said simply. The hall seemed to exhale, a collective gasp. Robert's face twisted, rage and vindication colliding. "Then you admit treason," he said, voice shaking. "You admit betrayal." Jaime's eyes glittered. "I admit love," he said softly. Robert's laugh was harsh. "Love," he echoed, and the words sounded like something spat out. "You dare call it love?" Jaime's chin lifted slightly. "You would not understand," he said. The insult struck harder than any fist. Eddard felt the hall's tension tighten, like a bowstring drawn to breaking. He saw guards shifting their weight, ready for violence. He saw northern lords watching Robert carefully, judging not Jaime but their king, whether he would be ruled by rage or by law. Robert leaned forward slightly. "You were sworn," he said, voice low. "Sworn to protect my family, sworn to chastity, sworn to honor, and you broke it all." Jaime's smile was faint. "Honor," he murmured. "The word tastes different to different men." Robert's eyes blazed. "It tastes like blood to you," he snarled. Jaime said nothing. Robert's gaze snapped toward the side of the hall where Cersei was not present, still held in her chambers, guarded. "Where is she?" Robert demanded suddenly. "Bring her." Eddard stepped in quickly, voice firm. "Not here," he said. "Not now. You wanted witnesses for Jaime. You have them. Do not turn this into a spectacle." Robert's eyes fell. Ashed, but he did not argue. Perhaps some shred of Eddard's counsel still held. Maester Luwin cleared his throat. "Your Grace," he said carefully. "The punishment for treason. Death," Robert said immediately. The word hit the hall like a thunderclap. Jaime's eyes narrowed. "So that is it," he said softly. "You will kill me." Robert's voice was a growl. "I will." Eddard felt his stomach drop. He had hoped, foolishly, that Robert might choose a path that left room for negotiation. Sending Jaime to the wall, stripping him of all titles, might have been seen as mercy. Execution was war. Eddard stepped forward, voice measured. "Your Grace," he said. "Consider." Robert's head snapped toward him. "No," he snarled. "No more considering. No more carefulness. He will die." A murmur rose, uneasy. Some northern lords looked satisfied, treason punished. Others looked wary, lions do not forget. Jaime's gaze fixed on Eddard. "And you?" Jaime asked quietly. "Will you let him do it?" Eddard's jaw tightened. He met Jaime's eyes. "You broke your vows," he said. "You placed the realm in danger." Jaime's smile was faint. "The realm has been in danger since men decided crowns mattered," he said. "You just didn't want to see it." Robert stepped down from the dais, moving toward Jaime with slow, deliberate steps. The hall tensed as if bracing for impact. Jaime's hands flexed uselessly in chains. He did not kneel. He did not beg. He simply watched Robert approach with the calm of a man who believed, still, that death could not truly touch him. Robert stopped a few paces away. He stared at Jaime for a long time, eyes burning, breath heavy. Then Robert's voice dropped to something almost intimate. "Tell me," he said. "Tell me how long." Jaime's gaze flicked toward the hall again, toward all those listening. "Does it matter?" he asked. Robert's face contorted. "It matters to me," he hissed. "It matters whether I have been a fool for a night or for a decade." Jaime's mouth tightened, and for a heartbeat Eddard saw something like discomfort, because this question touched on the children, on the truth Cersei had thrown in the hall like a torch. Jaime did not answer. Robert's eyes narrowed. "You won't say it," he whispered, "because if you say it, you condemn them too." Eddard's breath caught. Robert had reached the heart of it. Jaime's silence was not mercy for Robert. It was protection for the children. Robert's hands clenched. "You protect your own," he said, voice thick with contempt. "You Lannisters always protect your own." Jaime's eyes glittered. "Who protects yours?" he asked softly. The question hung in the hall, poisonous and true. Robert had protected no one. Not his wife, not his children, not his realm, not even himself. Robert's face twisted, and then rage flooded back, sweeping away hesitation. He turned, gesturing sharply. "Bring my hammer," he ordered. A hush of horror ran through the hall. The warhammer that had smashed Rhaegar's chest would now smash Jaime's skull. Eddard stepped forward quickly, voice urgent. "Robert," he said. "Not like this." Robert's eyes flashed. "Like this," he snarled. "He dies like a traitor." Eddard's mind raced. If Robert killed Jaime with his own hands in Winterfell's hall, Tywin would answer in blood. But if Eddard stopped him, Robert's authority would crack, and the realm would fracture anyway. Catelyn's eyes met Eddard's from the side of the hall. Her face was pale, her gaze pleading. "Protect the children. Protect the North. Protect us." Eddard's throat tightened. He turned back to Robert, voice low, steady. "If you do this," he said, "there is no going back." Robert's breath steamed. His eyes burned. "Good," he said. "I'm tired of going back." The hammer was brought, heavy, brutal, familiar. Robert took it in both hands, testing its weight as if greeting an old friend. Jaime's smile returned, faint and defiant. "So," he said softly, "you will be remembered as the king who killed the Kingslayer in a wolf's hall. How noble." Robert stepped closer, hammer rising. Eddard felt the moment stretch, thin as ice, and then Robert swung. The sound was not the crack of bone alone. It was the crack of the realm. Robert's first blow struck Jaime's shoulder, not his skull. Perhaps because Jaime jerked at the last instant, perhaps because Robert's rage made him less precise. The hammer smashed through muscle and sinew with a wet crunch. Jaime grunted, his face tightening, blood spattering the floor. A gasp surged through the hall. Sansa screamed, a thin, strangled sound. Catelyn moved instinctively, pulling her daughter back, covering her eyes with one hand while gripping her own throat with the other, as if she could hold her heart in place. Jaime staggered but did not fall. Chains rattled. His teeth bared in pain, yet his eyes remained fixed on Robert with that same infuriating defiance. Robert's breath came harsh. He lifted the hammer again, hands trembling with effort and emotion. His face was contorted, not only with hate but with something like heartbreak, as if each swing was meant to pulverize not only Jaime but the years of humiliation behind him. Eddard's body moved without permission. He took a step forward, as if his own honor might intercept the blow. Then he stopped because he saw Robert's eyes, saw that if he intervened now, he would be choosing Jaime over his king in front of the North. He would be choosing mercy over authority in a moment when authority was already bleeding. Robert swung again. This time the hammer struck Jaime's ribs, crushing, shattering. Jaime made a sound that was half a laugh and half a choking gasp. He bent, chains clattering, blood leaking from his mouth. Still, he did not beg. Robert lifted the hammer a third time. "Stop!" a voice shouted, but Eddard could not tell whose it was. Perhaps his own. Robert did not hear. Or perhaps he heard and did not care. The third blow came down on Jaime's head. The impact was sickening. Jaime's skull gave way under iron, and the man collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Blood spread across the stone floor, dark and hot, steaming faintly in the cold hall. For a heartbeat, there was no sound at all. The entire hall seemed frozen, caught between disbelief and horror. Robert stood over the broken body, hammer dripping, his chest heaving. His eyes were wide, wild, shining with tears he could not stop now. They spilled down his cheeks and mixed with sweat and blood. He looked, for a moment, like a man who had finally killed the thing that haunted him. Then the haunting shifted, because nothing is ever truly killed by force. It only changes shape. Robert turned slowly, facing the hall, facing the gathered north. His voice came out ragged. "There," he said. "There is your traitor." No one answered. They could not. The air was full of shock, of fear, of the sour metallic tang of blood. Eddard forced himself to breathe. He stepped forward, voice steady despite the churning in his gut. "The king has delivered judgment," he said, and every word tasted like ash. "Let no man claim Winterfell. Sheltered treason." Robert's eyes snapped to him, searching Eddard's face as if begging for approval, for absolution. Eddard gave him neither. He gave him duty. "Take the body," Eddard ordered the guards, and they moved like men in a dream, lifting what remained of Jaime Lannister and dragging him away, leaving a smear of blood across the stone. Robert's hands trembled around the hammer. He stared at it as if it were something foreign. His voice cracked. "He's dead," he whispered. "He's—" "Yes," Eddard said quietly. "He is." Robert's gaze flicked toward the door, toward where Cersei was held, and his face twisted again. "She will see," he said hoarsely. "She will see what happens when you make me a fool." Eddard felt cold dread twist in his stomach. "Robert," he warned softly, but Robert was no longer listening. He was moving, striding out of the hall, hammer still in hand, leaving shocked men and weeping girls behind him. Eddard turned to Catelyn. Her eyes were wide, her face pale, and when she lowered her hand from Sansa's eyes, Sansa's cheeks were wet with tears, her mouth open in silent horror. "This changes everything," Catelyn whispered. Eddard nodded, because there was no comfort in lies. "Yes," he said, "it does." Outside the hall, the castle seemed suddenly louder. The clang of boots, the calls of guards, the distant croak of ravens. Winterfell stone did not care about blood spilled on it. It had seen worse. It would see worse again. Eddard walked after the king, his own footsteps heavy. He found Robert in the corridor outside Cersei's chambers, the guards stiff with fear as the king approached. Hammer in hand, blood flecked across his beard. One guard swallowed hard. "Your Grace." "Open it," Robert snarled. The guard hesitated. Eddard stepped closer, voice low and deadly. "Open it," he repeated. The door swung inward. Cersei stood inside, dressed now in a dark gown, her hair braided, as if she had been expecting visitors rather than judgment. She looked at Robert's blood-smeared hammer and then at Robert's face. For the first time since the tower, her composure faltered, a flicker of something sharp crossing her eyes. "You killed him," she said softly. Robert's voice was a growl. "Yes." Cersei's lips parted slightly. For a heartbeat, something like grief threatened to surface, but it was swallowed by fury so fast it might never have existed. "You will pay," she whispered. Robert stepped forward, towering over her. "You will pay first," he hissed. "Tell me the truth. Tell me whose children they are." Cersei lifted her chin, defiance returning like armor. "Mine," she said. "They are mine." Robert's face contorted. He grabbed her by the arm, pulling her close enough that she could smell the blood on him. "Whose?" he repeated, voice shaking with rage and desperation. Whose? Cersei's eyes glittered green. Not yours, she said softly. Never yours. The words hit Robert like a blade.
Eddard stepped forward qui.
CKLY, placing a hand on Robert's shoulder. Enough, he said. Robert's breath came harsh. His grip tightened on Cersei's arm until she winced, but she did not cry out. Her eyes remained locked on his, daring him to do the unthinkable. Robert's voice broke. I loved them, he whispered, and the confession sounded like weakness. Gods help me. I loved them. Cersei's smile was cruel. Then love them, she said, or kill them. Either way, you lose. Robert's hand trembled. For a heartbeat, Eddard thought he might strike her, might smash her skull the way he had smashed Jaime's. Then Robert released her abruptly, staggering back as if he could not bear to touch her. Eddard's voice was firm. Return to your chambers, he told Cersei. You remain under guard. Cersei's gaze flicked to Eddard. And you, she said softly venomous, you have bound the North to this. You will choke on that oath. Eddard held her gaze. Perhaps, he said, but I will not choke on lies. Cersei's smile vanished. She stepped back, and the guards closed the door. Robert stood in the corridor, shaking. He stared at the blood on his hammer as if it might answer him. His voice came out as a whisper. What have I done? Eddard's throat tightened. You have begun a war, he said quietly, and now we must survive it. The Raven reached Casterly Rock beneath a sky the color of old steel. It landed in the rookery with wings beating hard, as if it had fought the wind the entire way and still carried something heavier than parchment. It was taken at once, passed from maester to steward to guard, carried through corridors cut into stone that had stood for centuries and would stand for centuries more. Tywin Lannister received it in a hall that was not meant for warmth. The fire in the hearth was small, more symbol than comfort. The stone walls swallowed sound. The lion banners hung heavy, red and gold like dried blood. Tywin sat with his back straight, his hands steady. Age had silvered his hair and lined his face, but nothing in him had softened. He accepted the scroll, broke the seal, and read without expression. Kevan Lannister stood at his side, close enough to see the words if he leaned, but he did not. He waited, as men waited around Tywin, because Tywin did not tolerate impatience. Tyrion Lannister lingered farther back in shadow, a cup of wine in hand. His mismatched eyes watched his father, sharp and wary, because Tyrion had learned young that storms could be silent before they broke. Tywin read once, then again. His face did not change. Only his fingers tightened slightly on the parchment, enough to wrinkle the edge. Kevan cleared his throat cautiously. Father. Tywin's gaze lifted, slow and cold. Jaime is dead, he said. The words were simple, delivered without flourish, as if announcing a change in weather. Kevan's face drained of color. Dead, he echoed, voice cracking. Tyrion's cup paused midway to his mouth. For a heartbeat, his expression was unreadable. Shock, grief, calculation all tangled. He drank anyway, as if wine could wash away the taste of those words. Tywin looked back down at the parchment. Robert Baratheon killed him, he continued. In Winterfell, with his own hands. Kevan's jaw worked. The king has always been a brute, Tywin said, voice flat. He has simply found a reason to be proud of it. Kevan's fists clenched. He will answer for this. Tywin's eyes narrowed. He will, Tywin said, and he will not answer with words. Tyrion stepped forward slightly, cup in hand. His voice was carefully light. And what, exactly, did Jaime do to earn such enthusiastic justice? He asked. Tywin's gaze flicked to him, cold as winter water. Do not play the fool, he said. Not with me. Tyrion's smile was faint. I rarely play, he replied. It is simply my natural state. Tywin did not dignify it with acknowledgement. He looked back at the parchment again, reading the northern account of events. Caught in a tower, arrested, attempted rescue, judgment delivered. Cersei imprisoned. The implication about the children dangled between lines like a noose. Tywin's mouth tightened slightly. Cersei has been foolish, he said. Kevin swallowed hard. She loved him. Tywin's eyes narrowed. Love, he said, as if the word were distasteful. Jaime was valuable. Cersei forgot that value is not protected by sentiment. Tyrion's eyes glittered. And now? He asked softly. Tywin set the parchment down on the table with precise care. He folded his hands. He stared into the fire not because he sought warmth, but because he needed a point that did not move while the world shifted. Now, Tywin said, we remind the realm what happens when you strike a lion. Kevin's breath was shallow. We call the banners, he said, voice fierce. We march. Tywin's gaze was steady. We will do more than march, he said. We will cut the legs out from under his throne. Tyrion's voice was quiet. And Cersei? He asked. She is in Winterfell, a hostage. Tywin did not blink. Cersei is my daughter, he said. She will survive if she is useful. If she is not, she will not. Kevin flinched as if struck. Father, Tywin's eyes hardened. Do not mistake me, he said. I do not wish her dead. But I will not allow Robert Baratheon to hold my house by the throat because my daughter could not control her appetites. Tyrion swallowed, wine tasting suddenly sour. He thought of Cersei's pride, her recklessness, her certainty that the world would bend because she willed it. He thought of Jaime, smiling, arrogant, warm in a way Tyrion had rarely admitted. He thought of the hall in Winterfell with blood on stone, though he had not been there. He could see it anyway, because violence had always been the language of kings and fathers alike. And the children? Tyrion asked because someone had to. Tywin's gaze shifted to him, colder now. The children are the realm's question, he said. Robert will hesitate. Stannis will not. Renly will scheme. The Starks will drown in honor. Tyrion's lips curved faintly. And we? He asked. Tywin rose. It was a small movement, but the hall seemed to tighten around it, as if stone itself paid attention when Tywin Lannister decided something. We, Tywin said, will act. He stepped toward the window, looking out at the dark, restless sea. The waves beat against rock with patient violence. Tywin watched them as if seeing an army. Send riders, he ordered Kevin, voice calm. Summon the banners. Quietly. No proclamations yet. Gold will move faster than armies. Kevin nodded, already turning. Tywin's gaze remained on the sea. Send word to King's Landing, he continued. To our allies, to the City Watch, to any man who owes us coin. Robert Baratheon believes he can rule by smashing what offends him. We will show him that a throne is not held by muscle. Tyrion's voice was dry. And how do you propose to show him that? Tywin's eyes did not leave the sea. By taking everything he believes is his, he said softly. Piece by piece. Tyrion's throat tightened. Jaime, he murmured, and the name slipped out before he could stop it. Tywin turned his head slightly, just enough that his profile was etched sharp in shadow. Jaime is gone, he said. Gree. F will not bring him back. Vengeance might ensure his death is not repeated. Tyrion's laugh was quiet and bitter. Repeated, he echoed, as if this is a lesson. Tywin's gaze finally shifted fully to him, and in it was something like warning. It is always a lesson, Tywin said. The world teaches, whether you wish to learn or not. Tyrion raised his cup, swallowing the last of his wine. Tasted like ashes. Far away, in Winterfell, ravens still flew. Robert Baratheon still raged. Eddard Stark still tried to hold the realm together with honor and words. Cersei Lannister still plotted behind guarded doors. And now Tywin Lannister moved. The realm had cracked in a wolf's hall. The fissures would spread, because lions did not forgive, and kings did not forget, and winter did not care who wore a crown. The Riverlands greeted them with smoke. Not the clean smoke of hearths and cooking fires, but the sour, choking kind that clung to hair and cloth and made a man taste ashes when he breathed. The kingsroad dipped toward a shallow stream, and beyond it the trees opened onto a hamlet that should have been waking. Goats bleating, children running, a woman shouting at a lazy husband. Instead there was only ruin, the black ribs of cottages jutting up from gray slush, and a wind that carried the stink of burnt thatch and something worse. Robert reined in hard enough that his warhorse snorted and stamped. The column behind him slowed, men murmuring, heads turning. Stark guards tightened their ring around the royal children without being told. They had learned, already, that danger could arrive wearing no banner. Small folk stumbled from behind a fallen cart, faces smeared with soot, eyes raw and red. A woman knelt in the mud as if her knees had forgotten how to do anything else. A boy clutched a broken doll to his chest. Its head melted into a shapeless lump. Robert stared at them, and Eddard saw the shift in him. Fury finding a new shape, anger turning outward where it had been turned inward for too long. Who did this? Robert demanded. No one answered at first. The small folk looked at the armored men, at the stag on Robert's breast, at the dire wolf on Eddard's cloak, and their fear tangled with confusion. They had lived their lives under lords and taxes, under peace that was never truly peace. A king on the road was not comfort to them. It was a sign that comfort had failed. An old man finally scraped his throat and forced out words. "Riders," he croaked. "Black armor. Big as a..." He swallowed, eyes flicking to Robert's hammer at his saddle. "They came at night." Eddard's stomach tightened. He did not need the name spoken to hear it. Robert's voice was low. "Lannister," he said, and it was not a question. The old man's eyes darted away. I saw red," he whispered. "And gold." They laughed. He gagged, and the sound was wet. "They took my daughter." Robert's face contorted. For a heartbeat, Eddard thought he might dismount and smash something simply because he needed impact, needed a target that was not memory. Instead, Robert looked at the smoking ruins and breathed in hard, as if dragging rage into his lungs. "My peace," Robert muttered. "My realm." Eddard guided his horse closer to the kneeling woman. "Where did they ride?" he asked gently. The woman lifted her face, and Eddard saw a bruise blooming along her cheek, purple under soot. "South," she whispered. "Toward the river. Toward." A rider came hard from the opposite direction, mud flying from his horse's hooves. He wore the blue and red of House Tully, the trout stitched into his cloak, but his cloak was torn and stained. He nearly fell from the saddle when he reached them, catching himself only by gripping the pommel with shaking hands. "In the king's name," he began, then swallowed as he saw Robert's face and seemed to remember how to breathe. "Your Grace."
Sir.
"My lord." His eyes went to Eddard, desperate. "Riverrun calls. The Riverlands burn. The mountain rides again." Robert's gaze sharpened. "The mountain," he said, and the words were thick with recognition. Every story he had heard of Gregor Clegane was a story of violence that took more than it needed. The rider panted.
Village torched.
"Men butchered. Women taken. Edmure Tully gathers what he can, but..." He looked at Robert and fear flashed. "They say Lord Tywin has loosed his dogs." Robert's hand tightened on the reins until the leather creaked. He looked at the small folk huddled in mud, at the charred beams, at the boy with the melted doll. Then his gaze flicked, briefly, toward the guarded cluster where Myrcella held Tommen close, and Joffrey watched the destruction with a face too calm. Eddard saw the calculation behind Robert's anger, and it chilled him. Robert wanted the world to offer him a clean enemy again. Here it was fire and steel cruelty he could hit. "Then we ride to Riverrun," Robert said. Eddard's breath caught. "Robert, we ride," Robert repeated, louder, and the decision rang like a hammer strike. "Tywin wants the realm to bleed? Fine. I will meet his blood with mine." The small folk watched them with hollow eyes, as if kings deciding war was simply another weather pattern to endure. Eddard looked at the smoldering hamlet one last time and felt a bitter truth settle in him. The war had already started. All that remained was deciding where it would swallow them first. Riverrun was not a city, but it was a fortress that breathed like one. Even before they reached its walls, Eddard could see the movement. Men streaming in from roads and fields, banners snapping in the wind, wagons loaded with grain, arrows, fear. The castle sat where the rivers met like clasped hands, water running cold and fast along its moats, and for once the water felt like mercy. Fire struggled to cross rivers. Men did not. Inside, the great hall boiled with noise. Edmure Tully paced like a man whose skin had been replaced with nettles. His cheeks were flushed, his eyes bright with exhaustion, and when he saw Robert enter with Eddard at his side, relief flashed across his face so quickly it looked like pain. "Your Grace," Edmure said, dropping to one knee, then rising at once as if kneeling too long would make him weaker. "Thank the gods you came." "Thank no gods," Robert growled. "Thank Tywin Lannister for reminding me how to be king." Brynden Tully stood near the dais, lean and hard, his blackfish badge stark against his cloak. He did not kneel. He simply inclined his head toward Robert, eyes sharp, measuring. This was a man who had lived long enough to know that kings were still men under their crowns. "The Riverlands burn," Brynden said flatly. Robert's gaze swept the hall. River lords with haunted faces, knights with soot on their boots, men who had ridden all night with news too ugly to speak softly. "I smelled it," Robert said. Edmure slammed a parchment onto the table. Blood had dried on the edge of it where someone's hand had pressed too hard. "They struck here, here, and here," Edmure said, stabbing at the map spread beneath his fists. "They are testing us, driving us like cattle. If we ride out to stop one raid, they burn another village behind us." Eddard leaned over the map. The black marks clustered like disease. "Clegane," he said. "Aye," Brynden replied, "and men with him. Some wear no colors, but their steel shines like Lannister coin." Robert's jaw worked. "Tywin sends his monster to do his talking," he said. "Then I will answer in the only tongue that monster knows." Edmure's voice broke, and the break was not weakness. It was rage turning raw. "He took my people," he said. "He left children nailed to doors. They want us to beg." Robert's eyes flashed. "No one begs Tywin Lannister," he snarled. "Not while I breathe." The hall quieted, every ear leaning toward the king, because kings were dangerous, and danger drew attention. Eddard felt the weight of responsibility settle sharper. "We must move carefully," he said, and the word tasted like a sin in this hall of burned names. "If we chase Clegane blind, we walk into Tywin's design. He wants the king drawn out, separated, vulnerable." Robert's laugh was harsh. "I am always vulnerable," he said. "I am vulnerable every time I close my eyes with a crown on my head. I am vulnerable every time a lion looks at me and smiles." Brynden's eyes narrowed. "The Queen Trave. Ls with you," he said quietly. Robert's mouth tightened. "Yes, and the children," Brynden added, and his gaze flicked toward the doors where guards waited beyond, keeping the royal prisoners out of sight. "That is a chain Tywin will yank." Eddard watched Robert's face tighten at the mention of the children. The king's fury was a storm, but storms could be steered by pain. Edmure leaned forward, voice urgent. "Give me leave, your grace," he said. "Let me ride. Let me take men and meet them in the field." Robert's eyes gleamed. "And if Clegane kills you?" he asked. "If Tywin takes your head and sends it to me wrapped in trout scales?" Edmure's jaw clenched. "Then I die as a lord should," he said, "not hiding behind walls while my people burn." Brynden's voice was quieter, colder. "Walls are not hiding," he said. "Walls are strategy, and strategy is what Tywin understands." Eddard nodded slightly. "We need scouts," he said. "We need to know where Clegane rides. We need to cut his escape, not chase his shadow." Robert stared at the map, and for a moment Eddard saw him thinking, truly thinking like the warrior he had once been. Then Robert's gaze lifted, hard with decision. "I will ride," Robert said. The hall stirred, a ripple of shock. Edmure's eyes widened. Bryndon's mouth tightened. Eddard stepped closer, voice low. "Robert," he warned. "I am the king," Robert snapped. "If I hide behind walls while Tywin burns my land, I deserve to be called what he will call me." His fist struck the table. "Clegane is a dog. Dogs can be baited. We will bait him." Bryndon's eyes narrowed further. "With what?" he asked. Robert's gaze flicked, briefly, toward the guarded doors again. "With what Tywin wants," Robert said softly. "With the king himself." Eddard felt a cold pulse of dread. Tywin would not refuse that bait, and bait caught fish as often as it caught sharks. Cersei learned of Riverrun's name before she saw its walls, because men spoke more freely than they realized. Even shackled, even guarded, she listened. She listened to the clink of armor outside her litter, to the murmurs of soldiers, to the way their voices changed when they thought the king could hear. She listened the way some women prayed, because listening was the closest thing to power left when your hands were bound. They kept her in a covered litter in Riverrun's yard, the curtains drawn, chains hidden beneath a cloak so the small folk would not see their queen treated like a thief. The pretense was thin and pointless, but men loved pretense. It let them pretend their sins were civilized. Cersei sat straight-backed on the litter's cushions as if she were seated on a throne. Her wrists were raw where iron rubbed. She did not show it. She did not give the guards the satisfaction. A shadow fell at the curtain, and a familiar voice slid in, sharp with poison. "Mother!" Cersei's eyes narrowed, then softened just enough to seem maternal. "Joffrey," she said, as if she had been expecting him, as if she were not trapped. "They let you near me." Joffrey pushed the curtain aside just enough to slip his face through. His cheeks were flushed from cold and rage. His eyes, those bright, cruel eyes, burned like coals. "They think I am harmless," he hissed. Cersei studied him. He was too young to be a man, too old to be innocent. There were moments when she saw Jaime in his face, and those moments were knives now. "They treat you like a prisoner," Joffrey snarled. "They treat me like a prince who has misbehaved," Cersei finished calmly. "Which you have." Joffrey's lip curled. "He struck me," he spat. "He dragged me like a dog." Cersei's fingers tightened beneath her cloak. "Robert Baratheon is a brute," she murmured. "You knew that." Joffrey leaned closer, voice dropping. "He killed Uncle Jaime," he whispered, and the whisper shook with something that might have been grief, but was more likely fury at losing what had belonged to him. Cersei held his gaze. She did not blink. "Yes," she said softly. "He did." Joffrey's breath hitched. "Then I want him dead," he said, and the childish simplicity of it was terrifying because it was so pure. Cersei's mouth curved faintly. "Wanting is easy," she said. "Achieving is harder." Joffrey's eyes glittered. "Tell me how," he demanded. Cersei watched him for a long moment, measuring. In another life, she might have tried to keep him softer, keep him safer. That life was ash now, like the villages burning along the Trident. Safety belonged to no one, not even children. "You do not strike a king openly," she said softly. "You do not announce your hatred. You let men think you are broken." She tilted her head. "Can you pretend to be broken, Joffrey?" His jaw clenched. "No," he spat. Cersei's smile thinned. "Then learn," she said. A small sound came from behind him, soft, trembling. Myrcella stepped into view. Tommen clutched to her side. Myrcella's eyes were wet. Tommen's face was pinched with fear. "Mother," Myrcella whispered. "Please." Cersei's gaze shifted to her daughter, and something in her chest tightened. Not gentleness, but possession, fierce and sharp. "Myrcella," she said, and the name came out softer than she intended. Myrcella swallowed. "They say we cannot stay with you," she whispered. They say you are dangerous." Cersei's laugh was quiet. "They are right," she said. Myrcella flinched. Tommen began to cry, silent at first, then harder, his shoulders shaking. Cersei leaned forward as far as chains allowed, reaching out to touch Tommen's hair through the curtain gap. Her fingers brushed his curls briefly. The touch was almost gentle. "Do not cry," she said, voice low. "Tears are for people who believe someone will rescue them." Tommen's sob caught. He stared at her with wide eyes, as if trying to understand why comfort sounded like warning. Joffrey looked between them, impatient. "We need men," he hissed. "We need grandfather. We need time." Cersei cut in, and her voice snapped like a whip. "Time and leverage. Your grandfather will move because he must, but he will not move the way you want. He will move the way he chooses." Joffrey's eyes narrowed. "He will make me king," he said, as if it were a certainty that could not be shaken. Cersei's smile returned, slow and dangerous. "If Robert dies," she said softly, "the realm will tear itself apart. Stannis will claim the throne. Renly will smile and steal half the lords. The wolves will howl." She leaned closer to Joffrey, green eyes bright. "In that chaos, crowns can be taken." Joffrey's breath quickened. "So we kill him," he whispered. Cersei's gaze flicked, briefly, to the guards outside. Two stark men standing rigid, pretending they could not hear. She lowered her voice further. "Not with your hands," she said. "Not with mine. With someone who believes they are saving the realm." Joffrey frowned. "Who?" Cersei's smile did not answer. She had names in her mind. Names that could be bought, names that could be frightened, names that hated Robert for reasons that had nothing to do with Lannisters. Men were always eager to believe their violence was righteous. Myrcella's voice trembled. "Mother, will we go home?" Cersei looked at her daughter, and the answer was fire. "Home will come to us," she said softly. "One way or another." A shout echoed in the yard beyond the litter. Orders. Movement. The sound of men preparing to ride. Cersei watched Joffrey's face as he listened too, and she saw his hatred sharpen into excitement. "Remember," she whispered to him as the curtain began to fall back into place, "you are a lion. Lions do not beg. Lions wait. And when they strike, they do not miss." Joffrey's eyes gleamed, and he slipped away, leaving Myrcella and Tommen staring after him like children watching a storm gather. Cersei sat back in the litter's shadow, chains cold against her wrists, and smiled to herself. Robert Baratheon thought he held her in a box. He did not understand that boxes could be used to hide knives. Brynden Tully did not argue with Robert the way lesser men did. Loudly, pleading, hoping volume would move a king's will. He argued like a soldier, with terrain, with numbers, with the cold arithmetic of survival. In Riverrun's armory, torches smoked against stone, and the air smelled of oil and old iron. Men moved in practiced rhythm, buckling mail, tightening straps, checking blades. The sound of preparation was steady, almost soothing, because preparation gave the illusion that war could be controlled. Brynden laid a map across a work table and held it down with a dagger. "Clegane rides along these lanes," he said, tapping with the dagger tip. "He burns here, then here. He is fast, but he is not careful. He does not fear being caught." Robert strapped his hammer belt on with rough movements, jaw clenched. "He should fear," Robert said. "He doesn't," Brynden replied, "because he believes you will chase him like a bull chasing a torch. And if you do, he will lead you where Tywin wants." Eddard stood nearby, arms folded, watching Robert's face. "Brynden is right," he said quietly. "If you ride out with the king at the head, every man with a coin in his pocket will know where you are." Robert snorted. "Let them know," he growled. "Let them come." Brynden's eyes narrowed. "You are not invincible," he said bluntly. "Your hammer does not stop arrows." Robert's gaze snapped to him. "My hammer stops men," he said. "Arrows are not men," Brynden replied. The tension in the room tightened. A lesser lord might have flinched at speaking to the king like that. Brynden did not. He had lived too long. and he had watched too many young men die because older men had been too polite. Eddard stepped closer, voice low. "Robert," he said, "if you fall, everything falls. The queen, the children, the realm. Stannis will take the throne, and Tywin will claim you were murdered by wolves." He held Robert's gaze. "You cannot give him that story." Robert's breath came harsh. For a moment, the bravado faltered, and Eddard saw the truth beneath. Robert was terrified, not of dying, but of dying as a fool. "I won't hide," Robert said, voice rough. "I won't cower behind walls while peasants burn." "No one is asking you to cower," Brynden said. "We are asking you to bait." He dragged the dagger tip along the map. "We send a smaller force, a patrol that looks fat enough to tempt Clegane, but not so valuable that Tywin's whole host comes down on it." His eyes lifted. "And you?" Robert's eyes narrowed. "And I what?" Brynden's voice was steady. "You stay within reach," he said. "Close enough to strike when the trap is sprung. Far enough that the first arrow does not find your throat." Robert's jaw worked. He hated it. Eddard could see him hating it the way a wolf hates a leash. But he listened, and that alone felt like a miracle. Eddard leaned over the map. "We need men who can ride fast," he said. "And we need men who can hold a line when Clegane charges." Brynden's mouth tightened. "The Blackfish can hold lines," he said. "So can my men. But we must choose the ground. Not open field. Not where cavalry can break us like reeds." Robert's gaze flicked to the dagger marking a narrow lane between woods and river. "There," Robert said, voice low. Brynden nodded once. "There," he agreed. Robert flexed his hands on the hammer haft, feeling the familiar weight. "I will break him," Robert murmured. Eddard's voice was quiet. "Break him," he said, "and live." Robert's eyes flashed, and for a moment Eddard saw the old warrior again. The one who had charged Rhaegar without hesitation. The one who had believed the world could be solved by striking hard enough. Now that belief was all he had left, because everything else had been poisoned. Outside the armory, horns sounded short blasts, orders passing through the castle like blood through veins. Men mounted, gates opened. The Riverlands had called its king. Now the king rode to answer. Twilight bled across the Riverlands like a bruise. They chose the lane where the map's dagger had pointed, tight between a hedgerow and the riverbank, where the ground dipped and turned so that riders could not see what waited beyond the bend. River mist clung low, and reeds hissed in the wind. The air smelled wet and cold, hiding the sharper stink of men waiting with steel. Brynden positioned his footmen behind the hedges, spears angled, bows knocked. They were not knights with shining armor and songs. They were farmers with calloused hands, men pressed into service by necessity and fear. Their eyes were wide, their breath steaming, their fingers white on spear shafts. Robert waited in a copse with Eddard at his side, cloaks pulled tight, hammer held low. The king's face was hard in the half-light, his eyes fixed on the bend. He looked like a man listening for a beast in the dark. "Once they enter," Brynden had said, "we close the jaws. Do not charge too soon." Robert had grunted, which was as close to agreement as he could manage. They waited. Time stretched thin. Insects were silent in the cold. Water slid past, whispering like a secret. Somewhere far off, an owl called, and the sound made one of the spearmen flinch. Then torchlight flickered at the bend. Hoofs struck mud. Men laughed. The laughter was loud, careless, cruel. Men who had burned villages and still had breath to joke. Rhaegar Clegane's riders came first, a cluster of mounted men, some in mail, some in leather, faces shadowed beneath helms. Their torches threw light across the lane in jittering pulses. Their horses snorted, uneasy, sensing the wrongness. And then Rhaegar Clegane entered the lane. He rode like a moving wall, black armor swallowing torchlight, his horse massive beneath him, its eyes rolling white. The helm on his head made him less human, more thing, an engine of violence given direction. He carried a great sword across his saddle, and even resting, it looked too heavy for sane men. Robert's breath changed. Eddard heard it, the slight intake, the tightening. The king's fingers flexed on the hammer haft. "Wait!" Eddard whispered. Robert did not answer. His gaze was locked on Gregor. The riders moved deeper into the lane, torches bobbing, laughter fading as the tight walls of hedge and river pressed them. One rider spat into the mud. Another cursed the damp. Bryndon's hand lifted on the low rise, a signal held suspended. The riders reached the narrowest part of the lane. Bryndon's hand dropped. The world erupted. Arrows hissed from the hedges, slamming into leather and mail. A horse screamed, rearing, throwing its rider into the mud. Spears thrust up from concealment like teeth. Men shouted, voices spiking with panic as they realized they had ridden into a throat. Gregor Clegane's horse screamed too, not from pain. An arrow glanced off his armor, but from the sudden crush of bodies around it. Gregor turned his helm toward the hedgerow, and even through Met, Eddard could feel the focus of his rage. The mountain did not retreat. He surged forward, forcing his horse through the narrow lane, trampling a fallen rider without hesitation. His greatsword came up in one brutal arc, cleaving a spearman who had stepped too far into the open. The man split like wet cloth, blood spraying onto reeds. Robert's muscles coiled. "Now," Eddard hissed, because if they waited longer, the trap would become a slaughter of their own men. Robert exploded from the copse. He charged into the lane with his hammer raised, cloak snapping behind him. Riverland men shouted his name, half in awe, half in terror. The king's presence was a bell rung in the middle of battle, loud, undeniable, drawing every eye. Gregor Clegane turned his helm toward Robert. For a heartbeat, the lane held its breath. Then the two forces collided. Robert's hammer smashed into the side of Gregor's horse, cracking bone. The beast screamed and stumbled. Gregor's greatsword swung down, but Robert twisted aside, the blade carving sparks from a spear shaft instead of his skull. Eddard pushed into the lane behind him, sword drawn, shouting orders, trying to keep their men from breaking under the mountain's sheer brutality. He saw a rider crawl through mud with arrows in his back. He saw a Riverland boy, no older than Bran, stab at a Lannister man and get his throat open for it. Robert swung again, hammer whistling through air, and this time it struck Gregor's leg, denting plate, driving the giant sideways. Gregor roared, a deep, animal sound that filled the lane. The mountain did not fall. He turned, and his greatsword came in a horizontal sweep meant to cut Robert in half. Robert blocked with the hammer haft, the impact jarring his arms. Eddard heard the wood groan. "Robert!" Eddard shouted, pushing forward, but bodies clogged the lane, horses thrashing, men screaming. Robert's face was twisted with effort and fury. He drove his shoulder into Gregor's chest, shoving him back, and the king's breath came in ragged bursts. "Die," Robert snarled, and the word was not only for Gregor, it was for every lion, every betrayal, every laugh. Gregor's helm tilted. Through the narrow eye slits, Eddard imagined cold rage. The mountain's sword rose again, and somewhere in the crush, an arrow flew, silent, indifferent, loosed by a hand that did not care who wore a crown. The arrow hit with a dull, sickening thud, not deep enough to drop Robert instantly, not clean enough to be ignored. It struck near the shoulder, close to the thick cord of muscle above the collarbone, and Robert's roar tore the air as pain and rage fused into one. Eddard saw the shaft trembling, saw the blood begin to bead and run, dark and quick beneath torchlight. For a heartbeat, the world narrowed to that single line of wood and feather in the king's flesh. Gregor Clegane's greatsword came down. Eddard threw himself forward, ice raised, and steel met steel with a scream that set teeth on edge. The impact drove Eddard back a step, his arms shuddering, but it stopped the blade from splitting Robert's skull. Robert staggered, breath coming in harsh bursts. His hand reached for the arrow as if he meant to tear it out by pure will, then clenched into a fist instead. He raised his hammer again, one-handed now, the other arm stiffening with pain. "Kill him," Robert bellowed, and the command was raw, desperate. Men surged, spears stabbed, arrows hissed. The lane became a meat grinder of bodies and hooves. Gregor roared, swinging his greatsword in broad arcs that made men scatter or die. A Riverland knight tried to charge him. Gregor's blade took the horse's head clean off, and the rider went tumbling into mud, screaming until a boot crushed his throat. Eddard forced himself to focus. "Hold!" he shouted. "Hold the line!" But lines were hard to hold in a lane slick with blood. Bryndon's voice cut through from the rise, sharp as a whip. "Bows! Bows on the mountain! Bring him down!" Arrows peppered Gregor's armor. Most glanced off. One struck near the joint beneath his arm. Gregor snarled and swatted at it as if it were an insect. Another arrow found a gap at his thigh, and this time he grunted, staggered half a step. Blood seeped, dark against black plate. Robert saw it and surged like a wounded bear, hammer rising. He smashed the hammer into Gregor's wounded thigh, and even through armor, the impact was brutal. Gregor's leg buckled. For the first time, the mountain looked almost mortal. Then he grabbed Robert. One gauntlet hand seized Robert's cloak and dragged him in close, yanking the king off balance. The greatsword lifted, poised for a killing blow. Eddard lunged, ice slashing toward Gregor's arm. The Valyrian steel bit into plate and flesh, carving a red line. Gregor roared, releasing Robert only to swing blindly at Eddard. Eddard ducked, the blade passing inches above his head, slicing torch smoke. He drove ice forward again, aiming for the neck gap. Gregor twisted, and the steel struck the edge of his helm instead, ringing like a bell. Robert fell to one knee in the mud, arrow still in his shoulder, breath ragged. He looked up at Gregor with eyes full of pure hatred. Gregor raised his sword again, this time not at Eddard, but at Robert. A Riverland spearman, young, shaking, thrust his spear into Gregor's side. The point slee, D between plates. Gregor turned his helm slowly toward the boy, as if curious. Then Gregor's gauntlet closed around the spear shaft and snapped it in half with one hand. He backhanded the boy. The boy's neck broke. He fell without sound. Robert's face twisted, and Eddard saw something dangerous. Robert's pain, Robert's rage, Robert's love of smashing problems into silence. The king pushed himself up, ignoring the arrow, ignoring the blood. He raised the hammer high. "For Winterfell," someone shouted, and the shout was wrong, but it did not matter. In war, words became whatever men needed. Robert brought the hammer down on Gregor's helm. The impact rang through the lane. Gregor's head snapped sideways. The greatsword dipped. Robert struck again, and this time the hammer dented the helm enough that it looked like the metal itself had flinched. Gregor staggered back a step, and men surged, stabbing, hacking, desperate to finish what the king began. But the mountain did not fall neatly. He swung his greatsword in a wild arc, clearing space, killing two men at once. He backed toward the bend, toward escape, toward the open ground beyond the trap. Brynden shouted for men to cut him off. Horses screamed. Torches fell into mud and sputtered out. Eddard grabbed Robert's arm, trying to pull him back, trying to keep him from chasing a monster into darkness. "Robert, stop," he hissed. "You're bleeding." Robert jerked away, eyes wild. "He bleeds too," he snarled. "He bleeds because of me." Eddard felt a flash of cold terror. Not of the mountain, not even of Tywin, but of the king's own stubbornness. Robert would chase this victory like a drunk chasing another cup, and he would not see the knife until it was in him. Gregor Clegane slipped backward into the bend, dragging wounded men with him, leaving behind a lane full of corpses and mud and the bitter stench of blood. The trap had hurt him. It had not killed him. And Robert Baratheon was wounded now, too, wounded in flesh and already more dangerous for it. They brought Robert back to Riverrun under a sky that felt too low. The king refused a litter. He rode with the arrow still in his shoulder, teeth clenched, jaw set, blood seeping into his cloak. He looked like a man trying to prove something to pain itself. In a chamber lit by a single brazier, they cut his shirt away and sat him on the bed. A healer, one of Riverrun's men, hand steady, braced the arrow shaft. Robert stared at the wall, breathing hard, refusing to flinch. Eddard stood close enough to catch the king if he fell. Brynden watched from the corner, silent, eyes sharp. The warhammer leaned against the bed like a threat that would never go away. "This will hurt," the healer murmured. Robert laughed. "Thin. Everything hurts," he said. The healer pulled. Robert's hands clamped on the bed frame. Muscles bunched along his neck. He made a sound that was half growl, half prayer, and then the arrow came free with a wet snap. Blood surged. The healer pressed cloth hard, working fast. Robert exhaled like a man released from drowning. Sweat shone on his brow. His face was pale beneath the beard. Eddard's voice was low. "You nearly died," he said. Robert turned his head slightly, eyes bloodshot. "Not today," he rasped. Eddard leaned closer. "Tywin wants you dead," he said. "He will not stop. If he cannot reach you with Clegane, he will reach you with gold. With knives. With poison." Robert's mouth twisted. "Let him try," he muttered. Brynden's voice cut in cold and practical. "He already did," he said. "That arrow was not Clegane's. Clegane would have charged you, not sniped you. Someone loosed that from the hedges." Eddard's stomach tightened. "One of ours?" he asked. Brynden's eyes were bleak. "Or one of his who wore no colors," he said. "Either way, someone wanted the king bleeding." Robert's gaze sharpened, and for a moment Eddard saw something like clarity in him. Pain stripping away the drunken haze. "Find him," Robert said softly. Eddard nodded once. "We will," he said, though he knew how hard it would be. In war, arrows flew and men died, and the hand that loosed it vanished into mud. The healer finished bandaging, hands stained red. "You must rest," he said, voice careful. "If the wound." Robert's laugh was bitter. "Rest," he repeated, "while my land burns." Eddard's jaw clenched. "Your land will burn more if you die," he said. Robert stared at him, and the stare held something raw, resentment, gratitude, rage at needing Eddard's steadiness. "You always speak like a maester," Robert muttered, "as if words can stitch wounds." "Words can keep men from making worse wounds," Eddard said. Robert's gaze drifted to the hammer leaning against the bed. "That hammer stitched Jaime?" he whispered, and the whisper was ugly, full of memory. Eddard's throat tightened. "Do not say his name," he said quietly. Robert's eyes snapped to him, fury flaring. "Why?" he snarled. "Because it makes you uncomfortable? Because you want to pretend?" I didn't do it. I did it, Ned. I did it. I felt his skull." "Enough," Eddard said, voice sharp. "You will drown in that if you let it." Robert's breath came hard. He looked away, swallowing. When he spoke again, his voice was smaller. "I thought it would make it stop," he whispered. "I thought if I killed him, the laughter would stop." Eddard's voice softened, but only slightly. "It will not stop," he said. "Tywin will make it louder." Robert's jaw worked. His eyes glistened. "Then I will make Tywin choke on it," he said, and the words were not bravado now. They were vow. Brynden stepped closer, gaze fixed on Robert. "You wounded the mountain," he said. "That will spread. Men will talk. Some will take heart." His eyes narrowed. "But Tywin will answer harder." Robert's face hardened again. "Good," he growled. "Let him." A knock sounded at the door. A Riverrun guard entered, face pale. "My lords," he said, voice tight. "A message from King's Landing." Eddard's heart sank. Messages from King's Landing were never simple, never safe. Robert held out a hand. "Give it," he demanded. The guard hesitated, eyes flicking to Eddard. Eddard nodded once. The message was placed in Robert's hand. Robert broke the seal with fingers still stained by his own blood. And as Robert read, Eddard watched the king's face change, and he felt the cold certainty that the war outside was only half of what would kill them. Renly Baratheon did not wait for his brother to come home. He smiled in public. He laughed at court. He made little jokes about northern cold and southern warmth, about how the king would return with a direwolf pup and demand everyone in King's Landing pet it. Men laughed because laughter was easier than fear. At night, Renly moved. He gathered the Tyrells not in the small council chamber where walls had ears, but in a private room where the tapestry muffled sound. Mace Tyrell sat heavily, fingers thick with rings. Margaery Tyrell stood near the window, gaze calm and bright, watching the city lights as if reading them. Loras Tyrell lingered close, posture taut, eyes flicking to Renly with devotion that was too sharp to hide. Varys was there too, of course, because Varys was always there when secrets were being born. Renly poured wine with a steady hand. "My brother has done something extraordinary," he said, and his smile did not reach his eyes. Mace grunted. "Extraordinary," he echoed. "He killed the Kingslayer." Renly's mouth tightened. "In Winterfell," he said softly, "in front of half the North, with a hammer. And now Tywin Lannister burns the Riverlands." He leaned forward slightly. "The realm will demand stability." Mace's brows furrowed. "Stability," he repeated, hopeful, because hopeful men were easier to steer. Margaery's voice was smooth. "And you would offer it," she said. Renly looked at her, and for a heartbeat he allowed himself to admire her. How quickly she understood the shape of power. "I would," he admitted, "but only if the realm gives me room." Loras's eyes flashed. "You are the king's brother," he said. "The realm should kneel." Renly's smile turned faintly sad. "The realm kneels to strength," he said, "not to blood alone. Stannis will claim the throne by law the moment Robert coughs wrong. And Stannis..." Renly's lips curled. "Stannis will strangle the realm in duty." Mace shifted, uneasy. "Robert is still alive," he said. "Surely he..." Renly cut in, voice gentle and deadly. "Robert is bleeding," he said. "In the Riverlands, if the ravens are true. And even if he lives, he has shattered the one thing that kept men from whispering. Certainty." He held up a hand, counting on fingers. "A dead Kingsguard, a queen in chains, children whose blood is questioned, a lion loosed, a brother with a claim." Margaery tilted her head. "And you," she said. Renly met her gaze. "And me," he said softly. Varys's voice drifted in like silk. "The realm does so enjoy a handsome solution," he murmured. Renly ignored him. "If Robert returns," Renly continued, "the city will riot. Half the lords will choose sides before he even reaches the gates. Someone must be ready to steady the realm." His gaze flicked to Margaery. "A new marriage would steady it." Mace's eyes widened. He looked like a man who had been handed a crown in a box. "You propose." Renly's smile returned, bright and practiced. "I propose nothing," he lied smoothly. "I merely observe what the realm will want. A king who can be loved, a queen who can be adored, a future not poisoned by Lannister sins." Margaery's gaze did not waver. "And if Robert lives," she asked softly, "does he take me or do you?" Renly's smile faltered for a heartbeat. Then he recovered. "If Robert lives, he will need allies," he said. "He will need a new queen to bury the old scandal." His eyes sharpened. "And if Robert dies..." He let the words hang because they did not need finishing. Loras's hand tightened at his side, knuckles white. Mace swallowed, then nodded slowly. "We have men," he said. "Gold, grain. The Reach can feed the realm. The Reach can. The Reach can decide who wears the crown." Margaery finished quietly, and her voice was calm because she was not frightened by that truth. She was built for it. Renly lifted his cup. "Then we are in agreement," he said softly. "We prepare, quietly." Varys watched them all with sad eyes, as if seeing the blood that would follow. "Quiet preparations often make the loudest wars," he murmured. Renly smiled at him. "That is why we prepare," he said. Outside the Red Keep, King's Landing glittered, ignorant and hungry. In the streets, Men already whispered the queen's name with venom. In taverns, men already argued about whether the king had finally gone mad. And in a private room behind a tapestry, Renly Baratheon began to lay the foundation for a future that would require his brother to fall. Stannis Baratheon wrote as if words were weapons. On Dragonstone, candlelight made hard shadows of his face, emphasizing every line of sternness and stubbornness. His quill scratched across parchment with relentless pace. Davos Seaworth stood nearby, silent, watching the letters pile. Sealed for great houses, sealed for lords who would read and decide whether to follow law or fear. Will they listen? Davos asked finally, voice low. Stannis did not look up. They will, he said. Davos swallowed. Some will, he corrected gently. Some will pretend not to. Some will choose Renly because he smiles, or Tywin because he pays. Stannis's quill paused. His jaw tightened. Then they will be traitors, he said. Davos exhaled. He had served lords before. He had served criminals. Stannis was different, clean in a way that could cut a man. Melisandre stood near the brazier, hands folded, eyes glinting. The firelight painted her cheeks in red, making her look carved from flame. They will listen when the sea rises, she murmured. When the stag falls, when the true king is crowned. Stannis's eyes snapped up hard. Enough, he said. I did not summon you to recite prophecy. Melisandre's smile was soft. You did not need to summon me, she replied. The flames summoned me. Davos shifted, uncomfortable. He looked at the sealed letters. What do you write them? He asked Stannis, clinging to practical things. Stannis's gaze returned to the parchment. The truth, he said. Davos's stomach tightened. All of it? He asked, because he could not help it. Stannis's mouth tightened. Enough, he said. Jaime Lannister was executed for treason. Cersei Lannister is held. The children's parentage is in question. His eyes narrowed. And if Robert Baratheon has wounded himself so badly that he cannot rule, then the realm must be prepared for succession. Davos rubbed a thumb over the stump where fingertips had been. Robert is still alive, he said, voice thick. He is your brother. Stannis's eyes were cold, but something flickered deep beneath, a wound that never healed. If he is alive, he will return to King's Landing and do what is required, Stannis said. If he is not, I will. Melisandre stepped closer, voice soft as smoke. He will die, she whispered. Not by your hand, not by Tywin's, but by shadow and sorrow. Davos's hand moved toward his knife again before he caught himself. Stop, he hissed. Stop speaking death like it is weather. Melisandre's gaze slid to him, amused. For kings it is weather, she said. Stannis's jaw clenched. He dipped his quill again, writing faster, as if speed could outrun omen. The realm will drown in lies if no one speaks, he said. I will speak. He sealed the last letter with wax, pressing his signet hard enough to leave a deep imprint. Send them, he ordered Davos, to Storm's End, to the Vale, to the Riverlands, to the north. His eyes narrowed. To Eddard Stark. Davos hesitated. Eddard Street. Ark stands with Robert, he said. Stannis's gaze was flint. Eddard Stark stands with honor, he said. Honor will pull him toward the truth whether he wishes it or not. Davos took the letters, feeling their weight. And if honor breaks? He asked softly. Stannis's voice was cold. Then the realm breaks, he said. Outside, waves crashed against Dragonstone's rocks, relentless, patient. Davos carried the letters toward the rookery, and he felt as if he were carrying sparks into a room full of dry straw. Robert read the message from King's Landing twice, then crumpled it in his fist as if crushing paper could crush reality. Eddard stood across the table in Riverrun's war room, the map spread between them, the black marks of burned villages looking like rot. The room was lit by lanterns that threw unsteady light across Robert's bandaged shoulder. The king looked paler than he would admit, but his eyes were bright with fury, pain feeding rage like oil on fire. What do they say? Brynden asked from the side, voice tight. Robert spat into the hearth. They say I am mad, he snarled. They say the North has bewitched me. They say I murdered Jaime without lawful trial. His teeth bared. They say Cersei is kidnapped. They say Tywin rides to save the realm from a tyrant. Eddard's jaw clenched. Tywin's story, he said. Robert's laugh was bitter. And men will believe it, he said. Because it is easier to believe I am mad than to believe a queen has been fucking her brother. Eddard did not flinch at the crudeness. He had no patience left for politeness. We must control the narrative, he said. We must reach King's Landing with Cersei alive and speaking. We must. A knock sounded. A Tully guard entered, carrying another letter. This one sealed with the Stag of Dragonstone. Eddard's stomach tightened as he took it. The wax was dark, the imprint deep. Stannis. He broke the seal and read quickly. The words were sharp and cold, as if the parchment itself disapproved of everyone who touched it. Stannis demanded lawful proceedings. He demanded the children be secured. He demanded Cersei be brought to King's Landing for trial. He reminded Robert bluntly of succession. He spoke of duty as if duty were a sword pressed to the realm's throat. Robert saw the seal and snarled. What does my dear brother preach now? He demanded. Eddard handed him the letter. Robert scanned it, eyes moving fast. As he read, his face twisted, not only with anger, but with something like fear. Stannis's words were a mirror Robert did not want held up. He thinks I'm dying, Robert muttered. Eddard's voice was quiet. He is preparing, he said. Robert's fist clenched around the parchment. Preparing to steal my crown, he snapped. Eddard held his gaze. Preparing to claim what the law gives him if you fall, he corrected. And you gave him reason to think you might fall when you charged into that lane. Robert's eyes flashed. So you blame me, he snarled. Eddard's voice stayed steady. I blame Tywin, he said. I blame Cersei. I blame Jaime. I blame every man who thinks the realm is a game. He leaned closer. But I will not pretend you are not making it easier for them. Robert's breath came harsh. He looked down at the map, then at his hammer, then back at Eddard. What do I do? He rasped, and the question sounded too familiar, like a man asking in the gods would, begging for someone else to steer his life. Eddard's heart tightened. You go to King's Landing, he said. But not alone, not reckless. We move with speed and caution both. We keep the queen. We keep the children. We keep you alive. Robert's mouth twisted. Alive, he muttered. So I can sit on a throne while everyone whispers behind my back. Eddard's voice was low. So you can finish what you began, he said. If you die, Tywin wins. If you die, Stannis takes the crown and the realm fractures anyway. If you die, the children become weapons for whichever side grabs them first. Robert's eyes flicked, briefly, toward the door, toward where his children were kept under guard, toward where Cersei waited in chains. His face contorted with pain that was not from the arrow. Then we ride, Robert said, voice rough. Brynden's eyes narrowed. And Clegane? He asked. Robert's gaze hardened. Clegane bleeds, Robert said. Let him run back to Tywin and show him what it costs to burn my land. His voice dropped. I will deal with the lion at the source. Eddard nodded once, though dread sat heavy in his gut. King's Landing was a nest of knives. It was not a battlefield where Robert's hammer could solve everything. It was worse because in King's Landing, the blade that killed you would be called an accident, and the man who paid for it would smile at your funeral. Robert pushed himself up from the chair, wincing as the bandage pulled. He grabbed the hammer as if it were an anchor. We leave at first light, he said. Eddard watched him and felt the weight of the road ahead. Burned villages behind, poisonous court ahead, and between them a queen who was still smiling in the dark. Outside Riverrun's walls, the rivers ran cold and fast, indifferent to kings. Inside, the king made his choice, and somewhere in the Riverlands, Gregor Clegane rode through smoke with blood under his armor. carrying the kings sent back to a master who would not be denied. Riverrun's gates opened like a mouth letting out a curse. The drawbridge thudded down over cold water, and the river beneath ran fast as if it could outrun the war gathering on its banks. Men stood along the parapets with bows in hand, watching the column form and stretch, banners snapping in the wind. Stag and direwolf among trout and lesser sigils, colors braided together by necessity rather than love. Edmure Tully stood at the bridge's head, his face drawn tight. He looked as if he had not slept since the first village burned, as if every report had carved another line into him. Brynden Tully stood beside him like a blade left out in winter, lean, hard, and coldly sure. "You leave us with smoke," Edmure said to Robert, voice strained with the effort of respect. Robert Baratheon sat his horse with his left arm stiff, bandage showing beneath his cloak where the arrow had bitten. The king looked paler than he would admit, but his eyes were bright with a fury that made him seem larger than his wounds. His warhammer hung from his saddle like a promise. "I leave you with a king's command," Robert growled. "Hold the rivers. Gather every man who can lift steel. If Clegane shows his face again, you put it in the mud." Edmure swallowed, nodding too quickly. "Aye," he said. "Aye, your grace." Brynden's gaze flicked over the column, over the Stark guards, the Baratheon men, the litter under heavy watch, the children wrapped in fur and fear. His eyes lingered a fraction too long on the covered shape where Cersei Lannister traveled, and then returned to Robert. "King's Landing is not a field," Brynden said quietly. "Your hammer will not solve it." Robert's mouth twisted. "My hammer solves liars," he said. "King's Landing is full of them." Eddard Stark rode close enough to hear and felt the familiar tightening in his chest. Duty grinding against dread. "We do this quickly," Eddard said, voice low. "We do this cleanly." Robert's laugh was rough. "Clean," he echoed. "Nothing about this is clean, Ned." Edmure stepped forward, boots scraping on wet wood. "If you go," he said, voice cracking with urgency, "leave us something, a word, a banner. The River Lords need to know the crown still holds." Robert's gaze hardened. "Tell them I am coming," he said. "Tell them the lion will choke on his own roar." The words were the kind men wanted, simple, violent, certain. They cheered a little raggedly because cheering felt better than trembling. Eddard watched Edmure's face as the cheering died. Beneath the relief there was the knowledge that the Riverlands would be the anvil on which southern wars were hammered out, no matter who won. The column began to move. The covered litter creaked as it rolled, curtains drawn tight. Cersei Lannister traveled inside like a thorn wrapped in velvet. The guards pretended not to fear her. They failed. Myrcella Baratheon rode within a ring of men, her gloved hands clasped around Tommen Baratheon's as if she could hold him together with her fingers. Tommen's cheeks were red from cold and crying, his eyes wide and lost. Joffrey Baratheon sat straight-backed, silent, staring at Riverrun's walls as if memorizing them for punishment later. As they crossed the bridge, Edmure's voice rose behind them. "Blackfish," he called, and the word was half a plea. Brynden's answer was flat. "I'm here," he said. "Go inside. The river doesn't wait." The drawbridge rose behind the column with a dull groan, cutting Riverrun off from the road like a man shutting a door against a storm. Robert did not look back. He stared south, toward the city that had crowned him and caged him, toward the place where lies were dressed like law. His bandaged shoulder pulled with every step of the horse, but he rode as if pain were simply another thing he could trample. Eddard rode beside him and watched the horizon, where smoke smudged the sky like a bruise that would not fade. Behind them, the Riverlands burned. Ahead of them, King's Landing waited bright, stinking, hungry, and full of hands eager to turn a wounded king into a corpse. The night tried to swallow them whole. They camped off the road in a shallow hollow where trees crowded close, their bare branches tangled like claws. Fires were kept low because light drew eyes, and eyes drew arrows. Men ate in silence, chewing tough meat and harder thoughts, listening to the wind sift through dead leaves like whispered warnings. Robert sat by the central fire with his cloak pulled tight, the warhammer laid across his knees as if he feared sleep might steal it. His shoulder wound oozed through the bandage in dark spots. The king stared into the flames like a man daring them to show him answers. Eddard walked the perimeter twice, then a third time because rest felt like negligence now. He spoke quietly with guards, shifted men, doubled watches. He watched the trees, the road, the black gaps between trunks where anything might move. When the bolt came, it came like a thought, silent, sudden, sharp. A stark guard on the outer ring jerked and fell, a crossbow quarrel buried in his throat. He hit the ground without a sound, hands scrabbling at air, blood bubbling dark in torchlight. Steel sang from scabbards. Men surged up, boots kicking ash, curses breaking the night's hush. Eddard moved on instinct, ice in hand, shouting for silence even as his own voice felt too loud. "Hold!" he barked. "No panic, spread out." Another bolt snapped into a tree trunk, quivering there like a threat left behind on purpose. A third missed entirely, hissing over the camp and vanishing into dark. Eddard saw movement, shadow shifting too smoothly to be wind, and lunged. He tackled a man crouched behind a fallen log, the assassin's hands already scrabbling at a second crossbow. They hit the ground hard. The man smelled of sweat and cheap oil. He fought like a cornered animal, teeth bared, knife flashing. Eddard's forearm caught the knife, pain flaring. He drove his fist into the man's face, felt cartilage crush. The assassin spat blood and tried to twist away. Stark men piled in, dragging him down. "Who sent you?" Eddard demanded, voice low and cold. The assassin's eyes were wild. "The realm," he gasped and laughed, coughing blood. "The realm sent me." A Stark guard wrenched the crossbow away and slammed the man's head into the earth. The assassin went slack, either dead or too broken to speak. Robert rose from the fire like a storm standing up. "What is it?" he snarled, and there was something almost hungry in his voice, as if violence was the only language left that made sense. Eddard stepped aside so Robert could see the dead guard, the fallen crossbow, the assassin's crumpled shape. "A bolt," Eddard said, "meant for your throat." Robert's eyes narrowed. He looked at the tree trunk where a quarrel still trembled and then at the body of his guard, and the rage in him shifted, focusing like a spear point. "Find me his purse," Robert said. A Stark man knelt, rifled the assassin's belt, and held up a pouch that jingled. The guard spilled its contents into his palm, gold coins stamped with a lion's head, their faces gleaming in firelight like mockery. A murmur ran through the camp. Even men who could not read knew what that meant. Robert's face went still, too still. "Tywin," he said softly. Eddard's jaw clenched. "Tywin," he agreed. Robert's gaze flicked toward the children's guarded ring. Myrcella had pulled Tommen close, her hand pressed over his eyes, but Tommen's sobs leaked through her fingers. Joffrey stood in the shadow of a wagon, watching the scene with an unnerving calm, as if he were studying how men died so he could remember it later. Robert saw Joffrey watching and something ugly tightened in his expression. Not love, not warmth, but the desperate need to find himself in the boy's face and failing. "Bring the queen out," Robert snarled suddenly. Eddard's stomach dropped. "Robert, now," Robert barked. The guards hesitated, then moved toward Cersei's litter. Eddard stepped in fast, catching Robert's arm. "Not tonight," he said, voice low and hard. "Not in fear, not in front of the children." Robert's eyes blazed. "Fear?" he hissed. "They tried to kill me, and they will keep trying," Eddard replied. "Which means we keep our heads. We keep discipline." Robert's breath came in harsh bursts. His gaze snapped back to the lion coins in the guard's palm. He took them and squeezed until the edges bit into his skin. "They buy my death," Robert whispered. "They buy it like a sack of grain." Eddard's voice was quiet. "That is how Tywin has always worked," he said. "And that is why you must not give him what he wants." Robert's mouth twisted. "He wants my head," he growled. "He wants your reputation first," Eddard said. "A dead king is dangerous for him if the realm blames the lions. A dead king is useful if the realm believes the king deserved it." Robert stared at him, and for a heartbeat Eddard thought the king might understand. Then Robert looked away, jaw clenching, as if understanding was just another kind of pain. They buried the dead guard at the edge of camp under frozen earth that resisted the spade. The men worked in silence, breath steaming. When the grave was filled, Robert stood over it and did not speak a prayer. He simply stared down, eyes empty. Eddard watched the trees again, feeling the night press in. The first knife had come in the dark. It would not be the last. Cersei Lannister learned to measure time by men's breathing. The wagon rocked gently as the camp settled again, as fires shrank and voices dropped, as fear became a low hum rather than a shout. Outside, the guards shifted their feet, their armor whispering softly. She heard it all. She pictured it all. She knew where every man stood, because helplessness made the mind sharper or broke it. Cersei had never been built to break. A lantern hung from a hook inside the wagon, its light weak and yellow. Her chains were looped around a heavy iron ring bolted to the floor. The iron bit cold into her wrists, but her hands were steady as she smoothed a scrap of parchment across her knee. A ring lay on the floorboards, gold, heavy, lion-faced. She had taken it from her own finger before Robert could pry it away and hidden it beneath her cloak, because little things mattered. Little things became keys. She dipped a quill into ink with careful economy. The ink was precious, but words were more precious. She wrote quickly, small and tight, because she had learned that the smallest messages traveled farthest. Folded, hidden, slipped into pockets that men swore were empty. A soft knock came at the wagon's door. "Who is it?" she asked, voice calm, as if she were not chained. The door creaked open a sliver. A guard leaned in, face half-lit. One of the Baratheon men, not a Stark. His eyes flicked to the chains, then away, as if looking too directly might invite her wrath. "My lady," he said quietly. Cersei's mouth curved faintly. "You still call me that," she murmured. "How sweet." The guard swallowed. "The king said." "The king says many things," Cersei interrupted softly. "He says them loudly, so he can hear himself over the laughter." The guard's jaw tightened, and Cersei saw it. Resentment, fear, something that could be turned. Men did not like kings who humiliated them by association. A king who dragged his queen in chains made everyone near him feel dirty. "You heard what happened," the guard said, voice low. Cersei blinked slowly. "An assassin," she said. "How shocking." "They meant him," the guard whispered. "Meant to kill Robert Baratheon." Cersei tilted her head. "And did you?" she asked gently. The guard's eyes flashed. "No." "Then he lives," Cersei said. "For now." The guard hesitated. "They found gold," he said. "Lion gold." Cersei let her eyes widen just enough to look wounded. "They will blame my father," she whispered, as if the thought pained her. The guard's mouth tightened. "They already do." Cersei leaned forward as far as chains allowed, lowering her voice. "Do you believe it?" she asked. The guard stared at her. His eyes were uncertain. Uncertainty was the crack where Cersei placed her knife. "I believe," he said slowly, "that Lord Tywin Lannister does not like being humiliated." Cersei smiled faintly. "No," she agreed. "He does not." She let silence stretch, letting the guard stew in his own thought. Then she spoke again, soft as smoke. "Do you know what Robert Baratheon will do if he believes my father is trying to kill him?" The guard's throat bobbed. "He will. He will do what he always does," Cersei said. "He will smash. And when men smash, they do not always choose the right target. They hit whatever is closest." Her gaze flicked down to her chains. "Sometimes that is a woman. Sometimes that is a child." The guard flinched, and the flinch told her everything. Outside the wagon, a shadow shifted near the wheel, small, sharp. Cersei knew without seeing that it was Joffrey Baratheon. listening like a hungry cat. Cersei's voice softened. "If you had a sister," she murmured, "and she were chained like this, and a king kept her as bait." She let the sentence hang unfinished, so the guard's mind would fill it with his own fear. The guard began. Cersei lifted her bound hands slightly, chains clinking. "I am not asking you to free me," she said. "Not tonight. Not yet." She paused. "I am asking you to carry a message." The guard's eyes darted. "To who?" Cersei's smile sharpened, faint and poisonous. "To a man who can keep the city from tearing itself apart," she whispered. "To a man who understands that Robert Baratheon is no longer fit to hold a crown if he swings hammers in halls and drags children through smoke." She slid the parchment forward, folded tight, the wax seal pressed with the lion ring. "To Peter Baelish." The guard stared at the folded scrap as if it were a snake. "Little finger," he whispered. "Little finger," Cersei agreed. "He likes ladders. He will climb whichever one does not collapse." Her eyes gleamed. "Tell him the lion has not forgotten his debts." The guard's hands trembled slightly as he took the message. "If they catch me," Cersei's voice turned colder. "If they catch you," she whispered, "you will say you were delivering a prayer to the sept for the queen. Men love prayers. They fear them, too." She paused, then added softly, "If you succeed, you will be remembered when the lion returns." The guard swallowed hard, then nodded once, too quickly. He pulled back from the doorway, closing it gently, as if afraid any sound might betray him. Cersei sat back against the wagon wall, chains tight, and let herself breathe once, slow and controlled. Outside, Joffrey's shadow slipped away from the wheel. She smiled in the lantern light, small and secret. Robert Baratheon believed he was dragging her to King's Landing to make her speak. He did not understand that King's Landing would speak for her, if she whispered to the right mouths first. By the time Robert Baratheon was 2 days from the city, King's Landing was already bleeding from the mouth. Rumor moved through the capital like sickness. Fast, invisible, fed by fear and hunger. In taverns, men whispered that the king had gone north and come back a madman. In markets, women hissed that the queen had been kidnapped by wolves. In the streets, boys shouted that the Kingslayer was dead and the gods had finally noticed sin. Flea Bottom boiled first, as it always did, because Flea Bottom lived closest to the truth of kings. Kings meant taxes and soldiers and bodies. A crowd gathered near a crooked sept that stank of damp stone and old incense. They shouted over one another, voices sharp and desperate. Some spat Robert's name like a curse. Others spat Tywin's. Many spat at both because the small folk understood, in their bones, that nobles fought and small folk burned. A man held up a crude wooden token carved like a lion. "The queen is innocent," he yelled. "It's the king who's gone mad." A woman hurled a rotten turnip at him. "Innocent?" she screamed. "She's a whore with a crown." The word ignited the air. Men surged, hands grabbed. Someone punched someone else. A boy was trampled, crying until the crowd swallowed the sound. Gold Cloaks shoved in, staves raised, faces hard and tired. They hit men's shoulders, men's backs, men's heads. They did not ask questions. Questions were luxuries. Order was what they sold. "Back!" a captain shouted. "Back, you dogs!" The crowd roared, and the roar tasted like hunger. A stone flew, struck a Gold Cloak's helm with a crack. The man staggered, blood running down his face, and his fellows responded the way soldiers always did, with violence. Staves swung. A man went down, teeth scattering on cobble. A woman screamed and clawed at a Gold Cloak's face until his hand closed around her hair and slammed her head against a wall. A septon stepped forward, hands raised, voice shaking with fervor. "Peace!" he cried. "Peace in the Seven's name." Someone shoved him. Someone else punched him. His voice broke. Even gods had trouble being heard over men with staves. From beneath a shadowed archway, Varys watched. His silk robes were plain today, darker than usual, as if he were trying to blend into the city rather than float above it. His face was composed in sorrow, but his eyes were sharp, counting, measuring, memorizing. He watched which gold cloaks hit hardest. He watched which ones hesitated. He watched which ones looked like they had already chosen a side. A little bird tugged at his sleeve, a child with dirty cheeks and quick eyes. The child whispered in Varys's ear, and Varys's expression tightened just slightly. "Little finger," Varys murmured, soft enough that it was almost breath. The child nodded and slipped away, swallowed by the crowd. Varys exhaled slowly. He had hoped, perhaps foolishly, that the city might hold itself together until the king returned. But cities were like and under enough pressure they broke. The mob surged again, and gold cloaks pushed harder. Someone drew a knife. Someone else drew another. A bloodstain bloomed on a shirt. A scream rose high and then cut off abruptly. Varys turned away before the worst of it spilled. He moved through alleys and courtyards like a shadow with purpose, heading toward the Red Keep, toward the small council, toward the men who pretended they governed rather than reacted. Behind him, Flea Bottom screamed itself hoarse, and the city's heartbeat quickened into panic. Kings did not need to arrive to cause war. Sometimes the idea of a king arriving was enough. Peter Baelish had always understood that a city was a beast with one true appetite: coin. In a narrow office inside a gold cloak barracks, the air smelled of sweat, old ale, and the sour tang of fear. A single candle burned on the table, its flame trembling whenever someone shifted. Outside, boots thudded in corridors, men barking orders, the city's tension pressing in like heat. Janos Slynt sat behind the table with his hands folded, trying to look like a commander rather than a butcher who had found a uniform. His eyes, however, betrayed him: quick, greedy, restless. Peter Baelish placed a small heap of gold on the table and let it gleam in candlelight. It was not Lannister stamped. It did not need to be. Gold was gold. It spoke all languages. Janos swallowed. "That's a lot of coin," he said, voice thick. Peter smiled as if they were discussing wine. "The city is expensive," he replied. "Order more so." Janos's fingers twitched toward the pile. "What do you want?" he asked. Peter's smile did not change. "I want the gates controlled," he said softly. "I want the city watch to remain flexible." Janos frowned, suspicion fighting greed. Flexible for who? The door opened without a knock. Renly Baratheon stepped in with the easy grace of a man who had never been truly frightened in his life. He wore green velvet and a smile that looked almost warm, almost harmless. Behind that smile was calculation sharp enough to cut. Janos's eyes widened. "My lord," he stammered, half rising. Renly held up a hand. "Sit," he said pleasantly. "We're all friends here, aren't we?" Janos sank back down, sweating. Peter's eyes gleamed. "Lord Renly," he murmured, as if surprised, as if he had not orchestrated the moment. Renly's smile widened. "Little finger," he said, and the name sounded like mockery and praise tangled together. His gaze slid to the pile of gold. My, buying the city again." Peter spread his hands. "I merely rent it," he said lightly. "It would be rude to claim ownership." Renly's eyes flicked to Janos. "Captain Slynt," he said smoothly, "you have an important duty soon." Janos licked his lips. "Aye, my lord," he said. "Duty." Renly leaned forward slightly, voice dropping just enough to feel intimate. "My brother returns soon," he said. "King Robert Baratheon. And he returns wounded." Janos's eyes darted. "So I've heard," he said quickly. Renly's smile remained. "When a wounded king returns, the city must not tear itself apart in the streets," he continued. "It must not become a battlefield. The gates must be managed. The crowds must be managed. And certain prisoners must be handled carefully." Janos swallowed hard. "Prisoners," he echoed. Renly's gaze sharpened. "The Queen," he said, and the word was a hook. "Cersei Lannister." Janos's eyes widened. They say she's chained, he whispered. Renly's expression did not change. They say many things, he replied. But if she arrives in chains, the city will riot. Lions will roar, wolves will howl, and men like you will be crushed between them. Janos flinched. He could see it, his own death in the street, not noble, not remembered. Renly's voice softened, almost kind. Unless, he said, you are the man who keeps the peace. Janos's gaze slid to the gold again. Peter Baelish spoke, voice smooth. Captain Slint, he murmured. Peace has a price. Janos's hands tightened together, knuckles white. What do you want me to do? He asked, and the question was already surrender. Renly's smile brightened, as if delighted. When the king arrives, he said, you will open the gates. You will escort him to the Red Keep with honor. And you will ensure that the queen is placed somewhere safe. Safe, Janos echoed, confused. Renly's eyes glittered. Safe from mobs, he said. Safe from northern blades. His voice dropped further. Safe for the realm. Janos swallowed. And the king? He asked. Renly's smile did not falter. The king will be treated with all respect, he said. But if the king behaves rashly, if he threatens the city, then the city watch must be prepared to protect the capital. Janos blinked. From the king, he whispered, stunned by the audacity. Peter Baelish's smile was razor-thin. From chaos, he corrected gently. Janos stared at the gold until his eyes seemed to glaze. Then he reached out slowly, dragging the heap toward himself with shaking fingers, as if afraid the coins might bite. Renly watched him, satisfied. Good, he said softly. You are a practical man, Captain Slint. Practical men survive. Janos nodded, sweat running down his temple. He whispered. Practical. Renly straightened, smoothing his sleeve. One more thing, he said lightly. No surprises at the gate. No heroics. No mistakes. His smile sharpened. Because if you fail, there will be no coin large enough to buy your head back from the crowd. Janos swallowed hard. I won't fail, he whispered. Peter Baelish's eyes gleamed, amused. No, he murmured. You won't. When Renly and Peter left the office, the candle flame seemed to burn steadier, as if relieved. Janos Slint sat alone with his new gold and felt, perhaps for the first time, the true weight of the city he thought he commanded. Outside, King's Landing seethed. And the gates that decided who entered and who died, were now in hands that could be bought. Tywin Lannister did not sleep as men slept. He rested in brief stillnesses, eyes open, mind moving. By the time Gregor Clegane limped into the lantern-lit tent, Tywin had already decided what the Riverlands fires would mean, what the city's riots would mean, what Robert Baratheon's wounded shoulder would mean. Gregor's armor was scraped and dented, black plate marked with mud and blood. A crude bandage wrapped his thigh where the arrow had found a gap. The mountain's face beneath his helm was less monstrous than the stories promised, but it was harder for being real, scarred, heavy-browed, expression empty of anything but appetite. He knelt only because a man had to do something with his bulk in a tent built for smaller bodies. The king bleeds, Gregor said, voice like gravel. Tywin's gaze did not flicker. I know, he replied. Kevin stood over the map, finger tapping the kingsroad. They left Riverrun, he said. They ride for King's Landing. Tywin's mouth tightened slightly. Good, he said. Tyrion sat near the tent pole with a cup in hand, watching the scene with eyes too sharp for grief to dull. He had ridden with his father's host out of habit and necessity, but every mile felt like betrayal of something he could not name. Jaime's absence was a hole in the world. Tywin treated it like a missing tool. Gregor shifted, and the bandage at his thigh darkened. The stag hits hard, he said. Tywin's eyes slid to him at last. And you failed, Tywin said flatly. Gregor's jaw worked. Anger flickered. He was used to being feared, not judged. He was there, Gregor rumbled. He came out of the trees like a man who believes violence is a virtue. Tywin finished, unimpressed. He looked back to the map. You drew blood. That is all I required. Kevin's brows furrowed. Father, he said cautiously, if Robert reaches the Red Keep with the Queen in chains, the city may turn against us. Tywin's gaze was cold. If Robert reaches the Red Keep alive, he corrected. Kevin's jaw tightened. You would kill the king, he said, as if the words tasted dangerous. Tywin did not flinch. Robert Baratheon killed my son, he said. Robert Baratheon has taken my daughter. Robert Baratheon is now a liability to the realm's stability. He looked up, eyes sharp. Liabilities are removed. Tyrion's voice cut in, dry and edged. And the realm will applaud? He asked. Tywin's gaze flicked to him. The realm will accept what it is given, Tywin said. Especially if it is told the king died because he was reckless, wounded, unstable. His mouth tightened. A tragic accident on the road. A fever. Poisoned cut. Anything that keeps the blame from settling where it should. Tyrion's laugh was quiet and bitter. Where it should, he echoed. On you. Tywin's expression did not change. On chaos, he said. Chaos is always convenient. Kevin leaned closer to the map. We have men near the city, he said. Gold in the right palms. The city watch, Tywin. And lifted a hand. Peter Baelish will do what Peter Baelish always does, he said. He will serve himself, so we ensure serving himself serves us. His gaze slid to Tyrion. You will go to King's Landing. Tyrion's cup paused mid-lift. Me, he said softly. Tywin's eyes were cold. You will speak to the council, Tywin said. You will present grief. You will present reason. You will present the story we require. His voice hardened. And you will remind them that the realm is in debt. Tyrion swallowed, wine sour in his mouth. And if Robert arrives first? He asked. Tywin's gaze slid back to Gregor. Then we accelerate, he said. Gregor's lips curled in something like anticipation. Kevin's face tightened. Cersei is still in their hands, he said. Tywin's gaze remained steady. Cersei will be freed, he said. Either by law or by force, or by the city itself. His eyes narrowed. And the children will be secured. Tyrion's voice was quiet. Secured for whom? He asked. Tywin's eyes flicked to him, sharp as a knife. For House Lannister, he said. For stability. For the realm. Tyrion wanted to laugh. He wanted to scream. Instead he drank. Tywin turned back to the map and placed his finger on King's Landing. Robert Baratheon thinks the city is his, he said. He forgets the city has always belonged to whoever feeds it, pays it, and frightens it. His mouth tightened. We will remind him. Outside the tent, thousands of men slept with swords close and dreams closer. The host's fires dotted the fields like a constellation of hunger. And in the center of it, Tywin Lannister planned the King's End with the same calm precision he might plan a harvest. The city appeared on the horizon like a bruise on the world. King's Landing was not beautiful from a distance. It was a sprawl of brown roofs and crooked streets pressed up against the hill where the Red Keep perched, its walls pale in the dying light. Smoke rose from 100 chimneys, mixing with the smell of salt and sewage carried by the wind. Even before they reached the gates, Eddard could taste it. Life packed too tightly, desperation simmering. They camped on a rise outside the city where the ground was firmer and the sightlines wider. Fires were kept low. The men spoke in murmurs. Even hardened soldiers looked uneasy, because the city did not feel like a place to march into with a queen in chains and a king with enemies on every side. Robert stood at the edge of camp staring toward the Red Keep, cloak snapping behind him. His bandaged shoulder stiffened his posture. His jaw worked as if he were chewing rage. That is my castle, he muttered. Eddard stood beside him. It is a castle full of knives, he replied. Robert's laugh was harsh. Let them cut, he growled. I'll break their arms. Eddard did not answer, because he could see how badly Robert wanted the world to be simple again. The city would not grant him that mercy. A hooded man approached the camp's edge just after dusk, slipping between watchfires with the smoothness of someone who knew how to avoid attention. Stark guards caught him before he could reach the king. The man raised empty hands, voice low and quick. "For Lord Eddard Stark," he said. Eddard stepped forward, eyes narrowed. "Who sent you?" he asked. The man's mouth twitched as if amused by the question. He did not answer with words. He opened his palm briefly, and a ring glinted plain, but with a tiny, familiar mark cut into the metal. Varys. Eddard's stomach tightened. He took the small scroll offered and tucked it into his glove without breaking the seal yet. "Go," he said quietly. The hooded man vanished back into the dark as if swallowed by the city's breath. Eddard moved away from the fires, toward a patch of shadow between wagons, and broke the seal with careful fingers. The parchment was thin. The ink smelled faintly of perfume, a reminder that Varys's messages always carried a trace of court. The words were spare, urgent. "The city watch is not yours. The gates are bought. Renly Baratheon plans to protect the queen. Peter Baelish counts coins. Do not enter by the main gate. Trust no one who smiles." Eddard read it twice, then folded it and felt the weight of it settle in his gut. He looked toward the road where, in the distance, gold cloaks patrolled in small knots, yellow and black moving like insects. He remembered how easily gold could turn men's loyalty. He remembered, too, how easily desperation could do the same. Behind him, the covered litter shifted. A curtain gap widened for the briefest moment, and Cersei Lannister's eyes met his through the dark. Green, bright, amused. She smiled, faintly, and let the curtain fall again. Eddard's blood chilled. He moved back to Robert, keeping his face steady. "We do not enter tonight," he said. Robert's head snapped toward him. "Why?" he demanded. Eddard held his gaze. "Because the city is restless," he said. "Because the watch may not be loyal. Because men are buying the gates." Robert's eyes narrowed. "Buying?" he snarled. "With my gold." Eddard's voice was low. "With Lannister gold. With Tyrell gold. With whoever thinks the crown is about to fall and wants to be standing where it lands." Robert's mouth twisted. "Renly," he spat. Eddard did not deny it. "We choose our entry," he said. "We choose our ground. We do not let them funnel us like cattle." Robert stared toward the red keep, jaw clenched. For a heartbeat, Eddard saw the old stubbornness rise. Robert wanting to ride straight through the gates and dare the world to stop him. Then Robert's shoulder wound pulled, and pain flickered across his face. Pain did what counsel sometimes could not. It forced him to pause. "Fine," Robert growled. "We go in at dawn, and if any man tries to take my queen from me..." His hand drifted toward the hammer at his saddle, and the threat was so familiar it was almost comforting. Eddard looked at the city again and felt no comfort at all. King's Landing was a pit of snakes, and dawn would drop them into it. Dawn brought no peace. It brought noise. As soon as Robert's column approached the city, the sound reached them, shouts rolling over the walls like waves. The gates were shut, then opened slowly, as if the city itself hesitated to let the king in. The smell hit next. Fish rot, smoke, sweat, shit. King's Landing smelled like too many people pressed too close for too long, and now it smelled like fear on top of it. They chose the main approach anyway because avoiding it would look like weakness, and Robert Baratheon refused to look weak. Eddard rode near the front with Stark men flanking, eyes scanning roofs and windows and the narrow slits in the walls where arrows could wait. The gates yawned open, and a line of gold cloaks stood just inside. Spears down, helmets on, faces hard. At their head stood Janos Slynt, broad-shouldered and sweating despite the cold. His mouth fixed in a grin that looked like something borrowed. He raised a hand. The column slowed. Robert's horse stamped. "Move!" Robert barked. Janos Slynt stepped forward a pace, voice loud enough for the crowd to hear. "Your Grace," he called, bowing shallowly. "The city welcomes you, but there are concerns." Robert's eyes narrowed. "Concerns," he repeated, and the word was already a threat. Janos's grin twitched. "The small folk are restless," he said. "They've heard things. They fear violence. They fear the queen being brought through the streets in." His eyes flicked briefly toward the covered litter. In an unseemly manner, Robert's jaw tightened. "My queen travels as I command," he growled. "Open the way." The crowd pressed closer behind the Gold Cloaks, faces sharp with hunger for spectacle. Some shouted Robert's name like a prayer. Others shouted it like a curse. A woman screamed, "Whore!" and another screamed, "Mad King!" And the two cries tangled into one ugly chorus. Eddard's hand tightened on his reins. He felt the city's mood the way a man felt ice cracking under his feet. Janos lifted his hands as if calming the crowd. "To prevent riot," he announced loudly, "the City Watch will escort the Queen directly to the Red Keep by a secure route, away from the mob." Robert's head snapped. "No," he said, and the word cracked like a whip. Janos blinked, still grinning. "Your Grace." Robert rode forward a step, towering, voice booming. "You will not touch her," he roared. "She is mine. She goes where I say." The crowd surged at the shout, drawn to it like dogs to blood. Gold Cloaks tightened their line, spears angling. A stone flew from somewhere, struck a horse's flank. The horse screamed and reared, nearly throwing its rider. Eddard moved without thinking, riding forward between Robert and Janos, Ice's dark hilt visible at his side like a warning. His voice cut through the noise, low but sharp. "Captain Slint," he said, "your duty is to escort the king, not to negotiate his authority." Janos's eyes flicked to ice, and the grin faltered just a fraction. "My lord he said quickly, "I mean only to keep the peace." Eddard's gaze was cold. "Peace is kept by obeying the king," he said. Janos swallowed. His eyes darted toward the walls, toward the city behind him, toward men unseen who had bought his courage. The moment stretched. Eddard could feel it balancing on a knife edge. One wrong word and the gate became a slaughterhouse. Robert's voice dropped, deadly. "Open the way," he said again. Janos's jaw worked. He glanced at the crowd, at the spears, at Robert's hammer, at Eddard's calm fury. He made a decision that looked like surrender and felt like betrayal. He lifted his hand sharply. "Clear!" he shouted. Gold Cloaks shifted, parting. The crowd roared, surging forward until spears shoved them back. Men spit. Women screamed. Someone threw a clod of filth that splattered against a Stark guard's cloak. The column moved through the gate. Eddard kept his eyes up, scanning rooftops. Robert rode stiffly, shoulders tense, as if he expected every window to spit a bolt. The litter rolled behind them, guarded on all sides, and Eddard could feel Cersei's presence like a whisper in his spine. As they passed Janos Slint, Eddard caught the captain's eye for a heartbeat. Janos looked away first. Inside the walls, the streets narrowed and the city swallowed them, loud and stinking and hungry. The Red Keep loomed above, but it did not feel like safety. It felt like the mouth of a beast waiting to close. The Iron Throne did not welcome Robert Baratheon. It merely waited for him, as it waited for all kings, hungry for blood. When Robert sat it again, he did so with a grimness that made the act feel like punishment. The bandage beneath his cloak pulled at his shoulder. The throne's jagged blades caught torchlight like teeth. His warhammer leaned against the steps below, as if even the throne did not trust itself to keep him whole. The court gathered fast, drawn by rumor and instinct. Lords in silk and chainmail filled the hall. Knights murmured behind hands. Servants slipped like shadows. The air smelled of sweat and incense and fear. Eddard stood below the throne steps, shoulders squared, ice at his side. He felt the city's eyes on him, northern wolf in the south's den. He felt their judgment like a weight. Barristan Selmy stood rigid in his white cloak, face unreadable. He had served mad kings and noble ones, and he looked as if he was measuring which Robert would become. Renly Baratheon stood to one side, smiling gently, hands folded as if in prayer. The smile did not reach his eyes. Behind him, courtiers hovered like moths. Peter Baelish lounged with easy confidence near a pillar, as if the throne room were his favorite tavern. Varys stood beside him with his hands tucked into his sleeves, face sorrowful, eyes sharp. Grand Maester Pycelle shuffled in, chain glinting, cheeks pale. He looked like a man who wished ravens had never been invented. Robert's voice cut through the murmurs. "Bring her," he commanded. The doors opened, and Cersei Lannister entered. They had hidden her chains beneath a dark cloak, because men still clung to the illusion of dignity. But the way the guards flanked her, the way the hall held its breath, made the truth plain. Cersei's hair was braided, her head held high, her face composed. She looked less like a prisoner than like a queen walking to her own coronation. A murmur rippled. Some faces showed shock. Some showed satisfaction. Some showed fear. Renly's smile tightened. Cersei's eyes swept the hall and then lifted to Robert. For a heartbeat, something like contempt flickered. Then it smoothed into calm. She inclined her head slightly, as if greeting a husband rather than a captor. "My king," she said, voice smooth. Robert's hand tightened on the armrest. "Do not call me that," he growled. Cersei's mouth curved faintly. "As you wish," she replied. "Husband." The word hit the hall like a slap. Robert leaned forward, eyes blazing. "Jaime Lannister is dead," he said, voice carrying. "He died for treason, for breaking vows, for crawling into my bed with my wife." Gasped. A rustle of silk, a whisper like wind through dry leaves. Barristan's jaw tightened. Pycelle's mouth opened, then closed again like a fish on sand. Cersei did not flinch. "You killed him," she said softly. "Yes." Robert's voice rose. "I did," he snarled. "And I would do it again." He stabbed a finger toward her. "Now you will speak. Y. Or you will tell this court the truth. You will tell them how long. You will tell them whose children they are." The hall went still enough that Eddard could hear his own heartbeat. Renly's smile froze. Peter Baelish's eyes gleamed. Varys looked almost sad. Cersei's eyes glittered green. She let silence stretch, savoring it, because she understood what Robert did not. The court loved silence before a fall. Then she spoke, voice soft and deadly. "You want me to confess," she said, "so you can wash your hands of your own failures." Robert's face contorted. "Answer," he roared. Cersei's gaze slid over the court, over lords who had smiled at her for years, over men who had feared her father's gold. "I will answer the realm," she said, "but not to a man who drags me in chains like a trophy." Robert surged as if to stand, fury exploding. The throne's blades caught his cloak and snagged it, tugging like teeth. He ripped free, breathing hard. Eddard stepped forward, voice low but firm. "This is the king's court," he said. "You will answer." Cersei turned her gaze to him, and her smile sharpened. "Lord Eddard Stark," she said smoothly. "The honorable wolf." She tilted her head. "Tell me, did you counsel him to smash Jaime's skull in your hall? Did you counsel him to drag children through smoke and mud?" Eddard's jaw clenched. He heard the trap in her words. She was not defending herself. She was putting the king on trial. Robert's voice thundered. "You will not speak to him." Cersei lifted a hand slightly, and the guards tensed, as if her gesture itself were a weapon. "I will speak to whomever I choose," she said softly. "Unless you plan to kill me here, too, in front of your court." A murmur ran through the hall. Uneasy, hungry. Men loved the idea of a king slipping into tyranny because it gave them permission to choose sides. Renly's voice slid in, mild as honey. "Brother," he said gently, "the city is already restless. We must be careful." Robert's head snapped toward him, eyes blazing. "Careful," he snarled. "You sound like Ned." Renly's smile remained. "Someone must," he said. Peter Baelish chuckled quietly, as if entertained by the tension. Varys's eyes flicked to him, warning. Robert's breath came hard. He looked at Cersei again. "Say it," he demanded. "Say whose children they are." Cersei's gaze held his, unblinking. For a heartbeat, Eddard thought she might finally speak the truth in full, might tear the realm open with a single sentence. Instead, she smiled. "They are mine," she said, "and they are the realms." Robert's face twisted. "That is not an answer," he hissed. Cersei's voice stayed soft. "It is the only answer that keeps you from murdering children," she replied. The hall shuddered with whispers. Eddard felt cold sweat under his collar. He saw, suddenly, how this would end if it continued like this. Riot outside, division inside, and a king driven into madness by humiliation while his enemies called it justice. Yes, stepped closer to Robert, voice low. "We need proof," he murmured. "We need witnesses. We need—" Robert's eyes were wild. "I have eyes," he snarled. "And they will get you killed," Eddard whispered back. Cersei watched them with an amused tilt to her mouth, as if she could already taste the ending. They moved Robert off the throne before the court could tear him apart with whispers. Varys murmured something about the city's mood. Barristan Selmy suggested rest in the careful tone of a man trying not to insult a king. Renly offered a soothing smile. Peter Baelish offered nothing but watching. Eddard guided Robert through corridors with guards bristling around them, away from the hall's hunger, toward a private chamber where they could breathe without 1,000 eyes weighing every twitch. The room was smaller, warmer, thick with lantern light. A table held wine and bread, courtly comforts offered like bandages. Robert stood over it, hands shaking slightly, jaw clenched so hard his teeth ground. "She won't say it," Robert whispered. "She won't say it because she knows it will end her." Eddard's voice was low. "She won't say it because she wants you to say it," he replied. "She wants you to be the man who condemns children. She wants the realm to hate you for it." Robert's eyes flashed. "Let them hate me," he snarled. "Let them hate me if it means they fear me." Eddard felt a chill. "Fear is not loyalty," he said. Robert grabbed a goblet from the table, the wine dark as blood under lantern light. His hand trembled. He lifted it as if he meant to drink the world into silence. Eddard's instinct screamed, "Robert, wait." Robert's eyes snapped to him. "Do not," he growled. "Do not tell me what to do." Eddard stepped closer anyway, voice hard. "You were nearly killed on the road," he said. "Tywin's gold is in this city. Renly's smiles are in this city. Every cup is a weapon." Robert's mouth twisted. "So I should die of thirst?" he hissed, goblet still raised. Eddard's gaze flicked around the room. Guards posted, shadows pooled in corners. And there, in one shadow, Cersei Lannister stood under watch, cloak draped around her shoulders, face composed as if she were only waiting for a dance. Her eyes met Eddard's, bright and amused. Eddard's blood went cold. "Set it down," Eddard said to Robert, quieter now. "Please." Robert's jaw worked. He wanted to defy. Defiance was his last comfort. Then a small sound came, glass kissing stone. A vial rolled from beneath the table, tiny, clear, glinting in the lantern light. It came to rest near Robert's boot as if placed there by fate itself. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Eddard stared at it. The room seemed to tighten, all air sucked toward that small piece of glass. Robert's gaze dropped. His face went still, too still. A guard took a step forward, then hesitated, as if afraid to touch it. Eddard bent slowly, scooped the vial up with 2 fingers, held it up to the lantern. A faint residue clung inside, slick, barely visible. Robert's breath came in a harsh burst. "Poison," he whispered, and the word was not surprise. It was confirmation. It was the world proving it was as rotten as Eddard feared. Cersei's smile did not change. In the corner by the curtain, a shadow shifted. Eddard's gaze snapped, and for the briefest moment he saw Joffrey Baratheon's face half hidden. Eyes wide, cold, expectant. Then the curtain fell back into place, and the boy was gone, leaving only the impression of his gaze like a knife left on skin. Robert stared at the goblet in his hand as if it were an enemy. His fingers tightened until the metal rim creaked. "Who?" Robert rasped, voice shaking. "Who dares?" Eddard's mind raced. Tywin, Littlefinger, a gold cloak, a servant bought with coin, a courtier bought with fear. Too many names fit. Too many hands could have placed a vial beneath a table. Cersei's voice drifted from the shadow, soft as silk. "Your city welcomes you," she murmured. Robert turned toward her, eyes blazing with murder. "You," he snarled. Cersei's smile sharpened. "Do not flatter yourself," she said. "I am chained." Her gaze flicked, just briefly, toward the curtain. "There are others with freer hands." Eddard stepped between them, holding the vial like a tiny, damning truth. "No one drinks," he ordered the guards. "No one leaves. Search the room. Search every servant. Seal the doors." The guards moved, suddenly frantic, spears shifting, boots thudding. Robert's breath came hard. He looked at the vial, then at Eddard, and something in his eyes cracked. Fear and rage tangled. A king realizing the world would rather poison him than obey him. "I am not safe," Robert whispered. Eddard's voice was low, grim. "No," he said, "you are not." Outside the chamber, the Red Keep's corridors murmured with unseen movement. Somewhere beyond the walls, King's Landing roared and seethed, hungry for news, hungry for blood. And inside the room, with a poison vial glinting in Eddard Stark's fingers and Cersei Lannister smiling in shadow, Robert Baratheon stood trembling on the edge of a truth far worse than betrayal. He could smash men with a hammer, but he could not smash a city full of knives. The room held its breath around that small vial, as if a kingdom could be poured into glass and stopped there. Eddard turned it slowly between two fingers, letting the lantern light catch the slick residue inside. It clung stubbornly to the inner curve, too thick to be simple water, too clear to be wine. A thing that wanted to hide what it was. Robert stood over the table with his goblet still in hand, frozen in the moment between need and doubt. The bandage at his shoulder pulled tight when he breathed, and every breath sounded like it scraped rawness from inside him. His eyes were fixed on the vial, but Eddard could feel the king's gaze slipping past it, reaching for faces, for the hand that had dared. Cersei Lannister watched from her corner with the calm of a woman who had never believed in safety. The guards flanking her stood stiff, as if her stillness unsettled them more than shouting would have. The door opened, and Barristan Selmy entered like a winter wind made polite. Quiet, controlled, cutting. His white cloak was pristine, but his eyes were old and sharp, and they took in the scene in a heartbeat. The king's trembling goblet, the lord's raised vial, the queen's shadowed smile. "Your grace," Barristan said, voice even. Robert's mouth tightened. "Someone tried to poison me," he rasped. Barristan's gaze flicked to the vial. "So it seems," he said, and the lack of surprise in his voice was its own kind of condemnation. He had served long enough to know that crowns attracted poison the way corpses attracted flies. Eddard held the vial up. "Do you recognize it?" he asked. Barristan stepped closer, studying. "I recognize the shape," he said, "not the substance." He glanced toward the door. "Who had access?" Robert's laugh was harsh, humorless. "Everyone," he spat. "The whole cursed city." Eddard's voice was low, the kind that did not rise because it did not need to. "Seal this chamber," he ordered. "No servant leaves the Red Keep. Not until we speak to them all." A guard hesitated. "My lord," Robert's voice cracked like thunder. "Do it," he snarled, "or I'll feed you your own tongue." The guard hurried out, boots thudding. Barristan's jaw tightened at the king's cruelty, but he did not rebuke him. He had learned what rebuking kings earned you. Robert's gaze snapped to Cersei. "You," he growled. Cersei's smile sharpened. "Me?" she echoed softly, as if amused by the predictability. Robert took a step toward her. The motion pulled at his wound. Pain flashed across his face, and rage surged to cover it. "You do not get to smirk," he hissed. "Not after you smashed my brother's skull." Cersei finished gently, and her voice was a knife wrapped in velvet. After you dragged me through the realm like a prize. Her eyes flicked to the vial. And now someone wants you dead. How curious. Robert's breath came harsh. You're chained, he snarled. That doesn't mean you can't whisper. Cersei tilted her head. If I could wisp my way out of chains, she said softly. Do you think I would still be standing here listening to you threaten me? Eddard felt the trap in her words. She wanted Robert to accuse her without proof, to show the court the king had become nothing but rage. She wanted him to look like the monster Tywin's story promised. He stepped between them, holding the vial up like a barrier. This was placed in a private chamber, Eddard said. Not in the hall, not in the street. Which means whoever did it had access to the Red Keep. Barristan's eyes narrowed slightly. Or bribed someone who did, he said. Robert's gaze flicked to the guards. Then I'll hang every servant, he growled. Eddard's voice stayed steady. No, he said. If you hang the innocent, you make enemies out of the frightened. We find the hand. We find the coin. Cersei's eyes gleamed. Coin, she murmured. Yes, how the city loves it. Robert's knuckles whitened around the goblet. He looked at it as if it were a snake. Slowly, deliberately, he set it down on the table. The metal rim clicked against wood, loud in the tight room. Barristan watched that small act as if it mattered more than any shouted oath. A king who could set down a cup could, perhaps, still be guided away from the edge. Eddard tucked the vial into his palm and closed his fingers around it, feeling its cold bite. We start with the men who brought food and drink, he said. Then the guards. Then anyone who entered this chamber. Robert's eyes burned. And if I find the one who did it? He asked softly. Eddard met his gaze. Then you punish them, he said. Publicly. Lawfully. Robert's mouth twisted. Lawfully? He repeated like a curse. Cersei's smile did not move. Careful, she whispered, almost kindly. If you start killing everyone who frightens you, you'll run out of subjects. Robert's head snapped toward her, murder in his eyes. Barristan took one step forward, not drawing steel, but placing himself where a blade would have to pass through him first. Your Grace, he said quietly. For a heartbeat, the room balanced on the thin edge of restraint. Then Robert exhaled hard, turned away from Cersei, and stared at the door like a man staring at a battlefield he could not see. Find it, he muttered. Find the hand. Eddard's grip tightened on the vial. We will, he said, though the truth was heavier. In King's Landing, hands did not act alone. They were paid, promised, threatened, and then forgotten. And the city was full of hands. Varys did not walk like other men. He drifted, as if floors were suggestions and walls were for less practiced bodies. He led Eddard through a narrow passage behind the Red Keep's walls, where torchlight was dim and the air smelled of damp stone and secrets. The sounds of the castle, boots, voices, laughter too high, came muffled through rock. Here, the keep's heart felt far away, and the veins were all that remained. Little faces watched from cracks in doors. Children with quick eyes, silent as mice. When they saw Varys, they melted back into darkness. When they saw Eddard, they held still as if deciding whether a wolf could be trusted. Eddard kept the poison vial hidden in his gloved hand. Fingers closed around it until the glass pressed lines into his skin. He did not trust the passage. He did not trust the keep. He trusted only the weight of ice at his side and the memory of winter stone. You were right, Eddard said quietly. Varys's eyes were sad. I would rather be wrong, he murmured. They reached a small chamber where Grand Maester Pycelle waited at a table, surrounded by little jars and stoppered vials like a man building a fragile wall against chaos. Pycelle's hands trembled, his chain clinking faintly with every movement. Sweat glistened on his brow. My lords, Pycelle wheezed, attempting dignity and failing. This is most distressing. Eddard placed the vial on the table and watched Pycelle's eyes latch onto it as if it were a spider. What is it? Eddard asked. Pycelle swallowed and reached for it with fingers that shook. He held it up to the torchlight, blinking, peering. "It could be many things," he said quickly. Many substances can be clear." "Name the worst," Eddard said. Pycelle's lips trembled. "The tears of Lys," he whispered, as if afraid speaking the name might summon it. "Colorless, odorless. It stops the breath as gently as a lover's kiss." Eddard felt cold spread under his ribs. "Does this look like it?" he asked. Pycelle hesitated. "It could," he said, and the uncertainty was its own poison. "But there are other." Varys's voice slid in soft. "Other poisons that leave the same footprint," he said. "Which is why the person who placed it will not be found by taste alone." Pycelle nodded too fast. "Yes," he said. "Yes, precisely." Eddard's jaw tightened. "Who has access to such poisons?" he demanded. Pycelle's eyes flicked away. "Apothecaries," he began. "Maesters, certain merchants. Men who can be bought," Eddard said. Pycelle flinched. Varys's gaze was gentle and merciless. "In this city," he murmured, "everyone can be bought. The only question is whether they sell themselves cheaply." Eddard leaned closer to Pycelle. "Test it," he said. "Do whatever you must, and tell no one what you suspect." Pycelle's Adam's apple bobbed. "Of course," he whispered. "Of course." Eddard turned to Varys. "You warned me about the gates," he said. "You warned me about the watch." Varys's smee. Lou was faint and sorrowful. "Warnings are easier than solutions," he murmured. Eddard's voice was low. "Who benefits from Robert dead?" he asked. Varys did not answer quickly. In that pause, Eddard could feel the city's webs tightening. "Many," Varys said at last. "Lord Tywin benefits. Lord Renly benefits. Lord Stannis benefits. Littlefinger benefits. Even the realm benefits if it believes the king has become unstable." His eyes lifted to Eddard, sharp beneath sadness. "And that is the most dangerous part, my lord. When murder can be sold as mercy." Eddard felt the weight of it. "Renly," he said quietly. Varys's gaze flicked, almost imperceptibly. "Renly smiles," he murmured. "And smiles hide knives as well as cloaks do." Eddard's fingers tightened on the table edge. "And Littlefinger?" he asked. Varys's eyes softened, and it almost looked like pity. "Littlefinger counts," he said. "He does not bleed. He makes others bleed." Eddard's thoughts flashed to the gate, to Janos Slynt's sweating grin, to the line of spears that had nearly turned the king's entry into slaughter. "The city watch," he said. Varys inclined his head. "Janos Slynt is not clever," he murmured, "but he is greedy. Greed can be aimed." Eddard exhaled slowly. "Then we aim it back," he said. Pycelle cleared his throat, voice trembling. "My lords," he said, if the king believes, if he believes everyone is—" "He already does," Eddard said. Varys's voice turned softer still. "Then we must give him a single enemy," he murmured. "Something he can strike without shattering the realm's last support." Eddard looked at the poison vial, small and clear and infinitely heavy. "And if the enemy is the realm itself?" he asked. Varys's eyes were sad. "Then we pray," he said softly, "that the realm tires before the king does." Eddard left the chamber with the vial back in his palm, and as he followed Varys through the passage again, he felt the keep's walls pressing in like a noose. The poison had not been meant only to kill Robert Baratheon. It had been meant to prove that he could be killed whenever someone wished it. Cersei Lannister did not need freedom to be dangerous. She only needed a crack. They had moved her from the private chamber to a harder room. Stone, barred window, a single candle, guards stationed outside who did not pretend to be polite anymore. The chains at her wrists were real now, not hidden beneath velvet. That was meant to humiliate her. It did not. Humiliation was a weapon for people who still believed shame mattered. Cersei sat on the narrow bed with her back straight and her hands resting calmly in her lap, as if chains were simply jewelry she had chosen for the day. She listened to the keep sounds, the distant shout of a guard, the clatter of boots, the muffled swell of the city beyond, and she smiled faintly because fear always made men loud. The door opened, and the guard stiffened. Joffrey Baratheon entered first, posture stiff with the imitation of authority. Sandor Clegane followed like a shadow, broad, scarred, his eyes flat and tired. The hound's hand hovered near his sword as if he did not trust any room with a Lannister in it, chained or not. The Stark guard at the door hesitated, then stepped aside under the pressure of royal presence, even if that presence was only a boy's. "Mother," Joffrey said softly. Cersei's eyes lifted to him, and for a heartbeat, something like warmth almost appeared. Then it hardened into the love she understood. Possession, pride, and the promise of vengeance. "My son," she said, "they let you visit. How gracious." Joffrey's mouth twisted. "They think I'm harmless," he whispered. Cersei's smile sharpened. "Do not correct them," she murmured. Sandor Clegane did not speak. He watched the Stark guard, then watched the shadows, as if expecting a knife to leap from them. Joffrey moved closer, lowering his voice. "He almost drank it," he whispered, and there was hunger in the words. Cersei's fingers stilled. "Almost," she repeated. "The wolf stopped him," Joffrey hissed. "Stark. Always Stark." Cersei's eyes narrowed, calculating. "Then Stark is the obstacle," she murmured. "Not Robert. Remember that." Joffrey's jaw clenched. "I want him dead too," he said, and the boy's hatred had already begun to sound like a king's decree. Cersei leaned forward slightly, chains clinking softly. "You want many things," she said. "Wanting is still cheap. Tell me what you have." Joffrey glanced at Sandor Clegane as if checking whether the hound would betray him by conscience. Sandor's face did not change. His burned mouth twisted faintly, almost a sneer, and his eyes seemed to say he had seen this kind of plotting before and it always ended in blood. "The watch," Joffrey whispered. "Captain Slint listens." Cersei's smile returned, slow and satisfied. "Of course he does," she murmured. "Men like Slint listen to whoever holds the coin closest to their ear." Joffrey's eyes glittered. "And Renly," he said. "Uncle Renly smiles at me." Cersei's gaze sharpened. "Renly smiles at everyone," she said softly. Hat is why he is dangerous." Joffrey's mouth twisted. "He says he wants peace," he hissed. Cersei laughed quietly. "Peace is what men say when they are sharpening knives," she replied. "What did he offer you?" Joffrey hesitated. "He said the city needs stability," he whispered. "That father is unwell." Cersei's eyes gleamed. "Unwell?" she repeated, savoring the word. "Good. Let them say it louder. Let them shout it in the streets until it becomes truth." Sandor Clegane shifted his weight, impatient. "This is treason," he rumbled. Joffrey flinched, but his pride rose quickly. "It's survival," he snapped. Cersei's gaze slid to Sandor. "You have killed for less," she said softly. Sandor's eyes were flat. He said, "and I don't pretend it makes it right." Cersei smiled faintly. "Right?" she echoed. "A pretty word. No one wears it in this city." Joffrey leaned closer, voice urgent. "Tell me what to do," he demanded. Cersei studied him for a long moment. Then she reached down beside the bed and pulled a small scrap of wax from beneath the mattress. Something she had saved from a candle stub, soft enough to take an imprint. With her lion ring, she pressed it hard, leaving a clear mark. She held it up to Joffrey. "This is a key," she whispered. "Not to chains, to minds. A seal means legitimacy. It means orders." Joffrey's eyes fixed on it, hungry. Cersei's voice dropped. "You will not strike first," she said. "Not yet. You will let the city believe Robert Baratheon is dangerous. You will let Renly and the council talk themselves into thinking they are saving the realm. And when they move," her smile sharpened, "you will be standing where the crown falls." Joffrey's breath quickened. "And you," he whispered, Cersei's eyes glittered. "I will be freed," she said simply, "because men do not keep lions caged when the cage is on fire." Sandor Clegane's jaw tightened. "And if the king lives?" he asked, voice low. Cersei looked at him with something like contempt for his simplicity. "Then the king will not live long," she murmured. Joffrey smiled. A small, cold smile that did not belong on a boy's face. Outside the barred window, the city roared faintly, a distant beast sensing blood. Cersei leaned back on the bed, chains clinking softly, and watched her son's shadow as he left. In King's Landing, a queen did not need a throne to rule. Sometimes all she needed was a child who believed he deserved one. Robert did not give the city time to digest him. He forced it to swallow. He convened the small council by midday, dragging men from beds and brothels and prayers. The council chamber filled with familiar faces wearing unfamiliar tension. Even the candles seemed to burn with caution. Eddard stood at Robert's right, a constant dark presence, the wolf beside the stag. Varys waited with folded hands and sorrowful eyes. Peter Baelish lounged as if the chair were a throne of comfort made for him alone. Renly sat with a gentle smile that could have soothed a child and would have fooled only one. Grand Maester Pycelle hovered like a frightened chicken, and Janos Slynt stood near the door in his gold cloak armor, sweating through it. Robert entered like a storm with a wound. He did not sit. He did not greet. He strode to the table and slammed the poison vial down hard enough to make it hop. "Someone tried to kill me," Robert said, voice flat. Silence snapped tight. Pycelle's mouth opened. "Your Grace." Robert cut him off with a glare. "Do not bleat," he snarled. "Tell me who has access to poison like this." Pycelle's hands trembled. "It could be many names," Robert barked. Varys's voice slid in, soft. "Poisons are like coins, Your Grace," he murmured. "They pass through many hands." Robert's eyes narrowed. "Then we cut off hands," he growled. Renly lifted a palm, gentle. "Brother," he said, "the city is already on the edge. If you begin cutting," Robert's head snapped toward him. "If you begin soothing," Robert thundered, "I'll throw you off the walls." Renly's smile held, but his eyes hardened a fraction. "I mean only that panic is useful to your enemies," he said smoothly. Peter Baelish chuckled. "Panic is useful to everyone," he murmured. "It makes people buy." Robert's gaze swung to him like a hammer. "And what do you buy with?" Robert demanded. "My coin? My crown." Peter's smile widened slightly. "Information," he said. "Stability. Peace. It depends what you're selling." Eddard's voice cut through, low and dangerous. "Captain Slynt," he said, turning his gaze to Janos. "Who controlled the gate yesterday?" Janos blinked rapidly, sweat shining. "The Watch," he stammered. "As always, my lord. For the king's safety." Robert's lips curled. "Safety," he echoed, and the word dripped contempt. Eddard held Janos's gaze. "The Watch tried to take the queen from the king at the gate," he said, "under the excuse of preventing riot." Janos's mouth worked. "We meant to help," he said quickly. "The mob was." Robert slammed his fist into the table. "The mob is always there," he roared. "That's why I have a crown, so mobs learn fear again." Renly's voice remained calm. "The mob will not fear if it believes the king is unstable," he said softly. The word landed in the room like a spark. Robert went very still. "Unstable," he repeated. Renly's smile did not move. "People whisper," he said gently, "about Winterfell, about the hammer, about the queen in chains. They whisper, and whispers become riots." Robert's eyes burned. "Then we stop the whisperers," he snarled. Varys's gaze softened, but his voice was careful. "Sometimes, Your Grace," he murmured. "Stopping whispers requires giving the city something louder." Robert's fingers tightened around the poison vial until it creaked. "Louder," he said. Eddard stepped in. "A lawful trial," he said quietly. "Public, controlled, with witnesses." with the faith present. The realm must see you are king, not a man swinging rage. Robert's jaw clenched. He hated the words because they were true. A trial, he rasped, eyes flicking toward the door as if he could see Cersei behind it. Renly's smile warmed, sensing opportunity. A trial would calm the city, he said. A proper one, with dignity. Peter Baelish's eyes glittered. Dignity, he murmured. How expensive. Robert's gaze snapped to Janos again. And you, he growled, you will answer for the gate. For the riot. For who among your men takes lion coin? Janos swallowed, face slick. Your grace, Shut up, Robert snarled. He turned to Barristan Selmy at the door. Ser Barristan, he said, voice tight. Take Captain Slint into custody. Quietly. No spectacle. I want him questioned until truth falls out of him. Janos's eyes widened with panic. Your grace. Barristan hesitated only a heartbeat. Duty 1. He stepped forward, white cloak sweeping, and placed a firm hand on Janos's arm. Janos's breath hitched. This is the king's will, Barristan said, voice like iron wrapped in courtesy. As Janos was led out, Renly's gaze flicked briefly to Peter Baelish. Peter's smile remained fixed, but his eyes sharpened. Varys watched them all with quiet sadness. Robert stood over the table, breathing hard. I will hold the trial, he growled. I will make her speak, and when she does, I will burn every lie out of this city. Eddard looked at the poison vial and felt no relief, because in King's Landing, trials did not calm storms. They summoned them. Night in the Red Keep was never truly dark. It was full of torchlight and whispers and the soft footfalls of men who did not want to be seen. Eddard did not sleep. He sat in a hard chair near Robert's chambers with ice across his knees and listened to the keep breathe. The poison vial sat wrapped in cloth on the table beside him like a sleeping serpent. Outside, somewhere in the city, a mob roared faintly, swelling and shrinking like an angry sea. A soft step. Another. Too many. Eddard rose before the guards could announce anything. He moved into the corridor, and his Stark men stiffened as they saw the shape of danger approach. Gold cloaks where no gold cloaks should be. The first spear thrust came without warning, aimed for a guard's belly. The guard twisted, the spear scraping mail, and steel flashed. The corridor erupted. Gold cloaks surged in a tight knot, spears and short swords, faces shadowed beneath helms. Stark guards met them with northern brutality. No fancy flourishes, only killing. Baratheon men joined, roaring, boots thudding, shields slamming. Torchlight spilled across stone, making blood look black. Eddard pushed into the fight, ice slicing down. A gold cloak spear snapped against Valyrian steel. The man stared in surprise. Then ice opened his throat, and surprise became a wet gurgle. Hold the stairs, Eddard shouted. Don't let them reach the king. Another gold cloak lunged at him with a dagger, eyes wild. Eddard caught the man's wrist, twisted hard, heard bone crack, then drove his pommel into the man's face. Teeth scattered across stone. Somewhere above, boots pounded, someone running up the stairwell, fast and light. Eddard turned, heart hammering. The stairwell was narrow, stone steps curving up into torchlit shadow. Gold cloaks shoved upward, trying to break through, trying to reach something beyond. The king. Eddard drove forward, shoulder slamming a gold cloak into the wall. A Baratheon man took a spear in the thigh and screamed, dragging himself back, blood streaking the steps. The keep rang with steel, and then Barristan Selmy appeared. He came down the steps in his white cloak like a blade dropped from heaven, swift, precise, merciless. His sword flashed, cutting through a gold cloak spear and then the man behind it in a single motion. He did not shout. He did not curse. He killed with quiet efficiency, as if every strike was prayer. Stand down. Barristan commanded, voice carrying. In the king's name. One gold cloak hesitated. Another did not. Barristan's blade opened the second man's belly, and the first man's courage collapsed. The Gold Cloaks began to break, backing down the corridor, retreating into shadows, but Eddard saw what mattered more. One hooded figure slipping upward, using the chaos as cover. After him, Eddard barked. Two Stark men lunged up the steps, but the hooded figure was already rounding a bend, vanishing into the upper corridors where doors and tapestries hid more seeker. T.S. then stone. Eddard chased 3 steps, then stopped. The king's safety came first. He turned back to the corridor, breathing hard, eyes scanning the fallen. Gold Cloaks lay dead or dying on the stone, their yellow cloaks soaked dark. Stark men bled too, northern blood slick on southern steps. Baratheon wiped his blade on a dead man's cloak with cold practicality. His eyes met Eddard's. "This is inside the keep," Baratheon said quietly. Eddard's voice was grim. "Yes," he replied. "Which means someone opened a door." Baratheon's jaw tightened. "Or someone paid a guard," he said. Eddard looked at the dead Gold Cloaks and felt the city's reach. The attack had not been a riot spilling in. It had been targeted. It had been planned. It had been meant to test how close a knife could get to Robert's throat. And it had been close. From down the corridor, a shout rose. Guards calling for the king, for order, for answers. The keep was waking, and waking made it loud. Eddard stepped over bodies and headed toward Robert's chambers, feeling the stone underfoot and the truth behind it. The Red Keep was not a fortress tonight. It was a battlefield, and the enemy wore the city's colors. Joffrey did not cry when the Gold Cloaks failed. He listened to the news as it trickled through the keep, whispers from servants, frightened murmurs from guards, and his face remained smooth, as if he were hearing the weather. Only his eyes betrayed him, bright and cold, turning failure into hunger. By late night, he slipped from his guarded rooms with the ease of a boy who had grown up in palaces where doors were always opening for him. Sandor Clegane followed, silent, heavy-footed, a reluctant shadow. The hound did not like sneaking, but he liked being controlled even less. And Joffrey's cruelty was a leash he had long ago stopped pretending wasn't there. They moved through a side passage into a Gold Cloak barracks hall where men drank and sharpened blades in low light. When Joffrey entered, the room stilled. Some men half-knelt out of reflex. Others stared, unsure whether a prince meant reward or trouble. Janos Slint emerged from an inner office, face pale, eyes darting. He looked like a man who had already been in chains once and could still feel them. "My prince," Janos said quickly. Joffrey stopped in front of him, too close, making Janos lean back instinctively. "You failed," Joffrey said softly. Janos swallowed. "The Stark men Baratheon sell me." Joffrey's eyes narrowed. "Excuses," he whispered. Sandor shifted behind him, hand near his sword, eyes flat. He watched Janos the way a dog watched meat. Janos's fingers tightened around something in his pocket. He hesitated, then pulled it out. A small wax impression, lion-marked, and a few coins that clinked softly. Joffrey's gaze fixed on the wax. His mouth curved faintly. "My mother," he murmured. Janos's voice trembled. She has friends," he said. "In the city, in the keep." Joffrey leaned closer, voice low enough that only Janos and Sandor could hear. "Do you know what my father is planning?" he asked. Janos licked his lips. "A trial," he whispered. "They say the queen will be made to speak." Joffrey's eyes gleamed. "And do you know what happens if she speaks?" he asked softly. Janos hesitated, then shook his head quickly. "I know, my prince." Joffrey's smile turned cruel. "Then I lose my crown," he whispered. Janos's face drained of color. He looked like a man who had just realized which storm he had been standing under. Joffrey's voice hardened, boyish softness stripped away. "You will not fail again," he said. "You will put more men at the keep. You will have the gates ready. And when the time comes, you will do what is required." Janos's mouth worked. "Required," he echoed, voice thin. Joffrey's gaze did not blink. "Protect the capital," he said, and the words were the same lie adults used to dress murder. From a king who has gone mad. Sandor's jaw tightened. He's still the king, he rumbled. Joffrey turned his head slightly, eyes flashing. He's a drunk with a hammer, he snapped. And he is not safe. His voice dropped again, colder. I am. Sandor held the PRI. NC's gazed for a long moment, then looked away, as if disgusted by how familiar the words sounded. Janos swallowed hard. And if Lord Stark stands in the way? He asked. Joffrey's smile sharpened. Then the wolf dies, he whispered. Janos flinched. That's politics, Joffrey finished softly. He reached down to the bench and dragged a small stack of gold coins toward Janos, letting them scrape and clink. You like coin, he said. Coin likes you. Take it. Remember who will pay you when my father is dead or powerless. Janos's fingers closed around the coins as if they were a lifeline. Joffrey leaned closer one last time. You will hear the city before we do, he whispered. When it starts to roar for blood, you point it at the right throat. He stepped back, satisfied. As he turned to leave, Sandor followed, silent, and Janos Slint stood in the barracks hall with lion wax in one hand and gold in the other, realizing too late that he had tied himself to a boy who did not understand mercy and never would. Outside, the city's distant roar swelled again, and it sounded less like riot now and more like anticipation. The faith did not ask permission. It announced itself like a bell. By morning, the High Septon had sent word that the Queen's sins, or the King's, were now the gods' concern. The great September of Baelor, white and towering, waited on its hill like a promise of purity in a city that stank of rot. Eddard rode ahead with Stark guards forming a tight shield wall, pushing through streets that bristled with bodies. The crowd was thick, pressed close, faces sharp with hunger. They shouted as the guards passed, words tumbling over one another. Whore, Kingslayer, Mad King, Justice, until language became only noise. Robert did not ride a horse today. His shoulder wound had stiffened overnight, angry and swollen, and the maesters had insisted he be carried in a litter. The indignity burned hotter than the pain. When his litter appeared, the crowd surged as if drawn by the scent of blood. Robert! Some shouted, half prayer, half curse. Where's the Queen? Others screamed. A rotten apple struck a shield and splattered. Then a stone. Then another. The shield wall tightened. Stark men shoved back with boots and shoulders, faces grim. The High Septon stood at the top of the Sept steps, surrounded by lesser holy men, his robes bright, his face pale and soft like bread left too long and damp. Statues of the Seven loomed behind him, stone eyes watching the chaos with eternal disapproval. When Robert's litter halted at the base of the steps, the king pushed himself up with a grimace and stepped down anyway, refusing to be carried further. He climbed the first steps with his jaw clenched, cloak dragging, face red with fury and strain. Eddard stayed beside him, close enough to catch him if he fell, close enough to block a knife if one came. Barristan Selmy's white cloak flickered behind, steady as duty. The High Septon lifted his hands as if to bless the air. Your Grace, he called, voice thin but carrying. The gods weep. Robert's mouth twisted. Then tell them to grow stronger, he snarled. I have no patience for weeping gods. A murmur ran through the holy men. The High Septon's cheeks flushed. The realm is in turmoil, he said. The Queen is accused of sins that, if true, would shake the very foundation. Robert's laugh was harsh. Foundation, he spat. My foundation was a lie. My bed was a lie. The only thing I trust now is steel. The crowd roared at that, some in approval, some in horror. Eddard stepped forward slightly, voice controlled. The king will hold a lawful trial, he said. The faith will have its place. But not here, not on these steps, not in front of a mob. The High Septon's eyes narrowed faintly, offended by being treated like a lord rather than a god's mouth. The gods require humility, he said. Robert's gaze burned. The gods require nothing from me, he snarled. I required faith once, and it gave me nothing back. The High Septon drew himself up, voice trembling with indignation and fear. "Then perhaps," he said, "the gods will require your crown." The words were a spark thrown into dry straw. The crowd surged. A wave of bodies pressed forward, hungry for the idea that the king could be punished, that someone might finally bleed who was not them. Stark shields slammed together. Men shouted. A Gold Cloak captain tried to push through and was swallowed by the crowd for a moment, his helm disappearing, then reappearing crooked, blood on his cheek. Robert's hand drifted toward his hammer. Not there, and the instinct made his shoulders tighten. He looked, briefly, like a man ready to smash a religion. Eddard leaned close, voice low, urgent. "Do not," he whispered. "Not here." Robert's breath came hard. He stared up at the High Septon, then down at the crowd, then at the statues looming behind like stone judges. He swallowed rage, and it looked like swallowing glass. "You will have your trial," Robert said, voice rough. "And you will have it in my hall, not in the street like a butcher's show." The High Septon's lips thinned. "The gods see all halls," he said. Robert leaned close, eyes blazing. "Then let them watch," he growled. "And let them learn what happens when they test my patience." Eddard could feel the city's eyes on them, could feel the crowd's hunger rising, could feel the faith's pride sharpening into defiance. They had come to the Sept to claim legitimacy. Instead, they had fed the city a new rumor, that even the gods might rise against the king. And in King's Landing, rumors were deadlier than swords. The raven's wings beat like an omen. It arrived in the Red Keep's rookery at noon, black feathers slick with city soot, its claws wrapped around a message sealed with stag wax so hard it looked like a bruise. The maester offered it with trembling hands, as if touching it might infect him. Eddard broke the seal and read quickly, and with every line, the air in his chest tightened. Stannis Baratheon did not write like a brother. He wrote like a judge. He demanded lawful proceedings. He demanded the queen be held for trial under the faith. He demanded the children be secured for the realm's safety. He spoke of succession with cold clarity. And between the lines, sharp as a blade, was the implication that Robert Baratheon was no longer fit to rule if he could be baited, wounded, poisoned, and provoked into public fury. Eddard looked up at Robert and saw the king's face darkening as he read over Eddard's shoulder, mouth twisting with each word. "He dares," Robert whispered. Renly stood a little way off, hands folded, watching the moment with serene interest. His smile was small, almost affectionate, like a man watching a horse stumble and considering whether to take the reins. Varys lingered nearby, face sorrowful, eyes sharp, as if he had seen this letter long before the raven ever flew. Robert snatched the parchment from Eddard and crumpled it with his good hand. "He wants my crown," he snarled. Eddard's voice was careful. "He wants the law," he said. Robert's eyes blazed. "He wants to call me weak," he hissed. "He wants to stand over my corpse and say he was right." Renly stepped forward, voice gentle. "Brother," he said, "Stannis is frightened. He always has been. He fears disorder." Robert's gaze snapped to him. "Do you?" Robert demanded. Renly's smile held. "I fear the realm tearing itself apart," he said smoothly. "And I fear you giving our enemies every excuse to push the city against you." Robert's laugh was harsh. "Enemies," he spat. "Name them." Renly's eyes flicked, just briefly, toward Eddard, toward Varys, toward the rookery door where servants waited. "The city," he said softly. "The faith, the lords who smell blood. Even Stannis, if he believes you're doomed." Eddard felt the trap hidden in the kindness. Renly was offering Robert a mirror. "You are surrounded. You are unstable. You need help. And help always came with a cost." Varys's voice was soft. "Dragonstone's words will not remain on parchment," he murmured. "They will be whispered." Robert's jaw clenched. "Let them whisper," he growled. "I'll silence them." Eddard stepped closer. "Not with a hammer," he said quietly. "With proof." Robert's eyes flashed. "Proof," he snapped. "Everyone says proof. as if proof will keep knives away. Eddard's voice was low. "Proof will keep the realm from calling you a mad butcher," he said. "Proof will keep men from rallying to Stannis because he looks like stability." Robert stared at him, and something raw shifted behind high sighs. He wanted Eddard to be wrong. He needed the world to be solvable by violence. But letters and whispers were not men you could smash. Renly's voice slid in, calm. "We can give the realm stability," he said. "We can show them the king is still king." He paused, then added gently, "We can set a date for the trial. Soon, before the rumors grow teeth." Eddard's stomach tightened. A rushed trial was a trap. A delayed trial was a trap. In King's Landing, time itself was a weapon. Robert looked from Renly to Eddard, breathing hard. "Soon," he muttered. "Fine. Soon." Varys's eyes softened with something like pity, because Eddard could feel it too. The trial would not be about Cersei. It would be about whether Robert Baratheon still deserved to sit on a throne that was already tasting his blood. Tyrion Lannister entered the Red Keep like a man stepping into a room where his own name might be a death sentence. He came under a flag of truce and a promise of safe conduct, and still every guard's hand tightened on steel when they saw the lion on his seal. Dust clung to his cloak. His hair was wind-tangled. His eyes were bright with exhaustion, and behind it, something sharper, grief laced with calculation. The only kind of grief Tywin ever allowed his children to keep. The hall murmured when he appeared. Courtiers leaned together like reeds in wind. Some faces showed curiosity. Some showed hatred. Some showed fear, because Tywin Lannister's son did not travel alone, even when he appeared to. Robert sat above them on his throne, shoulder bandaged beneath his cloak, his expression carved from rage. The warhammer leaned against the steps like a sleeping beast. Eddard stood below, ice at his side, feeling the room's balance shift under Tyrion's small, steady footsteps. Barristan Selmy watched with the stillness of a man who knew how quickly safe conduct could become regret. Tyrion stopped at the foot of the steps and bowed. It was not deep, it was correct. "Your Grace," Tyrion said, voice clear. Robert's laugh was bitter. "Little lion," he growled. "Come to lick the blood off my floor?" Tyrion's mouth twitched. "I came," he said softly, "to prevent more blood from soaking the realm." Robert's eyes narrowed. "You mean to prevent it from soaking Lannister boots?" he snarled. Tyrion lifted a sealed letter. "From my father," he said. Robert's gaze locked on it like it was a weapon. "Read it," Robert demanded. Tyrion's eyes flicked to Eddard briefly, measuring, remembering Winterfell from stories, not sight. Then Tyrion broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. He read Tywin's words aloud in a voice that did not tremble. Tywin demanded Cersei's release. He demanded the children be returned to safety. He demanded Robert publicly condemn the northern kidnapping and the murder of Jaime Lannister, framed as unlawful brutality. He offered peace in exchange for obedience and threatened war if refused. Every line was carved from arrogance and certainty. When Tyrion finished, silence held the hall. Robert's face had gone very still. "Peace," he whispered. Tyrion watched him carefully. "My father believes peace is possible," Tyrion said, "if the realm's dignity is restored." Robert's eyes blazed. "Dignity?" he roared. "He speaks to me of dignity after his son fucked my wife and laughed at me?" A murmur rippled. Tyrion's eyes flickered. A brief flash of pain at Jaime's name, quickly caged behind wit. "Jaime is dead," Tyrion said quietly. "Nothing will change that." Robert leaned forward, voice shaking with fury. "I changed it," he snarled. "I changed it with my hammer." Eddard stepped in, voice low. "Your Grace," he warned. Robert's gaze snapped to him. "Do not," he hissed. "Do not ask me to be gentle." Tyrion held the king's gaze without flinching. "If you want truth," he said softly, "you will not get it by roaring. You will get it by surviving." Robert's lips curled. "You lecture me," he growled. Tyrion's smile was faint, bitter. I lecture everyone, he replied. It's my only hobby that doesn't require height. A few courtiers laughed nervously, then stopped when Robert's glare swept them. Eddard watched Tyrion closely. This was not the man who would charge with a sword. This was a man who would slip a knife into your ribs and call it a conversation. What is your father's real offer? Eddard asked. Tyrion's gaze shifted to him, sharp. Time, he said. A way for the king to step back from the cliff without the realm watching him fall. He paused, then added more quietly. And a way for my father to take his daughter back without appearing weak. Robert's laugh was cruel. He wants his lioness, Robert snarled. He wants his cubs. He wants my crown to wobble. Tyrion did not deny it. He wants control, he said. As always. Robert's hand tightened on the throne arm. Then tell him this, Robert growled. Tell him I will hold trial. Tell him his daughter will answer. And tell him if he brings war to my door, I will hang his banners from my walls. Tyrion's eyes narrowed slightly. And if the trial proves inconvenient? He asked softly. The hall went tight at the word. Eddard felt the weight of it. Proof could set the realm on fire. Lack of proof could set Robert on fire. Robert's face contorted. It will prove what I saw, he snarled. It will prove the truth. Tyrion's smile was very small. Truth, he murmured. Yes, the realm is always so fond of it, until it costs. Robert leaned forward, voice low and vicious. Leave, he said, while your safe conduct still means anything. Tyrion bowed again, controlled. As you command, your grace, he said. As he turned to go, his eyes flicked to Eddard once more, and in that glance Eddard saw it. Tyrion was not here only to deliver demands. He was here to measure the cracks, to see how close the crown was to slipping, and Tyrion Lannister would report those cracks to a father who knew exactly where to place the wedge. The coup did not announce itself with trumpets. It crept like poison. It began with boots in the courtyard after midnight, too many of them, moving in practiced rhythm. Torches bobbed, spear points glinted. The red keep stones held the cold of the sea, and the air smelled of smoke and sweat and fear. Eddard was awake, because Eddard had been awake for days. He heard the movement before a guard shouted. He stepped to the window slit and saw Gold Cloaks pouring into the courtyard in a disciplined line. Not the messy surge of riot control, but the clean formation of men who believed they were acting under authority. At their head marched Janos Slynt, face set tight, eyes darting. He wore his gold cloak like armor against guilt. Eddard's blood went cold. He strode into the corridor and barked orders, stark men forming fast, swords drawn. Baratheon guards snapped to attention outside Robert's chambers, confused, sleep still clinging to their eyes. Janos's voice rang out in the courtyard, loud enough to wake the keep. In the name of the realm, he shouted, and the phrase was a mask for treason. The city watch takes command of the Red Keep until the king's safety is assured. Eddard stepped out onto the courtyard steps, ice drawn, Valyrian steel swallowing torchlight. His voice cut through the night like a blade. You are out of your place, he said. Janos's eyes flicked to ice, fear trembling behind his bravado. Lord Stark, he called, voice strained. This is not against you. This is against chaos. Chaos? Eddard echoed, disgust heavy in his throat. Is that what you call a bought knife? Janos's jaw clenched. The king is unwell, he shouted. The city riots. The faith demands answers. The realm can choke, came a voice like thunder. Robert Baratheon emerged from the shadows behind Eddard, dragging his wounded body upright by sheer will. His bandaged shoulder was dark with fresh blood where the movement had torn it. His face was pale, but his eyes were burning. In his hands was his warhammer, heavy and real and honest in a way the courtyard's words were not. Every man froze for a heartbeat, because kings were dangerous even when bleeding. Robert stepped forward, hammer hanging at his side like a sentence. You come into my keep, he growled. With my city's cloaks on your backs, and you tell me you take command? Janos swallowed hard. "Your Grace," he stammered, and the word sounded like a lie. Robert's laugh was low and terrible. "Whose order?" he demanded. "Renly's? Littlefinger's? Tywin's?" Janos's eyes darted past Robert, toward the shadows, as if seeking reassurance from someone unseen. Eddard followed that glance and saw Renly Baratheon standing back beneath an archway, half hidden, cloak thrown over his shoulders. Renly's face was calm, almost sorrowful, as if he were watching a necessary tragedy unfold. Robert saw him too. For a moment, the king's expression shifted. Not rage, but something like heartbreak. Okay, because betrayal from a brother cut deeper than betrayal from a lion. Renly lifted his hands slightly, palms out. "Brother," he called gently, "this is to keep the peace. The city is." Robert's roar drowned him. "Peace," he thundered. "You buy my watch and call it peace?" Renly's smile faltered a fraction, then returned, smoother. "The realm cannot endure another Winterfell," he said softly. "Not another hammer in a hall. Not another." Robert moved. He strode down the steps toward Janos Slint, hammer rising. Gold Cloaks tightened their line, spears lowering instinctively. Stark men surged forward, blades flashing. "Hold!" Eddard shouted, but the knight had passed the point of holding. A spear thrust toward Robert's chest. Robert twisted, the spear scraping his cloak, and his hammer came down in a brutal arc, smashing the spear shaft and the man's hand beneath it. The Gold Cloak screamed, dropping, blood spraying. The courtyard erupted. Stark men crashed into Gold Cloaks.
Steel rang.
Torches fell. Horses screamed somewhere in the lower yard as panic spread. The Red Keep became a slaughterhouse under lanternlight. Janos Slint tried to back away, face contorted with fear. "Your Grace, wait!" Robert's hammer caught him across the jaw. The impact was sickening. Janos's teeth scattered onto stone like dice. He fell hard, clutching his face, blood pouring between his fingers. Robert loomed over him, breathing hard, eyes wild. "Who paid you?" he growled. Janos gurgled, eyes rolling. He choked, and then his gaze flicked toward the archway again, toward Renly, toward the shadows. Robert followed that flick with the instinct of a hunter. Renly stepped back into darkness, the gentleness falling away, replaced by cold calculation. He did not shout. He did not draw steel. He simply vanished because he had never intended to be the man holding the knife, only the man who benefited when it was used. Eddard's heart hammered. He saw the shape of it now. This had been a test, a push, an attempt to see whether the king could be contained. And by fighting, Robert had proven what his enemies wanted him to prove, that blood followed him like a banner. But if Robert had not fought, he would have been caged, perhaps killed quietly, perhaps protected, until the crown slipped from his hands. Eddard drove forward, cutting down a Gold Cloak who raised a spear at Robert's back. "To the gate!" Eddard shouted. "Drive them out!" Barristan Selmy appeared again like duty made flesh, white cloak flashing, blade precise. He cut a path through confusion, his face grim, his eyes full of something like sorrow. "Enough!" he shouted, voice carrying. "Enough in the king's name!" Some Gold Cloaks broke then, courage collapsing. Others fought harder because once a man crossed a line, retreat meant hanging. Robert stood in the courtyard with blood on his hammer and fresh pain in his shoulder, breathing like a beast. He looked around at the dead Gold Cloaks and Tark men both, and something in his eyes cracked and hardened in the same instant. "This city is mine," he rasped, "and I will burn it down before I let it cage me." Eddard stepped close, voice low, urgent. "Do not say that," he warned. "Not where anyone can hear." Robert's gaze snapped to him, wild. "They already hear," he whispered. "They hear everything." Eddard looked at the archway where Renly had been, now empty, now only shadow and stone. He looked at Janos Slint bleeding on the ground, teeth scattered. He looked at the Gold Cloaks retreating into the night like thieves. King's Landing had made its move, and the king, bleeding and furious, had answered with a hammer. The trial was coming. The city would riot. The lords would choose. And somewhere in the dark, men who smiled for peace would sharpen knives for war. Dawn found the Red Keep filthy, not with the city's stink that seeped into everything. Fish rot and smoke and too many bodies packed too tight, but with fresh blood on ancient stone, a slick sheen where men had slipped and died in the night. Torches burned low in wall brackets, their smoke staining the air. The sky above was a dull pewter, as if even the sun did not want to look down. Eddard Stark stood in the courtyard with ice lowered, watching guards drag bodies into a rough line. Gold cloaks lay twisted in death, yellow cloth soaked dark. Stark men lay among them, northern blood spilled on southern stone, and Eddard felt the old anger in him. Anger that the South always found ways to make honor bleed for its games. Barristan Selmy moved through the chaos with calm authority, white cloak brushing past corpses, voice clipped and precise. "That one still breathes," he told a guard. "Bind him, and that one, leave him. He's gone." On a stretcher near the archway, Janos Slint moaned, face a swollen ruin. His jaw hung wrong. Blood bubbled at the corner of his mouth when he tried to speak. Teeth lay scattered on the stone nearby like dice thrown by a cruel hand. Robert Baratheon stood a few paces away, leaning on his warhammer as if it were the only thing keeping him upright. The bandage at his shoulder was dark with fresh blood where the movement had torn it open. His face was pale under his beard, but his eyes were burning. A wounded animal's fury turned toward the whole world. Eddard approached him slowly. "You should be in bed," he said. Robert's laugh was low and ugly. "Bed?" he rasped. "So someone can slip a knife under my pillow?" Eddard's jaw tightened. "You reopened the wound," he said. Robert glanced down at the blood seeping through cloth and shrugged as if blood were a minor inconvenience. "It's nothing," he growled. "I've bled before." Eddard wanted to tell him this was different. In battle, blood was honest. Here it was a sign of weakness, a scent that drew predators. But Robert did not want the city to smell weakness. He wanted it to smell fear. Barristan stepped up, face grim. "Your Grace," he said, "the prisoners who surrendered are bound. A dozen fled. We found no sign of Prince Renly in the courtyard." Robert's mouth twisted. "Of course you didn't," he snarled. "He lets other men do his killing." Barristan did not flinch at the insult. "What is your command?" he asked. Robert's gaze slid to Janos Slint on the stretcher. "That one," he said softly. "He speaks." Eddard's voice was low. "Not here," he warned. "Not in the yard. Not where every servant can hear and turn words into weapons." Robert's eyes flashed. "Everything becomes a weapon here," he snapped. "Even silence." Eddard took a breath, forcing calm. "Then choose your weapon," he said. "Choose law." The word made Robert's lip curl. "Law," he muttered. "Law didn't stop a bolt in the woods. Law didn't stop poison under my cup." "No," Eddard said, "but law will coup. EP the realm from calling you what your enemies want to call you." Robert's gaze burned into him. "Mad," he whispered. Eddard held it. "Yes," he said. "Mel. Unfit. Dangerous. A king who must be protected from himself." Robert's hands tightened on the hammer haft until his knuckles shone. He looked out toward the archways, toward the keep's corridors beyond, as if he could see the city through stone. "They tried to cage me," he breathed. "In my own castle." Barristan's voice was quiet. "They tried," he agreed. Eddard's eyes flicked toward the gatehouse, where distant shouts rose from the city like an approaching tide. "And they will try again," he said. "In a different way." Robert's jaw worked. "The trial," he growled. Eddard nodded once. "The trial," he said. Robert stared at the blood on his arm, then at the bodies in the yard. "If the city thinks it can move against me," he said softly, "I will show it what a king is." Eddard heard the danger in that vow, the way it promised fire instead of justice. "Show it," he said carefully, "but do not give it an excuse to turn your strength into tyranny." Robert's eyes narrowed. as if he hated Eddard for being right. "Bring Slint," Robert ordered. "Bring him somewhere he can speak. And bring me whoever opened the doors for these dogs." Barristan inclined his head. "As you command." As guards lifted Janos Slint's stretcher, the captain's eyes rolled, and he tried to speak. Wet, broken sounds spilling through blood. Eddard watched him and wondered how many men had put their coin into Janos's pocket, how many hands had guided him, and whether any of those hands belonged to lions, roses, or stags. Robert turned away, staggering a step as pain caught him, then straightening stubbornly. He started toward the keep's inner doors, hammer dragging slightly as if it were heavier now. Eddard followed, feeling the red keep's stone underfoot and the truth pressing in. This was no longer a king returning home. This was a king returning to a siege, only the enemy was already inside the walls. The dungeons smelled of old damp and older fear. Water dripped somewhere in the dark, a steady, patient sound. Torchlight flickered across stone walls slick with moisture, making shadows crawl like living things. Janos Slint sat strapped to a chair in a low cell, his face a wreck, jaw swollen, lips split, blood crusted at his chin. When he breathed, he wheezed. When he tried to speak, the sounds came out thick and slurred, teeth missing. Robert Baratheon stood over him like an executioner who had not yet decided whether he wanted questions or simply an excuse. His warhammer rested in his hands, heavy and real, and the sight of it made Janos's eyes dart with terror. Eddard stepped forward first, because he could not let Robert begin with rage. "Captain Slint," Eddard said, voice controlled. "Who ordered you into the courtyard last night?" Janos blinked rapidly. His voice was a wet gurgle. "Realm," he tried to say. It came out as Reem. Robert's laugh was low. "The realm," he snarled. "Which realm? Whose?" Eddard held a hand out slightly toward Robert, a silent restraint. Then he placed objects on the small table beside Janos. A handful of lion-stamped coins taken from the dead Gold Cloaks, a little green token carved like a rose that had been found in a man's pouch, and a wax impression marked with a lion that Barristan had produced from a pocket. Janos stared at them like a man staring at his own sins. His throat bobbed. "Coin," Eddard said. "A rose. A lion's seal." He met Janos's eyes. "Which one bought you?" Janos's gaze flicked toward Robert's hammer, then to Eddard's steady face, then to Barristan in the shadows. Barristan's expression was unreadable, but his presence carried the weight of decades. Truth mattered, and lies would not save you. Janos swallowed hard. "Little," he began. Robert moved a half-step forward, the torchlight catching the hammerhead. "Say it," Robert growled. "Little finger," Janos wheezed, the word mangled by his broken mouth. He came. With coin. Eddard felt a cold thud in his chest. He had expected it. Hearing it still made the keep feel smaller. Robert's eyes blazed. "Baelish," he spat. "That smirking snake." Janos's breath hitched. "And," he forced out, "and Prince." Robert went very still. "Renly," he whispered. Janos shook his head weakly, frantic. No, Prince Joffrey," he choked. Eddard's blood chilled. He glanced at Barristan. The old knight's jaw tightened slightly, the only sign he had heard and understood. Robert's voice cracked like thunder in the small cell. "Joffrey?" he roared. "My son." Janos flinched so hard the straps creaked. "He came," Janos gasped. "With Hound," he said. "Protect. Capital. King unwell." Eddard heard the shape of it. The same words Renly had used, the same mask of peace. Now spoken by a boy who had learned it too early. Robert's face contorted. For a moment, rage and grief fought for dominance. "Unwell," he rasped, and the word shook. "They call me unwell." Eddard stepped in quickly. "Tell us everything," he said to Janos. "Who told you to move the watch? Who gave you the phrase? Who promised you protection when the king was contained?" Janos's eyes squeezed shut. He breathed hard through broken teeth. "Little finger," he wheezed again. "Said council, said faith, said city, said..." "Who else?" Eddard pressed. Janos's eyes opened, wet with panic. A man, he whispered. A tall silk, he coughed blood. Not Renly, his gaze darted. But Renly knew. Robert's hammer shifted in his hands, the head lifting slightly. If you lie, Robert said softly, I will finish what I started on your jaw. Janos's voice cracked. He smiled. He sobbed, and the sob was pathetic, ugly. Renly smiled, said, for peace, said, for realm. Eddard closed his eyes briefly, the confirmation bitter. Renly might not have issued the orders, but he had watched them being sharpened and did not flinch. Baratheon stepped forward, voice quiet but deadly. And the men who rushed the king's corridor, he said, were they city watch? Janos shook his head weakly. Some, he wheezed. Some paid others. Hood ran up. Eddard's mind flashed to the hooded figure that had slipped upward during the night fight. Who? He demanded. Name him. Janos's lips trembled. Didn't know, he gasped. Not watch hired. Hired by whom? Eddard pressed. Janos's gaze flicked to the lion wax on the table. She, he whispered. Queen, she sent wax, she. Robert's roar filled the cell. She is chained, he thundered. You expect me to believe she ordered my death from chains? Eddard's voice was low. Chains don't stop messages, he said. We've seen that. Robert's breathing went ragged. He stared at Janos as if Janos were a mirror showing him the world's contempt. Then Robert's gaze slid away, toward nothing, toward the thought of Joffrey speaking of protecting the realm from his own father. Eddard felt the ground shifting under them. The coup attempt had not only been a move against Robert, it had been a move to teach the realm a new story, that the king's own blood could be used as a banner against him. Barristan's voice was steady. Captain Slint, he said, you will write down every name you can remember, every man who paid you, every man who spoke to you, every man who stood beside you. Janos trembled. I can't. You can, Barristan said, and his calm was more frightening than Robert's rage. Robert leaned in close to Janos, voice low and shaking. If I find out you kept a name from me, he whispered, I will not hang you. I will not behead you. I will break you until there is nothing left to scream. Janos sobbed, head bobbing. Eddard looked at the lion coins and the rose token and the wax seal and felt the truth harden. The trial was not the only battlefield. The city itself had chosen to test the king's power. And worse, someone had taught the king's son to enjoy the sound of that test. Power in King's Landing was always borrowed, and it always came due. By afternoon, Robert had turned his fury into orders. The city watch could not be allowed to remain a bought blade at the city's throat. Not if the king meant to survive the week. Janos Slint had been the city's face. The rot beneath him was older. Barristan Selmy brought a man to Robert in a corridor outside the throne room, where tapestries muffled sound and guards stood thick as thorns. Your Grace, Barristan said, this is Jacelyn Bywater. The man who stepped forward was lean, sharp, and hard-eyed. He wore gold cloak armor without pride, like a tool worn because it was required. One eye was gone. The empty socket healed ugly, giving him a permanent look of contempt. His remaining eye was cold and clear. He bowed once. It was not deep. It was enough. Robert looked him up and down. You command men? Robert demanded. Bywater's voice was rough, unadorned. I command those who will be commanded, he said, and I hang those who won't. A murmur shifted among the gold cloaks lined behind. Some nervous, some defiant, all watching for which way the wind would blow. Robert's mouth twisted. Good, he growled, because the watch is rotten. Bywater did not blink. It is bought, he said. Rotten implies it happened by accident. Eddard felt a faint flicker of approval. A man who spoke like that was dangerous but useful. Barristan's gaze stayed on Robert. Captain Slint is under guard, he said. The watch needs a commander who is not in debt. Robert's eyes narrowed. No debt, he echoed. Everyone in this city owes someone. Bywater's remaining eye fixed on Robert. Then choose who they owe, he said bluntly, or someone else will. Robert stared at him for a long moment. The king's shoulder wound pulled when he shifted, and pain tightened his jaw. Then Robert nodded once, sharp. You, he said. You will command the watch. A ripple ran through the gold cloaks. Some looked relieved. Others looked like men watching their coin purse vanish. Bywater inclined his head. As you command, he said. Robert's voice hardened. You will purge the watch, he ordered. Any man found with lion coin goes to the gallows. Any man found taking orders from anyone but me goes to the gallows. And any man who so much as looks at my queen with sympathy. Eddard cut in quickly. Your Grace, he said low. Not that. Not now. Robert's eyes flashed. They tried to cage me, he snarled. And you will answer, Eddard said. But if you turn this into personal vengeance, you hand Renly and Tywin the story they want. Bywater watched them with his one eye, silent, absorbing. Robert exhaled hard. Fine, he snapped. Coin, orders, treason. That's enough. Bywater nodded once. I will start with the barracks, he said. The men who stood with Slint last night. Robert's jaw clenched. And Littlefinger, he growled. Baelish. Eddard's stomach tightened. We don't have him, he said quiet. Lee. A guard stepped forward, face pale. My lord, he said to Eddard. Lord Peter Baelish has not been seen since last night. His manse is empty. Servants gone. Eddard felt the chill settle deeper. Gone, he murmured. Robert's laugh was pure venom. Of course he's gone, he snarled. He buys a coup, then slips away like piss down a drain. Barristan's jaw tightened. We can close the gates, he said. Bywater's eye flicked toward the corridor windows. Too late, he said. He'd have left before dawn. Robert's face contorted. Find him, he growled. Find him and drag him back in chains. Eddard spoke carefully because this mattered. If he's fled, he said. He's fled toward someone stronger. Toward Tywin. Toward Renly. Toward anyone who will shelter him. Robert's gaze blazed. Renly, he spat. As if summoned by his name, another guard hurried in, breathless. Your Grace, the man said. Prince Renly is not in his chambers. His household says he left before dawn with a small escort. They do not know where. Robert went very still. He ran, he whispered. Eddard felt the weight of it. Renly had moved the moment blood spilled. He would not stay in a castle where Robert's hammer could reach him. Barristan's voice was grim. Storm's End, he said quietly, as if thinking aloud. Or the Reach. Robert's eyes narrowed. Highgarden, he growled. Bywater's voice cut in, blunt. If the prince has gone to the Tyrells, he said, then the city will hear a new story soon. Eddard's throat tightened. A story of stability, he murmured. Robert's hand tightened around his hammer. I am the king, he rasped. I am stability. Eddard looked at the gold cloaks lining the corridor, at their uneasy eyes, at the city's hum pressing in through stone. Then prove it, he said softly, before they crown someone else's version of you. Bywater turned and barked orders, his voice carrying down the corridor. Gold cloaks snapped into motion, some eager, some terrified. The purge began with footsteps and iron and the sound of doors being kicked open. And above it all, like a shadow on the wall, the trial date hung in the air soon, before rumors grew teeth. Soon, before the city decided who it wanted dead. Varys came to Eddard when the keep was quiet enough to hear lies being born. It was late, the hour when torches guttered and servants moved like ghosts, and the city outside never truly slept, its fires and lamps flickering like a restless sea of hunger. In a small solar with a narrow window, Eddard stood over a table covered in parchment and seals, trying to build certainty out of ink. Varys drifted in without announcement, hands folded in his sleeves, face composed in gentle sorrow. My lord, he murmured, and the softness of it was almost insulting in a castle that had bled the night before. Eddard did not offer a chair. He did not offer wine. Renly fled, he said flatly. Varys's eyes were sad. Yes, he replied, and Littlefinger has flown the coop as well. Eddard's jaw tightened. Then we are surrounded by ghosts, he said. By ambitions, Varys corrected softly. Ghosts are quieter. Eddard held up the list he'd been writing. Names, locations, scraps of identity pulled from memory and Varys's earlier hints. I need proof, Eddard said. For the trial. For the realm. Varys's gaze flicked over the parchment. Proof is such an expensive word, he murmured. In this city, most people settle for spectacle. Eddard's eyes hardened. I will not, he said. Not with children at stake. Varys's expression tightened, almost imperceptibly. Ah, he murmured. The children. Yes. Eddard tapped the parchment. Robert's bastards, he said. If the Baratheon seed is as strong as the book claims, then seeing his blood may sway men. It may. He stopped, because even saying it aloud felt like dragging innocence into a storm. Varys's voice was gentle and cruel in its honesty. It may also get them killed, he said. Eddard's throat tightened. Then tell me where they are, he demanded, so I can protect them. Varys watched him for a long moment. You are a rare man, Lord Stark, he said softly. Most men ask where they are so they can use them. Eddard did not flinch. I will not let them die for Robert's sins, he said. Varys's gaze drifted toward the window, toward the city lights. Some are already dead, he murmured, and the quietness of it hit like a blow. Eddard's breath caught. What? Varys's hands tightened slightly within his sleeves. Littlefinger has been very busy for a very long time, he said softly, and so has the Queen. His eyes returned to Eddard, heavy with meaning. When kings begin asking questions about blood, people who fear the answers begin cutting throats. Eddard felt cold spread through him. Gendry, he said, the name half question, half prayer. Varys's gaze flicked away. Alive, he said. For now. Hidden. Eddard's voice sharpened. Where? Varys hesitated, and in that hesitation Eddard saw the true shape of Varys's loyalty. Not to kings, not to lords, but to the realm. An idea that could justify any betrayal. If I tell you, Varys said softly, you will bring him into court. The court will see him. The city will hear of him. And then knives will find him. Eddard slammed his palm on the table hard enough to rattle inkpots. Then what do you suggest? He snapped. That we do nothing and let the realm choose its lies? Varys's eyes were sad. I suggest, he murmured, that you choose which truth you can afford. Eddard stared at him, fury and frustration tightening in his chest. Robert saw them, he said. He saw the incest. He saw enough. And still the realm doubts because it doubts him. Varys nodded faintly. The realm doubts because it fears what certainty will cost, he said. If the children are illegitimate, then half the lords must admit they have been kneeling to a lie. Men do not like admitting that. They prefer to call the man who says it mad. Eddard's jaw clenched. Then we make it undeniable, he said. Varys's voice softened. Undeniable things start wars, he murmured. Eddard leaned in, face hard. The war has started, he said. The Riverlands burn. The Watch tried to seize the king. Poison sits under his cup. Do not speak to me of avoiding war. Varys held his gaze, and for the first time his softness thinned. Then understand this, he said quietly. Renly will go to the Tyrells. He will offer them a crown they can touch. Tywin will offer them gold they can spend. Stannis will offer them law they can fear. His eyes narrowed slightly. And Robert will offer them rage. Eddard felt the truth of it like a stone in his gut. Varys slid a smaller parchment across the table, blank on one side. If you must have a bastard, he murmured, take one who can be hidden again afterward, and do not bring him through the main streets. The city's ears are everywhere. Eddard stared at the parchment, then at Varys. You are helping me, he said. Varys's smile was faint, tired. "I am helping the realm," he replied. "Sometimes, that looks like helping you." Eddard folded the parchment and tucked it inside his cloak. "If any harm comes to them," he began. Varys raised a hand gently. "Harm has already come," he said softly. "We are only deciding how much more." When Varys left, the solar felt colder. Eddard looked at the list of names again and felt the weight of each one. Children born in shadows, now dragged toward torchlight because kings had broken their own beds. Outside, the city's torches flickered. Somewhere beyond the walls, men shouted in taverns. Somewhere within the keep, Cersei Lannister smiled in chains and waited for the trial to become a knife. Eddard Stark realized, with a cold certainty, that the trial would not simply judge Cersei. It would judge whether truth still had any power in the South at all. They dressed the throne room like a courtroom and called it peace. By morning, the Iron Throne's hall was packed so tightly with lords and ladies that the air itself felt heavy. Silk brushed against mail. Perfume fought with sweat. Whispers slipped from mouth to mouth like spiders, spinning webs before any words were spoken aloud. The faith had been given a place, an uneasy compromise, because the High Septon had threatened to make the gods' displeasure a weapon in the streets. He sat on a raised chair draped in white and gold, the seven-pointed star hanging behind him like an accusation. Septons clustered nearby, solemn and hungry for righteousness. Septas watched with eyes that did not blink. Robert Baratheon sat on the Iron Throne with his cloak arranged to hide the worst of his bandaged shoulder, though the stiffness of his posture betrayed pain. His warhammer rested beside the steps like a reminder that this king did not forget how to solve problems when patience failed. Eddard Stark stood below, ice at his side, feeling the room's gaze press against him. He was the North in a southern hall, and every man here knew the North had seen the king's fury first. Barristan Selmy stood near the dais, white cloak immaculate, face carved in duty. Jacelyn Bywater stood with a knot of gold cloaks, his one eye scanning the crowd for movement that did not belong. Stark guards formed a second line, grim, hands near sword hilts. Two armies inside one hall, pretending to be one. The doors opened. Cersei Lannister entered. Her chains were visible today, not hidden under velvet. The iron at her wrists gleamed in torchlight. It should have made her look diminished. It did not. She walked with her head high, hair braided like a crown, face composed, as if the chains were merely ornaments meant to emphasize her importance. A murmur ran through the hall, swelling like wind through reeds. Robert's gaze locked on her. "There she is," he said, and his voice was rough, more hurt than he would ever admit. Cersei stopped at the center of the hall and inclined her head slightly, a mockery of courtesy. "My king," she said softly. Robert's hand tightened on the throne arm. "Do not," he growled. The High Septon lifted his hands. "In the eyes of the Seven," he began, voice thin but carrying, "we gather to weigh sin and truth." Robert cut him off with a harsh laugh. "We gather to weigh treason," he snapped. "Sin is for Septons. Treason is for kings." A ripple of unease ran through the holy men. The High Septon's cheeks colored. "Treason against a husband is sin," he said, voice sharpening. Robert leaned forward slightly, eyes burning. "Then call it both," he growled, "and let her answer for it." A clerk stepped forward to read charges in a shaking voice. Adultery, incest, betrayal of vows, conspiracy, sedition, attempted regicide by poison, falsifying heirs. Each word landed heavy. Each word seemed to make the air tighter. Cersei listened without flinching, her face still. When the clerk finished, silence fell, expectant and hungry. The High Septon looked at her as if waiting for confession to fall from her mouth like a coin from a purse. "Cersei of House Lannister," he said, "how do you answer?" Cersei's eyes swept the hall. She looked at lords who had once bowed to her for her father's gold. She looked at ladies who had envied her hair and hated her power. She looked at Robert, and then at Eddard Stark, as if weighing which of them was more dangerous. Then she smiled faintly, I answer, she said softly, that you have dragged me here to make your shame a spectacle. A murmur rippled. Robert's face contorted. My shame, he roared. You think this is about me being embarrassed? Cersei's voice stayed calm. Isn't it? She asked, and the calmness was a blade. You killed my brother in a wolf's hall. You broke the realm's peace with a hammer. And now you want the city to cheer while you destroy your own house. The High Septon lifted a hand, voice stern. You will not speak to the king with, I will speak, Cersei interrupted smoothly. Because you invited me to answer. Robert's breath came hard. Eddard felt the hall's tension rise. Cersei was doing exactly what Eddard feared, turning the trial from her sins to Robert's. Eddard stepped forward before Robert could explode. The charges are not shame, he said, voice controlled. They are treason. You were witnessed. You were seized. Your brother attempted rescue. You have already admitted, in the king's hearing, that the children are not his. Cersei's eyes glittered. I admitted nothing, she said. I taunted a drunken man who demanded he be comforted with lies. She tilted her head. Is that confession now? Or is it simply a husband's rage dressed as law? Whispers surged. Robert's knuckles whitened. You will speak truth, he snarled. Cersei's smile sharpened. Truth, she murmured. Yes, let us speak truth. Her gaze slid to the High Septon. Does the faith allow a woman accused by a violent husband to demand trial by combat? The hall stiffened. Barristan's jaw tightened. Eddard felt cold dread. Trial by combat was not justice. It was theater with blood. The High Septon hesitated, eyes narrowing. The gods judge through combat, he said slowly. Robert's laugh was harsh. Choose, he snapped. Choose your champion, and I'll split his skull like. Eddard's voice cut in, low and hard. No, he said, not with the king's hands. Cersei's eyes gleamed as if pleased by the fracture. Ah, she murmured. Even the honorable wolf fears what the king is. Eddard did not look away. He felt the crowd outside in his bones, waiting for violence like a feast. He saw Renly's absence like a shadow on the wall. He saw Tywin's gold behind too many eyes, and he realized the trial had already become what the city wanted. A contest to see whether Robert Baratheon would break first. Trial by combat was an old lie dressed as faith. It turned truth into a question of muscle and steel, and the gods were always blamed for whichever man bled last. In a hall full of hungry eyes, it was irresistible. The High Septon's voice wavered between sanctimony and fear. The accused may demand the gods' judgment, he said, and each word sounded heavier because he knew what he was unleashing. Robert surged as if to stand, fury snapping his restraint. Fine, he snarled. Fine. Let the gods watch. I'll... Eddard stepped forward, hand raised, voice low and sharp. No, he said. You do not fight. Robert's head snapped to him. Why not? He roared. Because you think I'll lose? Because you think I'm weak? Eddard held his gaze. Because if you fight and you kill her champion, you are still the king who solves law with a hammer, he said. And if you fall... He let the sentence hang because it did not need finishing. Barristan Selmy's voice was quiet, controlled. Your Grace, he said. Lord Stark is right. Robert's eyes flashed, betrayed by even this. Right? He spat. Everyone is right except the man whose bed was rotten. Cersei watched the exchange with a faint smile. Choose a champion, she said softly, unless you would deny me the gods. The High Septon's gaze flicked between king and queen like a man watching wolves circle. The crown may appoint its champion as well, he said carefully. Robert's mouth twisted. My champion? He snarled. I don't need one. Eddard's voice stayed steady. You do, he said, and you will choose wisely because the realm will watch who you choose. Robert's chest heaved. He stared at Cersei as if he wanted to tear her apart with his hands. Then he looked out at the lords, at their eager eyes, at their whispers, and something ugly shifted into calculation. Ser Barristan, Robert said abruptly. Barristan stiffened. "Your Grace, you are my Kingsguard," Robert growled. "You are honor. You will be my champion." A murmur rippled. Barristan's eyes tightened. For a heartbeat, Eddard saw the trap. Barristan was old, respected, but not invincible. If Cersei chose a monstrous champion, if Tywin's dog arrived in time, Barristan could die, and Robert would lose more than a fight. He would lose the last symbol of honor the realm still believed in. Barristan bowed his head slowly. "As you command," he said, and the words tasted like duty and regret. Cersei's smile deepened. "How noble," she murmured. "The king sends an old man to die for his anger." Robert's roar shook the hall. "Shut your mouth," he bellowed. Cersei turned to the High Septon. "I choose my champion," she said. Silence snapped tight. Eddard watched her face, searching for the flicker that would reveal the name. Gregor Clegane was not in the city, unless Tywin had brought him closer than they knew. Sandor Clegane was in the keep, but he hated his brother and did not love Cersei. A Kingsguard might be forced, but that would split the White Cloaks further. Cersei's eyes slid toward the side of the hall where Sandor Clegane stood near the doors, a dark presence among Gold Cloaks. The Hound's face was unreadable. Joffrey was not present, kept away for safety, Eddard had insisted, but Eddard could almost feel the boy's hunger anyway. Cersei's voice was soft as silk. "Ser Sandor Clegane," she said. "The Hound." A shockwave ran through the hall. Sandor Clegane went very still. His burned mouth tightened. His eyes flicked to Robert, then to Cersei, then to Barristan. Something like disgust flashed, quickly smothered. Robert's face contorted. "No," he snarled. "He is not yours." The High Septon's voice was cautious. "A champion must consent," he said. Sandor's laugh was low and bitter. "Consent," he rumbled. "A lovely word." Cersei's gaze held him, unblinking. "You serve the crown," she said, "and I am the crown's queen." Sandor's eyes slid to Robert. "Am I?" he asked, voice rough. "Or do I serve the boy who will be king when you're done poisoning his father?" The hall shuddered with whispers at the bluntness. Cersei's smile thinned. "Careful," she murmured. "Dogs who bite their masters are put down." Sandor's mouth twisted. "I've been put down before," he said. "I still got up." The High Septon lifted his hands, panicked by the unraveling. "Enough," he called. "The champion must be named and sworn." Sandor stared at Cersei for a long moment, then glanced toward the doors as if measuring escape. Eddard saw it. Sandor did not want to fight for her, but he also did not want to die for refusing in front of a hall full of lords. Sandor spat onto the stone. "Fine," he growled. "I'll fight." Cersei's smile returned, victorious. Robert's face went ashen with rage. "You?" he snarled at Sandor. "You will." Eddard stepped in, voice low. "This is what she wanted," he murmured.
Un spectacle.
"Do not give her more." Robert's breathing was ragged. He stared at Cersei as if he could see the city's knives behind her eyes. "When?" he demanded. The High Septon swallowed. "At dawn," he said, voice thin. "Before the gods." Eddard felt the city tighten around them. Dawn. Too soon. Too public. Too easy for chaos to slip a blade between ribs. And that, he realized, was the point. Eddard did not trust dawn. He trusted stone and steel and the grim honesty of the North. In King's Landing, dawn was merely when men decided to do their worst in public. While the keep prepared for spectacle, Eddard moved quietly. He took Jory Castle and 2 men he trusted, silent, hard-eyed Stark guards who did not ask questions, because questions in this city could be heard. They wore plain cloaks and kept their hands near hidden knives. Varys's instructions had been brief. Tunnel. A door. A turn past old drains where the air stank of rot. A dead-end alley where a boy would be waiting with a smith's hammer in his hand like a talisman. They moved through the Red Keep's underbelly, torchlight dim, footsteps muffled. Above them, the castle's life continued. Lords whispering, servants rushing, septons praying. Down here, there was only damp and the sense of being watched. At the tunnel's end, a hidden door opened onto a narrow alley behind a butcher's yard. The stench hit them first. Blood, awful, smoke. Rats skittered near a pile of bones. A boy stood in the alley's shadow, tall for his age, shoulders squared like a man used to swinging iron. His hair was black as coal. His eyes were wary, quick, and when he saw Eddard, his grip tightened on the hammer. "You're not Gold Cloaks," the boy said, voice rough. "You're a Stark," Eddard said quietly. "Do you know your name?" The boy hesitated. "Gendry," he said, and the name sounded like a weapon he was not sure he should reveal. Eddard stepped closer, studying him. The boy's face was not Robert's, but the shape of him, the set of jaw, the stubbornness in the brow, felt like a familiar echo. More than that, the hair was the proof men spoke of in whispers. Baratheon black, strong as iron. Jory's eyes widened slightly as he saw it, as if the truth of it struck him harder than any sword. "Who sent you?" Gendry demanded. Eddard's voice stayed low. "A man who wants you alive," he said. Gendry's eyes narrowed. "I've had men want me dead," he muttered. "This city's full of wants." A soft sound came from above. Eddard's gaze flicked upward. On a rooftop, a small face peeked down, one of Varys's little birds, then vanished as quickly as it appeared, as if satisfied the delivery had been made. Far down the alley, torchlight swept briefly. Gold Cloaks patrolling, boots thudding, voices low. The beam of light slid across wet cobble and then moved on. Eddard felt the city's teeth. "We don't have time," he said. "You're coming with us." Gendry's jaw tightened. "Why?" he demanded. "I didn't do anything." "You were born," Eddard said, and the bluntness of it made Gendry flinch. Jory stepped closer, voice gentler than his scarred face suggested. "It's not punishment," he said. "It's protection." Gendry snorted. "Protection," he muttered. "From who?" Eddard looked toward the distant torchlight. "From everyone," he said. They moved quickly, Gendry in the middle, Stark men flanking, cloaks drawn tight. The boy's hammer stayed in his hand, knuckles white, as if he would rather face a mob than be dragged like prey. As they slipped back into the tunnel, Eddard heard the city above, distant shouting, a swell of voices that sounded like a crowd gathering. The trial by combat at dawn was already drawing people like flies to meat. Eddard's mind raced. If he brought Gendry into the hall, he might save the realm with proof, or he might paint a target on the boy's back that no cloak could hide. He looked at the boy's black hair in torchlight and felt cold certainty. Truth had a face now, and faces were easy to cut. Dawn turned King's Landing into a throat. The great September of Baelor rose white against a gray sky, its steps crowded with bodies pressed close, faces hungry, mouths already shouting. Gold Cloaks formed a line, spears down, trying to keep the mass from spilling upward, but mobs were rivers. Push them and they found another way around. Above, on the broad platform before the sept doors, the space had been cleared for the gods' judgment. The high septon sat beneath a canopy, eyes bright, hands folded, as if he were watching a feast. Septons and septas clustered near him, murmuring prayers like knives being sharpened on stone. Cersei Lannister stood in chains near the edge of the platform, cloak drawn tight, hair braided, face calm. She looked down at the crowd and smiled faintly, as if she could taste the city's hunger and found it sweet. Robert Baratheon lay in a litter set back from the fighting space, his face rigid with pain and fury. His warhammer rested within reach because even here, even now, he could not bear to be without it. Eddard stood close to the litter, one hand on Ice's hilt, eyes scanning the crowd. He saw stones in hands. He saw knives hidden under rags. He saw Gold Cloaks sweating, their line bowing under pressure. Jacelyn Bywater's one-eyed glare moved over them like a warning, but warnings did not always stop hunger. In the center of the cleared space, Barristan Selmy drew his sword. The blade was plain steel, but in his hands it looked like law made physical. Barristan's white cloak snapped in the wind. He stood straight, calm, an old man who had survived young men's wars and did not fear dying in a city spectacle if duty demanded it. Across from him, Sandor Clegane stepped forward, heavy and dark, his scarred face half hidden beneath a helm he had not bothered to close. His eyes were flat. His sword was heavier than Barristan's, built for brutality rather than elegance. The crowd roared as they faced each other, chanting names like prayers, Selmy, Hound, until the words became a roar that shook the sept stones. The High Septon lifted his hands. "The gods will judge," he intoned. Robert's voice carried from the litter, rough and furious. "Just fight," he snarled. Barristan's eyes did not flick toward him. He focused on Sandor, on stance, on breath. "Ser Sandor," Barristan said quietly, "you do not want this." Sandor's burned mouth twisted. "I want to be left alone," he rumbled. "The gods didn't ask me." Barristan nodded faintly. "None of us are asked," he said. The High Septon's voice rose. "Begin." Barristan moved first. Not with a wild charge, but with a precise step, blade flicking. Sandor met him with a heavy sweep meant to break guard and bone. Steel rang, loud and clean. The fight was not like songs. It was ugly, fast, and close. Sandor's strength was terrifying, every swing a threat that could end it. Barristan's skill was sharper, every movement efficient, conserving breath, conserving life. Sandor Dr. Barristan back 2 steps with brute force. Barristan slipped aside, blade darting, cutting Sandor's forearm. Blood beaded, dark against scarred skin. Sandor snarled, not in pain but in anger at being marked. The crowd roared, surging forward. Gold Cloaks shoved them back. A stone flew and struck a guard's helm. The guard staggered, line wavering. Eddard's eyes flicked to the crowd's front. He saw faces too calm, too intent, men not watching for sport but for an opening. He saw a crossbow hidden under a cloak for a heartbeat before the cloak shifted again. On the platform, Barristan and Sandor circled, breath steaming. Barristan's blade flashed toward Sandor's thigh. Sandor twisted, kicked, nearly catching Barristan's knee. Barristan slipped back, age in the movement for the first time, a slight stiffness. Sandor saw it and surged. His sword came down in a brutal overhead strike. Barristan raised his blade to meet it, arms shuddering. The impact drove Barristan's knee toward the stone. His face tightened, but he did not break. Robert gripped the litter's edge, knuckles white. "Kill him," he growled, and Eddard heard the fear beneath the rage. If Barristan fell, the king's last symbol of honor fell with him. Cersei watched, eyes bright, smile faint. She did not flinch when Sandor's blood splattered near her feet. She only watched for which way the world would fall. Barristan twisted, slipping his blade along Sandor's guard, cutting again, this time across the hound's shoulder. Sandor grunted, staggered half a step, then snarled and slammed his sword sideways, forcing Barristan back. The crowd's roar swelled. A gold cloak line buckled. Bodies pressed up the steps, hands clawing. Eddard's voice cut through to Bywater. "Hold them," he snapped. "Hold them or the king dies here." Bywater's one eye burned. He barked orders, men shoving with spear hafts, but the mob was a beast with too many mouths. On the platform, the fight tightened into a knot of steel and breath. Barristan's blade darted. Sandor's sword crashed. Sweat ran down Barristan's temple. Blood ran down Sandor's arm. And in the chaos of sound, steel shouting prayer, Eddard heard something else. A soft twang, almost lost. A crossbow string. His head snapped. The bolt flew like a decision already made. It cut through the air toward Robert's litter, black and fast, aimed not at the king's head but at the soft place under the ribs where breath lived. Eddard moved without thought, body turning before mind, ice coming up in a blur. Valyrian steel caught the bolt with a metallic snap that rang louder than any shout. The impact jarred Eddard's arms. The bolt shattered, splinters of wood and iron raining onto the stone. For a heartbeat, the world froze around that sound, and then it erupted. The crowd screamed. Not in horror, but in excitement, because blood had almost been spilled where everyone could see it. Gold Cloaks shouted, pushing back with staves and spear hafts, but the line was already cracking. Men surged, hands clawing, bodies pressing up the steps like a tide. Barristan Selmy turned mid-fight, eyes widening for the first time. Sandor Clegane's sword paused half-raised, and in that pause Eddard saw something like disgust on the hound's scarred face. Sandor did not love Robert, but he hated cowardice more than he hated kings. Robert tried to rise from the litter, fury exploding. "Who?" he roared. "Who dares?" Eddard's gaze swept the crowd, searching for the shooter. Too many faces, too many hands. He saw a man ducking, cloak pulled up. He saw another man shoving a child aside to get closer. He saw a woman screaming prayers and spitting at the same time. He saw Bywater with his one eye blazing, barking orders, dragging Gold Cloaks into a tighter knot. And he saw Cersei. Her smile had flickered into something sharper. Not fear, not shock, but satisfaction tinted with calculation. The bolt had not killed Robert. It had done something else. It had proven to the city that the king could be targeted in front of the gods. The High Septon rose, robes billowing, voice shrill. "Sacrilege!" he cried. "Violence in the gods' sight." Robert snarled up at him. "Then stop hiding behind gods and point me at the man who shot." The High Septon's face flushed, and for a heartbeat Eddard thought he might actually order the crowd to calm. Instead, the holy men stepped back, frightened, and fear fed the mob. Barristan's voice cut through, sharp. "Your Grace, inside," he commanded. Robert's eyes blazed. "No," he snarled. "I will not be." Another bolt hissed from the crowd. Eddard moved again, ice flashing, but this bolt struck a gold cloak instead, buried in his throat. The man collapsed, choking. The line of guards buckled further. The mob surged. Steel came out in the crowd. Small knives, short blades, desperation made sharp. Gold Cloaks swung staves, cracking skulls. A man screamed as his arm was broken. A woman fell, trampled, her voice swallowed. On the platform, Barristan moved fast, grabbing Sandor's arm with his free hand. "Enough!" he snapped. "The fight is done. The gods have spoken enough." Sandor ripped his arm free, eyes burning. "I'm not done," he growled. Barristan's gaze flicked toward Obert's litter, toward the bolts, toward the mob spilling upward. "You are," he said, and the authority in his voice made even Sandor pause. Cersei's voice rang out, soft and deadly amid chaos. "Look at him," she called to the crowd. "Look at your king. He brings death to the September. He brings blood to the gods." The words were fuel. The crowd roared. Some shouted "Whore!" at her, but more shouted "Mad King!" at Robert, because it was easier to hate the man with power than the woman in chains. Robert's face contorted. He reached for his hammer as if he meant to smash the mob into silence. Eddard grabbed his arm, pulling hard. "Robert," Eddard hissed, voice low and desperate. "Inside. Now, if you swing that hammer here, you give them everything." Robert's breath came ragged. For a heartbeat, he looked like he might strike Eddard instead. Then another bolt twanged, and it was enough. The king's survival instinct finally grabbed the reins of his rage. "Move," Robert growled. Stark guards closed in tight, forming a wall around the litter. Barristan stepped to the front, blade up, cutting down a man who surged too close with a knife. Sandor Clegane snarled and hacked at the edge of the mob, buying space with brutality. They began to retreat toward the sept doors, toward stone that could be barred. The High Septon shouted prayers. Septons screamed. The statues of the seven loomed above, indifferent. As Robert's litter was hauled backward, the crowd surged again, hands clawing. A man grabbed a litter pole. A Stark guard slammed his sword pommel into the man's face, breaking nose and teeth. Blood sprayed. The man fell and the mob roared louder. Eddard's heart hammered. He glanced once, over the crush, and saw something that made his blood go colder than any winter wind. Joffrey Baratheon's face in the crowd's shadowed edge, half hidden beneath a hood, eyes bright with excitement. He was not frightened. He was watching. Eddard turned away, dragging his focus back to the king, to survival, to stone doors closing. But the image of Joffrey's hungry eyes stayed with him like a knife pressed to the back of his mind. Because if Joffrey had been there, then someone had allowed it. And if someone had allowed it, then this riot was not only hunger, it was design. The doors slammed shut with a sound like judgment. For a heartbeat, the vestibule was only breath and blood and the muffled roar of the city outside, pounding against stone as if it could break it down by hunger alone. The air smelled of incense and sweat, and now the sharp copper tang of fear. Robert Baratheon stood in the center of the vestibule, chest heaving, face twisted with fury. His warhammer was in his hands. Someone had thrust it into them during the retreat, and he held it raised as if he meant to smash the doors open and wade into the crowd like a god of wrath. Eddard stepped in front of him, ice drawn halfway, not as threat but as barrier. "No," he said, voice low. Robert's eyes blazed. "They tried to kill me," he snarled. "In the gods' own September." Eddard held his gaze. "And if you answer with slaughter," he said, "you will prove every whisper true." Robert's breathing was ragged. His shoulder wound had bled again, staining the edge of his cloak. He looked like a king dragged through war rather than a king ruling it. Barristan Selmy leaned against a pillar for a moment, one hand pressed to a cut on his forearm where Sandor's blade had grazed him before the chaos ended the duel. His face was pale, but his eyes were steady. Sandor Clegane stood near the doors, sword still in hand, panting, eyes flat. "This city's a cesspit," he growled, as if naming it could make it less true. Cersei Lannister stood a few paces away, chains clinking softly, hair perfect, face composed. She looked at Robert's raised hammer and smiled faintly. Robert's head snapped toward her. "You," he rasped. Cersei's voice was soft. "Me," she murmured. "And look, your trial, your gods, your righteousness." She tilted her head toward the doors where the mob thundered. All of it devoured by the city. Robert took a step toward her, hammer shifting. Eddard moved with him, blocking. "Do not touch her," Eddard warned, and he hated that he had to. Robert's voice cracked. "She called them," he snarled. "She fed them." Cersei's smile sharpened. "I spoke," she said. "The city listened. Perhaps they are tired of kings who think fear is rule." Barristan's voice cut in, quiet and firm. "Enough," he said. "In this place, words are already too sharp." Robert's gaze flicked to him, and something like betrayal flashed, because even Barristan was telling him no. Robert's hand tightened on the hammer. Then, slowly, he lowered it. Not because he had calmed, but because he recognized dimly that smashing doors in the Sept would not be remembered as justice. It would be remembered as madness. Outside, the roar swelled. Wood groaned under pounding fists. A stone struck the door from without, thudding. A prayer turned into a scream. Eddard's mind raced. The trial was ruined. The Sept was not safe. The city had shown it could reach the king in daylight beneath statues of gods. Renly had fled. Littlefinger had vanished. Tywin's gold moved like water. Stannis' letters would know. W read like prophecy fulfilled. Robert looked around the vestibule, eyes wild and hollow all at once. "They won't let me rule," he whispered. Eddard's throat tightened. "They will," he said, though it sounded like a lie. Cersei's voice slipped in, soft as silk. "They will let you die," she murmured. "That is what they will allow." Robert's eyes flashed. "I am not dying," he snarled. Barristan straightened, wiping blood from his blade with a cloth torn from his sleeve. "We must leave," he said. "Not through the front." Eddard nodded. "A back way," he said. "A crypt passage, if the Sept has one. A tunnel." Sandor grunted. "Everything in this city has tunnels," he muttered. Robert stared at the doors as if he wanted to hear the mob's voice clearly. Then he turned to Eddard, and in his eyes was a raw question. "What now?" The same question he had asked in Winterfell's Godswood, only now it carried the weight of a city trying to kill him. Eddard answered with the only truth he had left. "Now we survive," he said. "And then we choose a battlefield where the city can't hide knives in every mouth." Robert's jaw clenched. "I will have my trial," he growled. Eddard met his gaze. "You will," he said, "but not on their terms." Outside, the mob thundered louder, furious at being denied blood. Inside, the king stood in a sept vestibule with a hammer in his hands and the world's hatred at the door. And in that moment, Eddard Stark understood. The city had not just tried to kill Robert. It had tried to crown the idea that Robert Baratheon could be overruled. Once that idea existed, it would not die easily, not even with a hammer. The sept's stone swallowed sound the way snow swallowed footsteps. Above them, the mob thundered against the doors, fists and boots and the ugly swell of voices demanding blood. Down here, the air was cooler, damp with centuries of incense and rot. Lantern light trembled in the hands of a frightened septon who had been dragged along because he knew the Undercroft's turns better than any soldier. "Faster," Eddard said, low and relentless. Robert Baratheon descended like a wounded bear refusing to limp. Every step tugged at his torn shoulder, every breath rasped, but he did not allow himself to be carried. He had been carried once today, and the memory of it burned hotter than pain. His warhammer dragged in one hand, bumping stone, the sound heavy and patient as a drumbeat. Cersei Lannister's chains clinked softly as Sandor Clegane shoved her along. The hound's face was hard with disgust. At her, at the sept, at the city, at having been made a pawn in a game he hated. Cersei did not stumble. She moved with measured grace, as if even being hurried through a hidden stair was something she had planned. Barristan Selmy brought up the rear, blade drawn, white cloak dirted at the hem by the Undercroft's stamp. He glanced up the stair behind them, listening to the mob's roar fade and return, like waves finding new stones to crash against. "Left," the septon whispered, voice shaking. Then straight. "There is an old door." A shout echoed behind them. Too sharp, too close, and Eddard's blood tightened. Not the mob, not outside. A guard's voice, muffled by stone. "There in the stair." Barristan did not hesitate. He turned, sword up, and the lantern light caught his face. Grim, calm, resigned in the way men became when they accepted that duty would not stop until it killed them. "Go," Barristan said, voice firm. Eddard looked at him and hated the city for making this necessary. "Stay alive," he said. Barristan's mouth tightened. "That is rarely in the gods' plan," he replied. And then he was gone into shadow up the stair, white cloak flashing once like a fallen star. Eddard pushed forward, hand on Robert's arm. "This way." Robert jerked away instinctively. He hated being guided, but he followed because the roar above was not the only threat now. The septon led them through a low corridor where stone arches pressed close and carved faces of forgotten saints watched with blank disapproval. Rats skittered away from their boots. Water dripped from a crack overhead and landed on Robert's hammer with a soft, mocking tap. "Your city?" Cersei murmured, voice soft and pleased. Robert's head snapped toward her, eyes blazing. "Say one more word," he growled, "and I'll leave you for them." Cersei's smile was faint. "You won't," she said. "You need me, even now." Eddard felt the truth of it like a weight. Cersei was poison, but she was also leverage. Without her, Robert had only rage and rumor. With her, he had a chance, however thin, at proof. They reached the old door, heavy oak swollen with damp, iron bands rusted. The septon fumbled with a ring of keys, hands shaking so badly he dropped them once. The clink loud in the tight corridor. Robert's jaw clenched. "Open it," he snarled. The key turned with a reluctant groan. The door cracked open and a breath of different air slipped in, stale, sewer-tainted, colder, carrying the distant stink of the city's underbelly. Eddard pushed it wider and saw a tunnel beyond, sloping downward, walls slick with moisture. the floor uneven with old stone and dirt. The darkness ahead felt like a mouth. "Where does it lead?" Eddard demanded. The Septon swallowed. To the back streets," he whispered. "Near the river. Old drains." "Good," Eddard said, though nothing about it was good. They entered the tunnel, the door thudding shut behind them. For a moment, the muffled roar above dimmed, and the only sounds were their breaths, their boots, Cersei's chains, and the distant drip of water. Robert's breath came hard. "They tried to kill me," he said, not to anyone, but to the stone itself, as if he needed to hear it down here where the mob could not drown him out. Eddard's voice was low. "They will try again," he said. Cersei laughed softly. "Of course they will," she murmured. "Now the city has tasted it." Robert's knuckles whitened on the hammer haft. "I will make it choke," he whispered. Eddard did not answer, because he could not decide whether that vow was salvation or ruin. The tunnel ended in filth. A rusted grate was levered up from below, and the smell that poured in made even Sandor Clegane's scarred mouth twist. The alley beyond was narrow, slick with damp, and lined with leaning walls that sweated grime. Somewhere nearby, water ran through a drain with the sound of a whisper that never stopped. Eddard pushed up first, ice half-drawn, eyes scanning. He saw Gold Cloaks waiting. Half a dozen men in yellow, spears angled, faces hard and wary. At their head stood Jacelyn Bywater, one-eyed gaze fixed like a nail. Bywater stepped forward. "My lord," he said to Eddard, then turned his eye to Robert. "Your grace." Robert climbed out after Eddard, grimacing as his shoulder protested. He looked around the alley with disgust and fury. "This is what my city makes me crawl through," he muttered. Cersei emerged next, chains clinking, held by Sandor's grip like a child dragged from trouble. She blinked once at the alley's stink and then smiled faintly, as if amused that the mighty Red Keep could be escaped through a sewer like any tavern. Bywater's jaw tightened at the sight of her. "We can move you to the postern gate," he said, voice clipped. Quietly, "The front streets are a riot." Eddard nodded. "Now," he said. Bywater barked an order. Gold Cloaks shifted, forming a moving wall. They began to push out of the alley, cloaks brushing stone, spear points angled outward. The twang came like a snap of fate. Eddard's head turned a fraction before his mind caught up, too late to stop the first bolt. It struck a Gold Cloak in the shoulder. The man's scream sharp and wet. A second bolt hissed past Robert's ear, close enough that Eddard felt the air move. "Down!" Eddard roared. Robert did not go down. He surged forward instead, warhammer coming up as if he meant to smash the sky. "Show yourself!" he thundered, voice echoing off close walls. Bywater's one eye snapped upward. On the rooftop above, a crossbowman crouched behind a chimney, face hidden by a hood. The man reloaded with quick, practiced movements. "Archers!" Bywater barked, but there were none. The alley was too tight. The city did not give clean answers. Eddard moved on instinct, ice coming up. The crossbowman loosed again, aiming for Robert's chest this time. Eddard stepped into the line of it and slashed. Steel catching bolt, knocking it aside into the wall where it splintered. Sandor snarled and shoved Cersei behind him. "Stay behind me, cunt!" he growled, and the venom in his voice did not bother to care who heard it. Cersei's eyes gleamed. "How gallant!" she murmured. A Gold Cloak hurled a spear upward. It clanged off stone and fell uselessly. The crossbowman cursed and shifted, scrambling along the roofline. Bywater grabbed two men. "Up!" he snapped. "Get him!" They ran for a nearby stairwell entrance, a crooked door that led to the building's interior. Eddard saw the trap in it immediately. Doors in the city were always traps, but leaving the chute or alive was worse. "Go," Eddard said to Bywater. "I'll cover the king." Bywater did not argue. He turned to Robert. "Your grace, move. Now." Robert's eyes burned with refusal, but another bolt thudded into the stone where his head had been a heartbeat before, and even his pride understood the language of near death. He moved, snarling, hammer raised, shoulders hunched, as if he could make himself smaller by rage alone. They pushed through the back streets toward the postern gate, Gold Cloaks shoving aside startled citizens, stark men forming a tight ring. The city here was quieter, but it was the quiet of corners where knives were sharpened, not the quiet of safety. Eddard glanced back once and saw Bywater's men dragging the crossbowman down from a roof, hood ripped away. The man's face was ordinary, too ordinary, eyes wide with fear. "Who paid you?" Bywater demanded, voice harsh. The man spat blood and laughed once. "The realm," he choked, and then a gold cloak slammed him against the wall hard enough to rattle teeth. Eddard turned away. The same answer, always the same answer, as if murder could be made righteous by naming it the realm. They reached the postern gate. It opened onto a narrow yard inside the Red Keep's outer wall, guarded by men with tense faces and drawn swords. When Robert passed through, the gate slammed shut behind him with a heavy finality. The city's noise muffled again, distant and hungry. Robert leaned on his hammer for a breath, breathing hard. "They shoot at me in alleys now," he rasped. "Like a rabbit." Eddard's voice was low. "They shoot at you because they cannot cage you," he said. Cersei smiled faintly behind her chains. "Or because they know you will cage yourself," she murmured. Robert's head snapped toward her, murder in his eyes. Eddard stepped between them again because that was his role now. Shield not only against enemies, but against the king's own worst instincts. "Inside," Eddard said. "We do not stand in yards." Robert's jaw clenched. He turned and strode deeper into the keep, leaving the stink of sewer behind, carrying the stink of betrayal with him like a cloak. The war room felt too small for the war it held. Maps were spread across the table, Crownland's roads, the Blackwater's curve, the city's gates marked like wounds. Sealed letters lay in a scattered heap like thrown knives. Dragonstone's stag wax, Riverrun's trout, lesser lords begging for guidance or offering excuses. The room smelled of wax and sweat and old stone warmed by too many bodies. Robert stood with his cloak thrown back, bandage visible, red spreading at the edge where the wound had reopened again. His face was pale, but his eyes were fierce, the kind of fierce that did not ask whether a thing was possible, only whether it could be forced. Bywater reported without softness. "The watch is divided," he said. "Half of them took coin before I ever had the command. I put men under guard. I've hanged 3 already." Robert's mouth twisted. "Only 3?" he snarled. "Bywater's one." I did not blink. "I'm not finished," he said. Varys stood near the wall, hands folded, expression sorrowful. "Hanging too many too quickly can turn the watch into martyrs," he murmured. Robert's gaze snapped. "Martyrs?" he barked. "They're thieves in cloaks." "They're also fathers and sons," Varys replied gently. "And the city adores a sob story." Robert's fingers flexed, itching for his hammer. "Then the city can sob over corpses," he growled. Eddard cut in before the rage could spill. "We need the city calm," he said. "Or at least contained." Robert's laugh was bitter. "Contained," he echoed. "Like you tried to contain me?" Eddard held his gaze, refusing to flinch. "Like we contained you from smashing the sept doors open," he said quietly. "Yes." Robert's eyes burned, but he did not argue, because he remembered the moment. He remembered how close he had come to giving the mob what it wanted, proof of madness. The door opened, and Barristan Selmy entered with silent authority. His forearm was wrapped where the cut bled earlier, but his posture was unbroken. He looked tired for the first time Eddard could remember, tired in the eyes rather than the bones. "The High Septon is furious," Barristan said simply. "He calls the bolt sacrilege. He calls the riot a stain. He calls for the Queen to be placed under the Faith's protection until judgment is complete." Robert's face contorted. "Protection," he snarled, "so they can lose her in a crowd and call it the God's will." Barristan's mouth tightened. "Possibly," he admitted. Varys's voice was soft. "The Faith loves sanctuaries," he murmured. Sanctuaries are convenient places for enemies to hide behind righteousness. Robert slammed his fist into the table. She stays with me, he roared. She stays in my keep, in my chains under my eyes. Eddard felt the trap again. The more Robert insisted, the more the city would frame it as tyranny. But letting the faith take Cersei was worse. Cersei would vanish behind sept walls, and the realm would never hear her speak. Only rumors of what she might have said. Bywater's voice was blunt. If she stays, he said, the sept will riot again, and next time they'll come with knives instead of stones. Robert's eyes flashed. Then we put knives in their hands first, he snarled. Eddard's jaw clenched. No, he said. We do not start a war with the faith inside the city. Robert turned on him, rage flaring. Everything is war, he spat. They made it war when they shot at me beneath their gods. Eddard held the line. Then choose your battles, he said. You cannot fight the faith, the lions, and your brothers all at once. The word brothers shifted the room's air. Varys's eyes flicked to Robert. Bywater's one eye narrowed. Barristan's expression did not change, but his silence deepened. Robert's breath came hard. Renly, he whispered, and the name tasted like betrayal. Varys stepped forward slightly. Prince Renly left the city before dawn, he said softly. His destination is uncertain, but... He hesitated, the softness returning like a curtain. A little bird says roses are being cut in Highgarden. Robert's face darkened. The Tyrells, he growled. Eddard felt the cold certainty. If Renly had gone to Highgarden, then he was not fleeing. He was gathering. He was taking the city's fear and turning it into a claim. And Stannis? Eddard asked. Varys's gaze lowered. Dragonstone rights and rights, he murmured. Ships are being prepared. The sea does not lie as easily as men do. Robert's fist tightened. He's coming, he snarled, to steal my crown while I bleed. Eddard's voice was careful. To claim his crown if you fall, he corrected. Robert's eyes blazed. I will not fall, he hissed. Barristan's voice was low. Then we must keep you alive, he said, and the bluntness of it made Robert flinch. Bywater leaned in over the map, tapping King's Landing's gates. We can lock the city down, he said. Curfew, closed gates, patrols. His eye flicked to Robert. But it will look like fear. Robert's mouth twisted. Let it, he growled. I want them to fear. Eddard heard the danger again, but he also heard the truth. Fear might keep knives at bay for a night, but it would not hold the realm. We need a plan, Eddard said. Not a tantrum. Robert's gaze snapped to him, and for a heartbeat Eddard thought the king might strike him for daring. Then Robert looked away, jaw working, and the fury turned inward again like a wound being pressed. Get her, Robert said finally, voice rough. Bring Cersei here. I want her under my eyes while we decide whether this city lives or dies. Varys's eyes softened, almost pitying. Bywater bowed once and left, boots hard. Barristan remained, watching Robert as if watching a man standing on a cliff in fog. Eddard stared down at the map and felt the war pressing closer. Outside the city, inside the keep, inside the king. And he understood with a cold clarity that they were no longer trying to win. They were trying not to collapse first. Eddard did not want to do it. Dragging a bastard into a king's private chamber felt like dragging a child onto a battlefield and calling it proof. But the city was already a battlefield, and truth had become a weapon whether Eddard liked it or not. Gendry stood by the chamber's hearth with his hammer held in both hands, knuckles white. The boy's shoulders were squared, but his eyes flicked constantly: door, guards, the king's shadow. He looked like someone who had been hunted long enough to believe the hunt never ended. Robert Baratheon stared at him as if staring at a ghost. Not at the boy's face at first, though the set of jaw and the stubborn brow might have tugged at memory, but at the hair. Black as coal, thick, unashamed. Baratheon hair, the kind the books called the seed. The kind Robert had worn like a banner in his youth. Robert's hands trembled, and the tremble was not pain. It was recognition. "Who is he?" Robert rasped. "A smith's apprentice," Eddard said carefully. "A boy Varys kept hidden." Robert's eyes stayed on the hair. "His name?" Robert demanded. Gendry's jaw clenched. "Gendry," he said, voice rough. Robert swallowed. The sound was loud in the chamber's tight air. He stepped closer, slowly, as if afraid the boy would vanish if he moved too fast. "How old?" Robert asked. "Old enough," Gendry said, and there was anger in it. Anger at being dragged into the king's life like a tool. Eddard watched Robert's face shift. Rage cracking, grief seeping through, horror following it like a shadow. He saw Robert remembering women in taverns, laughter. The careless joy of conquest before crowns made everything heavy. Robert reached out as if to touch the boy's hair, then stopped, hand hovering. His fingers curled into a fist instead. "You look like..." Robert began, and the words failed. "Like your bloody problem?" Gendry snapped, the fear turning into defiance because defiance was easier. "I didn't ask for this." Robert's eyes flashed. Anger at the tone, then something softer, as if the king suddenly remembered what it felt like to be young and angry and powerless. Eddard stepped in quietly. "He didn't," Eddard said, "and neither did your children, whatever their blood." Robert's face contorted at that. "My children," he whispered, and the whisper sounded like pain. Gendry's eyes narrowed. "Children?" He muttered. "You've got..." Eddard cut him off with a look. Gendry swallowed the rest. Robert stared at the boy again, then at his own warhammer leaning against a chair, blood-stained bandage visible at his shoulder. He looked, for a heartbeat, like he had aged 10 years in a breath. "This," Robert said hoarsely, "is what Baratheon blood looks like." Eddard said nothing. He let the truth sit, heavy and undeniable. Robert's jaw worked. "And Joffrey," he whispered, voice tightening. "And Myrcella, and Tommen." He swallowed hard, eyes shining with something he refused to call tears. "They look like..." "Lannisters," Eddard finished. "It softly." Robert's roar shattered the chamber's quiet. He slammed his fist into the hearthstone hard enough that ash jumped. "Liars," he bellowed, and the rage in the word was grief wearing armor. Gendry flinched, hammer lifting instinctively. Robert's eyes flicked to it, and for a heartbeat Eddard feared Robert might laugh at the boy's fear. Instead, Robert's face twisted again, because the boy's fear was justified. Robert had become the kind of man children feared. Robert turned his head toward Eddard, voice shaking. "This is proof," he rasped. "It is a piece," Eddard said carefully. "Not enough alone." Robert's eyes burned. "It's enough for me," he snarled. Eddard held his gaze. "The realm is not you," he said. "The realm will demand witnesses, documents, words they can repeat in halls." He lowered his voice. "And the realm will demand blood if you say it too loudly." Robert's breath came hard. He looked back at Gendry, and in his gaze there was something like shame. "Get him out," Robert said abruptly, voice rough. "Hide him. If Tywin gets him, if Cersei gets him." "He's already in danger," Eddard said. "That is why he cannot stay." Robert's jaw clenched. "Send him north," he growled. "To your wolves. Somewhere my city can't reach." Eddard nodded once because it was what he had already decided. Gendry's eyes widened. "North?" he said, voice cracking. "I don't." "You'll live," Eddard said quietly, "if you do as you're told." Gendry stared at Robert, at the king who might be his father, and did not feel like it. "Do you even care?" he demanded, the anger breaking through. Robert's face contorted. "I care," he rasped. "Gods help me, I care too late." He turned away sharply, as if his own words embarrassed him. "Go," he barked, "before I change my mind and drag you into court like a banner." Eddard placed a hand lightly on Gendry's shoulder. Steady, brief. "Come," he said. As they left the chamber, Eddard glanced back once. Robert stood alone by the hearth, staring at the embers as if trying to see his children's faces in the coals, and the warhammer beside him looked less like a weapon now and more like a weight he could not set down. Night made the docks honest. In daylight, King's Landing's harbor was noise and commerce and the illusion of order. Fishmongers shouting, sailors laughing, coin changing hands. At night, it was shadows and whispered deals, and the water's dark surface reflected torchlight like 1,000 watching eyes. Eddard moved through the docks with his hood up, cloak plain, stark men close. Jory Castle walked at his side, hand near his sword, eyes scanning every corner. Gendry stayed between them, hammer tucked under his arm like a child clutching a toy, except this toy could crack skulls if he had to. A merchant cog from White Harbor sat at anchor not far from the pier, its hull dark, its mast rising like a finger pointing north. The captain, a thick-bearded Northman with wary eyes, waited beside a stack of barrels, pretending to inspect rope while his gaze tracked every torch. Eddard stepped close and spoke low. "Captain," he said. The man's eyes flicked to Gendry's black hair and widened slightly. Northerners were not fools. They understood what black hair meant when gold lions were roaring. Eddard held out a sealed letter and a heavy purse. "This buys silence," he said, "and speed." The captain swallowed, weighing the purse in his hand, feeling coins settle. "Where?" he asked. "White Harbor," Eddard said. "To Lord Wyman Manderly. No stops. No boasting. If you are hailed by any ship, you claim you carry salted fish and nothing else." The captain's mouth tightened. "And the boy is a deckhand," Eddard said, "who never speaks." Gendry bristled. "I'm not." Jory's hand tightened gently on his arm. "Not now," he murmured. Torchlight swept across the pier, gold cloaks moving in a searching line, spears angled, faces hard. Someone shouted a question. Someone else answered with a curse. The watch was hunting, and Eddard could feel the city's net tightening. The captain's eyes flicked toward the gold cloaks. "They're close," he whispered. "Then move," Eddard said, voice like iron. The captain signaled with 2 fingers, and men in the cog's shadow shifted. Sailors moving like ghosts, hauling a gangplank closer. Gendry hesitated, eyes wide, the harbor water black and endless. Eddard leaned in, voice low. "You wanted to live," he said. "This is living." Gendry's jaw clenched. "And if I don't want your life?" he whispered. Eddard's eyes were cold, but not unkind. "Then you die in someone else's," he said. "That's the city's bargain." Gendry swallowed, then stepped forward onto the gangplank, boots thudding softly. He moved quickly after that, disappearing into the ship's shadow like a boy swallowed by the sea. Jory followed half a step, then stopped at Eddard's look. This far only, no further. The less the keep knew, the safer the boy stayed. A gold cloak's torchlight swung closer. Voices sharpened. "Oi! You there!" a guard called. The captain squared his shoulders and turned, putting himself between torchlight and the gangplank. "Evening," he called. Ed back, voice thick with northern bluntness. "We're loading. Move along." The gold cloak stepped closer, suspicious. "Who are you?" "A man who doesn't like being interrupted," the captain replied, "and who doesn't take kindly to southern hands on his rope." The guard's eyes narrowed, spear shifting. "We're searching for..." Eddard stepped forward from shadow, voice calm. "Searching wastes time," he said. "The city is on the edge. If you want to keep it, you'll keep your men from harassing merchants." The gold cloak's gaze flicked to Eddard's face, uncertain, then to Jory's stance, then to the faint outline of stark steel beneath cloaks. He weighed risk and decided this pier was not worth dying on. He spat onto the boards. "Fine," he muttered. "But if we find you hiding..." "You won't," Eddard said, and the certainty in his voice was colder than the night wind. The gold cloak moved on, torchlight sweeping away. Eddard waited until the searching line had passed, then nodded once to the captain. "Sail," he said. The captain did not nod back. He simply moved, because men who survived in storm did not waste motion on courtesy. The gangplank lifted. Ropes shifted. The cog's silhouette began to ease away from the pier like a secret slipping out of a hand. Gendry appeared once at the rail, looking back, eyes bright with fear and fury, as if he wanted to memorize the city that had made him prey. He said nothing. Then the ship turned, and the black hair vanished into darkness. Eddard stood on the pier and felt the cold relief of it, and the cold fear, because sending the boy away did not end the danger. It only moved it north, toward Winterfell, toward the realm's most honest stone. Jory touched his elbow. "We should go," he murmured. Eddard nodded. "Yes," he said. They vanished back into the city's shadows, leaving the river to carry one more secret away from knives. Cersei did not mourn the failed bolt at the sept. She mourned only wasted opportunity. In the Red Keep's holding room, candlelight made the chains on her wrists shine like dull jewelry. She sat at the small table with her back straight, and if her wrists ached, she did not show it. Pain was private. Power was public. Joffrey sat close, face tight with excitement that did not belong in a child. He had been dragged back to the keep after the riot, his hood torn off, his mouth full of protests. Now he leaned in like a conspirator at a feast. "He would have died," Joffrey whispered, eyes bright, "if the wolf hadn't." Cersei's fingers tapped the table once. "Then the wolf is still the obstacle," she murmured. Sandor Clegane stood near the door, arms folded, face hard. He looked like a man watching a snake teach a smaller snake how to bite. Myrcella and Tommen sat on a bench under guard, bundled in cloaks, pale and silent. Tommen's eyes were red from crying. Myrcella's hands were clasped so tight her knuckles shone. Cersei reached into the folds of her cloak and produced her lion ring. She held it out to Joffrey like a crown. "Press," she said. Joffrey's breath quickened. He took the ring with reverence. Cersei slid a small lump of wax across the table, soft from being warmed near the candle, and guided Joffrey's fingers. "Hard," she whispered, "so they see it clearly." Joffrey pressed the ring into wax, leaving the lion's face stamped deep. He lifted it, smiling. Myrcella watched with widening eyes. "Mother," she whispered, "what are you doing?" Cersei did not look at her. "Ensuring we are not devoured," she said calmly. Sandor's burned mouth twisted. "That boy's going to get you all killed," he rumbled. Joffrey's head snapped. "Shut up," he hissed. Sandor's eyes were flat. "I'll shut up when you stop talking like a king before you've earned it," he said. Joffrey rose half an inch, furious. "I am the prince," he snapped. Cersei's voice cut through, soft and sharp. "Sit," she said. Joffrey sat. He always sat when she used that tone. Cersei took the wax seal impression and held it up, studying it. "This," she murmured, "is how men justify their crimes." She slid it back to Joffrey. "A seal, an order, a command that makes cowards brave because they believe they will not be punished." Joffrey's eyes glittered. "Who do we command?" he whispered. Cersei's smile was faint. "Men who like coin," she said. "Men who like survival." Her gaze flicked to Sandor. "Men who like pretending they are honorable while they do filthy work." Sandor's jaw tightened. "Don't look at me," he growled. "I'm not your knight." Cersei's eyes glittered. "You are a sword," she said softly, "and swords are used." Myrcella's voice trembled. "Stop," she whispered. "Please, father is." Cersei's head turned slowly, and her gaze pinned her daughter. "Your father," she said, "is a wounded beast. He swings at anything near him. If we do not move, he will swing at UN. Et? Myrcella flinched. Tommen began to cry again, quiet and helpless. Joffrey's mouth tightened. "He is not my father," he hissed, and the words came too easily now, practiced like a line in a play. Cersei's fingers curled slightly, not in shock, but in satisfaction. The seed she had planted had taken root. Sandor's voice was low, disgusted. "Gods," he muttered, "you're poisoning him with words." Cersei smiled faintly. "Words are cheaper than poison," she said. Joffrey leaned closer, voice hungry. Renly ran, he whispered. Littlefinger ran. They're afraid of him. They're not afraid, Cersei corrected gently. They're positioning. She tapped the wax seal. And so are we. Joffrey's eyes narrowed. He will hold another trial, he said, remembering Robert's vow. Cersei's smile sharpened. He will try, she murmured. But the city has already shown him the truth. He cannot command it with a hammer. Her gaze slid to Myrcella and Tommen briefly, a flicker of something fierce and possessive. If he cannot command the city, then he cannot command the throne. Joffrey's breath quickened. So we take it, he whispered. Cersei leaned close, chains clinking softly. Not with your hands, she said. With their hands. With men who will swear they are saving the realm. She paused, then added softly. And when it is done, the city will call you stability, the same way it calls plague weather. Sandor's eyes narrowed. And if the king catches you? He asked. Cersei's gaze did not blink. Then the king will not live long enough to catch anyone, she replied. Myrcella let out a small, broken sound. Mother, she whispered. Cersei's expression softened for a heartbeat. Only a heartbeat, then hardened again into purpose. Hush, she said. You will survive because you are mine. Outside the room, the keep's corridors hummed with movement. Bywater's purge, Barristan's patrols, Robert's anger. The castle was tightening like a fist. Inside, Cersei Lannister pressed a lion into wax and taught her son that crowns were not inherited. They were taken. Renly Baratheon did not flee like a frightened man. He fled like a man who had finally been given permission to become what he had always wanted to be. Highgarden welcomed him with warmth. Actual warmth, not the false warmth of courtly smiles. The hall smelled of flowers and polished wood, and the air was softer than King's Landing's stink. Servants moved quietly, not like hunted mice. Guards stood at ease, not gripping spears as if expecting mobs. Mace Tyrell rose from his seat with a broad smile that looked like generosity and felt like calculation. My lord, he boomed, arms spread as if welcoming a son. Renly returned the smile with practiced ease. Lord Mace, he said warmly, I come as a man who loves the realm. Mace laughed. A rare breed, he said, and clasped Renly's forearm. Marjorie Tyrell watched from beside her father, face composed, eyes bright. She wore green and gold as if she had been born under a rose. Her smile was small, polite, and sharp beneath its softness. Behind Renly, Loras Tyrell stood close, posture taut with devotion that was too visible to be denied. A messenger knelt before them, dusty, breathless. My lord, he gasped to Mace. News from King's Landing. Mace's smile faltered. Spit it out, he demanded. The messenger swallowed. The city riots, he said. The king brought the queen in chains. There was a trial, then violence. A crossbow bolt at the sept. Gold Cloaks fought Stark men in the Red Keep. Captain Slint broken. He glanced at Renly, and the king called it treason. Renly's smile did not move. Only his eyes tightened a fraction. He's bleeding, he said softly. The messenger nodded quickly. Aye, my lord. They say he reopened his wound. They say he... The man hesitated, then rushed on. They say he swore he would burn the city down before he let it cage him. Marjorie's eyes glittered. So the story writes itself, she murmured. Mace turned to her, uncertain. What story? Marjorie's voice was calm. A king who has lost control, she said. A king who brings blood to the gods. A king who cannot keep peace. Her gaze slid to Renly. A king who must be replaced, for the realm's safety. Renly lifted his cup slowly, as if tasting the words. Stannis will claim that, he said. Mace's brows knit. Stannis is stone, he muttered. Men don't love stone. Renly's smile softened. But they may fear it, he said. Loras's jaw tightened. Then we make them love you, he said fiercely. Renly's gaze flicked to him, affection and steel beneath. then back to Mace. "The Reach feeds the realm," Renly said. "The Reach can keep kings landing from starving. The Reach can keep lords from panicking. The Reach can—" He paused, letting the weight settle. "The Reach can decide who the realm accepts." Mace's chest swelled, pleased. He said. We can." Marjorie stepped closer, voice low. "If the king falls," she said, "the realm will look for a hand to steady it." Her smile sharpened. "Offer them one." Renly's smile was bright, but his eyes were colder now. "Robert is my brother," he said softly, as if the words mattered. Marjorie's gaze did not blink. "And the realm is everything," she replied. Mace leaned forward, eager. "What do you propose?" he asked. Renly's smile widened. "I propose we prepare," he said. "Quietly, we gather banners. We gather grain. We gather the men who prefer a smiling king to a bleeding one." He looked at the rose banners, at the hall's warm light, and for a heartbeat he looked like a man finally breathing. "And when the time comes?" Mace asked. Renly's voice was gentle. "When the time comes," he said, "we save the realm." Loras's eyes burned with devotion. Marjorie's smile remained calm. Outside Highgarden's walls, the Reach's fields stretched green and abundant, untouched by war for now. But war was coming, drawn by a city's fear and a king's fury. Renly Baratheon lifted his cup toward the rose banners and smiled, as if he could already see a crown reflected there. Littlefinger did not run to hide. He ran to sell. He found Highgarden's edges at night, where hedges were tall and paths were quiet, and the roses smelled too sweet for honest men. He moved through shadow like he belonged there, because men like Peter Baelish belonged anywhere coin could be counted. Tyrion Lannister found him because Tyrion had learned, young, that snakes left trails, subtle but real. A servant's whisper, a guard's glance, a missing pouch in the wrong place. Tyrion followed the trail the way a man followed the smell of smoke. They met beneath a garden walkway where lantern light was dim and rose shadows lay thick. Peter smiled as if greeting an old friend. "My lord of coin," Tyrion said, voice dry. "You've been difficult to find." Peter's smile widened slightly. "That is how I remain alive," he replied. Tyrion's eyes were sharp. "The Red Keep bled last night," he said. "And you were gone." Peter put a hand to his chest in mock offense. "You wound me," he murmured. "I'm a peaceful man." Tyrion laughed quietly. "Peaceful men don't buy city watches," he said. Peter's eyes gleamed. "I didn't buy them," he said. "I rented their attention. There's a difference." Tyrion stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Who did you rent them for?" he asked. Peter's smile did not falter. "For the realm," he said lightly. Tyrion's expression did not change, but something hard flickered behind it. "That word again," he murmured. "It's becoming fashionable." Peter leaned on the stone railing, casual. "Fashion is everything," he said. "Ask the Tyrells." Tyrion's gaze flicked over the roses, then back. "Renly," he said. Peter's smile sharpened. "Renly is charming," he replied. "Charm is a kind of weapon too, you know?" Tyrion's voice was low. "And my father?" he asked. "What is he to you tonight? A client? A threat? A ladder rung?" Peter's eyes glittered. "Your father is gravity," he said. "You can ignore it for a while, but eventually it pulls you down." Tyrion's mouth twisted. "Then why aren't you under his boot already?" he asked. Peter shrugged slightly. "Because boots need something to step on," he said. "And I am very small." Tyrion reached into his cloak and produced a rolled map, placing it on the stone between them. "You helped make the city riot," he said. "You helped push a story that Robert is unwell." He tapped the map near King's Landing. "That story is useful to my father." Peter's smile widened. "Then your father should thank me," he said. Tyrion's eyes narrowed. "My father doesn't thank," he said. "He pays, or he kills." Peter's gaze was bright. "Then perhaps he'll do both," he murmured. Tyrion leaned in, voice sharp. "If Robert dies," he said, "Stannis claims the throne. Renly raises banners. The realm fractures. He held Peter's gaze. Chaos. Peter's smile turned almost fond. Yes, he said softly. Lovely, isn't it? Tyrion felt the chill. What do you want? He demanded. Peter glanced at the roses, then back. I want to be indispensable, he said simply, to whichever king survives. Tyrion's laugh was bitter. That's ambitious, he said. Peter's eyes gleamed. Ambition is the only honest thing in King's Landing, he replied. Tyrion slid a small purse of coin onto the stone. Clinked softly. Then be honest with me, he said. Who fired the bolts at the sept? Who put the poison under the king's cup? Who benefits most from Robert bleeding in public? Peter did not touch the coin. He looked at it, amused, as if it were a child's offering. So many hands, he murmured. So many interests. He leaned closer, voice dropping. But if you want a name, look at the people who can call it mercy. Tyrion's eyes narrowed. The Faith, he whispered. Peter's smile sharpened. The Faith is a mob with prayers, he murmured. Very useful. He paused, then added softer. And look at the people who can call it stability. Tyrion's jaw clenched. Renly, he said again. Peter's smile did not answer. It didn't have to. Tyrion took a slow breath. My father will come, he said. Peter's gaze was bright. Your father is already here, he murmured. Not in body, but in influence, in coin, in fear. Tyrion's voice was low. If you betray him, he warned. Peter's smile turned sweet. I never betray, he said. I simply change my investments. Tyrion stared at him for a long moment, then took the purse back without leaving it. Keep your hands clean, he said softly. If you can. Peter's eyes gleamed. Hands are never clean, he replied. Not where crowns are concerned. Tyrion turned away, moving back into Highgarden's shadows, and Peter Baelish remained beneath the roses, smiling to himself, already calculating the next rung. In King's Landing, men fought with swords. In gardens, they fought with whispers. Bywater's purge did not smell like justice. It smelled like fear. Flea Bottom burned with restless energy after the Sept riot, as if the city's filth had risen to the surface and refused to sink again. Torches moved through alleys like angry fireflies, Gold Cloaks shouting, boots thudding, staves cracking against doors. Small folk screamed. Septons shouted prayers as if prayer could stop steel. Jacelyn Bywater walked at the head of it with his one eye cold and clear. He did not shout like Janos Slint. He did not grin. He pointed, and men were dragged into torchlight. That one, Bywater said. He threw the bolt. A man sputtered in protest, hands raised. I didn't. Bywater's gold cloak slammed him against a wall. Tell it to the gallows, the man snarled. Eddard watched from a side street, cloak pulled tight, face grim. He had not wanted to be here. He had wanted to be in the keep, shaping law, keeping Robert from burning his own throne down. But law was dying in the streets, and if it died completely, nothing would stop the city from crowning whoever promised the least blood, while spilling the most. A crowd surged near a crooked sept, faces twisted with hunger and fear. The gods will judge, someone screamed. The gods can't stop staves, someone else shouted back. A stone flew, struck a Gold Cloak's helm. The man staggered, then swung his stave into the crowd. Someone screamed. Blood splattered on cobble. Bywater's voice cut through, hard. Hold the line, he snapped. No looting. No killing unless you must. A Gold Cloak laughed bitterly. They're trying to kill us, he spat. Bywater's one eye burned. Then you kill the right ones, he replied. Not whoever is closest. Eddard felt the irony of it. Bywater preaching discipline in Flea Bottom, while the king who needed discipline most was bleeding in a castle above. But discipline was contagious if it started somewhere. A group of Septons pushed forward, faces flushed, eyes wild. One lifted a 7-pointed star on a wooden pole like a weapon. The king is cursed, he shouted. The queen is a martyr. The gods! Bywater's gold cloaks grabbed him, yanking the pole away. The Septon screamed, spitting. Heretics! He shrieked. Bywater stepped close, face hard. You want to call for blood? He asked quietly. Call for it in your own bed, not in my streets. The Septon spat in his face. Bywater didn't flinch. He wiped the spit away with the back of his gauntlet and nodded once. 2 gold cloaks dragged the Septon into the torchlight like a sack of meat. The crowd roared, surging. Eddard's hand drifted toward his sword, not because he wanted to draw, but because he felt the city's mood turning. One push away from a slaughter. A little girl cried near a doorway, clutching a dead rat by the tail as if it were treasure. Her mother pulled her back, eyes wide, and Eddard saw the same look he had seen in the Riverlands. Small folk realizing kings were not shields. Kings were storms. Avoy. Sea rose above the chaos, familiar, sharp. Stannis! Someone shouted. Stannis will save US. Another voice answered, Renly, and the name was cheered like a song. A third voice screamed Tywin, as if gold could buy peace. Eddard's blood chilled. The city was already choosing kings with its mouth. Bywater heard it too. His one eye flicked toward Eddard's shadowed place, as if checking whether the wolf understood what those shouts meant. Eddard did. He stepped out from the side street and moved closer to Bywater, keeping his voice low so it wouldn't become a weapon. This, he said, gesturing at the riot, is what they want. Bywater's jaw tightened. They want chaos, he said. Eddard's eyes narrowed. They want a story, he corrected. A king who can't control his city. A king who bleeds in public. A king who must be replaced. Bywater's one eye burned. Then we give them order, he said. Eddard stared at the crowd, at the torches, at the shouting Septons. Order with staves, he murmured. And truth with what? A trial the city already ruined? Bywater's mouth tightened. Truth doesn't matter to mobs, he said. Only who looks strong. Eddard felt the weight of that. He looked up toward the hill where the red keep loomed, pale against the night sky, and wondered whether Robert still looked strong, or whether the city had already begun to see him as a wounded beast they could finally put down. Bywater barked another order and gold cloaks surged. The crowd screamed. More stones flew. More blood fell. Eddard turned away before he could see too much of it, because he knew this was only the beginning. The city was learning a new habit, chanting names. Once a city learned that habit, it was hard to make it forget. Cersei Lannister escaped the way she lived, with other people's hands. It happened while the city screamed. Bywater's gold cloaks were busy cracking skulls in Flea Bottom. Stark guards were stretched thin. Barristan Selmy was moving between fires, trying to keep the keep from catching flame. And Robert Baratheon, wounded, furious, exhausted, was exactly where his enemies wanted him, in a castle that could not decide whether it was fortress or prison. A hooded gold cloak appeared at Cersei's cell door just before midnight. The guard outside stiffened, suspicious. The hooded man held up a wax seal impression, lion-marked, deep, legitimate-looking in torchlight. Bywater's order, the hooded man said, voice low. Transfer, quiet. The Seps demanding her. The Stark guard hesitated. The seal looked right. The phrasing sounded right. And fear made men accept the first thing that resembled authority. The door opened. Cersei stood inside in her chains, hair braided, face calm. She looked at the hooded man's seal and smiled faintly, as if pleased by how easily the world accepted lies when they were stamped correctly. The hooded man threw a cloak over her shoulders. Head down, he murmured. Cersei lowered her head just enough to hide her smile. They moved through corridors that smelled of torch smoke and panic. Twice they passed guards hurrying the other direction, and no one stopped them, because no one wanted to be the man who questioned an order in a castle on the edge. At a postern door, a key turned. Cold night air slipped in, damp with the Blackwater stink. Cersei stepped through the door. Outside, in the dark yard between walls, another shadow waited, small, sharp. Joffrey Baratheon, hood up, eyes bright as coals. He did not run to her. He simply watched, as if savoring the moment. "Mother," he whispered. Cersei's voice was soft. "My lion," she murmured. A hand caught her arm, not rough, not cruel, guiding, leading, toward the city's shadow. Inside the Red Keep, Eddard Stark felt it before he was told. The keep had a way of shifting when something vital moved, like a hearth suddenly losing heat. A guard burst into the war room, breathless. "My lord," he gasped. "The Queen's cell." Eddard was already moving, ice in hand, boots thudding down corridors. Robert followed behind, hammer dragging slightly, face pale with rage so cold it looked like frost. They reached the cell. The door was open. The room was empty. Chains lay on the floor like shed skin, the iron broken at a weak link. Filed, perhaps, over time. A smear of wax glinted on the table where a seal impression had been pressed. A faint scent of perfume lingered, mocking. Eddard's blood went cold. "She's gone," he said. Robert's voice was a raw whisper. "Gone," he echoed. Then the whisper turned into a roar that shook stone. "Gone." Barristan arrived a heartbeat later, face grim. Bywater followed, one eye blazing, cloak spattered with street grime. "How?"
Bywater demande.
D voice sharp. Eddard held up the wax smear, his jaw tight. "A seal," he said. "An order." Bywater's face went darker. "I didn't give it," he said. Barristan's eyes narrowed. "Then someone forged it," he said. Robert's breath came ragged. He stared at the empty room as if he could will Cersei back into chains. "She was my proof," he whispered, and the sound of it was almost childlike, lost. Eddard's voice was grim. "She was also your bait," he said. Robert's head snapped toward him, eyes blazing. "I held her," he snarled. "I held her and still she slipped. What good is a crown if it can't hold a woman?" Eddard held his gaze. "A crown doesn't hold," he said. "Men do." Bywater's one eye burned. "I will lock every gate," he said. "I will search every barracks. I will." Barristan shook his head slightly. "If she has a head start," he said, "she will already be under someone's protection." Robert's jaw clenched. "Tywin," he growled. Eddard's stomach tightened. "Or the Faith," he said. "Or Renly's men. Or—" He stopped because the worst name tasted like poison. Robert spoke it anyway, voice low and shaking. "Joffrey." Silence snapped tight. Bywater's I flicked away, as if unwilling to look at that truth. Barristan's face tightened with something like sorrow. Robert's hands trembled on the hammer haft. He looked suddenly terribly tired, not of fighting, but of being outplayed. "They overrule me," he whispered. "They overrule me in my city. They overrule me in my keep. They take my wife from chains and call it order." Eddard stepped closer, voice low. "Then you answer," he said, "but not with fire, not with a vow that proves their whisper." He held ice steady, not threatening but grounding. "You answer with authority that looks like law." Robert's laugh was bitter. "Law," he rasped. "Law is dead on the Sept steps." Eddard's eyes hardened. "Then we move the law," he said, "out of the city, out of the mob's mouth, into a place where steel matters again." Bywater's one eye narrowed. "Where?" he asked. Eddard's voice was quiet, decisive. "The king cannot stay here," he said. "Not with the city chanting names, not with Cersei loose, not with Renly raising roses and Stannis writing judgments." He looked at Robert. "We leave. We call banners. We choose ground." Robert stared at the empty room, then at the broken chain on the floor. For a heartbeat, Eddard saw the man Robert had been before the crown. Warrior, decisive, certain that moving forward was the only way to live. Robert's jaw clenched. "Find her," he growled to Bywater. "Find Baelish. Find Renly. Find every man who smiled at me and sharpened a knife." Bywater bowed once, grim. "I," he said. Robert turned back to Eddard, eyes burning again. "And you," he rasped. You will right the realm. You will tell them what happened. You will tell them the queen fled justice. You will tell them the city tried to kill its king." Eddard nodded once. "I will," he said, Robert's voice Diaro, head rough with vow. "And then I will remind them what happens when you try to overrule a stag." Outside the cell, somewhere deep in King's Landing, a bell tolled distant, hollow, as if the gods themselves were marking an ending. Because with Cersei Lannister free, the last thin thread holding the city to Robert Baratheon's version of truth had snapped. Now the realm would choose whose story it believed. And stories in Westeros killed more kings than swords ever did. The Red Keep did not feel like a castle after Cersei fled. It felt like a throat that had been cut and was still trying to speak. They brought the broken chain to Robert like a confession. A weak link filed thin over time, iron scraped down by patience and hate. It lay on the war room table beside the map, beside the scattered seals, beside the thin wax smear that had pretended to be lawful authority. The pieces looked small. Their consequences filled the city. Robert stared at it until his eyes reddened. "In my keep," he whispered. The words were not outrage anymore. They were disbelief, like a man looking at his own hands and finding blood there. Then disbelief curdled. He slammed the shackle down hard enough to rattle inkpots. "In my keep," he roared, voice cracking the room. Eddard Stark kept his face steady and his hands still. The instinct to soothe Robert had died somewhere on Baelor's steps, trampled under a mob's hunger. Now there was only control or the illusion of it. Barristan Selmy stood near the door, white cloak hanging straight, his eyes older than the iron on the table. Jacelyn Bywater leaned by the map with his one eye hard as a nail, listening to the king rage as if rage were whether to be endured. "Joffrey," Robert's voice dropped, low and shaking. "Tell me where he is." Bywater's jaw tightened. "Missing," he said, "since the riot. My men found his rooms empty, 2 guards dead, throats cut clean. Not watch work." Eddard felt the cold settle deeper. "Lannister," he said, and the word tasted like poison. Robert's mouth twisted. "My son runs with my wife," he snarled. "My son runs with the liar who birthed him." He spat, then swallowed hard as if the spit might choke him. "And the city will call it mercy." Varys wasn't in the room. That absence felt deliberate, either caution or calculation. Eddard did not ask where he was. In King's Landing, asking where men were only reminded you how easily they vanished. Robert planted both hands on the table, leaning over the map like a general trying to pin an enemy down with his palms. The bandage at his shoulder darkened at the edge. Blood seeped. The king ignored it. "Lock the gates," Robert ordered. Bywater's one eye flicked toward him. "We can," he said, "but the city will riot harder." "Let it," Robert growled. "Let them howl until their throats split." Eddard's voice cut in low and firm. "If you lock the gates, you trap the mob with you," he said. "And you trap yourself with the faith." Robert's head snapped. "The faith can choke," he snarled. Barristan's voice was quiet, careful. "The faith can also crown men," he said. "Not with steel, with belief." Robert's nostrils flared. He looked like a man who wanted to smash belief with his hammer just to prove it bled. Eddard leaned in slightly. "We cannot fight the city and the realm at once," he said. "We need distance." Robert's eyes burned. "Distance?" he echoed, contempt thick. "So I run. You relocate," Eddard swore. "Wrecked. You remove yourself from their knives and their mouths. You call the lords to you. You choose ground where steel matters again." Bywater's gaze sharpened. "Where?" he asked. Robert stared at the map's southern coast, then inland, jaw working. "Storm's End," he said finally, and the name came out like an oath. "My seat, my walls, my banners. Let the realm come to me if it wants to call me unfit." Barristan's jaw tightened. "And the city?" he asked. Robert's eyes flashed. "The city will learn what happens when it bites the hand that feeds it," he said. "Bywater holds it. Barristan holds my keep. Any man who takes coin hangs." Bywater's mouth tightened. He said, and Eddard heard what he did not say. Holding King's Landing would be like holding water in a fist. Eddard's gaze shifted, unwillingly, to the heap of letters. "And the children?" he asked softly. Robert went still. His breath scraped. "Myrcella," he whispered. "Tommen." Eddard saw it in his eyes. The same ugly war inside him as always. Love and disgust tangled together, the human father and the betrayed husband clawing for control. "Where are they?" Robert demanded. "In the keep," Barristan said. "Under guard. They haven't been touched." "Yet," Eddard said, and the word hung like a blade. Robert's mouth twisted. "Cersei will come for them," he growled. "And so will Tywin," Eddard said. "And so will Stannis, if he decides the realm requires it." He swallowed. "And so will Renly if he needs symbols." Robert's hands tightened on the table edge. "Then we move them," he snarled. "Out. Now." "Quietly," Eddard said, "or you paint targets on their backs." Robert's eyes narrowed. "You protect them," he ordered Eddard, voice like iron. "You protect them because... He choked on the thought he could not bear to name in front of men. "Because they are children." Eddard held the king's gaze, feeling the weight settle. "I will," he said. Robert's jaw clenched. He grabbed a raven scroll and tore wax from it with his teeth, not caring whose seal it bore. He scrawled on the parchment like a man carving a wound into paper. "Write the realm," he growled. "Tell them the queen fled justice. Tell them the city tried to murder its king. Tell them I call my banners to Storm's End. And tell them..." His pen paused, trembling, then stabbed down again. "Tell them Joffrey Baratheon is not my blood." The room tightened around the sentence. Bywater's one eye flicked away, as if the words were too dangerous to look at. Barristan's face hardened with sorrow. Eddard felt the cold certainty. Once spoken, that truth could not be put back behind teeth. It would run through the realm like fire through dry grass. Robert slammed the parchment down. "Now we see who kneels to truth," he whispered, "and who kneels to coin." Bywater went to the sept because in King's Landing, truth always fled to sanctuaries. The great September of Baelor sat above the city like a white tooth, too clean for the rot beneath it. Bywater's men moved in disciplined lines through streets still stained from the riot. Broken fruit, cracked cobbles, a smear of blood where someone had fallen and not risen. The city watched them pass with eyes that were not grateful. The city's eyes were never grateful. They reached the sept steps as prayers rolled down like smoke. Septons stood in clusters, murmuring, hands lifted, eyes bright with self-righteous fear. The crowd pressed at the base of the steps, bodies packed tight, faces red with shouting. Some screamed for the queen, some screamed for the king. Most screamed because screaming made them feel less powerless. Bywater halted his men in a straight line, spears down. He did not shout. He did not smile. He lifted his one eye to the sept doors and waited as if patience were a weapon. The doors opened only a crack. The high septon appeared in that thin gap, robes bright, face pale and offended by the presence of steel near his sanctified stone. "Captain," the high septon called, voice thin but sharp, "this is holy ground." Bywater's voice was rough. "Holy ground bleeds like any other," he replied. "Open the doors." A murmur ran through the crowd. Approval, anger, hunger. The high septon's cheeks flushed. "You have no authority here," he said. "The gods will. The king's will." Bywater cut in, blunt as a stave. "Cersei Lannister is accused of treason and attempted regicide. She fled lawful custody. She is to be returned." The high septon's eyes narrowed. "The queen has sought sanctuary," he said, and the word came out like a shield held up in both hands. "Sanctuary is sacred." Bywater's one eye flicked over the septon's shoulder, catching a hint of movement deeper inside. Shadows shifting, a glint of gold in candlelight, a whisper of perfume that did not belong in a holy house. He felt certainty settle. She was there. "Sacred," Bywater echoed. He stepped closer, voice low enough that only the High Septon could hear. "If you hide her, you make yourself a rebel." The High Septon's mouth tightened. "You speak rebellion to the gods," he hissed. Bywater's one eye did not blink. "I speak reality," he said. "The city already tried to murder its king on your steps. Don't pretend the gods protected him. A Stark sword did." A ripple of anger ran through the Septons behind the High Septon. "Blasphemy!" someone spat. The crowd surged, sensing the tension. Gold Cloaks tightened their line. A stone flew, struck a spear shaft, bounced harmlessly. Another stone followed, and another, and Bywater could feel the city's hunger rising. Hungry for a fight, hungry for a martyr. The High Septon lifted his hands, voice rising. "The Queen is under the Seven's protection," he proclaimed, louder now so the crowd could hear. "No man may drag her from sanctuary. No man may." A chant rose from the crowd, building fast. "Queen, Queen, Queen." Bywater looked at the bodies pressed together below and saw what he needed. Not love for Cersei, but hatred for Robert's fury. Hatred made mobs loyal faster than any coin. He turned slightly, barking orders. "Hold," he snapped. "No one strikes first." A gold cloak beside him muttered, "They'll tear us apart, then die standing," Bywater replied, and the coldness of it made the man shut up. Inside the sept, the High Septon's eyes gleamed with something like triumph. "You cannot touch her," he said softly, as if savoring Bywater's restraint. "Not without proving the king's madness." Bywater exhaled slowly. "Then I don't touch her," he said. The High Septon blinked, surprised. Bywater raised his voice so the crowd could hear. "The Queen may hide behind prayers," he called. "But the city will know this. She fled lawful custody in the night. She fled the king's justice. If she is innocent, she can walk out and face trial like any other soul." The crowd's roar wavered, confused, then surged again, splitting into new chants. "Trial!" from one corner, "Sanctuary!" from another. Bywater stepped back, eyes hard. He knew he could not win this with spears. He could only stop it becoming worse. He signaled a withdrawal, slow, disciplined. Gold Cloaks backed down the steps, spears still angled, shields tight. The crowd shouted after them, hurling insults, spitting. As Bywater retreated, his one eye flicked to the crack in the door again. For the briefest moment, he saw a pale hand with a lion ring and a curtain of golden hair. Cersei Lannister was smiling inside the god's house as if it were her own. Bywater turned away, jaw tight, and felt the city's story shifting under his boots. The Queen sheltered by gods, the king snarling in his castle, the watch standing between them and being hated for it. He did not know how long he could hold that line. He only knew that if the line broke, the city would drown in blood and call it righteousness. Sanctuary changed Cersei the way sunlight changed gold. It made her look more valuable. Inside the great September of Baelor, the air was thick with incense and candle smoke. Thousands of flames flickered, casting warm light across white marble and painted gods. It was meant to feel pure, felt hungry. Cersei stood beneath the seven-pointed star with her cloak arranged perfectly, hair braided as if she had never been chased through tunnels, as if she had never worn chains. And perhaps she had never worn them, not truly. Chains were for bodies. Cersei's weapons were not bound at the wrists. Joffrey stood at her side in a dark cloak, hood thrown back. His face was pale with excitement. His eyes shone. He looked like a boy listening to a song he loved and had finally learned he could sing it himself. The High Septon stepped to the doors and lifted his hands, and the crowd outside answered like a beast sensing meat. The noise rolled into the sept, swelling under the domed ceiling until it felt like the gods themselves were shouting. "My children," the High Septon called, voice trembling with fervor. "The Seven have granted sanctuary to a mother wronged." A cheer rose, ragged and fierce. Cersei's mouth curved faintly. She let the crowd see her face, let them see her poised suffering, the queen who had been dragged and humiliated, She did not tell them the truth. She gave them a truth they could afford. A woman wronged by a violent king. "The king," she said softly, and the word left her mouth like poison. "Robert Baratheon has lost his way." She turned slightly, eyes sweeping the sept, latching on to lords and knights who had come to watch. "He killed a sworn Kingsguard in a wolf's hall. He dragged me in chains through the streets. He brought blood to the gods' steps." A murmur ran through those with finer clothes. Some nodded, some looked away. No one liked a king who made them fear for their own safety. Joffrey's voice rose, sharp with practiced indignation. "He is unwell," he declared, and the phrase sounded like something he had repeated in mirrors until it fit his mouth. "He is not himself." Cersei's eyes flicked to him, pleased. She laid a hand on his shoulder, fingers light as a blessing. "My son speaks only truth," she murmured. "The city has seen it." The High Septon nodded vigorously, seizing the moment. "The gods have seen," he cried, "and they will judge." The crowd roared again, hungry for judgment because judgment meant someone else would bleed. Cersei's gaze slid past the crowd and found a man waiting in shadow inside the sept. A Lannister guard dressed in plain cloth, eyes hard. He did not bow. He did not need to. When her eyes met his, he stepped closer, hand hidden beneath his cloak. "A raven is already gone," he murmured. "To whom?" Cersei asked softly, not turning her head. "To Lord Tywin Lannister," the man whispered. Cersei's smile sharpened. "Good," she murmured. "Tell him the city is ripe." The man hesitated. "And the younger ones?" Cersei's gaze flicked briefly to Joffrey, then back to the crowd. "They remain in the keep," she said. "For now." The man swallowed. "If the king moves them." "He will," Cersei said. "He thinks like a hammer. He thinks if he moves far enough, the city's knives cannot reach him." Her eyes glittered. But knives travel, especially when guided by love and fear. Joffrey leaned closer, voice low, eager. "Can we take them?" he whispered. Cersei's fingers tightened on his shoulder, gentle and hard. "Soon," she said. "Not with force, with law, with sanctity." She tilted her head toward the High Septon. "He will demand the children for safety. The city will cheer. And if Robert refuses," her smile deepened, "then Robert becomes the villain who endangers innocence." Joffrey's eyes gleamed, hungry. "And then I become king," he whispered. Cersei looked at him, and in her gaze there was pride and something darker, relief. "Then you become what you were born to be," she said softly. Outside, a chant began to rise, starting with a few voices and spreading like fire. "Jof Fry! Jof Fry!" The sound hit Cersei like a warm tide. She closed her eyes for a heartbeat and let herself feel the city's hunger align with her will. When she opened them, her gaze was bright. She stepped closer to the doors, letting the crowd see her fully, and raised her hands, empty, unchained. "My people," she called softly. The crowd roared louder. Cersei let her voice tremble just enough to sound wounded. "I do not seek war," she lied. "I seek peace. I seek a king who can protect you, not terrify you. I seek justice, not the justice of a hammer, but the justice of the gods." The High Septon lifted his hands again, sealing her lie in sanctity. "The Seven will guide us," he cried. Cersei's smile was small and perfect. In the Red Keep, Robert Baratheon still believed he could command the realm with decrees and steel. In the Great September, Cersei Lannister let the realm believe the gods had chosen her side. And in King's Landing, belief was the sharpest blade of all. Robert made his proclamation in a hall that felt like it had lost faith in him. The throne room was not as full as it had been for the trial. Many lords had fled the city the moment blood spilled. Many had gone to the sept to kneel with the crowd and pretend sanctity was safety. The ones who remained stood in uneasy clusters, eyes darting, hands near belts, bodies angled toward exits. Robert sat the Iron Throne with his back straight, as if posture could hide the fatigue gnawing at him. The bandage beneath his cloak showed. Blood had darkened the edge again. His warhammer rested at the steps, placed deliberately, symbol and threat, the king's true language made visible. Eddard stood below with a parchment in hand, and a clerk beside him with ink and trembling fingers. Barristan Selmy and Jacelyn Bywater flanked the dais like guardians of a crown that was slipping. Robert's voice filled the hall without needing to shout. Cersei of House Lannister fled lawful custody, he declared. She is accused of treason, incest, conspiracy, and attempted regicide. Any lord who shelters her shelters a traitor. Murmurs ran through the room. Some faces hardened. Some looked away, as if even hearing it made them guilty. Robert continued, jaw clenched. The City Watch acted in treason last night under bought orders. Captain Janos Slint is under arrest. The Watch will be purged. Any man found taking coin from lions, roses, or any other bastard banner will hang. Bywater's one eye burned, approving in silence. Robert's gaze swept the hall. And now the truth that all you whisper like frightened women, he said, and the insult made several men flinch. Joffrey Baratheon is not my blood. The hall froze. A knight's breath caught audibly. A lady's hand flew to her mouth. A lord's eyes widened, then narrowed, calculating. Eddard felt the world tilt. This was the sentence that made wars. Robert leaned forward, voice rough. Myrcella Baratheon and Tommen Baratheon are also in question, he said, and his voice shook for a heartbeat before hardening again. They are under my protection until the realm's judgment is made. Eddard heard the carefulness in that phrasing. Not my sentence. Not my vengeance. The realm's judgment. Robert was trying clumsily, painfully, to sound like a king rather than a betrayed man with a hammer. Robert's gaze shifted to the clerk. Write it, he snarled. Write every word so no man can claim he misheard. The clerk's quill scratched frantically. Robert's voice rose, not in volume, but in force. By law, my heir is Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone, he declared, and the words tasted like poison in his mouth. Until I take a new wife and produce trueborn heirs. A murmur surged, shock, discomfort, grudging acceptance. Naming Stannis was a concession to law that made Robert look both noble and desperate. Eddard watched faces change. Some lords looked relieved, law stability. Some looked frightened, Stannis hard and unforgiving. Some looked eager because any crack in a crown was opportunity. Robert lifted his hand and pointed south, toward walls no one could see through. I remove my court from the city until it can be secured, he announced. I will ride to Storm's End. There I will call my banners. There I will hold council. There I will decide the realm's peace. A lord stepped forward, voice shaky. Your Grace. Leaving the capital. Robert's head snapped. The capital tried to murder me, he snarled. The capital harbors a traitor queen under God's skirts. The capital chants for my bastard to wear my crown. His eyes blazed. Let it chant. I will answer with steel. Eddard stepped forward, voice low but carrying. The king summons all loyal lords to Storm's End, he said. Bring your banners. Bring your council. The realm will not be decided by mobs. The phrase loyal lords hung heavy. Loyalty was no longer assumed. It had become a choice. Robert's gaze hardened. Any lord who raises arms against me in the name of stability is a rebel, he said. Any man who follows Renly Baratheon or any other smiling treason is a rebel. At Renly's name, whispers shifted again. Renly's absence had become its own accusation. Robert leaned forward, voice thick with rage and betrayal. I will not be overruled, he said. Not by lions, not by roses, not by septons, not by my own blood. His gaze flicked, briefly, to a shadowed corner where he imagined Joffrey's face. Not by anyone. Eddard watched the room and felt the truth settle like winter. Proclamations did not win wars. They merely named them. When the clerk finished, Eddard took the parchment, blew gently to dry the ink, and sealed it with the king's stag. He did it carefully because this seal was now a weapon as sharp as any blade. Robert rose from the throne with a grimace, pain tugging at his shoulder. He looked down at his own hall, at the scattered lords, and something in his expression shifted. Less fury, more resolve. "Go," he said, "carry my words, and tell the realm this: the king still lives." Outside the Red Keep, bells began to toll in the city, answering the Sept's chants like a heartbeat answering a wound. King's Landing was choosing its story. Robert Baratheon had just thrown his into the fire and dared the realm not to burn with it. Eddard moved his daughters the way he moved secrets, quietly, with his heart clenched tight enough to crack ribs. Before dawn, the docks were a maze of shadow and salt. The Blackwater's stink rolled off the water in damp waves. Lanterns swung from ropes. Sailors muttered and spat. Somewhere farther down the pier, a drunk sang badly, and the sound made the night feel more dangerous than silence. Sansa Stark walked stiffly beneath a hooded cloak, her hands trembling inside her sleeves. Arya Stark walked like a wolf pup, eyes sharp, feet light, already looking for escape routes. Between them, Myrcella Baratheon held Tommen Baratheon's hand so tightly the boy's fingers were white. Myrcella's face was pale, but she did not cry. She had learned too quickly that crying did not stop storms. Tommen sniffled, eyes wide, and kept glancing back as if expecting his mother to appear out of shadow and make it all safe again. There was no mother coming. Not this one. Jory Castle led them with Stark guards flanking, hands near knives, cloaks plain. Eddard stayed close enough to feel Sansa's fear like heat and Arya's readiness like a blade. "They're searching," Jory murmured, eyes scanning the pier. Gold cloak torchlight swept across the boards in slow arcs, moving closer, then farther. The Watch was hunting, but the Watch now had too many masters. A northern ship waited at anchor, smaller than a royal galley, leaner, built for speed rather than show. Its captain watched from the rail, face hard, hands ready. A man who understood that taking noble children aboard was not business. It was war. Eddard guided them toward the gangplank, voice low. "No speaking," he told them. "No names. You are pages. You are nothing." Sansa's lips trembled. "Father." Eddard's gaze softened for a heartbeat. "You will live," he said quietly. "That is all that matters." Arya's eyes flashed. "I can fight," she whispered. Eddard shook his head once. "Not here," he said. "Not against a city." They were nearly to the gangplank when movement shifted at the pier's edge. Men in plain cloth stepping too smoothly, too deliberately. Not sailors, not dockhands. Their hands were hidden beneath cloaks. Their eyes were hard. Lannister men. Eddard felt his pulse spike. "Down," he hissed, too late. A knife flashed. A Stark guard took it in the ribs with a grunt. Blood darkened his cloak instantly. Another man lunged toward Myrcella, hand grabbing for her wrist, and Sandor Clegane stepped out of shadow like a sentence. He had followed them without invitation, sword already in hand, his burned face half hidden beneath a hood. His eyes were flat, and his voice was a growl. "Wrong children," he spat, his blade cut, brutal and efficient. The man reaching for Myrcella lost his hand at the wrist. The severed hand hit the boards with a wet slap. The man screamed and fell, clutching the stump. Panic rippled down the pier. Sailors shouted. A lantern swung wildly, spilling light. Gold Cloak too. Urches snapped toward the commotion. "Move!" Jory roared, and Stark men surged, forming a shield wall around the children. Arya's hand went to needle, but Eddard caught her wrist and shoved her forward. "Go!" he snapped. Sansa stumbled, nearly falling. Myrcella dragged Tommen, teeth clenched. The gangplank creaked under their boots as they ran. Sandor Clegane met the next attacker with a snarl, steel slamming into steel. He fought like a man who hated everyone present and was too tired to pretend otherwise. A knife scraped his armor. He backhanded the man with the flat of his blade hard enough to break teeth, then finished him with a thrust that pinned him to a piling. Gold Cloaks began shouting from behind. "Stop! In the king's name!" Eddard almost laughed at the irony. "Who's king? Which name did they chant today? A crossbow twanged somewhere in the dark. A bolt hissed past Eddard's shoulder and thudded into a crate, splintering wood. The pier erupted into chaos. Sailors ducking, guards shouting, torches bobbing. Eddard shoved Myrcella up the gangplank. "Keep moving," he ordered. Myrcella looked back once, eyes wide. "What about you?" Eddard's voice was hard. "You go." Tommen cried out, but Myrcella pulled him onward, and they vanished into the ship's shadow. Sansa paused at the rail, cheeks wet, eyes huge. "Father!" Eddard met her gaze, and something in his chest twisted. "North," he said. "Remember the North." Arya climbed aboard without hesitation, only turning once to glare at the pier as if she wanted to carve the city's name into her memory and punish it later. Jory and 2 Stark men followed onto the deck, forming a last guard line. Eddard stepped back from the gangplank, sword half drawn, watching Sandor. "Come," Eddard snapped to him. Sandor's burned mouth twisted. "I'm not your man," he growled. "No," Eddard said. "You're not. You're a blade that's tired of being used by boys." Sandor's eyes flicked toward the city, toward where Joffrey would be, toward where Cersei would be smiling behind gods. His jaw tightened with disgust that looked almost like shame. He spat onto the pier. "Fine," he growled, "but I'm not kneeling." "Don't," Eddard said. Sandor backed onto the gangplank, sword still in hand. The captain barked orders. Ropes were cut. Sailors shoved off. The ship drifted away from the pier like a secret slipping out of a fist. Gold cloak torches swept the water, searching. Shouts echoed. Another bolt hissed and splashed into the river. Eddard stood on the pier watching his daughters vanish into darkness, watching Myrcella and Tommen vanish too, and felt the cold relief of it, and the colder dread. Because sending them north was mercy, and mercy in Westeros was always paid for later. Robert left his capital the way a wounded man left a brawl, spitting blood and swearing he'd return. They sailed at night, because daylight belonged to the city's eyes. The royal galley slid down the Blackwater under a sky that held no stars, its oars beating in steady rhythm like a heart refusing to stop. The water was dark and choppy, slapping the hull as if protesting the king's retreat. On deck, Robert stood in a heavy cloak with the wind biting at his beard. The bandage beneath the cloth showed through in dark stains. He ignored the pain the way he ignored counsel when it did not suit him, but Eddard could see the stiffness in his posture, the way he favored one side. The king was not only hunted, he was breaking. King's Landing burned behind them with torchlight and riot glow. Fires in streets, lanterns swinging. The red keep's pale walls catching the city's dirty light. From this distance, the capital looked like a diseased jewel, beautiful only because darkness made it vague. Barristan Selmy stood a few paces back, white cloak pulled tight, eyes on the city as if he were memorizing it for a last time. Bywater had remained behind with the watch and a handful of loyal men, holding the keep because someone had to. Eddard had watched Robert give the order, and he had seen Bywater's one eye harden with acceptance of likely death. "You're abandoning it," Robert muttered, voice raw. Eddard's voice was low. "You're surviving it," he corrected. Robert's laugh was bitter. "Surviving," he echoed. "So I can come back and hang half the city from the walls." Eddard did not answer. Threats were Robert's comfort. If he took them away, the king might collapse into grief, and grief was more dangerous than rage because it made men careless. Robert stared at the red keep until it blurred in the mist. "She's in there," he whispered. Eddard's jaw tightened. "She's in the sept," he said. "Likely, or in some hole Tywin paid for." Robert's fingers flexed on the rail. "And Joffrey," he growled. "My," he choked, swallowed the word. "Her boy." Eddard watched him carefully. "You named Stannis," he said. Robert's mouth twisted. "I named Law," he spat. "I named the thing everyone claims to love until it costs them." He looked back at the city. "If Stannis comes, he'll come like a hangman. He'll hang the boy and call it duty." "And if you stay," Eddard said, "you die in an alley and they call it mercy." Robert's eyes flashed. "They won't call it mercy when I'm done," he snarled. Baratheon stepped closer, voice quiet. "Your Grace," he said, "we must be careful who we trust at Storm's End. The Storm Lords will hear every rumor." Robert's jaw clenched. "Let them," he growled. "They'll see me. They'll see my hammer. They'll remember the trident." Eddard felt the weight of the trident and wondered if men remembered glory or only fear of losing. A sailor called down the deck. Wind shifting, course set, sails catching. The galley angled away from the city's glow and into deeper darkness. The sound of King's Landing faded, replaced by water and wind and the steady creak of wood. Robert's shoulders sagged for a heartbeat. The first time Eddard had seen him look tired without rage to hold him up. Then the king straightened again, stubborn, breathing hard. "I will take a new wife," Robert said abruptly, as if throwing the thought like a spear might make it true. "I will put true sons in the realm's mouth until they choke on them." Eddard's throat tightened. "You cannot marry while the queen lives," he said carefully. Robert's eyes burned. "Then she dies," he said, voice flat. Eddard felt the cold of it. "Not by your hand," he said. Robert's mouth twisted. "Not by my hand," he echoed, and Eddard could not tell whether it was agreement or resentment. They stood at the rail as the city vanished into mist. The galley carried them toward Storm's End, toward banners, toward war that would be fought in fields and halls and beds. Behind them, King's Landing still roared, still prayed, still chanted names. And Eddard Stark understood that leaving the city did not end its power. It merely gave the city time to decide what story it would tell about the king who sailed away. Storm's End greeted Robert with thunder, as if the castle itself approved of rage. The sea smashed against the cliffs below in endless violence. Wind screamed around the curtain wall. The great hall was warmed by braziers, but the warmth was the fierce heat of a fortress that knew it lived on the edge of storms. The stone here was older than Robert's crown and less forgiving. Storm Lords gathered quickly when the king arrived, drawn by duty, curiosity, fear. Lord Estermont came from Greenstone with salt in his beard and worry in his eyes. Kin to Robert, and now caught between blood and chaos. Lords Karen and Swan arrived with mounted men and tight faces. Lord Tartha's banner appeared, blue field, sun and moon, bringing whispers of Brienne's name even if she was not present. Lesser lords filled the benches, muttering, weighing whether the king before them was the same one who had smashed Rhaegar or a broken man who had been made into rumor. Robert stood before them with his warhammer in hand. He did not sit. He did not ask politely for loyalty. He demanded it with his presence, and the Storm Lords felt it the way men felt thunder in their bones. "I have been betrayed," Robert said, voice carrying, and the words were blunt enough to be honest. "Not by enemies alone, by my own house." Murmurs rippled. Men exchanged glances. Joffrey's name unspoken, Cersei's name whispered like a curse. Eddard stood at Robert's side, face grim. Barristan Selmy stood behind, white cloak like a final line of legitimacy. Robert's bandage showed through his cloak, stained at the edge. The king's wound was visible, and visibility in politics was weakness. So Robert used it as fuel. "My queen fled justice," he declared. "She hides behind gods and mobs. She and her bastard son have set King's Landing against me." His eyes burned. "I name Stannis Baratheon my heir until I take a new wife and produce trueborn sons." The hall shifted, uneasy. Some lords looked startled. Stannis was not loved. Some looked relieved law at least had been named. Some looked frightened because naming Stannis made war inevitable. Lord Estermont cleared his throat. "Your Grace," he said carefully. "The city says you are." Robert's head snapped. "Unwell," he snarled. "Mel, a butcher." He spat onto the stone. "The city says many things. The city said Ares was a god once." Silence tightened. Robert stepped closer to the Storm Lords, hammer dragging slightly, the sound heavy. "You swore to me," he growled. "You bled for me. If you will not stand now, Then you will kneel to lions and roses and prayers. Lord Caron's jaw clenched. We stand, he said, voice tight, but we need orders. The realm fractures. Eddard stepped forward, voice controlled. We will call banners, he said. Storm's End will be the king's seat until the capital is secured. Ravens go to every lord. Come to the king, or be named rebel. Lord Swan's eyes narrowed. And Renly? He asked. The name fell like a stone. Robert's face contorted with something like grief disguised as rage. Renly fled, he said. Renly ran to roses. If he raises banners against me, he is a traitor. A murmur rose. Some storm lords looked uneasy. Renly had been popular. Renly had smiled. Men loved smiling kings. Barristan's voice was quiet and firm. Popularity is not law, he said, and the words carried weight because Barristan had served 3 kings and outlived their popularity. Lord Estermont swallowed. And Lord Tywin? He asked. Robert's eyes burned. Tywin will come, he growled. He will come to save the realm from me. Let him. He lifted his hammer slightly, the head catching firelight. I will meet him on ground where gold cannot buy a gate. Eddard felt the weight of those words. Ground where gold could not buy a gate did not exist. Gold always found a crack. But Storm's End was at least stone, at least wind, at least honest violence. They spent hours in council. Maps on tables, ravens sent, lords arguing about roads and supplies and loyalty. Eddard watched the Stormlords' faces as they talked. Some were faithful, some were afraid. Some were already imagining which banner would win so they could claim they had always been loyal to it. When the council ended, thunder rolled outside like laughter. Robert stood alone for a moment by the hall's high doors, staring at the storm beyond as if it were a mirror. I should have stayed, he whispered, voice rough. Eddard stepped close. You would be dead, he said. Robert's mouth twisted. Maybe, he muttered. But at least my city would not be chanting my son's name. Eddard's throat tightened. He is not your son, he said softly. Robert's eyes flashed, and pain cracked through. He was, he whispered. For a while, the storm outside answered with another thunderclap, and Eddard Stark realized that war would not only be fought between banners. It would be fought inside the king's heart, where love and hatred had become indistinguishable. Dragonstone received Robert's proclamation like a knife laid neatly on a table. Stannis Baratheon read it twice without blinking. The candlelight did not soften his face. It sharpened it, every line of stubbornness carved deeper. Davos Seaworth stood beside him, hands clasped, watching the words land like blows. He named you, Davos said quietly. Stannis's jaw clenched. He named the law, he replied, and the bitterness in it was old. Robert had ignored law for years until law was the only shield left. Melisandre watched from the brazier's glow, red light painting her cheeks. Her eyes gleamed as if she could see the words burning on the page. The stag falls, she murmured, and the true king rises. Stannis's head snapped. Enough, he said, voice cold. My brother still lives. Melisandre's smile was faint. For now, she whispered. Davos's mouth tightened. If Robert lives, he is king, he said, and the simplicity of it was a rope Davos clung to. Stannis stared at the proclamation again. Cersei fled. Joffrey disinherited. Stannis named heir. The court relocated to Storm's End. A call for banners. A demand for obedience. The words were bold, desperate, and, most surprising, lawful. Stannis set the parchment down with careful precision. He finally did what was required, he said. Davos blinked. So you'll help him? He asked, hope creeping in. Stannis's gaze was hard. I will do my duty, he said. If the realm is threatened by rebellion and false heirs, I will act. Davos exhaled. Good, he murmured. Stannis's eyes narrowed. Do not mistake me, he said. Duty does not mean obedience to Robert's temper. He tapped the parchment. He has put the realm in chaos. He has bled in public. He has made himself look weak. Melisandre stepped closer, voice soft. He has made himself look doomed, she whispered. And doom draws power. Stannis's jaw tightened. My brother draws knives, he said. That is all. Davos swallowed. The knives are Lannister, he said, and Tyrell, and men like Baelish. Stannis's gaze flicked to him, sharp. Then we stop them, he said. Davos's heart lifted, then sank as Stannis continued. We secure King's Landing, Stannis said, voice like stone. Not for Robert's pride, for the realm. If the city crowns Joffrey, civil war follows. If Renly raises banners, civil war follows. If Tywin arrives with gold and steel, civil war follows. His eyes narrowed. The capital must be held. Davos hesitated. By you, he said. Stannis did not deny it. By the rightful heir, he said. By law. Davos's mouth tightened. Robert might see that as a grab, he warned. Stannis's eyes were cold. Robert sees everything as a grab, he said. That is his failing. Melisandre's voice slipped in, honeyed. The flames show a city of smoke and a crown of iron, she murmured. A king who bleeds, a king who burns. Stannis ignored her, turning to Davos. Prepare the fleet, he ordered. Not for war against my brother, for war agi, ainst chaos. Davos bowed his head. He said, though his gut tightened. Fleets did not sail for chaos. They sailed for thrones. Stannis looked out through the archway at the harbor below. Baratheon ships rocked at anchor, sails furled, men moving like ants along decks. The sea wind howled. Dragonstone's stone table waited beneath his hand like the map of a realm he believed should obey law. Stannis's voice was low. If Robert cannot hold the city, he said, I will. Davos's throat tightened. And if Robert stands against you? Stannis's eyes were flint. Then Robert stands against the law, he said. Melisandre smiled in the brazier's glow, as if she had just been handed the ending she wanted. And in the harbor, ships creaked and rocked, readying for a voyage that would decide whether Westeros would be ruled by blood, by law, or by whoever could convince the realm their violence was mercy. Renly crowned himself where the air smelled sweet enough to hide blood. It was not in a sept, not before gods, because Renly did not truly believe in gods. He believed in people, what they wanted, what they feared, what they would follow if you smiled at them the right way. Highgarden's rose garden gave him the perfect stage. Green hedges, torchlight, petals drifting like soft applause. Marjorie Tyrell stood beside him in green and gold, calm as a statue that had learned to breathe. Her eyes were bright and assessing. She looked less like a bride and more like a plan. Mace Tyrell knelt, heavy and eager, hands lifted as if offering the reach itself. Loras Tyrell knelt too, face fierce with devotion, as if kneeling were not submission but promise. Knights gathered around them with banners. Roses, foxes, cranes, stag and rose sigils already stitched in haste, as if men could sow destiny overnight. A maester held a parchment proclamation, ink still fresh. Renly lifted the crown of green roses and set it on his own head with a practiced solemnity that made men's hearts swell. The crown looked absurd and perfect at once, soft, living, and dangerous. In these dark days, the maester read, voice trembling with the thrill of speaking treason as righteousness. When King Robert Baratheon has proven himself unstable, violent, and unfit to rule, and when the realm cries for peace, Renly raised a hand, stopping the maester gently. He smiled at the gathered men as if they were his family. No, he said softly, do not speak ill of my brother. Mace blinked, confused. Loras's eyes softened with admiration. Renly's smile did not waver. Robert Baratheon is a great man, he said, a warrior who saved the realm from Aerys' madness. He paused, letting the words warm the air. But greatness is not the same as steadiness, and the realm needs steadiness now. Marjorie's gaze glittered. She understood the trick. Praise, then replacement. Make treason feel like kindness. Renly continued, voice gentle. The city riots. The faith trembles. The lions burn the Riverlands. The king's court flees the capital, and the capital is left to mobs and knives. He spread his hands. I will not allow Westeros to be ruled by fear. A murmur of approval rose. Men wanted that. Men wanted someone to promise them safety without asking them to sacrifice pride. And Stannis? A knight called voice wary. Renly's smile turned faintly sad. Stannis is my brother too, he said. And he is lawful, yes. He tilted his head. But law without love is a noose. The realm will not be saved by a noose. More murmurs. Men laughed softly, uncomfortable but persuaded. Renly looked at Marjorie and then at the gathered banners. I do not seek this crown because I crave it, he lied smoothly. I accept it because the realm demands it. Mace Tyrell boomed approval. The realm demands it. He shouted, and the knights echoed, caught up in the theater. Loras rose to his feet, eyes shining. Lan. G live King Renly, he cried. The chant spread like fire through dry leaves. Renly, Renly, Renly. Renly raised his hands, smiling as if humbled. He let them chant because chanting was the sound of a realm deciding. When the chant finally dipped, Renly turned to the maester. Right, he said softly. Right to the lords. Right to the city. His eyes sharpened. Right that I offer peace to any man who joins me. Right that I will forgive those who have been misled by Robert's rage. Marjorie stepped closer, voice low enough that only he could hear. And right that you will come to King's Landing, she murmured. Soon. Renly's smile widened. Yes, he whispered back. Soon. Somewhere far away, Robert Baratheon stood in Storm's End's stone and thunder, calling banners with a hammer in hand. Somewhere far away, Stannis Baratheon prepared ships with law on his tongue. Here, in a garden of roses, Renly Baratheon wore a living crown and called his ambition mercy. And the Reach, fat with grain, heavy with gold, hungry for influence, knelt to him as if the gods themselves had chosen. King's Landing learned the taste of divided authority and liked it. At night, under low clouds that pressed the city down, the great September of Baelor glowed with candlelight like a beacon. A procession moved behind the doors. Septa and Septons. The High Septon's pale face lifted. Prayers murmured like spells. Cersei walked in the center, unchained now, cloaked in sanctity. Joffrey walked beside her, head high, eyes bright. Outside, Jacelyn Bywater's Gold Cloaks held a line at the base of the steps, spears down, faces grim. They were not there to attack the September. They were there to stop the city from turning the Sept into a slaughterhouse. The crowd pressed close anyway, bodies packed, mouths chanting. J.O.F. Fry, J.O.F. Fry. The sound rolled through the streets like a drumbeat. Bywater stood at the front, one eye burning. He listened to the chant and felt the city's spine shifting. Once, the city had chanted Robert, when the rebellion was new and hope still tasted sweet. Now it chanted a boy's name like a replacement tooth. A Gold Cloak captain stepped close, voice tight. They're coming, he murmured. Who? Bywater asked, though he already knew. At the gate near the river, riders arrived under a half-hidden banner. Red and gold folded quickly, as if men could hide a lion's roar with cloth. They wore plain cloaks over mail. Their horses were fresh. Their faces were hard. Lannister envoys, or Lannister scouts, or Lannister daggers with polite words. They spoke to the gate guard quietly. Purse changed hands. The gate guard's posture shifted subtle, but Bywater saw it. Coin moved faster than orders. Bywater's jaw tightened. He barked an order, and 2 Gold Cloaks moved toward the gate at a brisk pace. Spears angled. The city did not like being watched. The city liked watching. On the Sept steps, the High Septon raised his hands and the crowd quieted in ragged waves. My children, he called, voice trembling. The Queen has sought sanctuary. The gods have granted it. Any man who violates the gods' house violates the Seven. A roar of approval surged. Men loved being told their hunger was holy. Cersei lifted her chin slightly, letting candlelight paint her face in warm sanctity. She looked like a martyr who had never done wrong in her life. Joffrey stood beside her, eyes bright, absorbing the chant like wine. Bywater watched and felt the city turning against the king who had left. Robert's decree had been nailed to doors by Bywater's men. Proclamation of treason, disinheritance, summons to Storm's End. People tore it down and spat on it, or pretended not to see it, or used it to wrap fish. Words died quickly in King's Landing unless they were sung by mobs. A voice rose near the front of the crowd, sharp, male. "Where is the king?" Someone shouted, "Why does he run?" Another voice answered, "He's mad." A third voice screamed, "Stannis," and another screamed, "Renly," and the names tangled like fighting dogs. Bywater's one eye narrowed. He see. Old feel 3 storms moving toward the capital. A lion's gold, a rose's charm, a stag's law, and somewhere between them, Robert Baratheon's hammer waited, far away, in Storm's End's thunder. A gold cloak near the gate returned, face pale. "Captain," he murmured. "They say they bring word from Lord Tywin Lannister. They say they come to protect the Queen." Bywater's mouth tightened. "Of course they do," he said. The crowd roared again as Cersei lifted her hands, palms open, and spoke softly into the night. Her voice carried by the sept stones and the high septon's approval. "My people," she called, "do not fear. The gods will guide the realm to peace." The crowd ate it like bread. Bywater looked at the candlelit queen and felt the cold truth. She had escaped chains only to put the city in chains of belief, and belief was stronger than iron. He turned to his men, voice hard. "Hold," he commanded. "No matter what they chant, no matter what banners arrive, we hold." A gold cloak muttered, "For the king!" Bywater's one eye burned. "For the city," he said, "because if we don't, the city will crown whoever kills it slowest." Behind him, King's Landing's distant streets flickered with fires, and the wind carried the smell of smoke like the first breath of a larger war. Somewhere in the dark beyond the walls, ravens flew. Toward Storm's End, toward Dragonstone, toward Highgarden, toward armies gathering under different promises. And in the capital, under candlelight and chanting, Cersei Lannister smiled like a woman who had finally escaped the last thing that ever truly threatened her. A lawful king. Now there were only kings of story left. And stories, once the city believed them, were nearly impossible to kill. Storm's End did not whisper. It roared. Thunder rolled along the cliffs like a war drum, shaking dust from the ceiling beams and making torches gutter in their brackets. The map room smelled of wet wool and smoke, and the table was crowded with parchment and wax and hard decisions. The realm had become lines on a map again. Roads and rivers, gates and coasts. Only this time the enemy was not a prince in rubies. It was a city that had decided it could choose its king. Robert Baratheon stood at the head of the table with his warhammer planted like a stake. He leaned on it slightly, not admitting that his shoulder pulled under the bandage, not admitting that he had been stitched together and still felt like he was coming undone. His eyes were bright with feverish rage, but the rage was sharper here, honed by the salt air and the stone that had known him before the crown. Eddard Stark read the Raven scrolls one by one, jaw tight, the words tasting bitter no matter whose seal they carried. Stormlords watched his face more than the ink, because they had learned in King's Landing stories that the wolf's expression could mean life or fire. "King's Landing chants the boy's name," Eddard said quietly. A murmur ran through the room. Lord Estermont's mouth tightened. Lord Swan frowned. A younger lord muttered a curse and made a warding sign as if words could summon plague. Robert's hand flexed on the hammer haft. "Let them chant," he growled. "Chanting doesn't make him king. It makes him dangerous," Eddard replied. Barristan Selmy stood behind them, silent, white cloak hanging straight. He looked at the table like he wanted to lay his sword on it and cut the realm's knots clean. He did not, because swords did not cut whispers. Another raven scroll was unsealed, and Eddard's eyes flicked over the lines. His stomach tightened. "Jacelyn Bywater reports," he said. "The Queen has sanctuary. The High Septon is preaching her wronged to the mob. Lannister riders are entering the city under plain cloaks." Robert's mouth twisted. "Tywin," he spat. Lord Karen said, voice rough. "Tywin's testing the gate again." Robert slammed his fist into the table hard enough to jump the inkpot. "He thinks he can take my capital while I bleed," he snarled. "He thinks he can hide behind gods and gold." Eddard's voice stayed steady. "Renly has crowned himself," he said. The room went tight. The name was a stone dropped into deep water. Robert's face contorted, rage cracking to show something raw underneath. "He wore flowers," he said, voice thick. "Flowers on his head like a girl at a harvest feast." "Not only flowers," Barristan said quietly. "The reach." Robert's eyes flashed. "The reach can choke on its grain," he snarled. Eddard reached for another scroll and broke the seal. The wax was stag-marked, hard as a bruise. "Dragonstone," he said. Robert's nostrils flared. "Read it," he demanded. Eddard read Stannis's words aloud, each line like a cold nah. The capital must be secured for the realm's safety. The Queen's sanctuary cannot supersede treason. False heirs must be contained. The King's person must be protected from plots. The fleet is preparing." When Eddard finished, silence sat heavy as stone. Robert's laugh came out sharp and ugly. "He's coming," he rasped, "to protect me." "He's coming to protect the realm," Lord Estermont said carefully, because he had known Stannis as long as he had known Robert, and he knew Stannis's heart was a hard thing that did not bend for affection. Robert's eyes blazed. "The realm is mine," he snarled, "and I don't need my brother's ships to prove it." Eddard leaned forward, palms on the table. "If Stannis takes the capital before Tywin does," he said quietly, "it may save you from a Lannister crown." Robert's jaw worked, muscles jumping. "And then what?" he demanded. "He holds my throne and tells me it's for my own good?" Barristan's voice was low. "If Stannis holds the city," he said, "he will hold it tightly, perhaps too tightly, but he will not sell it." Robert's gaze flicked to him, anger and betrayal tangling. "And Renly?" Robert demanded. Eddard's voice was grim. "Renly will march," he said. "Not quickly, but he will come with roses and bread. The city will love him for it." A Stormlord spat. "The city loves whoever feeds it," he muttered. Robert's hammer scraped as he shifted, the sound like grinding teeth. "Then we move," he said. Eddard held his gaze. "We are moving," he said, "but not blindly. If you rush back to King's Landing, you run into Stannis' ships, Tywin's gold, and the Faith's mob. You run into a city that wants you dead." Robert's eyes narrowed. "I don't care what the city wants," he growled. "I care what it obeys." Eddard's voice did not rise. "Then make the realm obey you here," he said. "Call your banners. Force lords to choose you openly. Let King's Landing choke on its own riot while the realm gathers." Thunder crashed hard enough to rattle the torches. For a heartbeat, the room felt like a war council again, not a funeral. Robert stared at the map, at the road to King's Landing, at the Blackwater's mouth, at the names that had become enemies. His breath steamed in the damp air. "Send ravens," he said abruptly. "To every Stormlord, every Crownlander who still knows what a stag means. To the Vale, to the north." Eddard's jaw tightened. "The north is far," he warned. Robert's eyes burned. "The north saw," he said. "The north knows. Let the realm know who stood when the city whimpered." Eddard nodded once and began to write, because writing was the only blade that reached across leagues. Robert leaned over the table, voice low and dangerous. "And if Stannis lands in my city," he whispered, "he holds it for me, not for himself. If he forgets that," he clenched his fist, "then I will remind him." Barristan watched the king's face and said nothing. He had seen brothers turn to enemies before. He knew how quickly Why vows cracked when crowns were involved. Outside, the storm howled. Inside, the king began to summon a war that would decide whether Westeros still believed in law or only in the loudest story. The sea did not care who was right. It only cared who sank. Stannis Baratheon's fleet moved like a clenched fist across the dark water, ships in tight formation, sails snapping, oars beating, lanterns hooded to avoid being seen too far. Lightning forked in the distance, briefly illuminating hulls and rigging and the hard lines of men who had accepted that their duty would be measured in bodies. On the flagship's deck, Stannis stood with both hands on the rail, jaw clenched against wind and salt. His cape snapped behind him. He looked forward, not at the sea, but at the shape of the coast ahead. King's Landing's faint glow in the distance, the Blackwater's mouth waiting like a throat. Davos Seaworth stood at his side, coat pulled tight, eyes squinting against spray. He had sailed into storms that killed good men and spared bad ones, and he still feared this voyage more than any weather. The storm wore human faces. "They'll see us soon," Davos said quietly. Stannis' eyes remained fixed forward. "Good," he said. Davos swallowed. "And if they don't open the gates?" Stannis' mouth tightened. "Then we make them," he replied. Behind them, Melisandre stood near a brazier that burned despite the wind, its flame unnaturally steady. Her red cloak whipped like a banner of blood. Her eyes gleamed as if she were watching something deeper than waves. "The city is hungry," she murmured. "Hungry for a king who does not bleed." Stannis' head snapped toward her. "My brother still lives," he said coldly. "And while he lives, he is king." Melisandre smiled faintly. "And yet you sail," she whispered. Stannis' jaw worked. "I sail because the realm is in chaos," he said. "Because my brother cannot hold the capital. Because a boy and a whore hide behind gods and mobs." His voice tightened. "Because law must stand somewhere, or the realm will drown." Davos looked at him, heart heavy. "And if Robert sees you taking his city as theft?" he asked. Stannis' gaze was flint. "Then Robert will see what Robert always sees," he said. "Insult, betrayal, a slight to his pride." He looked back toward the glow ahead. But pride is not law. The sea wind howled around them. Davos could taste salt and ash, carried on coastal winds from King's Landing's fires. The city burned itself from within, even before armies arrived. A sailor called down the deck, voice tight. "Blackwater ahead." Stannis' eyes narrowed. "Signals," he ordered. "No mistakes." Lanterns shifted. Coded flashes sent between ships like quiet speech. The fleet held its line. Davos leaned closer, voice low. "What do you do with the faith?" he asked. "They've taken the queen." Stannis' mouth tightened. "Sanctuary does not protect treason," he said. "The High Septon will learn that." "And the crowd," Davos pressed. "They chant Joffrey's name." Stannis' eyes were cold. "Then they will learn to chant less," he said. Melisandre's voice was soft, pleased. "Fire teaches quickly," she murmured. "Street." Ennis ignored her. He stared ahead at the Blackwater's mouth, at the city's glow. "The city will open," he said, as if speaking it made it law. "Bywater is there. Selmy is there. Men who still remember duty." Davos's throat tightened. "And if duty fails?" he asked. Stannis' voice did not soften. "Then the realm fails," he said. Lightning flashed again, and for an instant the coastline was clear. The river mouth, the walls, the red keep's pale crown above the city. It looked close enough to touch. Davos felt his stomach twist. Taking a city was never clean. Taking a city that believed it could choose its king was worse. Stannis' hand tightened on the rail until knuckles shone. "We hold the capital," he said quietly. "For the realm." Davos heard what was not spoken. For the crown. For law. For Stannis. The fleet slid into the Blackwater like a knife into a wound, and King's Landing's light grew brighter, waiting to see whether law would arrive as salvation, or as another kind of fire. Bywater felt the city's heartbeat through stone. In the gatehouse above the Blackwater, The air was damp and cold. Torches burned low. Men stood with bows ready, eyes fixed on the dark water where lanterns moved like a line of approaching stars. The black water was alive with ships. Too many, too orderly. Stannis Baratheon did not sail like a merchant. He sailed like judgment. Bywater held the raven scroll with the stag seal broken, the wax still clinging under his fingernail. The message was short, hard, and lawful. Open the gates in the name of the realm. Hold the city until the king returns. Do not let the lions enter. Bywater looked down at the river. He looked at the city behind him, restless, chanting names like a curse. He looked at his own men, sweating, gripping spears, waiting to see which oath mattered today. A watchman's hand hovered over the gate winch, trembling. "They'll call it treason," the watchman whispered. "They'll call everything treason," Bywater replied, voice flat. "They called it treason when the king tried to breathe." A gold cloak captain stepped close, voice low. "If we open," he said, "the crowd will riot. The sept will scream. The lions will enter," Bywater finished, and his one eye narrowed. "If we don't," the captain swallowed. "And if Stannis takes the city, he won't give it back," the man whispered. Bywater's mouth tightened. "Stannis Baratheon will give it to law," he said. "That's more than I can say for the mob." A shout rose from below. Dockside voices, frightened and excited. Word was spreading fast. Ships at the Blackwater. A new king coming, or a savior, or a hangman. People ran toward the river like moths toward flame. Bywater's one eye flicked toward the city's inner streets. He imagined the sept's candles, Cersei's face painted in sanctity, Joffrey's name rolling from mouths. He imagined Lannister riders slipping in through bribed hands. He imagined King Robert Baratheon's decree nailed to doors and torn down to wrap fish. He made his choice. "Raise the chain," Bywater ordered. The watchman's eyes widened. "Captain." "Now," Bywater snapped. The watchman's hands moved. The winch creaked. Iron groaned. Somewhere below, the chain across the river began to lift, links dripping dark water. Bywater turned to his men. "Hold the gatehouse," he barked. "No one enters from the city side. No one leaves to the September. Anyone who tries to open the gate for lions dies." The captain swallowed. "Aye," he said. Bywater leaned toward the arrow slit and called down to the water, voice carrying. "Dragonstone," he shouted. "The gate opens for the rightful heir. The city watch holds the king's peace." A horn sounded from the ships, low, answering. Lantern signals flickered. The fleet moved closer, oars beating steady. Behind Bywater, a gold cloak muttered, "We're dead." Bywater did not look at him. "Then die doing something useful," he said. The gatehouse shook as the river gate began to open. Below, Stannis' ships slid inward, dark shapes moving into the city's blood. Bywater felt the moment snap into place like a lock. He had just invited law into a city that hated it. And if law failed, the city would tear him apart and call it righteousness. When Stannis Baratheon entered King's Landing, the city did not cheer. It watched. The river gate opened into a narrow yard slick with damp, and torchlight spilled across stone that had known too much blood. Gold cloaks stood lined along the wall, faces tight, spears lowered. Some looked relieved. Some looked terrified. None looked joyful. Stannis marched in at the head of his men, dark armor catching torchlight like dull iron. He did not wave. He did not smile. He moved like a man who believed the city belonged to law, and law belonged to him. Davos Seaworth followed close, eyes scanning every window and rooftop, because Davos had learned that cities killed men more quietly than seas did. Melisandre walked among Stannis' guard, red cloak a slash of color that made some small folk make warding signs. A few whispered her name like a curse. Others whispered, "Witch." She smiled as if she enjoyed being feared. Bywater stepped forward, one eye hard. "Lord Stannis," he said, not kneeling, but offering respect with stillness. "The river gate is yours." Stannis' gaze flicked over him. "Captain," he said, "you did your duty." Bywater's mouth tightened. Praise from Stannis sounded like a verdict. Stannis's eyes lifted toward the city beyond the yard, toward the maze of streets, toward the Sept Hill glowing with candlelight, toward the Red Keep's pale crown. "Where is the King's Court?" he asked. Bywater's jaw clenched. "At Storm's End," he said. "The king fled the city after the riot." Stannis's mouth tightened. "He did not flee," he said coldly. "He withdrew." Davos's eyes flicked to him, surprised by the mercy in the word. Stannis's gaze sharpened. "And the queen?" Bywater's one eye narrowed. "Sanctuary," he said. "In the great September of Baelor. The High Septon shelters her." Stannis's expression did not change, but something in him hardened. "Sanctuary does not supersede treason," he said. Bywater's voice was low. "The city disagrees," he said. Stannis's gaze moved to the small folk watching from doorways. Dirty faces, wide eyes, hands clutching children. "The city does not decide law," Stannis said. "The realm does." A distant chant rolled down the streets like thunder. "Jof Fry! Jof Fry!" It was faint here, but it carried the city's pulse. Stannis's jaw tightened. "He is here," he said. Bywater hesitated. "Not in the keep," he said. "He vanished the night the queen fled. Some say he is with her. Some say whatever keeps them alive." Stannis cut in. Davos leaned closer, voice low. "If the boy is in the Sept," he murmured, "we'll have a riot if we touch him." Stannis's gaze was flint. "Then we touch the Sept," he said. Bywater's one eye widened. "If you draw steel on holy ground." "I draw steel on treason," Stannis said. "Holy ground does not protect traitors." Melisandre's voice was soft, pleased. "Fire cleans sanctuaries," she murmured. Stannis did not look at her. "No fire," he said sharply. "Not in my city." Davos swallowed. "My city," he thought. The words were already creeping in. Stannis turned to his men. "Secure the Red Keep," he ordered. Quietly, "No looting. Any man who harms a small folk dies." His soldiers moved, disciplined, filing into the city's arteries. Gold Cloaks shifted, some joining, some retreating like men unsure who they served now. Stannis looked back once at Bywater. "If lions attempt entry," he said, "you stop them." Bywater's jaw tightened. "With what?" he asked. "My men are already hated." Stannis's voice was cold. "With law," he said, "and with bodies if law is not enough." Bywater bowed his head once, grim. As Stannis marched toward the Red Keep, small folk watched him pass in silence. Some made signs of the seven. Some spat quietly. A few whispered his name like a prayer, because a man who looked like a hangman sometimes felt safer than a man who looked like a drunk. Above them, the great September glowed with candles. Stannis's men were coming up the hill, and inside the Sept, Cersei Lannister smiled, because she understood something Stannis did not. You could seize a city with soldiers, but you could not seize belief without blood. Cersei felt Stannis's arrival in the Sept like a change in pressure. The candles flickered as if the air itself had shifted. Prayers became sharper, faster. Septons whispered more urgently. The High Septon's face shone with sweat even under holy light. In the inner sanctum, away from the crowd's immediate press, Cersei sat beside Joffrey on a cushioned bench. She looked composed, but her fingers tapped lightly against the fabric, a subtle rhythm of calculation. Joffrey leaned forward, eyes bright, listening to the distant thud of boots outside like a boy listening to drums before a tournament. The watch opened the gate. The High Septon hissed, voice trembling with outrage. "That one-eyed brute, Bywater. He has invited Dragonstone's dogs into the city." Cersei's mouth curved faintly. "Dogs," she murmured. "No, Stannis is not a dog." Her eyes glittered. "He is a blade that thinks it is holy." Joffrey's lip curled. "He can't touch us," he whispered. "Sanctuary." The High Septon nodded quickly, clutching the word like a shield. Sanctuary, he repeated. The gods. The gods protect whoever the mob protects, Cersei said softly, and the honesty in it made the High Septon flinch. She smiled at him as if he were a child. You do not win this with scripture. You win it with people. The High Septon's throat bobbed. And the people want peace, he insisted. Cersei leaned in, voice low. Then give them peace, she murmured. Tell them the Queen seeks reconciliation. Tell them the Queen seeks the realm's safety. Tell them the king is sick. Joffrey's eyes gleamed. Unwell, he whispered, savoring the word like a sweet. Outside the sanctum door, voices rose. Stannis' men, Bywater's gold cloaks, arguments muffled by stone. The sound of steel shifting, the scrape of boots. The sept felt smaller with every heartbeat. The High Septon swallowed. If Stannis enters, he whispered, if he violates sanctuary, the city will riot. Cersei's smile sharpened. Yes, she said, and if the city riots, Stannis looks like a tyrant. She tilted her head. That is your shield, not God's. The crowd. Joffrey leaned closer, voice hungry. And then they kill him, he whispered. Cersei's gaze slid to him, pleased and warning both. Not yet, she murmured. Let him push. Let him demand. Let him show the city his iron. Her smile deepened. Then we show the city its own teeth. The High Septon's voice cracked. He will demand the boy, he whispered. He will say law. Cersei laughed softly. Law? She echoed. A lovely word when you want to take something. Her fingers lifted, brushing Joffrey's hair once, gentle in a way that did not soften her. If he demands you, you do not surrender. Joffrey's jaw clenched. Never, he hissed. Cersei's voice stayed low. You stand behind sanctuary, she said, and you let the city decide whether it wants Stannis' law or its own hunger. A heavy knock thundered against the sanctum door. A Septon burst in, face pale. He, S here, the man gasped. Stannis Baratheon, he demands entry. He says the queen must be surrendered for trial. He says. The High Septon rose, hands shaking. I will speak, he said, trying to sound brave. Cersei rose too, smooth, composed. Yes, she murmured. You will. Joffrey stood beside her, shoulders squared. He looked, for a heartbeat, like a child playing king. Then his eyes brightened, and he looked like something worse. A child enjoying it. As they moved toward the doors, Cersei's smile did not falter. Stannis Baratheon believed he could take King's Landing with soldiers and law. Cersei Lannister knew soldiers could be turned, law could be twisted, and sanctuaries could become stages. All she needed was Stannis to step into the light. Stannis climbed the sept steps like a man walking up to a scaffold he intended to use. The crowd below roared as soon as they saw him. Some in anger, some in fear, some simply because noise was the only power small folk ever truly held. Torches flared. Smoke and sweat mixed with incense drifting down from the sept's open doors. Bywater's gold cloaks formed a line behind Stannis' men. Spears down, faces grim. They looked like men trapped between two floods, sanctity above and hunger below. Davos Seaworth stood at Stannis' shoulder, eyes scanning the crowd for crossbows, for knives, for faces too calm. At the top of the steps, the High Septon waited with the seven-pointed star raised like a weapon. He looked pale, but he held himself up with righteousness and the knowledge that a mob loved holy defiance. This is the House of the Seven, the High Septon called. No man may violate sanctuary. Stannis stopped 3 steps below him, posture rigid. Sanctuary does not cover treason, he said, voice carrying, cold as stone. Cersei Lannister is accused of conspiracy and attempted regicide. She fled lawful custody. She will be surrendered. The crowd roared at the word surrendered, splitting into new shouts. No, and trial, and mercy, tangled together. The High Septon's cheeks flushed. The gods judge, he declared. Stannis' jaw tightened. The gods do not rule the realm. he said. The law does. A ripple ran through the crowd. Anger at hearing law spoken like a hammer. Men did not like being reminded they were subjects. Cersei appeared in the doorway then, framed by candlelight. Her hair was perfect. Her cloak fell like a queen's. Her hands were unchained, palms open, as if she were already forgiven. Joffrey stood behind her, half-shadowed, eyes bright. The crowd surged, chanting her name, then his. Queen, Joff Fry. Stannis' gaze locked on her. You, he said, and there was no hatred in it, only judgment. Come down. Cersei smiled faintly. My lord, she said softly, as if addressing a man she might flatter rather than a blade pointed at her throat. You stand on holy steps and demand a mother be dragged like a thief. Stannis did not blink. You are a thief, he said. You stole a crown with lies. The crowd roared again, and Davos felt the air tighten. Words were sparks here. The High Septon lifted his hands higher. Blasphemy, he cried. You accuse within sanctuary. Stannis' voice cut through, flat. I accuse in the realm, he said. The realm extends to these stones whether you like it or not. Cersei stepped forward one pace, letting the crowd see her face more clearly. The realm has seen King Robert Baratheon's madness, she said softly. It has seen blood on these steps. It has seen bolts aimed at a king beneath God's eyes. She tilted her head. Tell me, Lord Stannis, will you protect us from him? A roar surged, because the question was the lie the city wanted. Davos's stomach turned. He heard the trap closing. Stannis' jaw clenched. I protect the realm from traitors, he said. Not from my brother. Cersei's smile sharpened. Then you admit he is still king, she murmured. And yet you come with soldiers. The crowd roared again, confused and hungry. Bywater's one eye burned. He could feel men shifting, Gold Cloaks looking at each other, wondering who they served now that the story had become messy. Stannis' voice hardened. I come because the capital must be held, he said. Because you fled. Because the city is rioting. Because men with coin are moving through gates. Cersei's eyes glittered. Coin, she echoed. Yes, the city loves it. She lifted her chin. Do you love it too, Lord Stannis? Or do you love only the idea of being right? A murmur rippled through the lords who had come to watch, because even they felt the power of a question asked in public. Stannis' face remained stone, but Davos saw the danger. Stannis could not win a crowd. He could only break it. Breaking it would make Cersei's lie true. Stannis stepped up one more step, close enough now that the High Septon's breath came fast. Surrender her, Stannis said, voice low. The High Septon's hands trembled on the star. No, he whispered, and the whisper turned into a shout. No, the gods! A stone flew from the crowd and struck a Gold Cloak's helm. The man staggered. Another stone flew. The line wavered. Bywater barked, Hold! Stannis' soldiers tightened their formation. Cersei watched the stones fly and smiled faintly, because she knew what Stannis did not. The crowd was already being guided, not by gods, by hands. Joffrey leaned forward in the doorway, voice sharp and youthful, carrying unexpectedly. He would drag my mother, he shouted. He would drag the queen from sanctuary. Is that law? Is that justice? The crowd roared, and the chant returned, louder now, unified by a boy's indignation. Joff Fry, Joff Fry. Davos felt sick. The city was choosing again, and it was not choosing law. Stannis stood on the steps, flanked by soldiers, staring at a queen and a boy framed by candles and sanctity. And for the first time his rigidity looked less like strength and more like vulnerability. Because a blade could cut flesh, could not cut belief. Storm's End heard the sea's rage and mistook it for prophecy. Rain streaked the narrow window like tears, and the chamber's fire popped and hissed as if even flame was angry. Robert Baratheon stood over the table with 2 raven letters crumpled in his hands, knuckles white, jaw clenched so hard the muscles jumped. Eddard took one letter first and read quickly, eyes narrowing. Bywater's hand was in the ink, hard, clipped, grim. Stannis has landed. The river gate opened. The sept refuses. The city chants the boy. The queen claims sanctuary. The watch is split. I hold what I can. The second letter bore a different seal, rose wax, green as new leaves. Renly's hand was lighter, charming even on parchment. He offered peace, offered unity, offered forgiveness for those misled by fear, and invited the Stormlords to kneel to him for the realm's stability. Robert read that one twice, then tore it in half. He crowns himself, Robert snarled. He smiles and calls it mercy. Eddard's voice was low. He is gathering the reach, he said. He will march. Robert's eyes blazed. Let him march, he growled. I will smash his roses into mud. Barristan Selmy stood near the door, quiet, his face grim. He looked like a man watching brothers become enemies and knowing there was no blade sharp enough to cut the sorrow out cleanly. Eddard laid Bywater's letter on the table beside the map. Stannis is in the city, he said. He is pressuring the faith. Cersei is turning it into theater. Robert's mouth twisted. Stannis will hang Septons, he spat, and then the realm will call him a tyrant and crown my brother's roses. Eddard met his gaze. Stannis will not hang Septons lightly, he said, but he will not bend either. Robert's hands tightened. He bends when I break him, Robert growled. Eddard let the words pass without argument, because arguing about Stannis' spine was pointless. If Stannis holds the Red Keep, Eddard said, he may keep the city from letting Tywin in. Robert's laugh was bitter. And then what? He snapped. He holds my throne and tells me it's for my own good? He holds my capital while my wife hides under gods and my bastard. His voice cracked. While her bastard, where's my name? Eddard's jaw tightened. We can't stop all three at once, he said. Tywin, Renly, Stannis. Choose the enemy you can face first. Robert's eyes narrowed. The enemy, he snarled, is the city. The enemy is whoever can kill you, Eddard replied, and the bluntness made Robert flinch. Robert's breath came hard. He stared at the map at King's Landing like a wound. We march, he said suddenly. Barristan's head tilted slightly. With how many? He asked. Lord Estermont, who had been silent in the corner, stepped forward. Stormlord's answer, he said. Not all, but enough to put a host on the road. Not enough to take a city, Eddard warned. Robert's jaw clenched. I'm not taking it, he growled. I'm reclaiming it. Eddard held his gaze. Feel. And the cold truth. And if you reach it to find Stannis in the Red Keep and the faith crowning Joffrey in the Sept? He asked. Do you smash your brother? Do you smash the faith? Do you smash the boy? Robert's face contorted, pain and rage twisting. For a heartbeat, he looked like a man drowning. Then he hardened again, because Robert Baratheon had always chosen hardness over drowning. I smashed the liar, he whispered. I smashed the lioness. Eddard's voice stayed steady. You cannot reach her if she hides behind sanctity, he said. Not without giving the realm its favorite story. Robert's mouth twisted. Mad King, he spat. Exactly, Eddard said. So we need a different blade. Robert stared at him, breathing hard. What blade? He demanded. Eddard's gaze dropped to the table, to the ink, to the seals. We use the realm, he said. We force lords to choose in open field. We make this a war of banners, not mobs. Robert's eyes burned. And the city? He hissed. Eddard's voice was low. The city will be contained by whichever brother gets there first, he said. If Stannis holds it, we negotiate. If Tywin takes it, we siege. If Renly takes it... He hesitated, because the thought tasted like ash. Robert's voice was a growl. If Renly takes it, I kill him, he said. Barristan's eyes closed for a heartbeat, the smallest sign of grief. Thunder rolled outside, and the rain struck the window harder, as if trying to break in. Robert slammed his fist into the table. "Send ravens," he ordered, "to the Vale, to Dorne, to every Crownlander who still knows the king's peace." He leaned forward, eyes wild. "And send word to Stannis." Eddard's brow tightened. "What word?" Robert's voice was low, shaking. "Hold my city," he said. "Hold it for me, and if he thinks to call himself king while I live." His hand tightened on the hammers haft resting nearby. "Then I will show him what a living king does." Eddard nodded once and began to write, because ink was the only thing that could reach King's Landing faster than armies. As the quill scratched, Eddard felt the cold certainty settle again. This was no longer about catching lovers in a tower. It was about a realm learning it could choose its rulers by riot, by sanctity, and by story. And Robert Baratheon, wounded, furious, proud, was about to march into the teeth of that lesson. The Sept steps became a battlefield without swords crossing. Stannis stood rigid, his men behind him like a wall, their spears down, their faces hard. He did not want to slaughter the city. He wanted to command it. The city did not know the difference. The High Septon lifted the seven-pointed star higher, voice rising, trembling with the thrill of standing against steel. "Sanctuary," he cried. "The gods protect. The gods protect whoever the mob protects." Cersei murmured softly from the doorway, and only those closest heard. Her face remained composed, her eyes bright. Joffrey stood beside her like a candle flame learning it could burn. Stannis' gaze locked on the boy. "You are not king," he said, voice cold. Joffrey's chin lifted. "The city says I am," he replied, and the insolence in it made Davos's stomach turn. Stannis' jaw tightened. "The city says many foolish things," he said. The crowd roared at that, insulted by being called foolish even when it was true. Stones rose in hands. Torches shook. Bodies pressed forward. Davos leaned in, voice urgent. "My lord," he murmured. "If you push, they'll riot. And if they riot, you'll have blood on holy steps." Stannis' eyes did not leave Cersei. "Blood is already on these steps," he said. "By her doing." Cersei's smile sharpened. "By my doing?" she called softly, letting the crowd hear the wounded amusement. "I was in chains. I was hunted. And still you blame me for the city's hunger." Her voice trembled just enough to sound innocent. "Perhaps the city is hungry because kings have forgotten how to be merciful." The High Septon seized the word like a torch. "Mercy," he shouted. "The seven demand mercy." The crowd roared mercy, until the word became a weapon aimed at Stannis' face. Stannis' voice cut through, flat. "Mercy does not mean surrendering the realm to treason," he said. Joffrey stepped forward one pace, voice sharp and youthful, carrying surprisingly far. "Then you would tear a mother from sanctuary," he shouted. "You would tear a queen from the gods." A roar answered because a boy's outrage was easier to love than a king's cold law. Davos saw it, saw the crowd's eyes, saw hands tightening on stones, saw faces too eager. He remembered Blackwater storms and knew this was worse. The sea did not hate you personally. Mobs did. Stannis lifted a hand, signaling his men to hold. "No one strikes," he ordered. Cersei's eyes glittered. "So lawful," she murmured, and the crowd heard only tone, not meaning. "So restrained. How unlike Robert." The name Robert hit the crowd like tinder. Shouts rose. "Robert runs. Robert's mad. Joff Fry. Stannis," until the names collided like fists. Stannis' jaw clenched. He took one step closer, voice dropping. "Cersei Lannister," he called. "I will give you one chance to surrender. Walk down these steps. Return to custody. Face lawful trial." Cersei looked at the crowd, then at the High Septon, then at Joffrey. Her smile was faint. "And I? If I do not?" she asked. Stannis' eyes were flint. "Then I will seal this sept," he said. "I will starve it. I will wait until sanctity becomes hunger." A ripple of shock ran through Septons. The High Septon's face went pale. Starving the sept was not bloodshed, but it was war against belief. Cersei's eyes narrowed, calculating. Starvation was slower than riot. Slower meant time, and time meant Tywin. She lifted her hands, palms open, voice carrying warmly. "You hear him," she called to the crowd. "He would starve the god's house. He would starve your queen. He would starve your king's children." She let her gaze flick to Joffrey, then to the crowd. "Is this the man you want to rule you? A man who would punish you for sheltering a mother?" The crowd roared, furious. Stones began to fly. A rock struck Stannis' soldier on the helm. Another struck a gold cloak. A third hit a Septon by accident, and the Septon screamed as if the gods were punishing him for being in the way. Bywater's gold cloaks shoved back, staves cracking, trying to keep the riot from becoming massacre. Davos watched the line wobble and felt his stomach drop. Stannis' men tightened, shields up now, spears angling. Discipline held barely. Stannis stared up at Cersei, and for the first time there was something like frustration in his eyes. Not fear, not doubt. Frustration that the realm did not simply obey law when law was spoken. Cersei watched him and smiled. She had drawn him into the light exactly as planned. Now all she had to do was make him look like the villain in the story the city wanted. Tywin Lannister arrived the way winter arrived. Not announced, but undeniable. His host moved along the western roads in disciplined columns, red and gold unfurling as they drew close enough that hiding became pointless. The lions roared in cloth and brass, banners snapping in the wind, armor glinting beneath lowering light. Kevan Lannister rode at the front, face hard, eyes fixed on the city's pale crown. On a hill overlooking the road, a crude seven-pointed star fluttered on a pole. Small folk and septons gathered there like birds around a carcass, watching the lions come and whispering prayers as if prayers could stop cavalry. Smoke rose from King's Landing, not only from chimneys but from the scars of riot. The city looked wounded even from afar, its walls grimy, its gates tense. Beyond it, in the Blackwater, dark shapes moved. Stannis' ships, holding the river mouth like a clenched fist. Kevin's mouth tightened. "He beat us here," he murmured. A rider came hard from the city gate, cloak plain, face tight. He bowed quickly to Kevin. "Sire," he said, "the queen is in sanctuary. The High Septon shelters her. The city chants Joffrey. Stannis Baratheon has entered the river gate with soldiers. The city watch is split. One-eyed Bywater holds what he can." Kevin's jaw clenched. "Stannis," he said, tasting the name like sour wine. Another rider arrived, this one with a message sealed in lion wax, fresh, deep. Kevin broke it and read Tywin's terse instructions. "Do not engage Stannis on the water. Enter by land if possible. Secure the queen. Secure the heirs. Turn the city against the law." Kevin folded the parchment carefully. He looked at the city's smoke, at the Sep's white glow, at the river mouth held by Stannis. "We do not have much time," he said. A bannerman rode up, eyes wide. "Sir Kevin," he said, "the gates are bought." Kevin finished, voice flat. "They are always bought." The bannerman hesitated. "And if Bywater holds them?" Kevin's eyes hardened. "Then we make Bywater irrelevant," he said. "We do not need gates. We need belief. If the city believes we come as protectors, the gates will open themselves." He turned in the saddle, voice carrying down the column. "No burning," he commanded. "Not yet. We come with order. We come with food. We come with gold." His mouth tightened. "We come with the queen." The lions advanced toward King's Landing under dusk light, and the city's watchers on the walls stiffened. Some made signs of the seven. Some spat. Some smiled, because gold always looked like salvation when you were hungry. In the Blackwater, Stannis' ships held the mouth. On the western road, Tywin's host approached the walls. Inside the Sept, Cersei smiled behind candles. Three powers converged on a city that had already begun to crown a story. And stories in Westeros did not yield easily to steal. The western gate became a hinge on which the realm would swing. Night pressed in, heavy with smoke and damp. Torches flared along the road as Lannister riders approached under a white flag, their armor glinting, their faces hard. Kevan Lannister rode at their head, posture controlled, the lion banner snapping behind him like a warning. On the wall above, small folk crowded the walkways, shouting down, faces lit by torchlight, some cheering, some jeering, most simply hungry to witness. King's Landing loved nothing like watching power arrive and guessing who would bleed first. The gatehouse was held by Gold Cloaks in tight formation. Jacelyn Bywater stood at the front, one eye burning, mouth set hard. His men looked tense, aware that if the gate opened for lions, Stannis' law would be mocked. If the gate stayed shut, the lions might take it anyway, and the city would burn. Kevan halted within speaking distance, raising a hand. "Captain," he called, voice calm. "We come under truce. We come to secure the Queen and restore order." Bywater's voice carried back, rough. "Order," he echoed. Funny word from a lion's mouth. A ripple of laughter ran through the crowd. Kevan's eyes flicked upward briefly, then returned to Bywater. "The city riots," Kevan said. "The faith trembles. Stannis Baratheon brings soldiers into streets that are not his. You cannot hold this alone." Bywater's jaw clenched. "I hold it for the king," he said. Kevan's mouth tightened. "Which king?" he asked softly, and the softness of it was a blade. "Robert Baratheon sits in Storm's End and writes proclamations. Stannis Baratheon stands on Sept steps and threatens to starve gods. The city chants for Joffrey." He lifted his chin. "The city is already choosing." The chant rolled through the streets as if answering him. "Jof Fry, Jof Fry," distant but constant, the heartbeat of a riot that had learned a name. Bywater's jaw clenched. "The city is wrong," he said. Kevan's voice stayed calm. "The city is a fact," he replied. "Facts do not care about being right." A gold cloak beside Bywater swallowed, sweat shining on his lip. His eyes flicked toward the crowd above, toward the Sep's glow on the hill, toward the western road behind Kevan where thousands of Lannister men waited. Fear shifted in his posture. Fear always shifted first. Bywater felt it. He barked, "Hold!" Without turning his head, Kevan leaned slightly forward, still under truce, still calm. "Open the gate," he said softly, "and we will not spill city blood. We will feed the streets. We will pay the watch. We will restore the Queen to safety." His eyes narrowed. "Refuse, and the city will burn between lions and stags, and your name will be forgotten under the ash." Bywater's one eye hardened. "My name isn't what matters," he said. "The king's peace matters." Kevan's mouth twisted. "Peace," he echoed. "Then accept the only peace the city will swallow." Above them, a woman screamed, "Let them in!" Another scream aimed, "Keep them out!" Stones began to fly again, aimless, angry. One struck a Gold Cloak's helm. Another struck a Lannister rider's shield. Men cursed. Hands tightened on spear shafts. Bywater raised his hand slightly, signaling restraint. He knew one wrong shove could turn this gatehouse into a slaughter yard. Kevan watched the line of Gold Cloaks and saw where it would break. He did not need to name the man. He only needed to wait. From the street behind the gatehouse, a new sound rose. Boots in formation, disciplined, heavier than riot. Stannis Baratheon's men, marching toward the western gate to secure it from within. The gatehouse suddenly held two pressures. Lions outside, law inside. Bywater's one eye flicked toward the street behind him, jaw tight. He could not fight both. Kevan saw the flicker and smiled, just slightly. "Choose," he murmured. "A lion's gold or a stag's noose." Bywater's voice was low, dangerous. "I choose the king," he said. Kevan's gaze did not blink. "Then you choose war," he replied. The chant, Jof Fry, rolled louder through the streets. Closer now, and mixed with a new chant, "Stannis." And somewhere, faint and far, another name began to be whispered to. "Renly." 3 storms, 3 banners, 3 stories, converging on one gate. Bywater stood with one eye burning, spears down, knowing he was the hinge, knowing hinges snapped. In the great September above, candles burned and Cersei's voice drifted like prayer, turning fear into sanctity. And somewhere beyond the city, under storm and sea, a wounded king prepared his own march. The realm had left the point of return behind. Now it would only discover who could force the others to kneel, by law, by love, or by fire. The western gate groaned under the weight of too many stories. Outside, Kevin Lannister sat his horse under a white flag that meant nothing if men decided it meant nothing. Torches burned along the road behind him, revealing the first ranks of red and gold helms in the dark like teeth waiting to bite. The lions did not roar yet. They did not need to. Their silence was its own threat. Inside, Jacelyn Bywater stood in the gatehouse with his one eye fixed on the narrow slit that framed Kevin's calm face. Gold Cloaks held their spears down but ready, shoulders tense, breath steaming. The winch creaked softly under the strain of men who kept their hands near it, the way a man kept his hand near a knife when he slept. On the wall walkways above, small folk packed shoulder to shoulder, shouting down, flinging insults and prayers and spit in equal measure. Some cried for the queen. Some cried for the king. Some cried for bread. The city had too many hungers, and now it fed them with names. Bywater heard the heavier rhythm behind him before he saw it. Boots in formation, armor shifting, discipline moving through narrow streets like a cold tide. Stannis Baratheon emerged from the city side with Davos Seaworth at his shoulder, soldiers flanking, faces hard beneath helms. Stannis's eyes were fixed ahead, not on the crowd, not on the lions outside, but on the gate itself. Because gates were law made physical. Bywater's jaw tightened. He stepped forward as Stannis approached, keeping his voice low, respectful enough to avoid insult but not so soft it sounded like surrender. "My lord," he said. Stannis's gaze flicked over him. "Captain," he replied. "Why is the gate still closed?" Bywater's one eye narrowed. "Because the lions are outside it," he said. "And because you're inside it." Davos's mouth tightened at the bluntness. Stannis did not blink. "Open it," he said. Bywater felt his men shift, tension rippling like a nerve twitch. "If I open it," Bywater said, "Kevin Lannister rides in claiming protection. Then Lord Tywin Lannister follows. Then the city's story becomes theirs." Stannis stepped closer, voice cold. "The city does not decide the story," he said. "The law does." Bywater's mouth tightened. "The city will decide whose throat it cuts," he replied, and the honesty in it made even Davos flinch. Stannis turned his head slightly, taking in the wall walkways where small folk screamed down at them. "If the city riots, you hold it," he said. "That is your duty." Bywater's one eye burned. "Duty doesn't stop stones," he said, "and stones turn into knives." Stannis's gaze fixed on the gate slit again. "Kevin Lannister," he called, voice carrying through stone and rain. Kevin's calm eyes lifted, meeting the narrow slit. "Lord Stannis," he called back, voice steady. "We come to restore order. We come to secure the queen. We come. You come to take what your house lost," Stannis cut in. Kevin's mouth tightened. "We come to prevent the realm from drowning," he said smoothly. "The city is starving. The faith is aflame. The king is absent. The people chant a boy's name. Do you truly think you can hold this with soldiers alone?" Stannis's jaw clenched. "I can hold it with law," he said. Kevin's eyes did not blink. "Law is ink," he said. "The city eats ink and shits it out on fish." A few small folk laughed on the walls, a harsh sound. Others screamed, "Lion!" Others screamed, "Stannis!" The names rolled down like stones. Bywater kept his gaze forward. He could feel his men's doubt, the way some gold cloaks shifted their grip as if remembering coin in pockets they swore they didn't have. Stannis's voice dropped, meant for Bywater alone. "Open the gate and I will hang every lion who steps through," he said. "Refuse and you let them break it and call you weak." Bywater's one eye narrowed. "If I open it, I die," he said. "If I refuse, I die." Stannis' gaze was flint. "Then choose how you die," he replied. Bywater took a slow breath. He looked at Kevin outside, patient as a hangman. He looked at Stannis inside, rigid as a gallows. He looked up at the wall walkways, where hunger leaned over stone and screamed. He raised his hand. "Hold the winch," he ordered his men. "No one touches it." A gold cloak swallowed, nodded. Kevin's voice carried again, smoother now, like oil. "Captain Bywater," he called. "Open the gate and no city blood needs spill. Lord Tywin will feed the streets. He will pay the watch. He will." Stannis barked, silence. And his soldiers shifted, spears angling. Not toward Kevin, but toward the gatehouse's inner doorways, toward Bywater's own men. Bywater felt the pressure snap tight. Lions outside, law inside, and his own line trembling between. He lowered his voice, harsh. "If you try to seize the gatehouse from me," he told Stannis, "you'll turn the watch into rebels and the city into a knife." Stannis' eyes did not blink. "If you let the lions in," he replied, "you'll turn the realm into ash." The city screamed above them, and the gate remained closed, for one more breath, like a jaw clenched so hard it might crack its own teeth. The gate broke, not in iron, but in men. It started with a hand on the winch. A gold cloak, young, shaking, reached for it as if compelled, eyes darting toward the gate slit, toward Kevin's torchlit calm, toward the promise of coin or forgiveness. Bywater saw the movement and lunged, grabbing the man's wrist. "Don't," Bywater hissed. The gold cloak flinched. "Captain," he began, breath ragged. Behind them, Stannis' soldiers shifted, and one of them shoved forward, shoulder striking a gold cloak to clear space. Spear shafts scraped stone. Metal rang. The tight passageway filled with the smell of sweat and panic. Bywater shoved the young man back. "Hold," he snarled. Stannis' voice cut through, cold and sharp. "Open the gate," he commanded again, and there was no patience left in it now, only the certainty that obedience must be forced when it was not given. Bywater's one eye burned. "Not for lions," he snapped. Stannis took a step, and that step was the spark. A soldier's spear but slammed a gold cloak's chest. The gold cloak swung his sword on instinct, steel ringing. Stannis' men surged. Bywater's men surged back. The gatehouse became a knot of bodies in a space too narrow for neat war. Davos Seaworth shouted, "Hold the line!" as if a line could exist in that crush. He shoved a soldier aside to keep him from stabbing a gold cloak in the throat. Not out of mercy for the man, but out of desperation to keep the city from seeing slaughter at its own gate. Bywater fought like a man who knew he was the hinge. His blade flashed. He drove a soldier's spear aside, slammed his pommel into a man's mouth, felt teeth crack. He did not kill unless he had to. Killing made enemies. But in that tight space, sometimes restraint was simply slower death. Stannis moved into the crush, and men parted for him out of reflex, fear, and the weight of his name. He did not swing wildly. He shoved, forced, pressed his soldiers forward like a wedge. His eyes stayed fixed on the winch, on the gate, on law. A gold cloak took a spear in the thigh and screamed, collapsing, blood slicking the stone. Another slipped in it and went down. The passage filled with curses and the wet sound of boots skidding. Above, small folk screamed louder, sensing blood even if they could not see it. Stones began to clatter down through the arrow slits, bouncing off helmets, making men flinch. Outside the bars, Kevin Lannister watched, face unreadable. His horse stamped. His torchlight caught the iron bars and made them look like a cage. Kevin's voice carried through, calm as poison. "Captain," he called, "open the gate and end this." Bywater heard it and felt his gut twist. The lions were patient. Patience was deadlier than rage. Stannis' soldier shoved again, trying to reach the winch. Bywater planted his foot, slammed the man back with his shoulder, snarling, "No!" Stannis' gaze snapped to him. You defy the realm, he said, voice low enough to cut. Bywater bared his teeth. I defy lions, he spat. Stannis' jaw tightened. Then you defy me, he said. Bywater's one eye narrowed. Then hang me later, he growled, after you keep the lions out. For a heartbeat, their eyes locked. Two men who did not like each other but understood the same ugly truth. If the gate opened for Tywin tonight, the city would belong to Lannisters by morning. Stannis made a decision. His hand snapped up. Enough, he barked. Cease. His soldiers hesitated. Because Stannis' voice was law to them. Bywater's men hesitated, because killing Stannis' men in the gatehouse would make them traitors in history even if they were loyal in truth. The crush loosened, bodies pulling back, breaths ragged, blood dripping. Stannis stepped closer to the winch and looked down at the trembling gold cloak whose hand had started it. The man's eyes were wide with terror. Stannis' voice was flat. Whose coin? He asked. The gold cloak's lips trembled. He glanced toward the bars, toward Kevin's torchlit calm. Stannis' sword flashed. It was not a swing meant for gore. It was a clean cut, fast. The man's throat opened, and he fell without a scream, hands clutching air. The gatehouse froze. Davos flinched, sick. Bywater went still, one eye hard, because he understood what Stannis had done. Made an example in the only language fear respected. Stannis wiped his blade on the dead man's cloak. Any other hand that reaches for the winch without my order dies, he said. Any man who opens this gate for lions dies. He looked at Bywater. You will hold this gatehouse with me. Bywater's jaw tightened. Hatred and respect tangled. He said, because there was nothing else. Outside, Kevin Lannister watched through the bars, face still calm. He lifted his hand slightly in a small gesture that could have been pity or promise. Then he turned his horse away. The lions did not need the gate tonight. They had planted their doubt. They had watched the king's men spill the city's blood in a gatehouse. They had seen Stannis' hardness, and they would sell it as tyranny by morning. Bywater looked at the dead gold cloak and felt the city's story tightening around his throat like a noose. The gate remained closed, but now it was guarded by law that did not mind killing its own to stay true. And the city would decide whether it feared that law, or hated it enough to burn. Stannis did not sit the Iron Throne. He stood before it as if it were a thing he would inherit by law, not seize by hunger. The blades caught torchlight like a reminder that every king bled eventually, and Stannis' eyes were too clear to pretend otherwise. Davos Seaworth lingered at his shoulder, posture tense. He had watched Stannis cut down the trembling gold cloak in the gatehouse and felt the old fear return. Fear not of Stannis' strength, but of what that strength did to people who wanted comfort instead of law. Bywater knelt before Stannis, one eye burning, cloak damp from mist and sweat. The western gate is held, he reported. The lions have withdrawn to camp outside the walls. The crowd is shouting. The sept. He hesitated, jaw tightening. The sept is louder. Stannis' mouth tightened. Cersei Lannister, he said. Bywater nodded once. Unchained inside sanctuary, he said. And the boy with her. Melisandre's voice slipped in, soft as smoke. A false king in holy light, she murmured. Stannis cut his gaze toward her. Silence, he said, cold. You will not turn my city into your sermon. Melisandre smiled faintly, unbothered. The city is already a sermon, she replied, and then she fell quiet, eyes gleaming. A maester hurried in with a raven scroll sealed in stag wax. The seal pressed hard enough to leave deep ridges. He bowed, offered it with shaking hands. Stannis broke it open with controlled fingers and read. Robert's hand was in the ink. Angry, jagged, the script of a man forcing himself to be lawful through rage. Hold the capital for the realm. Hold it for me. Do not let the lions enter. The boy is disinherited. The queen fled justice. I summon all loyal lords to Storm's End. Stannis read the words twice. Davos watched his face and saw something flicker. An old bitterness, and beneath it, a grudging recognition that Robert had finally done what Stannis had demanded for years. Act as king, not as drunken hammer. Stannis set the parchment down carefully. He wants me to hold his city, Stannis said. Davos swallowed. He's asking you, he murmured, as if the idea itself were strange. Stannis's jaw tightened. He is commanding, he corrected. Robert does not ask. Bywater's one eye narrowed slightly. Will you obey? He asked bluntly. Davos winced at the audacity. Stannis did not. He looked at Bywater with something like respect for the man's straightforwardness. I will hold the capital, Stannis said, because if I do not, Tywin Lannister will. And if Tywin holds it, the realm becomes Lannister property. Davos's shoulders loosened a fraction. Good, he said. Stannis's eyes were flint. Do not mistake me, he said. Holding the capital does not mean I submit to Robert's temper. He tapped the parchment. But the law is clear. While he lives, he is king. And while he lives, the city must not crown a lie. Bywater's voice was low. The city is already halfway there, he said. Stannis's gaze shifted toward the hill where the sept's glow stained the night. Then we remove the stage, he said. Davos's stomach tightened. You'll storm the sept? He asked. Stannis's mouth tightened. No, he said. I will not spill blood on holy steps and hand them the story they crave. His eyes narrowed. I will seal it. No one enters. No one leaves. Food and water are controlled. Sanctuary becomes a cage. Bywater's one eye widened. The crowd will riot, he warned. Let them, Stannis said. They riot either way. At least this way, the riot wears itself out against stone, while the traitors inside learn hunger. Melisandre's smile deepened in the torchlight. Hunger makes men pray, she murmured. Stannis ignored her. He turned to Bywater. You will post men at every door, he ordered. No brives. No sympathy. Any man caught smuggling food to the sept hangs. Bywater bowed his head once. I, he said. Davos stepped closer, voice low. And the boy? He asked. If he's there, and the city sees him starving. Stannis's eyes were cold. Then the city will learn what treason costs, he said. Davos's throat tightened. He's still a child, he said, the words leaving him before caution could stop them. Stannis's gaze snapped to him. And he is still a symbol, Stannis replied. Symbols kill more men than swords. Do not forget that. Davos swallowed, feeling the weight of it. He knew Stannis was right. He also knew cities did not forgive starving children, even symbolic ones. Stannis looked at the Iron Throne again, standing before it like a judgment waiting to be written. We hold the capital, he said. We hold it until Robert returns, or until the realm has no choice but to accept law. Bywater's one eye burned. And if the lions force the gates? He asked. Stannis's voice was flat. Then we bleed them on the walls, he said. And if the city turns against us? He paused, gaze hard. Then we bleed it too, if that is what keeps the realm from drowning. Davos felt cold spread under his ribs. He had sailed storms. This was a storm made of men. Outside, King's Landing roared with chants and prayers. Inside the Red Keep, Stannis Baratheon decided to make sanctuary into siege. And somewhere far away, in Storm's End's thunder, a wounded king prepared to march toward a city that might already be crowning his death. Stannis' siege began with boards and orders, not blades. At dawn, soldiers moved into position around the Great September of Baelor with grim discipline. Barricades went up at every door, timber and iron spear points angled. Gold Cloaks took posts at street corners, staves in hand, faces tight. The city watched it happen in furious silence that threatened to break at any breath. Davos stood near Stannis' line, cloak pulled tight, eyes on the crowd. He could feel their hatred like heat. This was not war on a battlefield. This was war against belief, and belief always fought dirty. The High Septon stepped onto the Sept steps, robes bright, voice ringing. Blasphemy, he cried. "You starve the god's house." Stannis stood below him, posture rigid, hands behind his back as if refusing to make a spectacle of himself. "I starve treason," Stannis replied, voice cold enough to carry. "Sanctuary does not protect traitors." The crowd roared, angry, and the roar tasted like hunger. A woman screamed, "Let the queen out!" A man screamed, "Let the gods judge!" Another screamed, "Jof Fry!" And the names spread like fire. Davos's stomach turned. The boy's name was easier to chant than Stannis's law. It had rhythm. It had innocence as camouflage. Behind the candles in the open doorway, Cersei Lannister appeared briefly. Golden hair like a banner, face calm, eyes bright. She lifted her hands, palms out, and the crowd answered with a roar that shook the stones. Stannis did not flinch. "No one enters," he commanded his men. "No one leaves." A soldier stepped forward to reinforce a barricade. A Septon spat at him, screaming prayers. The soldier wiped the spit away without expression. Discipline held barely. Cersei watched from behind candlelight and smiled faintly, because she understood siege. Siege was slow. Slow gave Tywin time. A rider arrived breathless from the western road, cloak dusty. He whispered to a captain, and the captain's eyes widened. The whisper passed like a disease down the line. Davos leaned toward Stannis, voice low. "The lions are closer," he murmured. "They're setting camp within sight of the walls." Stannis's jaw tightened. "Let them camp," he said. Davos swallowed. "And the city?" he asked. Stannis's eyes were flint. "The city can shout itself hoarse," he replied. The crowd did not shout itself hoarse. It shouted louder. Stones began to fly again, aimless at first, then targeted. One struck a Gold Cloak's shoulder. Another hit a soldier's helm with a crack. The soldier staggered, then steadied. A man surged forward with a knife, screaming, "For the queen!" A Gold Cloak swung his stave and cracked the man's skull. The man dropped, and the crowd screamed in outrage and hunger because they had been given blood. Davos flinched. "Gods!" he muttered. Stannis's voice was low. "Hold!" he ordered. The line tightened. Shields came up. Staves swung. The square became a churn of bodies and noise. Above it all, Cersei's voice carried fro. And the steps soft and wounded. "My people," she called. "I would not have you harmed for me." The crowd roared love at the lie. Stannis looked up at her, eyes cold. "You would have them die gladly," he said. "And the truth of it would have mattered if truth mattered to mobs." Cersei's smile sharpened. "You see," she called to the crowd, "he has no mercy. He would starve the gods. He would starve your queen. He would starve the realm." The crowd screamed. Davos felt his throat tighten. He looked at Stannis and saw a man refusing to bend, believing bending would break the realm. He looked at Cersei and saw a woman bending everyone else until they broke for her. And somewhere beyond the walls, lions waited. The siege line held through the morning, but every hour it held, the city's hatred grew. And hatred, Davos knew, was a fire that didn't need oil to spread. Kevin Lannister came to the gate with bread, not because he cared about the hungry, but because hungry men were levers, and bread was the easiest thing in the world to use. Crates were stacked behind the white flag, loaves wrapped in cloth, barrels of wine, sacks of grain. The sight of them drew small folk like moths toward flame. Faces pressed toward the bars, eyes wide, hands outstretched, mouths already pleading. Bywater stood at the bars with his one eye hard, shoulders tight. His gold cloaks formed a line behind him, spears down, staves ready. He could feel their fatigue, the long hours of riot and siege and hatred. He could feel their fear, the knowledge that the city might decide to lynch them for doing their duty. Kevin spoke calmly through the bars. "Captain," he said, voice smooth, "we bring food. The city starves. The faith is besieged. Stannis Baratheon's law is turning into cruelty." Bywater's mouth tightened. "Stannis besieges traitors," he replied. "Not bakers." Kevin's eyes did not blink. "The city doesn't care," he said. "The city cares about bread." He gestured at the crates. "Open the gate. Let the food in. Let the city see who comes as savior." Bywater's one eye narrowed. "Savior," he echoed. "Lion savior." Kevin's mouth twitched, almost amused. "Words are flexible," he said. "So are crowds." Behind Bywater, a gold cloak swallowed hard. His gaze flicked from the bread to the small folk pressed at the bars. The man's hand trembled near the winch lever, not out of treason necessarily, but out of exhaustion. The desire to end this, to stop being hated. Bywater saw it and felt his jaw tighten. "Captain," a woman cried from the crowd, voice raw. "Open it! We're hungry!" Another man screamed. "Stannis starves US." A third voice shouted, "The Queen feeds US." And the lie was loud enough to be believable. Kevin leaned closer, lowering his voice. "You cannot hold a city that hates you," he murmured. "Open the gate and you live. Keep it shut, and you die when the city decides you're the reason its children cry." Bywater's one eye burned. "I'd rather die doing duty than live doing treason," he said. Kevin's expression softened, almost kind. "And what is duty?" he asked gently. "When the king who appointed you has fled, when the rightful heir holds the keep, when the city itself chooses a different story." He tapped the bars lightly with a gauntlet. "Duty to whom?" Bywater's jaw clenched. He could feel it, the crack Kevin was pressing on. Robert was gone. Stannis was inside. The sept screamed. The city chanted Joffrey. The realm fractured. Duty was no longer a straight road. It was a maze. Bywater's voice stayed rough. "Duty to the realm," he said, repeating the word like a shield even though he hated how easily others used it. Kevin smiled faintly. "Then feed the realm," he murmured. "Open the gate." Behind Bywater, the trembling Gold Cloak's hand moved closer to the winch again. Bywater turned his head slightly, one eye see, utting toward the man. "Don't," he said, voice low. The man flinched. "Captain, the people," he began, voice cracking. Bywater stepped closer, face hard. "The people will eat your corpse," he said quietly. "And then they'll still be hungry." The man swallowed hard, tears shining. He withdrew his hand. Kevin watched the exchange with calm interest, then sighed as if disappointed. "Very well," he said. "If you won't open for bread, perhaps you'll open for something else." Bywater's one eye narrowed. "What?" he demanded. Kevin's voice remained smooth. "For your life," he said. "When the lions decide to stop asking." He gestured back to the road where more torches burned, where the host waited. "This is your last chance to be remembered as a man who spared the city." Bywater's mouth tightened. "Spared," he echoed. "By letting you in." Kevin's smile was thin. "By choosing the less painful knife," he murmured. A stone flew from the crowd and struck the bars. Another flew. The small folks' hunger was turning into anger again, and anger was a river. Kevin stepped back, lifting his hand. "Think on it," he called, voice carrying. "The lions will feed you. The lions will protect you. The lions will restore your queen." The crowd roared approval because bread was louder than law. Kevin turned his horse slowly, rode back toward his host, leaving crates of food visible like temptation and threat. Bywater watched him go and felt the gatehouse's stone press closer around his lungs. Because Kevin Lannister was right about one thing. A starving city did not care who was lawful, cared who opened the gate. Tywin Lannister stopped asking. The assault began after midnight, when hunger and fear had already worn the city's nerves thin. Ladders rose against the western wall under torchlight, men climbing fast, shields up, boots scraping stone. The lions did not roar. They did not need to. Their steel made its own sound. Bywater's Gold Cloaks met them on the battlements with grim desperation. Staves swung. Spears jabbed. Men screamed as hands were crushed, as bodies fell from ladders into darkness with wet thuds. A ladder wobbled and tipped, spilling men like ants. Below, small folk watched from rooftops, eyes wide, Mouths open, some cheering, some sobbing. The city loved spectacle. Even war became entertainment when it wasn't your blood spilling first. Fire arrows streaked up from below. Some Lannister, some city-born. One struck a wooden hoarding and set it alight, flame licking in the wind. Smoke rose, mingling with the city's constant stink. Riot fires flickered in distant streets like reflected rage. Bywater fought with his one eye burning, blade hacking. He drove a Lannister soldier back from the wall edge with a shove, then slammed the man's head into stone. The man went limp, and Bywater did not pause to see if he lived. Pausing was death. A gold cloak beside him screamed as a sword cut through his shoulder. The man toppled backward, blood spraying. Another gold cloak grabbed him, dragging him away, slipping on blood. "Hold!" Bywater roared, and the roar was as much for his own men as for himself. The Lannisters kept coming, relentless. They climbed, they shoved, they stabbed, their discipline cold. They had been trained by a house that believed war was an investment. Then Stannis' men arrived. Not a chaotic rush, but a formation. Shields up, spears angled. They poured onto the battlements like a wall of iron. Davos's voice shouted orders somewhere behind. Horse. Stannis himself was not there. He held the Red Keep, but his discipline was. The clash became a grinding press of bodies. Lannister men met Stannis' soldiers with blades. Gold cloaks struck with staves, trying to hold their section of wall from collapsing. The battlements rang with steel. A Lannister captain shouted, "For the Queen!" And the cry rippled along the ladders. Men climbing faster, hunger and sanctity welded together by propaganda. Bywater heard it and felt bile rise. The Queen had never cared about these men. But men cared about the idea of a queen wronged. A Lannister soldier reached the parapet and swung at Bywater's neck. Bywater ducked, felt the blade hiss past, then drove his sword into the man's gut. The soldier grunted, eyes widening, and Bywater shoved him off the wall. Below, the man fell into darkness and vanished into the city's mouth. Another ladder rose. Another. The lions were testing every stone. A cry rose from a nearby tower. Gold cloaks at the winch, hands trembling again as fear spread. If the wall fell, the gate would open. If the gate opened, the city was lost. Bywater sprinted along the battlements through blood and smoke, one eye fixed on the tower. A gold cloak at the winch looked like he might be sick. "Captain," the man gasped. "They'll kill us." Bywater's voice was a growl. "Then die later," he snarled. "Not now." The man's hands steadied, barely. On the wall, Stannis' soldiers forced the ladders back, pushing with shields, stabbing down. A ladder snapped. Men screamed as they fell, but the lions did not stop. They did not need to win tonight. They only needed to make the city feel powerless. Bywater felt that truth like a bruise. Every hour he held, the city's hatred deepened. Every hour he bled, the lion's story grew. The Watch cannot protect you. Law cannot protect you. Only the Queen can. As dawn's first faint gray began to creep into the east, the assault finally slackened. Lannister men withdrew down ladders, dragging wounded, leaving bodies hung on rungs like meat. The wall held, barely. Bywater stood amid blood and smoke, breathing hard, one eye burning, and knew the worst part wasn't the battle. The worst part was what the city would say about it when it woke. Robert's march was not glorious. It was mud and rain and men who kept glancing south as if expecting the sky itself to fall. Storm's End's thunder followed them like a memory, and the Crownlands greeted them with frightened villages and shuttered doors. Small folk watched the king pass with eyes that did not know whether to pray or hide. Robert rode at the front, shoulders stiff, cloak heavy with rain. His bandage showed beneath it, dark at the edge where blood refused to stop entirely. He held his warhammer like a stubborn promise. The king's face was set in a hard line, but Eddard saw the strain in him. How every jolt of the saddle tugged at flesh and made his jaw tighten. Eddard rode beside him, cloak plastered, eyes scanning the roadside for riders who moved wrong. Barristan Selmy rode behind, white cloak damp and heavy, his expression a mask of duty that kept sorrow from leaking out. They passed a village where smoke rose from a burned barn, and no one came to greet the king. Robert looked at the smoke and his nostrils flared. "Tywin," he muttered. "Fear," Eddard corrected softly. Robert's head snapped. "Fear is Tywin's work," he growled. Eddard did not argue because it was true enough. Fear traveled ahead of lions like scent. It made gates open before armies arrived. A rider met them near a crossroads, horse foaming, cloak soaked. He fell to one knee before Robert, panting. "Your Grace," he gasped. "King's Landing." Robert leaned forward, eyes burning. "Speak." "Stannis holds the river gate," the rider said. "He besieges the September lions assault the western wall. The city riots. They chant for..." He swallowed hard. "They chant for the boy." Robert's grip tightened on the hammer. "And the queen?" he snarled. "In sanctuary," the rider whispered. "Unchained. The High Septon preaches. She calls you mad." Robert's face contorted. "She calls me mad," he repeated, voice thick. Eddard's voice was low. "She calls you mad so no one has to admit she is guilty," he said. Robert's breath came hard. He looked down the road toward the south as if he could see the city through rain. "We will be too late," he whispered, and the whisper was fear in armor. Eddard leaned closer. "We will be on time for what matters," he said. "The realm must see you alive. The realm must see you with banners behind you. Not alone. Not hunted." Robert's eyes flashed. "And if Stannis sits my throne?" he snapped. Eddard's voice stayed steady. "Stannis will hold it," he said. "He will not sell it." Robert's laugh was bitter. "He will hold it like it is his," he growled. Baratheon spoke for the first time in hours, voice quiet but firm. "He holds it because it must be held," he said. "Not because he loves it." Robert's jaw clenched. "No one loves it," he muttered. The road turned, and the rain shifted. In the distance, the Blackwater's faint gray line appeared between hills like a scar. The closer they came, the stronger the stink of smoke on the wind. "Villager." South along the road began to whisper as the host passed. Some dropping to knees, some spitting, some staring with hollow eyes. Robert did not look at them. He stared ahead. He had been a king in a city once. Now he was a king marching toward a city that wanted to bury him. Eddard watched him and felt cold dread settle. Robert's wound was more than flesh now. It was pride torn open, bleeding into every decision. And pride, Eddard knew, killed kings faster than any spear. The field outside King's Landing became mud the moment blood hit it. Rain had softened the ground into a sucking mess, and hoofs churned it into a slurry that clung to boots and dragged men down. The city's walls loomed in the distance, gray, grimy, watching. Above the walls, smoke rose. Beneath them, banners collided. Lannister red and gold met Stormlord black and gold, Crownlander sigils, and the dark Stark wolf that had followed Robert from Winterfell into hell. The clash was not elegant. It was men slipping in mud, screaming, stabbing, trying to stay upright long enough to kill the other man first. Robert Baratheon was not elegant either. He charged like the old days, warhammer raised, roaring as if noise could crush fear. His shoulder wound screamed with every swing. He ignored it. Ignoring pain was one of the few skills he still trusted. Eddard fought close enough to see the king's breath ragged, to see blood seeping beneath the bandage again. He shouted orders, trying to keep lines from dissolving into chaos. Barristan Selmy moved like a blade through the mess, white cloak already stained. His sword precise even as mud tried to steal his footing. Across the field, Kevin Lannister directed men with calm efficiency. His gestures clean, his face hard. He did not roar. He did not need to. He moved men like pieces. And then the mountain arrived. Gregor Clegane rode into the churned field like a boulder rolling downhill, his armor dark and scarred, his thigh still bandaged from the earlier ambush, blood seeping through cloth. He should have been slower. He was not. Rage and brutality made him fast. He swung his greatsword and men died. A Stormlord knight tried to block. The blade took the man's shield and arm in one brutal arc. Another man screamed as his horse fell, legs broken in mud, and Gregor rode over both without hesitation. Robert saw him and bared his teeth. "You?" Robert roared, and the word held every burned village, every dead child, every bolt aimed at his ribs. Gregor's helm turned, and even behind steel, Eddard could feel the giant's focus. The mountain spurred his horse toward the king. Men tried to intercept. They died. A spear glanced off Gregor's breastplate. He crushed the spearman's head with his gauntlet and kept coming. Robert met him. Hammer and greatsword collided in mud and rain, and the sound rang like thunder. Robert's first strike smashed into Gregor's horse's shoulder again, and the beast screamed, stumbling. Gregor's sword came down, and Robert twisted, the blade carving a trench in mud where his skull had been. Eddard tried to reach them, but bodies clogged the way. Men falling, screaming, horses thrashing. He cut down a Lannister soldier who lunged at his side, then shoved forward, heart hammering. Baratheon moved too, faster than his age should allow, driven by the knowledge that if Robert fell here, the realm would fracture like glass. Robert swung again, hammer whistling. It struck Gregor's wound. Dead thigh, and the impact made the mountain grunt, knee buckling. For the briefest instant, Gregor looked human, hurt, furious, surprised by pain. Robert used it. He surged, roaring, and brought the hammer down on Gregor's helm. Metal dented. Gregor's head snapped sideways. The greatsword dipped. Robert struck again, and again, hammer blows ringing, each one a sentence. Gregor staggered, trying to lift his blade, trying to recover, but the mud stole his footing and the hammer stole his balance. A final blow landed at the helm's edge where earlier dents had weakened it. The metal gave. Gregor collapsed into the mud like a tower finally broken, his sword slipping from his hand with a heavy thud. The men nearest froze for half a heartbeat, stunned that the mountain had fallen. Robert stood over him, panting, hammer dripping mud and blood, eyes wild. He looked like a man who had finally killed one monster and realized there were still too many left. A cheer rose, ragged, desperate, from Stormlords who saw the mountain down and believed, for a moment, that belief could win wars. Then the bolt found Robert. It came from nowhere, an arrow or a quarrel, shot from behind a line, loosed by a hand that did not wear a banner. It struck beneath Robert's ribs, where armor gapped as he lifted his hammer high. The impact stole his breath. Robert's eyes widened. His roar died in his throat. He staggered, trying to stay upright out of stubbornness alone. Blood spread dark across his tunic, steaming faintly in the rain-cooled air. Eddard reached him at last, grabbing his arm. "Robert!" he shouted. Robert's mouth worked. He tried and coughed blood. Baratheon was there too, blade flashing, cutting down a man who surged toward the king with a spear, then turning, eyes sharp with horror. Robert's knees buckled. Eddard caught him, feeling the king's weight, heavy, human, suddenly fragile. Robert's hand still clung to the hammer as if it were the only thing keeping him in this world. The battle raged around them, but for Eddard, everything narrowed to the blood soaking through Robert's fingers and the king's breath coming in wet, broken pulls. Robert Baratheon had charged like a legend, and legends, Eddard thought with cold certainty, always bled like men in the end. The tent smelled of blood and wet canvas. Rain drummed on the top like a relentless fist. The maester's hands were red, pressing cloth to Robert's wound, trying to hold life inside a body that wanted to spill it. Robert lay on a pallet, cloak thrown aside, skin pale beneath beard and grime. His eyes were open, bright with pain and stubbornness, and he refused to look away from Eddard Stark. The warhammer lay on the ground beside the pallet, mud-streaked, as if it had finally been forced to rest. Eddard knelt close, one hand gripping Robert's forearm as if strength could be transferred by touch. He had seen men die. He had buried friends. None of it made this easier. "Don't," Robert rasped, and Eddard realized the king was trying to speak before the maester could tell him what he already knew. Eddard's throat tightened. "Save your breath," he said. Robert's mouth twisted into something almost like a smile. "Breath is leaving," he whispered. Barristan Selmy stood at the tent flap like a statue carved from duty, face rigid, eyes too bright. He did not speak. If he spoke, grief might escape, and Kingsguard were not meant to bleed in public either. The maester swallowed, voice trembling. "Your Grace," he began. Robert's gaze snapped to him, fierce despite weakness. "Shut up," he growled faintly. "I know." The maester's hands pressed harder, desperate. Robert's eyes returned to Eddard. "Ned," he whispered, and the name was different now, less command, more plea. "Listen." Eddard leaned closer. "I'm here," he said. Robert's breath came wet. "I saw them," he whispered. "In your tower. I saw it, and I thought smashing would fix it." He swallowed, and the swallow looked like it hurt. "I thought if I broke enough bones, the laughter would stop." Eddard's jaw clenched. "It didn't," he said. Robert's eyes glistened. "No," he whispered. "It didn't." He coughed, blood staining his lip. "But it showed the realm." Eddard felt the weight of that. Jaime's death, the war, the burning Riverlands, the city's riot. "It showed them," he agreed softly, "because truth mattered, even now." Robert's fingers tightened weakly around Eddard's wrist. "Stannis," he rasped. Eddard's chest tightened. "He's in the city," he said, "holding it." Robert's mouth twisted. "He'll do what I wouldn't," he whispered. "He'll hang the world and call it duty." His eyes sharpened, pleading, "Don't let him hurt the children." Eddard's breath caught. "Which children?" he asked, and hated himself for needing clarity. Robert's eyes flickered with pain. "All of them," he whispered. My girls." His gaze went distant for a heartbeat. The memory of Myrcella's soft voice, Tommen's laugh, even Joffrey's cruel eyes when he was still a babe. "They're innocent of this." Eddard's voice was low and firm. "They're safe," he said. "North. Away." Robert exhaled, and for a moment relief softened his face. Then it hardened again because relief had no place left. "Good," he whispered. "Edition good." Outside the tent, a shout rose. Orders, men rallying, the battle still grinding. The world did not pause for kings dying. Robert's gaze fixed on Eddard again, urgent. "You," he whispered, "you keep the realm from tearing." He tried to laugh, and it came out as a wet rasp. "Funny, me asking you to do the thinking." Eddard's eyes burned. "Stop talking," he said, voice cracking despite him. Robert's fingers tightened once. "Weak." "Promise," he rasped. Eddard swallowed hard. "I promise," he said. "I will stand for the realm. I will stand for the truth. I will stand for the children." Robert's eyes held his for a long moment, as if drinking the promise like wine. Then his gaze flicked past Eddard to Barristan. "Sell me," Robert whispered. Barristan's jaw tightened. He stepped forward, bowing his head. "Your Grace." Robert's breath shuddered. "Guard him," he whispered. "Guard Ned. He'll be eaten alive." Barristan's voice was thick. "I will," he said. Robert's eyes returned to Eddard one last time. "I'm sorry," he whispered, and the apology was for more than one thing. Lyanna, the realm, the children, himself. "I was a poor king." Eddard's throat closed. "You were a warrior," he managed, because sometimes that was the only kindness left. Robert's mouth twitched faintly. He whispered. "A hammer." His gaze drifted toward the tent flap, toward the gray light beyond, toward a world that no longer needed his roar. His fingers loosened on Eddard's wrist. The maester's hands pressed harder, frantic. "No, Your Grace." Barristan's eyes closed. Eddard felt the king's grip fade, felt the breath stop fighting, felt the weight settle, final and terrible. Robert Baratheon died as he had lived. Stubborn, loud in spirit even when his body fell silent, leaving the realm to men who preferred ink and knives. Outside, thunder rolled, not from the storm, from the city where a new war was already being born. The city did not mourn Robert Baratheon the way it had once cheered him. It argued about him. By the time Robert's body was carried inside King's Landing under a shroud, half the streets claimed he had died because the gods punished him. The other half claimed he had died because lions hunted him. Taverns already rewrote his last days into jokes and warnings. In a city that survived by consuming stories, death was only another meal. The throne room was lit by hundreds of torches that made the iron throne's blades gleam like teeth. Men stood packed beneath banners that no longer felt certain. Stag, crown, city cloth. Gold cloaks lined the hall with hard faces, and Jacelyn Bywater stood at their head like a nail hammered into place. Stannis Baratheon stood before the Iron Throne and did not look at it like a prize. He looked at it like a duty he had never wanted and could not refuse. His face was carved from stone. His hands were still. Only his jaw tightened when the maester read the confirmation aloud. The king is dead. Davos Seaworth stood beside him, eyes red-rimmed, because Davos had served Stannis long enough to fear this moment. Stannis with a crown was law with steel behind it. It might save the realm. It might strangle it. Barristan Selmy stood a few steps behind, white cloak clean again, face grave. He had escorted Robert's shroud, and the weight of it sat in his eyes like a wound that would never close. Eddard Stark entered the hall with the sealed proclamation in his hand. Rain still on his cloak, mud still on his boots. He looked older than he had when he left Winterfell, as if the South had taken years from him and replaced them with ash. He approached the dais and knelt, not in love, not in comfort, but in recognition of law. "My lord," Eddard said, voice steady. "The king named you his heir." Stannis's eyes flicked to him. "Flint." "He named the law," Stannis replied. Eddard lifted the proclamation, seal intact. "He named you," Eddard repeated. The maester took it, broke the seal, and read Robert's words aloud in the hall's heavy air. The words shook some men. They steadied others. They killed ambiguity like a blade, at least for those who wanted to believe blades could kill uncertainty. When the reading finished, silence held the room. Then Stannis spoke, voice cold and clear. "By law I am king," he said. "Not because I desire it, because the realm requires it." His gaze swept the hall. The realm has been lied to. The realm has been fed false airs. The realm has been bought by coin and seduced by smiles. Whispers trembled, then stilled, because Stannis's voice had the weight of a sentence. Eddard rose from his kneel, eyes on Stannis. "The realm also requires mercy," Eddard said quietly, and the quietness of it carried because it was not flattering. It was warning. Stannis's gaze narrowed. "Mercy for traitors?" he asked. "For children," Eddard replied, and he did not look away. A ripple ran through the hall. Some en Stephened. Some looked relieved. Some looked calculating. In the shadowed gallery above, behind guards, Cersei Lannister watched. No longer sanctified by candles, no longer carried by a mob. The Seps siege had starved the crowd's hunger faster than it starved the Seps pantry. And when Tywin's host had battered the western wall and failed to break Bywater's line before Robert's arrival shattered their timing, the Lion's protection had become siege and the city had turned on them too. Cersei had been dragged from sanctuary at last, not by swords on holy steps, but by hunger and fear when the High Septon realized gods did not feed bellies. Now she stood behind iron and hated every breath of it. Her eyes were bright, but her smile was gone. She watched Stannis the way she had once watched Robert, measuring what kind of monster he would be. Stannis did not look at her. He did not need to. Her presence was proof enough. "I will restore order," Stannis said. "The city watch will be purged. The faith will be reminded of its place. The lions will be driven from the crownlands. The rose will learn that a crown is not a wreath." His gaze hardened. "And the traitors will answer." Bywater's one eye burned in approval. Gold cloaks tightened their grip. Lords shifted, already measuring which way to bend. Eddard stepped forward 1 pace. "Then let them answer in law," he said. "Not in spectacle, not in vengeance." Stannis's eyes narrowed. "You will be my hand," he said abruptly, and the words hit the hall like a thrown stone. Murmurs surged. Shock, discomfort, relief in some, anger in others. Eddard's breath caught. "My lord," Stannis cut him off with a hard look. "You are the man the realm believes," Stannis said. "And belief matters." The bitterness in that last line was sharp. "You will keep my rule from becoming a story my enemies can sell." Eddard held his gaze and felt the weight settle, heavier than any sword. "If I accept," he said slowly, "I will speak for mercy where it is owed." Stannis's jaw tightened. "Speak," he said. "I will listen." He paused, then added colder. "And then I will decide." It was not warmth. It was the closest thing to compromise Stannis had ever offered. A raven beat its wings past a high window, black shape against torchlight, carrying news outward. King Robert Baratheon is dead. King Stannis Baratheon is crowned. The realm must choose. Outside the Red Keep, the city murmured, hungry for the next story. Inside, law took the throne. Not gently, not lovingly, but firmly, like a hand around a throat that refused to stop struggling. Eddard Stark looked up at the Iron Throne's blades and felt the old, cold understanding return. The realm would not be saved by one good man. It would be saved, if at all, by men willing to hold each other back from becoming monsters. Stannis Baratheon turned toward the throne at last, and for the briefest moment, the torchlight made him look like a man carved from iron. The realm had chosen a different kind of king. Now it would discover whether it could survive him.